click on that and I pin it to my profile. Once you pin it to your profile, all your followers know that you're listening to this space and you're here and the space is live. And that really helps us, guys. We're running these 17, 18 hours a day now, probably longer actually, when you think of all the background work that Suleiman does when we finish in terms of setting up interviews, arranging them, researching them and everything. So really appreciate your help in getting the news out there. Let's share it. Let's retweet it. Shall I go through some news, Suleiman, quickly?
Yeah, let's do it. I am retweeting a lot of the core tweets. Larry Johnson will be on it in 9 minutes. So we'll get right into it straight after that. Yeah, please, if you can give the news over for 5-6 minutes, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Well, I'll give the news, and there's a lot of news. So, guys, just before that, I'm actually just sending the link for the space out. You can just copy the link for the space from that little half a triangle at the bottom. So, to the left of the purple pill on the bottom of your screen, just to the left of that is a little kind of half a triangle with 3 circles. If you click on that, you'll have an option that says copy link. So I'll copy the link now, and I'm just sending it out in my DMs to people so that they know that we are live and they can come join us. So if you can do that, it'd be great as well. Really appreciate it. Let me just send it out to a couple of people who usually join us, and then we can get going. There's a lot of news today, guys. It's going to make your head hurt. Everything that's happening and everything that's been said, and, trying to make sense of it all, and a lot of news. So you'll remember we were on a deadline. It was a 24-hour deadline, right? And 48 hours. So last night when we shut the space, or early hours of this morning, we said there was 28 hours left, or 24, less than 24 hours, before Trump claimed that he was going to hit the energy plants for Iran. And then obviously Iran had retaliated and said we'll do the same back, which will leave the world in darkness. So Trump made a statement today, and let me find his initial statement. There's been quite a lot of Trump talking today. We were all counting down the clock, wondering what was going to happen tonight. Trump issued this statement today. He called it off, basically. He called it off, and he issued a statement. Let me just read it to you. What he said was, I'm pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had, over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. Based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So that's what's happened. Now, what's really important is what he's saying here. So he's saying, I'm pleased to report that the USA and the country of Iran, he's saying it's the country of Iran. He's not saying it's the IRGC, okay? He said, we've had very good and productive conversations, which will continue through the week. And he's asked the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure, which means they will continue bombing Iran. They just won't go for the power plants and energy infrastructure. You will be not surprised to hear that the IRGC have denied this completely and said, no, there's been no talks. We don't know what he's talking about. The Iranian Foreign Ministry, which is not even like the IRGC, this is the Foreign Ministry, has said There have been initiatives by regional countries to reduce tensions, and our response to all of them is clear. We are not the party that started this war, and all such requests should be directed to Washington. So they're denying it. Okay. Trump said 3 days ago, we want to talk to them, but there's nobody to talk to. He said that 3 days ago. He's also made some other crazy statements. He said, we are working to bring Iran to places it has never been before. They will understand. No, sorry, that was Netanyahu. Netanyahu said today, this is surprising. He said, well, not really surprising when you think of how they think of everybody as Goyim. He said, we are working to bring Iran to places it has never been before. They will understand that they are below and we are above. This is what Netanyahu said, that Iran is below and Israel is above. That's the way he wants it to be perceived. Iranian television, quoting the foreign ministry, said there's been no dialogue between Tehran and Washington. Trump's statements come within his attempts to reduce energy prices and gain time to implement his military plans. So they're saying he's just trying to control the markets and he's planning to strike us and he's trying to buy time. And they said there are initiatives from some regional countries to reduce tension, and we responded clearly that we're not the party that started this war. So they're denying it completely. Trump also said to CNBC, he has been all over the airwaves today. He said, what is happening now in Iran can be described as regime change. That's what he says, regime change. The foreign minister of Oman, Badr al-Busaidi, on the US-Israeli war on Iran, said, whatever you think of Iran, this war isn't of their making and is already hurting the economy, and it could get much worse if it continues. Oman is working hard to secure safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. So he's not validating this either, whilst Trump is claiming that he's achieved regime change in Iran. And the way he justified regime change, Trump, is, he said, and I quote, this is regime change because it's totally different people. Totally different people. Therefore, it's regime change. It's getting crazy, this is. It's getting crazy. The IRGC-affiliated Iranian media said there were no discussions with Trump, and they claim he backed down out of fear of an Iranian retaliation. That's what they're claiming. Also, Iranian officials have said that Israel and the United States might attempt to bomb the tomb of Esther and Mordecai in Hamadan. And they said, we will do everything in our power to prevent these Jewish holy sites from being harmed. So there's that going on. Let's have a look what else there is. There's a lot of news today. A lot of news, guys.
And what we're gonna
Trump's made a lot of stuff.
And what we'll do is we'll get right into the news straight after this interview. Appreciate that, Beatrix. We have got former CIA Larry Johnson on, so let me just get him up. Let's put the one up on here. Okay, guys, just let me know on the chat if you guys can hear. Okay. How are you?
Hey there.
I'm great. How are you doing?
I am paying more money for gas. How about you?
Yeah, things are becoming very difficult for sure. Things are becoming very difficult. Let's get into this. I'm live on all the platforms. I want to welcome in former CIA Larry Johnson. He's been covering this war for a very long time. He's been covering geopolitics for a very long time, and I would say that a lot of the predictions he's been saying over the last few months have come to fruition. And one of the biggest news we've got today is that Trump has possibly reneged on this 48-hour deadline. We've got Larry Johnson coming. Larry Johnson, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. How are you?
I'm well, Suleiman. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you very much. Thanks for taking your time out to join us. I mean, we have to go straight into the biggest news, which has just occurred in the last hour. Trump gave a 48-hour deadline. He said he was going to destroy all of Iran's power plants. They were going to destroy the infrastructure. Iran's responded and said, well, we're going to do the exact same thing to the Gulf states and Israel. The 48 hours were meant to be up today. Trump now says there's negotiations going on and there's now an extended 5-day deadline. What's your thoughts on what's happening?
Do you know when the Marine, what they call the MEU, uh, the it's basically a Marine detachment of about 2,500 men when it's supposed to arrive in theater.
I believe it's in about 5 to 7 days.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Gee, is that a coincidence?
Yeah.
I mean, Trump's not a serious. He's stalling, stalling until the Marine expeditionary unit gets there, and that'll only be half the unit. The other unit won't. The other contingent, so the one that arrives probably Friday or Saturday is the 31st MEU, and the 11th MEU will arrive about a week later. So there are no serious negotiations at all. Iran's not talking to the United States. Iran's made its position very clear, and until those demands are met, the war is going to continue. It's just that simple.
Okay. And so, what was the motive behind giving the 48-hour deadline in the first place?
Let me show you here. Pull up. Do you see the Dow Jones? It's up 800 points. This was a pure play to drive the oil, try to keep the price of oil down, and try to drive the stock market higher. This is nothing more than market manipulation. Period.
Okay. So you believe there's no negotiations going on? This was just market manipulation. He's stalling for the 5 days.
It's not a matter of what I believe. It's a matter of what the government of Iran has said.
Yeah.
They said there's no negotiations. There's nothing to talk about. They've made their position clear. U.S. troops out of the Persian Gulf, completely out. Reparations and lifting of sanctions. Now, the U.S. has lifted the sanctions, and again, this is where we get into what I call the schizophrenia of Trump's policy. So they had most of the sanctions on Iran were around trying to prevent it from selling oil. However, they lifted all of those sanctions. Scott Bessent lifted all the sanctions on Iranian oil. Why? Because the world is in a dramatic shortage of oil given the shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. So they want all the Iranian oil possible to get out. But then they're talking about attacking Karg Island and I guess taking control of the oil and then being able to not have any money go to Iran. And again, that's a mission impossible. If the United States attempts it, it's going to wind up taking that Iranian oil off the market because Iran will turn off the source. They'll destroy their own oil field and they'll destroy Americans on that island. So that's not going to happen. So the United States got to figure out what it's trying to save now, keep the global economy from tipping further into recession. And if I hear one more economic analyst sit out there and talking about, this could cause a recession. No, it already has caused a recession. Now it's a simple matter of how deep and wide and long this recession will be. That's the issue.
Yeah, actually, many of the analysts I speak to and I've interviewed, they're saying we're in a recession and it's about whether we're going to be in a depression and whether the entire system is going to break or not. I think people do or are seeing the complete ramifications of what's happening, and it can't be minimized. This is almost going to be, it could break, the whole system could break based on what's happening. Just now talking about the MEU units going to Karg Island, you mentioned that there is some are going to arrive between 5 to 7 days, and then others are going to arrive the week after. From a tactical perspective, would they wait for the second unit to arrive, or would they immediately try and invade? And if they do try and invade, what would be, from the American mindset, what would be the kind of perspective on how they would try to do it?
No, they're not going to invade Karg Island. They can't get there. How are they going to get there? If the ship tries to go through the Strait of Hormuz, it will be sunk. So
what about airborne?
and to fly,
Mm.
you can't. They're not airborne qualified. These are not the Marines are not trained parachutists. There's some that have gone to jump school, but as a unit, that's not how they deploy. They deploy amphibiously or via air. They have these planes called an Osprey, which is a vertical takeoff landing. It's the propellers rotate up, plane flies up, propellers then come down, and it flies like a regular plane. Well, each one of those can only take 24 soldiers,
Mm.
so they don't have 100 of those to deploy 2,400. So they might have 5. So work it out. If they have like a 30-minute flight to land and a 30-minute flight back to pick up another load, and then there's no practical way to deploy the Marines there. So I think they're offering CARG up as a distraction. They intend to try to deploy the Marines someplace else, but that doesn't solve the problem of the ships carrying the Marines. If they get close, if they're within 10 miles of the shore, they're a sitting duck for Iranian missiles and underwater drones. So I fail to see there is a military analyst out who makes the argument that they could go to and take the port of Chabahar. Well, okay, they take the port of Chabahar. That doesn't do a damn thing about opening up the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah.
So I mean, what's the objective? Is the objective to open the Strait of Hormuz, or is the objective is to put some U.S. troops on the ground in Iran so they get killed? Because they're certainly not going to take an occupied territory. The United States does not have the manpower nor the ability to sustain logistic support to any size of force. This is just madness.
So, if the possibility of getting into Karg Island is so difficult, and even if they were to try and go to the other islands, near the Hormuz, the situation will be a lot more difficult. What is the actual plan, though? They can't, or you think it's just a bluff that they're sending these Marines? But then your argument previously was that they were waiting.
No, they may genuinely try to insert them at somewhere on the coast. One of the islands that's right there in the middle of the Strait of Hormuz. But the point is, at what cost? That when I don't care. I don't care. Look, if they sent 100,000 Marines. The issue is, can you get close enough to unload the Marines so they can get to shore? And the answer to that is no.
Interesting. And this is a tough situation. So if Trump attempts that in a week or two,
Yeah.
and just based on your knowledge within the intelligence apparatus, if that was to fail, because what would be the next plan?
Well, what makes you think there's a plan?
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't believe there's a plan. I think it's
Yeah.
ad hoc. So
I mean,
what would the
that's-
decision making be?
That someone thought this through like a chess player. Okay, I'm gonna move my rook out here, and I'm gonna have my pawn up here so my bishop can cover this. These guys aren't playing even one-dimensional chess. They're playing checkers. They did not anticipate and plan for the shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. They did not plan for or anticipate the global recession that's underway. And I finally I looked up the definition of depression. So if you got a drop in real GDP of 10% or more in a single year, that's a depression. I think that's where we're headed. Maybe not in the United States, but certainly in Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Philippines, very likely. If this strait remains closed, and it's going to remain closed for at least another month, at least. Now, Iran is offering a partial solution, telling Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, hey, if you want the oil from the Persian Gulf, great, pay for it with yuan and you pay us a fee in yuan of, say $1 million, and we'll let your ships out. Well, that alone is going to continue to raise the price of the oil, of the liquid natural gas, if there's any left to export. That oil, that liquid LNG field in Qatar is turned off, is my understanding, and then the fertilizer. So, that may allow some of these countries to avoid depression and stay just in recession, which is bad enough.
Yeah, my analysts are saying that if oil prices were to go above $115 and remain there for a week, we're in serious problems. And if it went above 147, then basically the entire system breaks. So we're in a major catastrophic situation, which we've never ever experienced before from a financial perspective. I have financial experts on 1 or 2 hours a day, and this is literally even the most the ones who are not as concerned about this issue in terms of they don't dramatize the situation are extremely worried about where the situation is going. But in terms of coming back to the military situation, what we're seeing right now is we're seeing Iran hit Israel very easily. We saw these cluster missiles. Israel isn't able to stop the cluster missiles. What's the tactical situation there in terms of Israel and the attempts to stop the cluster missiles?
Well, for starters, none of the systems, whether it's the Israeli Iron Dome or David Sling or the U.S. Patriot missile or THAAD, none of them are capable of stopping a hypersonic ballistic missile. If they do, it's an accident. They get lucky. So the reality is Iran has depleted the air defense systems in both Israel and for the U.S. forces throughout the region. There may have a few missiles left, but nothing comprehensive. So that's depleted. And Iran has just, it's now launching with some regularity at least 3 different waves of strikes a day. And those waves contain at least 10 to 20 ballistic missiles. And they're hitting a variety of targets. And they're going to continue doing that until such time as the United States and Israel surrender.
One of the confusing things for me has been the interaction of the UAE. Yesterday, the foreign minister of the UAE came out and called Iran terrorists. He also talked and basically the information coming out there, the reports coming out there was that UAE was now fully vocally siding with the United States of America and Israel, and that they were now going to be partaking in this war in a more offensive manner. Why is the UAE doing this?
Well, what are they going to do? Mobilize their army? They don't have one. Launch their air force? They don't have one. I mean, they've got no credible military power at all. All they've got is some money, and that's rapidly running out. Yeah, they've aligned themselves with the United States and Israel. So what? It's an autocratic, family-run country, and they're 83% of their economy is now frozen. They've got 25% of it is tied up with oil. Well, those exports are going out. Then they depended heavily on trade that was coming in and out of Jebel Ali, which is the free trade zone. If it's not the largest in the world, it's the second largest. Well, there's no trade going on because there are no ships coming in and out of the Gulf. So that's dead. Financial services, all of those major financial service companies that were operating out of Dubai, they've hit the road. They've gotten out. Too damn dangerous. Tourism. Yeah. Do you see the plane? They're showing pictures of planes flying to Dubai and Doha and Qatar. They're empty. Going out, they're full. Going in, they're empty. So 83% of UAE's economy is now frozen. How long can they sit in that frozen state? Good question. What's their supply of food? Again, they depend upon ships coming in and out of the Persian Gulf bringing food. Well, we're now 4 weeks in, and no food coming in 4 weeks. Do they have another month's supply? Maybe, but nothing fresh. So, UAE, this is just a sign of desperation on their part. Oh, we're going to join in with the United States and Israel and kick some ass. Good luck with that. Same for Qatar, same for Bahrain, same for Kuwait, same for Saudi Arabia. These autocratic families that have run these own little empires, they may become an anachronism, no longer relevant to the real world. And Iran has expressed that, we may end up occupying some of that.
Yeah. Not to mention they've also hit Fujairah port as well. And the UAE is completely a ghost town from my understanding. Everyone's left, and the only people who remain are basically the people who can't afford to get out. So the underclass workers who they keep in the country.
Right. and those underclass workers, as we call them, they even though they were paid, barely survival wages,
True.
I guess they were still making more money than they would if they'd stayed in their own countries. And but again, now the restaurants, the businesses that used to employ, they're not all closed, but they're certainly not doing the business that they were, and it's certainly not the party town that it was, say, 2 months ago.
No doubt. Now, one of the things that the Gulf states have been trying to put out there is that they've been extremely successful, basically combating the Iranian attacks at the Gulf, that were basically directed towards the Gulf. What's your understanding of this?
I'm not sure what that means. So
the claim is that they're stopping like 97% of drones and missiles that are going towards the country.
Yeah, they got the same spokesman that worked for the Ukrainians. We stopped 90% of the Russian missiles. Okay, the Russians, we know that the PAC-3 missile, which is the primary missile for the Patriot system, as of January 25th January 1st of 2026, total production of those missiles since 2015, that's when they started producing them, was 4,620. And you understand that 4,620 is capable, in theory, of shooting down 2,310 incoming missiles. Russia has fired over 12,000 missiles. Do the math. Is that 90%? Not even close. So these are lies. They're gaslighting the public. They don't have that many air defense systems to shoot down missiles, much less drones. And we have seen video of drones actually hitting targets. Yeah, there are a few shot out of the sky, but not many. Yeah, so it's just one lie after another.
No doubt. Yesterday we saw yesterday or the day before, we saw a major attack on Dimona and Arad. Mm-hmm. They were unable to stop that missile, and we saw even the defense interceptor missile just completely fail, similar to what you just said about 10 minutes ago. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, that they say a picture's worth 1,000 words. Mm. Well, what's a video clip worth? 100,000.
Yeah.
So it showed very clearly the ineffectiveness of the Israeli air defense system, supplemented by U.S. Defense missiles, completely failed, because they are incapable of intercepting a hypersonic ballistic missile.
No doubt. Now, coming back to the situation with Iran, the U.S. is in a stranglehold. They're basically acting out of desperation. You're seeing, for example, some of the statements coming out of Trump are wild. They're attempting to send troops to Karg Island. You believe that that is going to fail. If that was to fail, many people think that they may do so some people think it's just simply impossible that there'd ever be a ground invasion just because the sheer volume of people you would need, never mind the topography, never mind the fact that Iran is a lot bigger and various other things. But then others think that Trump is just so desperate to try and get control of the situation, in the sense of, when you're basically a gambler who's completely just throwing bad money after bad money. Is that what you think may happen, or what's your thoughts?
They haven't come. It's like a drug addict or an alcoholic. Until they hit rock bottom, they can be in denial about what the problem is. And so Trump and his team, they're still in the denial phase. They haven't recognized that they don't have any good options. They still think they have good options. They still think that they can exert some military force that will cause Iran to either surrender or back off. And you're correct about the difficulty in assembling a ground force to attack. What we've seen, and so we go back to when you were a youngster in 2003, how much the world has changed in almost a quarter of a century militarily. In 2003, you could still mobilize, alert and mobilize your military force. So at that time, they decided, okay, we're going to attack Iraq, and we're going to need about 150,000 soldiers to do that. So they started moving in March, February of 2002, started shipping tanks, armored personnel carriers, artillery shells, and troops. Troops started moving into the area, and they moved into what were called assembly areas in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia to a lesser extent. Well, when you start massing a force like that together, today it gets hit with a missile. Back then they were concerned about Scud missiles, but the Iraqi capability is pretty weak, and Iran wasn't being attacked, so Iran didn't care. It was not part of the picture. Well, to try to invade Iran today, impossible. Absolutely impossible, because where are you going to assemble your million-man force that would be required? Number one, you got to get the million-man force. You don't have it. So you'd have to have a draft, and then it's going to take about a year to get everybody trained, so they got minimal competence. And then what? You got to get them to assemble them together so that then they can launch an attack into the terrain of Iran. Not going to happen. I mean, they'd be decimated before they even got to the jump-off point. That's how things have changed, and we've seen those changes with respect to watching the war between Russia and Ukraine. Neither side is massing, putting together 100 men or 1,000 men or 2,000 men in a column rushing forward. They don't do that because of the drones and the missiles. It's too easy to incur casualties. The Russians, for example, they're casualty averse. They said, we're going to get this done. We don't have to get a lot of people killed or wounded.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, in terms of coming back to the question at hand, many people are concerned, and this has become, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but it's become like a prevalent question now amongst or within social media and amongst commentators. Is this possibility that Trump, his ego is so great, his arrogance is so high, and his petulance is innumerable, that people are concerned that he may even end up using the nuclear bomb? Do you think that's a possibility?
Well, it's always a possibility, but if Trump does that, he'd be an international pariah, and then it would likely lead to countries like Russia, China, and South Korea or North Korea coming together to maybe to launch an attack on the United States in return. Because it said, okay, the United States has now crossed the line, and Donald Trump is crazy. They might even feel the need to do a preemptive strike. So yeah, no, this is it's extremely dangerous. Trump, in my view, ought to be removed from office under the 25th Amendment. I think he's incompetent, as has been demonstrated with his bizarre statements over the past week. Everything from, by God, Iran, you better open the Strait of Hormuz today or else, to, we really don't need the Strait of Hormuz, to, hey, Europe, you better help us or else you're a bunch of cowards, to, well, Europe, you go ahead, you take care of it. I mean, he's taken about every possible position there is on the spectrum.
How successful has the United States of America been in terms of their specific engagement in Iran? So in terms of they've been bombing considerably. We've seen a large amount of infrastructure that's been taken out. The Americans are claiming military depots have been taken out. Key military production units have been taken out. What's your understanding of the American success on the ground pertaining to Iran?
Well, they said they destroyed their missile force, yet Iran is firing more missiles. From that initial couple of days, there's a big spike. Then it dropped off about 2 weeks ago. And since then, they've been firing more every day. So if you can't stop the missile attacks, that's the key to Iran's military strength right now, and the control they have over the Strait of Hormuz, which is, they don't have a blue water navy. Yeah, we've blown up some of their ships that they did have, but that's not where their naval power lies. Their naval power lies in these speedboats, tiny speedboats that are equipped with ship-to-ship missiles, as well as mines, as well as underwater drones, maneuverable drones, as well as torpedoes from submarines. So, Iran's got, the United States has not affected Iran's capabilities in those two critical areas. They've knocked out their Air Force. Oh, so what? They've knocked out some above ground missile launchers, which I suspect the majority of those were decoys, not real. So, they're claiming to have defeated Iran, yet Iran continues to keep the strait closed and launch missiles every day.
Yeah. Now, shifting attention to the north of Israel, which is being pummeled, both in terms of missiles and drones. But in addition to that, the attempted ground invasion into Lebanon basically isn't going the way they expected. I was counting the number of Merkava tanks that were taken out, and then it's just become so innumerable, it's hard to keep account of. It's almost like 3 to 5 every day, if not more. What's your understanding of what's happening in that engagement in terms of the ground invasion of Lebanon?
Well, how is this possible? I mean, Israel defeated Hezbollah. Don't you know that? Have you not been paying attention?
I missed that bit.
Yeah, they killed Nasrallah and they set off all those exploding cell phones. And man, that defeated Hezbollah. And then with the fall of Assad, no more support for Hezbollah. Don't you get tired of the damn lies? I mean, good God, these people. What passes for analysis in the West it drives me crazy. Look, Hezbollah has been in existence now for they're going on their 44th, 45th year. They have built extensive tunnels and fortifications throughout southern Lebanon, south of the Litani River. They beat the hell out of the Israelis back in 2006. And, so that's 20 years ago. So I guess they got a new generation of suckers. Just think about it. A kid that was 10 years old in 2006, now he's 30. So, he doesn't really have much memory of what happened in 2006. So Israel's going in. I won't say they're going to learn new lessons. Hell, they didn't even learn the old lessons. But they're going to try to defeat Hezbollah, and they're going to find out that unlike um, their ability to wreak the kind of devastation on southern Lebanon that they did on Gaza is fortunately limited. But Hezbollah is fighting back ferociously, and so this will probably go on another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then Israel call it quits, just like they did back in 2006.
Yeah, and 2024. And one of the things is, and this actually is right up your alley in terms of intelligence, that when you look at the Israeli army and you look at the military decision making, whether it was in 2006, whether it is in 2024, they keep making the same mistakes in terms of the attempts to incursions into specific southern areas where Hezbollah has an understanding of the terrain. It's a mountainous area, and they're able to easily clap them. Now, and then you saw the same thing when they tried to go into Bekaa Valley, something they tried in 2006 and failed as well. How is it that such a military lacks the ability, A, to learn from past mistakes, and B, be flexible in the situation in order to not make those errors where they're just failing miserably?
Attitude. So I'm a firearms instructor, and you talk about three areas. You want to give people knowledge about how something works. Then you want them to develop skill in using that knowledge. And then, but to do all of that, they got to have an attitude of, hey, I need to learn, or what can you teach me? The ones who are the worst students are those that show up and say, hey, I know everything. You know nothing. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. That's Israel. I mean, if you've ever dealt with them, they are by and large, particularly in the security services, the biggest bunch of arrogant pricks I've ever dealt with. And because you can't tell them anything, they know it all, and yet they're so smart. They've been unable to defeat Hamas in 2.5 years. So don't tell me you're this great military where you got every damn advantage a military could have. You've got a group contained, surrounded, literally surrounded on all sides, that are in an area that's 5 miles wide by 25 miles long. You've got tanks, they don't. You've got artillery, they don't. You've got armored personnel carriers, they don't. You've got advanced combat aircraft, they don't. You've got helicopters, they don't. And yet, the ones who don't have all those things have fought the Israelis to a standstill. And now they're dividing their force and they're trying to bring in more of their reservists, because Israel is primarily a reserve army, and they're having trouble. A lot of the soldiers are saying, "Hell no, I'm not going back into the fight. No, I'm not doing that."
Yeah. Now, one of the things that they've been doing recently is bombing the shores of the Strait of Hormuz. They're doing this through various bombing campaigns. You saw a B-2, I think it was like a 5,000 pound payload that was dropped on the shores of the Strait of Hormuz. We also see these AWACS that have been used as well. What's the success rate of what they're trying to do and what they are attempting to do?
0% success. Number one, that length of shoreline that the ships have to traverse, it's 100 miles long. I don't care how many bombing runs they can't saturate that area. And the reason they're in caves, they're not, it'd be one thing if they're able to go locate all the caves and then shove a missile into each and every one, but that's impossible. So, and just the ruggedness of the terrain is something, most Americans don't understand. Vertical cliffs, mountains that run right up to the edge of the water. just a few, beach areas, if you can call them beach areas. Yeah, no, it's they can bomb till the cows come home, and that so what they bomb that, and then Iran says, all right, we'll release mines and get the floating mines out into the Persian Gulf and let them deal with that. So no, it's just foolishness.
And it's not going to work. Now, in terms of coming back to the situation we've got at hand, these next 4 or 5 days are extremely important because Trump is trying to kind of wait for the ME units to arrive. How do you expect the next 4 or 5 days to go other than more of the same?
It'll just be, Israel will be bombing civilian targets inside Iran. Iran will be striking back at Israel and the United States. There's always, there could be that black swan event, or some, maybe Israel crosses the line and hits one of the nuclear power plants in Iran. At which point, Iran will then start taking out the power plants in Israel.
So actually, it's interesting you said that, because one of the concerns was that when Trump was making this ultimatum, you've got 48 hours and now 5 days. The concern many people had is that Trump is giving this ultimatum, but he may not follow through. But what the Israelis may do is just go and do the attack and then be like they did in the previous South Pars oil attack, which they hit South Pars oil field. Trump claims that he wasn't aware. The Israelis claim he was aware. And so they'd basically do something similar where they maybe attack Iran's desalination plants in order to cause escalation, where Iran then does the same thing to the GCC. What's in terms of from an intelligence perspective, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, again, Trump is lying, or maybe he wasn't personally told, but it was fully coordinated with the U.S. military. So Israel's not taking any action without it having the full coordination and knowledge of the United States. I mean, that's the reality. That there's this thing called the Combined Air Operations Center, the CAOC. It used to be headquartered at Al Udeid Air Force Base in Qatar, but now I think it's moved probably out west to the King Fahd base in Saudi Arabia, or maybe Egypt, or maybe Turkey. But, those are fully coordinated between the United States and Israel. It's called deconfliction.
Okay, so you believe it's fully coordinated. So what about this risk then? You don't believe this risk is possible there, where Israel would possibly bomb before the 48-hour deadline?
Oh, yeah. No, I think it's very possible that Israel will do it, and the U.S. will claim that they had no knowledge about it. But if Israel does it, Iran will retaliate. That's the point. There's nothing that Iran can do, even using a nuke, that's going to prevent Iran from retaliating.
I guess that's the complex thing, because Trump seems like he doesn't want to escalate to that level, to attack the power plants, to attack the energy infrastructure, out of fear that Iran would retaliate and hit the Gulf states. And so if Trump doesn't want to go down that road, you're saying Israel won't do it without his permission either.
Correct. Well, but I mean, don't take what Trump says as being at all relevant. Look at what he does. Has he punished Israel for doing what he said he didn't support? No. They're resupplying Israel as we speak. So, he talks a good game, but the secret is his real priorities are protecting Israel at any cost, and going to persist in trying to force a regime change in Iran. Because the ultimate goal is to not just split up Iran, get control of the oil and gas, but do the same to Russia and then take on China. That's where this is all headed.
I agree. And this is why it's in China's interest to make sure that they can help support Iran as much as possible. And just on that, actually, one last question. How much are China and Russia supporting Iran? I mean, this is essentially Iran fighting their war for them in a way which may come up among their shores later.
Yeah, I think they're each providing extensive and substantial support. The other day, there was a joint statement from Russia to Iran, and in that statement, the Russians made it very, very clear that Iran is a close ally and pledged that Russia will not abandon Iran.
Okay, so that's in terms of support, but what about in terms of military equipment, intelligence? We know the Chinese are being given satellite imagery. We know that possibly the Chinese have given certain radar systems, maybe the YLCAB or something along those lines, because they were able to detect the F-35 and then shoot it out, which could have used the Bavar 373 to shoot it out, or maybe the Chinese. So how much of the Chinese military equipment have they got as well?
They've got, I think Iran has everything that they've asked for. We have seen in the past that where both Russia and China offered certain capabilities, and Iran refused them. That back in the 12-day war. I don't know. I don't think that's still the case. We have not yet seen any evidence that the advanced missile defense systems that Russia and China have been deployed and used effectively in Iran. We haven't seen that. But beyond that, I think Russia and China are willing to give Iran whatever it asks for.
Yeah, and things have been working really well for Iran at the moment.
Yes.
First of all, I just want to thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. We really appreciate it. My audience loves you. They're always asking for you back, and I'm always like, let's space it out a little bit so I'm not putting too much pressure on you. But where can people find... Sorry?
I said, all right, you're being way too kind.
No, we do. No, they do. No, they do actually love you. But in terms of where can people find you? I know you've got an excellent blog, which is solar...
Yeah, sonar21.com. That's the best place. You can find me at, let's see, the Substack is at Son of, and then I'm also on X, Son of the New American Revolution, Sonar21.
Yeah, do check. Well, you guys know because I always tag you whenever I'm putting the clips out. But yeah, do check out Larry Johnson's X page, which is Sonar Larry, I believe it is. And in terms of the Substack, Sonar21, do check it out. It's a wealth of knowledge, so I really appreciate you as always, and thank you so much for taking your time out to join us.
My pleasure, Suleiman. It's good to be with a neighbor.
Definitely. We need to definitely meet up as soon as this war's over, or even before I go back to the UK.
Friend.
Thank
care.
you so much. Appreciate
Bye-bye.
you. That was Larry Johnson. Really appreciate him coming on as always. Great person, a wealth of knowledge. We're learning so much from him. Made some great statements. And we've got a huge super chat, gigantic super chat from Alpha. £200, which is like $5,000. Or $5 million. It says, big up, Larry. Actually, I'll read it in a second. Let me get the X thing up. Alpha, £200, which is like $5,000. Or $5 million. It says, big up, Larry. Actually, I'll read it in a second. Let me get the X thing up. Right, hopefully you guys can hear the X space. Thanks so much for the support. It means a lot. It does help a lot as well. He said, big up, Larry. You listening, Mago. Oil heading back to $100 real quick. I don't get why Simon was tweeting as though Trump's comments carried any weight of truth. Come on, Simon. Don't give Trump that kind of credit. Freedom to all God willing. Buy some new cushions and give us 12 hours, fam. Yeah, we're definitely going to go 12 hours, but I need the cushions. My back is hurting from all of this, all of these spaces, all of these interviews, but we do what we got to do. But appreciate the support. It is very helpful. It does help us do what we do. We have a very large team of people, me and Beatrix, and we try and give you that information in real time. We've got lots of news to go through. Let's put it that way. Let me just get this up. And lots of things to get through. Let's get into the conversation. And if you can let me know on the YouTube if things are working, let's get back in We're live on YouTube. We're live on X. Let's get into it. Just want to welcome. Let's see what's happening here. Just want to welcome Adam here. Want to welcome Joa, as always. Andrew, as always. Omar, as well. Appreciate you coming on as well. We're live. We're here. Lots to speak about. Lots to get through. Beatrix, are you... 1 second. Okay, Beatrix there? Maybe not. Okay, okay, so we're gonna need to get into the news.
Do you want me to give a bit of the news, Suleiman? I'm in the middle of some stuff, but I can just give
Yeah,
the news
just the last
quickly.
couple of minutes you had left that you wanted to go through what you were going through before.
Yeah, it's good to see Adam on the panel as always. DJ, who's now dropped only because I started speaking. Brother Omar, Andrew. Oh my God, Adam, you've missed it. We've called Jonah's new name is DJ Davos Joa DJ. Okay, so let me go to the news. It's good, isn't it? It's funny. Okay, let me just bring you up to speed on the main things you've missed, on the most important things, Adam. That was the most important, so you know who we're talking about. But I know these spaces can be a bit exhausting, so good to have you back. Okay, so look, the commander of the aerospace force in the IRGC says the enemy's repeated retreat. The enemy's repeated retreat. That means that Trump keeps backing out. Is the result of the people's support in the street for the fighters in the field. No kidding. The fighting continues until achieving the national and pan-Arab goals. The people's astonishing presence in the street has achieved field effectiveness, and this is the secret of the victories and the upcoming epics. Now, this is the commander of the aerospace force in the in the IRGC called Majid Musavi. And something I wanted to read to you is quite interesting, is this. Let me read this to you. Okay, so this is a post by the Iran's parliament speaker. And he says, and he's actually tweeted this out, he says, Iranian people demand complete and remorseful punishment of the aggressors. All Iranian officials stand firmly behind their supreme leader and people until this goal is achieved. He says no negotiations have been held with the US and fake news is used to manipulate the financial and oil markets and escape the quagmire in which the US and Israel are trapped. So basically saying none of what Trump is saying has happened. Trump's lying because Israel and America are stuck, right? And also they're trying to manipulate the markets to keep the market steady. Now, this guy, right, is Iran's parliament speaker. His name is MB Ghalibaf, right? Donald Trump, remember that name, MB Ghalibaf, right? Donald Trump said on the Strait of Hormuz, it will be under I don't even know. I had such a headache today. When I read Trump's statements, I just thought, oh my God, this guy's going to take my headache to the next level because he's just so schizo in his statements. So he was like, you can say it's regime change because there's different people there now, isn't there? There's different people. I'm like, oh my God. And then he says that the Strait of Hormuz will be under joint control, possibly mine, me and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is. Like, what is going on? How did America elect him? So apparently Trump and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, are going to control the Strait of Hormuz. Trump, like not America, but Trump, two people, right? And the Ayatollah, but he doesn't know who the Ayatollah is, but they're going to control the Strait of Hormuz. And then he says there will also be a very serious form of regime change, but he's already, and this is all in the same hour, he says, well, you can say there's already been kind of a regime change because there's different people, so you just don't know what to make of it. But Jerusalem Post is saying that the discussions in Iran have been held with the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, the guy whose statement I just read to you, who's denying this. He's saying it's fake news. He's saying I never went near it. But the Jerusalem Post is saying, yeah, Ghalibaf made contact with America to start negotiations and express readiness for concessions. And Ghalibaf saying, no, it's fake. So Jerusalem Post saying yes, he did. Jerusalem Post is saying he made contact with America. He wants to sort this out. He wants negotiations, and he's saying no negotiations have been held with the U.S. and fake news is used to manipulate the financial and oil markets and escape the quagmire in which the U.S. and Israel are trapped. And then he made some other statement, some tweet he did about Iranian people demand complete and remorseful punishment, blah, blah, blah. He's not saying I did not do this. So I've got a bit of a question mark here because they have specifically named him. And I would have expected him to come out and say, I have had zero contact. Zero. Because he's saying no negotiations have taken place. So anyway, let's see. Donald Trump on the ultimatum points. He says no nuclear bombs, no nuclear weapons, not even close to touching them. Low profile restrictions regarding missile, peace in the Middle East region. We want nuclear dust up to 60% enriched uranium, no re-enrichment of uranium. If this happens, it'll be a great start for Iran to restore itself. And this is all we want. It's also great for Israel and great for the other countries in the Middle East and Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar and all of them, especially Kuwait and Bahrain. So it's good for everyone. So, Suleiman, can I just hand over to you quickly? I've just got a call coming in.
Yeah, and so breaking news, major breaking news. So as you know, that what happened was there was a situation where Trump has claimed that there were negotiations with the with the Iranians, and what happened was we had a situation where many people thought that the person who was negotiating was Galeb, and sorry, I'm butchering that, Galibaf. And people said Galibaf was negotiating, and he was the person that was negotiating on behalf of Iran. He's come out and said, "quote The Iranian people demand complete and remorseful punishment of the aggressors. All Iranian officials stand firmly behind their supreme leader and people until this goal is achieved. No negotiations have been held with the United States of America, and fake news is being used to manipulate the financial and oil markets and escape the quagmire in which the US and Israel are trapped." That is that. And Trump also just come out and said Trump announces he's putting a pause on his plan to commit massive war crimes in Iran in hopes that some sort of deal can be struck. So this is just the same news in terms of him reiterating it, in terms of the claim that that there is some kind of negotiations. This is crazy, major escalation. And just to clarify to the audience, Trump came out today. First of all, Trump came out, gave a 48-hour notice. He said the 48-hour deadline had been hit. I just want to thank Hussein Shafi for the super chat. He says, get beef for some headache tablets and got some back lotions for Suleiman's back. Good afternoon to you all. Let's keep hearing the good news. Well done, team. Yeah, I appreciate it. I do need some back lotion for this back. But anyway, back to the conversation. So Trump gave 48 hours deadline to into Iran. Said that, look, if you do not open the Strait of Hormuz in 48 hours, we are going to bomb you. We're going to bomb your desalination plants. We're going to bomb your power plants. We're going to bomb your energy infrastructure. Iran came out and said, listen, you try and bomb us, we're going to do the exact same thing to the GCC. We're going to bomb it back to oblivion. The desalination plants, the energy plants, every single thing will be bombed. Your allies in the Gulf states and Israel will feel the pain of your actions, your imprudence, your psychopathy, your sociopathy. They will feel the pain of all of that. The 48-hour deadline was meant to end today. And then what happened was the 48 hours deadline ends. We knew something was going to happen today. Either Trump had to fulfill his threat. He realized that Iran wasn't going to cede. He's then come out this morning and said, guess what? I'm negotiating with someone secret within Iran. I can't tell you who it is. And we've now done a 5-day extension on what we are saying, because we've done a 5-day extension on what we were talking about, and the reason for that is because there may be some kind of agreement. Now, many people thought that the information coming out was that the person he was negotiating with was Galibaf, and he's come out and said, no, there is no negotiation. Iran's come out and said there's no negotiation. Professor Morandi's come out and said there is no negotiation. All of this is fake news. Trump is just trying to manipulate the oil markets, the stock market, and that's the real reason he's saying it. We now have, that's basically where we are. That's where we are in terms of negotiation. There is distinct and different positions that are being relayed right now, and this is kind of the variance of the position. So we'll have to wait and see. I do think that they're lying. I do think that the United States of America and Trump is lying. I don't believe there's any kind of negotiations in place. Don't believe there's any kind of ceasefire in place. But let's wait and see. Let's see if Trump is telling the truth or whether Iran is telling the truth. So we're going to have to wait and see in terms of how things go. But that is kind of the latest news in this interaction. It is huge. It is major. Yeah, that's the latest news in that regard. Yeah, let's get into the conversation. Let's get through this and let's see what everyone's got to say. Let's go to Andrew first. Andrew, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Suleiman, Beatrice, panel speakers. For 23 days, we've been analyzing this like a massive jigsaw puzzle with thousands of pieces all over. These days, we've been putting these pieces into place piece by piece, and we're drawing a clearer and clearer picture that the United States of America is losing this war, militarily, geopolitically speaking, financially speaking, and it's clear. Only someone who may be feeble-minded or is a paid Ziobot would disagree with that. Iran is in the driver's seat. Iran is winning this war clearly. China is involved. Russia is involved. We're now witnessing a major geopolitical shift where the United States of America and its hegemony in the Middle East is the power player here and broker in the Middle East. That is not true. We saw it happen clearly when the United States removed its fifth fleet presence footprint in the Persian Gulf. We saw it clearly when the United States tried to exert its muscle with the carrier ancient dinosaur battle groups that are outdated, and they had to remove and openly. And then now we saw it clearly. Suleiman has laid this out to all listeners in this space that come on here. Please subscribe and share the space, but more importantly, also the YouTube channel. Suleiman Space up there. He has a YouTube channel. Don't just say, yeah, I'll get around to it. Get up there, subscribe to the channel, because that boosts the algorithms for YouTube. And don't just look at the video and turn it off, but let it stream, because the more time that's watched. But also, more important, Suleiman has backed all of this up. I hear over and over again in the spaces, people come on and say, well, what about that? And Suleiman, it's really like, have you watched the video? There are archived hundreds, I think, I want to say close, but 50, 60 deeply archived videos where Suleiman has gone into speaking with military analysts, experts, with financial experts in analysis, with geopolitical experts in analysis, and that's all posted there. So what I'm going to wrap it up by saying this: we're seeing it fall into place. Iran is in the driver's seat. United States will not control the Straits of Hormuz. No, Iran is controlling it. China is definitely involved in this, and the power players. And we're going to see this shift. And now, of course, Trump has to come off with this. We got to make a deal, because this is what's going to stop the insanity. There's no way he would have in any way be allowed to take out all of Iran's infrastructure and electrical grid, because believe us, we know that Iran would have come back with a massive retaliatory strike, taking out all the desalinization plants in the GCC, and this would have completely brought the world into a cataclysmic, I'm talking apocalyptic biblical ending here. So, Suli, thank you. We're staying on top of it. God bless you in your work. Please support him. Don't just play lip service to this. Go up. I don't care if you put $1 in the kitty or what you can give, because this man is working tirelessly 24/7. And Beatrice, they come on here 24/7. He is not being paid for this. He's been demonetized, but he's in the fight to fight the good fight. He brings in these analysts and he's pouring his heart into this. So put some time into this, please, people. Thank you, Suleiman. Keep fighting the good fight. Yeah, a blessing. God bless you all, and you're working hard on this.
Appreciate you as always, Andrew. Thank you so much for your kind words. It does mean a lot. Let's go to Brother Omar. Brother Omar, what's your thoughts? And then we'll go to Adam as well after that.
I mean, Andrews said it perfectly well, and the interview said it all. And when you have Trump coming on the news saying the Strait of Hormuz will be controlled by Ayatollah and myself, what more do you want me to say? Honestly, brother, there's really nothing to say, man. This is just coming to a total chaos, and there's nothing they can do about it. America's bent on its knees, and this is going to be a prolonged war. I mean, people are saying it's going to finish next week, next month. I don't see any of that happening. But let's see what everybody else has to say.
No problem
Appreciate
whatsoever.
it.
No problem. No, appreciate your thoughts on that. Adam, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts and any bits of news you want to add as well.
Yeah, hey guys, pleasure to be back on the panel. Hope you're both doing well. Yeah, so my thoughts are twofold on this one. One is Trump is desperate for a deal. As I've been saying from the start, it's Iran's already won in terms of, they've checkmated him in terms of all the moves that he can do, every escalation that he puts in. Iran has a countermeasure in place that will cause like an economic collapse. So he's just been flailing around like a headless chicken, despite the fact that it's Iran that has been bombed and had its leadership martyred. But it's America that's been flip-flopping over and over again. But the other thing is that he's making a lot of money out of this. So it's not, it's like he's incompetent and stupid and all that stuff. He's a fat, unfunny orange clown, but also he is somewhat stupid like a fox because he's profiting so much out of this.
Disavow. Orange Lives Matter.
No, I'm a bigot. I'm a bigot against the orange life here, fake orange life. So yeah, he engineered like a $3 trillion trade, within a couple of hours. Like so I've got the stats here in front of me. So at 7:04.
Oh, really? He actually put a trade in. Go ahead, Adam. Explain.
No, he didn't put a trade in. In terms of someone who put a trade in, like there's someone there was 2 minutes before the Iran post came out, someone purchased 42,000 lots in a single trade, and that made a profit of $500 million in half an hour for whoever bought that. And there's other posts I've seen of similar suspicious trades being made, but nothing's been proved conclusively. But I've got the stats in terms of like this fluctuation, how crazy it was, because there was like a $3 trillion swing in just 56 minutes. So at 7:04 a.m., Trump said the US and Iran have had productive discussions. And then by 7:10 a.m., so like 6 minutes later, the S&P 500 was up by $2 trillion. That's like $2 trillion in like 6 minutes. And then 27 minutes later, Iran denied all of the claims and lost $1 trillion in market cap. So that's a $3 trillion swing in just 56 minutes there. And so yeah, you add that with these other suspicious trades that have been going on. It really does make you wonder what has been, if it's, how much profit's been made by Trump. Because on Friday he said that the war's over, basically they've achieved all of their goals. And then on Sunday he made his 48-hour ultimatum, and then on Monday he takes it back again. So he declared victory on Friday, he escalated on Sunday, and now he's surrendering on Monday and declaring it's over again. And this flip-flopping, it's all perfectly timed for the market. So right now he's extended his ceasefire basically on energy infrastructure until the market closes again this Friday. So everything's perfectly timed for that. And it brings one thing to the analysis, which is he obviously has pain points, not the humanitarian cost, not the morality, not human justice or international law. It's the price of oil and the stock market and bond yields specifically, because bond yields are really spiking. And that would have sent like mortgages to over 7% at least and beyond. So it seems that when these things get triggered, he steps in, and now it's a case of which one matters more, the markets or Israel? Who's more in charge here? And I think that's the thing I'm watching. I want to figure out in terms of improving my own analysis going forward. Uh, yeah, so that's interesting because every single time the markets have spun out of control, he's stepped in to declare victory and try and talk it down. And now with all these comments that you, Khaleesi, Andrew, and Omar, everyone's been mentioning the news that's been coming in. He's said that he's going to control the Strait of Hormuz of the Ayatollah, or the Ayatollah will control it, and maybe he will too. But the fact is, he's saying Ayatollah. He's saying the future. What happened to regime change? That's completely been given up on. I thought he was going to. I thought there were going to be no more Ayatollahs, but no, that's completely gone. And I mentioned that within the first week because he did say in the first week that he's okay if Iran doesn't have a religious lead. So if Iran has a religious leader and also has an undemocratic leader, in his own words, according to CNN's chief political correspondent. So yeah, so that's just again reiterating the fact that he's completely given up on regime change, and now they're talking about they've destroyed their ability to enrich uranium. They've destroyed their ability to create missiles. Even Netanyahu repeating that stuff, and you just see that both of them are declaring victory as much as possible, and it's on Iran now. So Iran is the one that decides when this war ends, basically, and they've said there are no negotiations. They've tried to frame Ghalibaf for the Iranian parliament speaker as taking part in the negotiations. I've seen some people posting pictures of him apparently landing in Pakistan. People are saying those are old images being recycled. I'm hesitant to believe Israeli sources on anything. And he denies it as well. And he says, this is all fake news. And Iran's stance is that it's all fake news, and this is, time for this is market manipulation. So it's really up to Iran to show America and Israel a lesson here, and take as much concessions as possible, because they can take a lot more pain here, it seems, because they're not the ones who are stepping in every time the bond yields and oil prices go too high and the stock market starts going too low. They're not bottom. That's they've been living under decades of sanctions. It's we now, citizens of the world, are the ones experiencing the sanctions that they've been living under for decades. So they're used to this stuff. And the Middle East is running out of interceptors, and their radar system has been degraded to the point they don't really have any early warning detection. And we saw over the weekend Israel get hit so hard in its precious Dimona area, where it's supposed to be super protected because that's where its nuclear facility is. And the fact that Israel's able to Iran was able to penetrate that so easily and cause so much devastation and destruction shows that the air defenses are severely degraded. And Israelis are reporting on the ground that when the interceptors, when the sirens go off and the Iranian missiles start landing, they are consistently hearing the sound of Israeli jets being mobilized into the air to assist with the interception of missiles, because that's how low the interceptor stockpiles have gotten. So they're conserving them as much as possible, and they're using the Israeli Air Force now as the Iron Dome. So the Iron Dome is the Iron Dome right now, and they're using jets instead to assist them. So the situation, tactically on the ground, strategically, negotiations, I think it favors Iran heavily, and it's on them to decide. I would say I'm hesitant to trust America, because now they've started a war with Iran twice now. The Epstein coalition, Israel and America, during negotiations, this time during 3 rounds of negotiations, and being told by America that, promising developments have been made, and, fluffing them up and acting like they're negotiating in good faith, and then bombing them in the middle of it. So yeah, a lot of people are saying that Iran should, only make a deal after defeating them militarily. And some people are saying that it should be total capitulation for a deal, or without needing to go through all that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that one, but I do think it will lead to, lifting of sanctions and other concessions being made towards Iran. And that's what I think all this stuff that's been happening, Trump's constant tacos, his constant U-turns, and his constant declarations of victory from day one, and the market's going crazy, because the market's going crazy show that Iran has the economic leverage. It has won the economic war. It has checkmated Trump and the Epstein coalition economically, which is, truthfully the only thing that matters. So it's very intelligent what they've done, because they haven't been so much targeting, Israel's sites. They've been targeting they've been keeping the pressure up on the world trade of energy and fertilizer and petrochemicals, and most things that matter and are important for sustaining life. So yeah, that's why I think it's headed. I think it just shows another victory for Iran, another loss for Trump, and there are some people who say that it represents a victory for these murky powers that be that operate behind the scenes, that are going to capitalize upon the trillions and reconstruction and energy flows, and at our expense, and yeah, it's a victory for those people too, because Europe is going to be impoverished for this. And I'll land on this. I'll finish off on this one. It's so if the war ended today, it's going to take at least a year of entrenched poverty, inflation, and economic destruction to fix. And that's that's permanent, because imagine remember after 2020, after COVID, and also if you're a European, after the Ukraine war, it's materially affected our lives for the worst. And we've recovered. We've recovered from COVID. We've recovered kind of from the Ukraine war, but it's permanently made our living standards worse. And that's what's happened now already so far, just for these few weeks of this war. And that's, we're barely a month into it. So if this was to last months and months, consider that a collapse, an economic collapse of the West. Consider that, imagine COVID times 10, a mix of the COVID, Ukraine war times 10. That's what is coming if this is prolonged. And like I said, if the war ended today, it's going to hurt us for a long time. Like I've seen reports of at least 40 critical fuel infrastructure sites have been hit, which is a serious problem. And the IEA's chief Faith Byrol warned that damage to energy infrastructure across the Middle East will take a long time to repair. And yeah, more than 40 Middle East energy assets have been severely damaged. And he said the fallout from the Iran war is equivalent to 2 major oil crises of the 1970s and the 2022 gas crisis put together. So that shows you how severe it is already. The Trump and Israel have already screwed us all over. Everyone listening and everyone everyone you care about. And if it's true that Israel is acting out, the attack on the Fars gas facility, and also this attack where it caused the blackout a couple hours ago, half a day ago, whenever it was, recently in Karamabad, Karamshah. I can't remember the exact location, but they caused, attacked an energy facility and caused a blackout in Iran. If it's acting out like that, that is them not giving a single toss about the people of the world, trying to escalate this, acting like a mad dog. And we have had reports that that's going on, whether you believe that or not. The Epstein coalition as a whole does not care about us. They've already harmed us irreparably and permanently, economically. That's going to hurt people materially for a long time. If some people will be forever. So this already has had a heavy cost, and that's what is at stake. If this continues, that's a collapse. That is a collapse. So Trump deserves to get impeached. He deserves to be removed from power and arrested, in my opinion. He's a war criminal, And I knew I said a land, so I'll just land on this one final point, which is he's a war criminal and he's announcing his war crimes in advance. He said, "I'm going to strike your energy facilities." That's a war crime. That's illegal. That's illegal to do. But he announces it publicly that I'm going to plunge you into darkness and destroy your energy facilities. That means incubators get cut off and babies asphyxiate to death. That means hospitals go dark and people die in their beds in pain. That means all kinds of different life sustaining and critical functions get cut off and people die. Innocents, civilians. It's a genocidal act, actually, technically. And so and he announces it publicly and no one cares. It's makes him a war criminal. So let's land on that. So those are my thoughts. Cheers, Sully.
Thanks for that. But more big news. Let me just read it. Trump has given another press conference. So let me read out the information that's come from that press conference. Trump is on a major media tour right now in order to try and save the financial market, it seems. So I mentioned that the man Trump claimed was negotiating came out and said Trump is lying. Trump announces he's put a pause on his plan to commit massive war crimes in Iran in hopes some sort of deal can be struck. He said they bragged about having material to make nuclear weapons. That was supposed to deter me, but it didn't deter me. It made me more anxious, and it just made it much more important, this mission that we're all on together. Well, just you and Israel. Now, Iran has one more opportunity to end its threats to America and our allies, and we hope they take it. Trump blames Hegseth for the Iran war. He says, Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. You said, let's do it. So he basically said Pete Hegseth was the first one who spoke up for the war. Trump on Iran negotiations. He said, we are now having really good discussions. They started last night a little bit, the night before that. He said, Trump continues to lie about the negotiations. He said, very good discussion with Iran. This time they mean business. Trump does not want to call it a war because he is losing. Democrats call this period of time a war. We call it a military operation. Trump, the leaders during this time are, as you want to say, they're in a never land. Schumer is gone. I mean, he's Palestinian. He should be fighting on the side of the Palestinians. He's actually become a Palestinian leader. He used to be pro-Israel. So what happened to the whole Gaza peace plan? Trump says the US is now respected after attacking Iran. We are in a position we haven't seen. We're respected. Our country is now respected all over the world. A year and a half ago, we were a laughingstock. The King of Saudi Arabia told me. I told you about these colleagues, man. Okay. Let me see if there's any more on this press conference. person saying it. Are you sure? Let me check.
I've double checked. I can't get sound.
Oh, okay, then I will refresh. Let's quickly refresh this.
Sorry about that, Joe. I wanted to get
No,
the
I appreciate it. Thanks for telling me that.
Yeah, no
'cause,
problem.
Okay, sorted. So sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like Israel would have leaked his name to sabotage it. They don't want a deal.
Yeah. So, I
I'm
mean,
just saying it's possible.
yeah. And I mean, look, I understand that you think that, and it is obviously anything's possible. I just think it's highly unlikely. Like, what would those negotiations look like? I mean, it's possible. Look, at the end of the day, negotiations are possible because at the end of the day, if the war ends now or the war ends in 5 months or 3 months or 1 month, all wars end by negotiation. So there's gonna be a negotiation. Like, to say that there'll never be a negotiation makes no sense. There'll be a negotiation, but the question is what are the parameters of that and when does that occur? Now, looking at
But he said regime change too, and I know Beatrix interpret that as, oh, there was some kind of regime change because there was a different leader now. But what if that's not what he's talking about? He's actually talking about this guy. Do you know what I mean? I'm just putting all the pieces and seeing which way it makes a puzzle. And this way it makes a puzzle. Israel released the name because they don't want it. Trump's talking about regime change, although there hasn't been regime change, and saying he wants a deal if this works out. What works out? Because that seemed like a very honest moment from Trump. If this works out, like what is the if this works out if he's not talking to anyone?
So what would the parameters of a deal be?
I don't know. This guy maybe has followers. He's apparently stepped up. Does he want power? Just who knows? Does he have some of the military that follows him? I don't know.
Oh, you mean a coup?
Yeah.
You mean an actual coup as opposed to a deal?
Yeah.
Which would be stupid because if there was a coup, why would he announce it publicly? That doesn't make sense.
But no, Israel would. He didn't announce it publicly.
He did.
He just said he's talking to people. Israel launched the name because they don't want that.
No, he did say.
I'm saying. Sorry.
He said he's talking to a leader, the real leader. He said he's talking to the real leader of Iran, who is popular and stuff. That sounds pretty cool.
Exactly. Like all the pieces fit together. That I'm not saying that's what this is. I'm just looking at taking all the pieces. Joe, how does this all match up?
I'm saying something else. I'm saying because he did announce that he was speaking to the leader, or he was speaking to someone, or as Ad said, real leader. He never announced a specific name. But if you really were partaking in a coup, you wouldn't be like, guess what, we're partaking in a coup with the real leader, because then you can basically get that leader taken out. Even if Israel hadn't announced the name, Iran would be on alert trying to find out who it is and figure it out because they're aware of the communication and such. So so why would he leak that if there was really an attempt at a coup is what I'm trying to say. Like, remember with Venezuela, they did the coup. Apparently the bodyguard was involved and one other person, and then they got the victory and then they announced it. But for example, if they were like, oh, guess what, I've got someone really close to Maduro who I'm speaking to, Maduro would be like, who is this person close to me? Do you know what I mean?
Because Trump thinks one step ahead. He doesn't think 3 steps ahead.
That's one step, bro. That's one step, which is don't announce that you're basically consulting with someone for a possible coup.
No, but he'll be like, oh, they won't know who I'm talking to. It's okay. And I need to lower the oil. And I need to lower the oil prices. So.
Okay, I think it's unlikely based on the things I mentioned.
I think so too, but if it happened, I wouldn't be surprised.
Sully, can I comment on this?
That was said.
No, I've been waiting.
1 second. Let's go to that girl first, and then we'll go. Go ahead, that girl.
Thank you so much. I did want to comment. I usually try not to do the hand waving thing, but when Joe was speaking, I had just something real quick to say on it. Of course, before I do, now I'm going to plug the YouTube guys. Please go. Okay, so you put your video up with Larry Johnson already? Good. All right. So you guys go definitely subscribe to the channel. You can subscribe to the channel from the link of the video. Hit the like button. Hit the notification bell. Retweet. Reshare the space, and let's get everything moving on the algorithm. Okay. So and real quick to your interview, I really appreciated Larry Johnson explaining how with Iraq there was, a formation, a buildup of, military and weapons and everything there that took time. And that's why it seemed more coordinated, even though, of course, we should have never went in there. I'm not praising anything about Iraq. I'm just doing comparisons. And then today, you can't do that kind of stuff anymore because they see us coming. That's why this whole thing has been a mess and there's no planning to it. We should not be doing it at all. And just to respond to Joa, the reason why I don't believe this, now I want to be clear. I don't want to make it seem like, oh, no, Iran is Superman and nothing bad happens to them. Absolutely not. But I think that you learn from past mistakes. And I think they've been doing a very good job of ridding their government of, infiltrators, whether it be Mossad or double agents or traitors, period, because there was a report that came out of a name of a certain person. I can't remember his name. This was like earlier, like when the war first started, this particular step of the war first started, who they did find out was leaking information and doing all sorts of things. And they dealt with him appropriately, if you know what I mean. So I feel like they're kind of with it to the point where if somebody would be planning a coup or working with the American government to take over and all of that, I just kind of feel like they would be on top of that. They would know the signs to look for because they've had to do this. They've been doing this for a while, just flushing all of that kind of infiltration out. So that's the main response I wanted to give to that. I think they're very aware of who would be a possible traitor and all sorts of things. I think that Trump was just speaking out of his behind as usual. That I can see being true more than anything else. That's all I want to say. You can go to the next thing.
Yeah, someone was going to jump in.
Yeah, sorry. Hi, everybody. So I also think that it's highly implausible, the whole coup theory, for two reasons. The first is basically building off of what Sully said, that you wouldn't announce this at all if you were about to get a coup. Because okay, you're gonna sacrifice 1 week of you're gonna just for 1 week of oil prices, you're gonna sacrifice basically winning the war with a coup. And then for the second reason is if I was Israel, I would actually want a coup. Even if you don't want peace, why not let the coup happen and then mid coup, while there's all kinds of chaos and stuff, then you just keep bombing them. You know what I mean? It's just the more chaos and coup and government insurrection you have, the better if you're Israel. And then the last thing too is just the deadline of 5 days is highly suspicious, and it all just fits together actually in a puzzle in the other way, in my opinion. You come out with this 48-hour threat, you get everyone all worried, everyone's panicking, oh my God, the world is ending, all the energy is about to get taken out. And then Monday, you come out and make everybody feel better. You smother everyone with relief by saying oh yeah, we got this deal, because he's already BS'd so many times. He really needed a more elaborate one to get the markets to believe him. And then 5-day deadline, you bought yourself some time until the markets close. That's all I had to say.
Joe, I
Thank
want
you
you to respond because we've actually got a super chat, and I think you're becoming the new Monkas of the space. The chat is going wild about you. This is it. This is to you, Joe. This is such a stupid take. Galibaf is the guy running the IRGC now, so talking to him is talking to the regime. Not sure what Joe is talking about.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying that this is what I believe. I'm just saying, any analyst has to look at all sides, right? And that's simply what I'm doing based on what Trump said, and based on the fact that I don't think Israel would want this person because he still is a hardliner, although maybe he could possibly have a deal with the US where they do open the strait. Who knows? I'm just saying Trump's rhetoric was strange to me, where if this works out, sounded very authentic to me. So they're doing something. They're not doing nothing. So what is it that they're doing? Either they are talking to someone and no one's admitting it, or he's not, or he's planning to attack them and thinks that he'll open the strait. One of the three, right? I can't think of any other one, right? So I'm just adding a new layer that, do they have someone there? It wouldn't be the first time America does this either, right? They've done this before with other regimes. So I'm not putting anything out there that's crazy. Although we believe it's improbable, even I believe it's improbable. I'm just saying, could this be it? Let's keep our eyes open for anything else that could confirm or deny this theory. That's all I'm saying.
Appreciate that, Joe. We and just a
My,
couple of super chats. Thank you for all your hard work in exposing the truth. Please do not mention my name. I appreciate it. We won't. Thank you so much for the support. It means a lot. And saying you're doing it, and then another super chat saying you're doing a great job. I was someone who knew very little about geopolitics, but because of you and Beatrix and your amazing panel, I have started to learn the truth. You're open to all views. That helps me understand all sides, and I debate with facts with people in my circle. In my circle, may you all be rewarded. You, Beatrix, Simon, Adam, Andrew, and all the panel members are always in my prayers. Jazakallah. Thank you so much for your amazing comments. Thank you so much for supporting the space. Let's go to Will. Will, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Thank you, Suli. Likewise. I have a question for Adam, and correct me if I misheard, but you said that even if this war was to hypothetically end this week, the macroeconomic damage and supply chain damage has been done, and certain people would be, hurt by this for years, if not for the rest of their lives. Can you dive into that? 'Cause I'd be curious to know more about what you, why you think that.
Yeah, sure. So, in terms of like the actual fallout to repair that, it's going to take months to like a year at least to repair, because the Middle East energy assets, at least 40 of them, have been severely damaged. And the IEA's International Energy Agency's chief there said that this is going to take a long time to repair, and also compared it to at least two major oil crises and also the major gas crisis of 2022 put together. So repairing that damage and then the time it takes to get all the fuel back online, that's going to be felt in terms of inflation, and in everything, in prices of most things. And that the people who I said are going to be affected, for the rest of their lives, some people, it's people on the poverty line, who lost their job, got laid off, couldn't afford, that procedure that they needed. Their business failed. They couldn't keep the lights on. They couldn't keep up with the costs. Like, that's what happens in people's everyday life. That's the everyday cost of these, these senseless wars and all the economic damage that's being done, because it is being done. And so I compared it to the COVID 2020 and the Ukraine war, because those did ruin a lot of people's lives. It isn't talked about. You're not supposed to talk about it. But people who aren't financially, cushioned, they feel it the worst, and they're ignored, and we don't talk about them. The working class people, um, you know, these decisions that get made by politicians who never have to feel the repercussions get felt by people who have no savings in the bank, or maybe they're in debt, or maybe they're overwrought, or maybe that they're struggling to run a small business and struggling to get over the profit line and all that stuff. And we don't there's myriad different scenarios that people find themselves in their lives where one bad thing, uh unexpected expense or something like that knocks them off course. And this is a massive shock to the system, just like COVID was, just like Ukraine was. And I'm saying it's as bad. It's going to be as bad as like the shock that we felt from Ukraine war. Because when you look at the costs of gas, fuel, everything in Europe, especially, it's gone to the moon. We're a lot more exposed to this than Americans are. And Americans, you're already seeing this flow through into in the price of your gas. It's a lot worse. It's a lot worse in Europe. So that's what I meant by that. It's just people who are economically vulnerable. They're going to be suffering from this for a long time. In
So
my
you think
opinion.
that you think that even if the strait was to open up next week, hypothetically, it's still
Yeah.
going to take time for the prices to go back to what they were before, um,
Yeah.
as well as the printing that is likely going to happen in order to pay for this war.
Absolutely, because it'll take weeks and weeks to get the oil and gas facilities back to maximum capacity. And and this was before all the damage got done to them. Just by turning them off, it takes a while to turn them on, especially for gas. But when the damage has been done, and when the supply chains get degraded as they will be, and they have been, it takes time to rectify. It takes time to fix those things. And Europe, we're going to be exposed to higher prices, getting gouged by America for LNG, because the LNG market especially is going to be taking a while to turn back on, because it was like the optimistic timeline for Qatar to turn their gas back on was like 4 weeks. That's probably extended now, after damage has been done to their assets. Yeah. So in general, and then you have like the inflationary impacts as well, that how that affects supply chains and businesses. That's going to be felt more pronounced with smaller businesses. Because large businesses obviously can absorb the shock, but that shock, isn't as well absorbed by people who are small and even to medium businesses. And there'll also be people in certain industries that are more exposed, that are more reliant upon this stuff, more energy intensive, or just tangential to the energy flows, energy industries. That's going to have knock-on effects for those people who are running those businesses, those people who are served by those businesses, and those people who are employed by those businesses as well. So yeah, it's going to be, we live in a very interconnected, the codependent economy, right? And I'm sure you know all this. But yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Thank you.
Just want to welcome Robert onto the stage. Always appreciate Robert and Darkside coming on and giving the analysis. Robert, thanks for taking your time out to join us. How are you?
Hey, good morning, everyone. It's been quite the ride in markets.
It's a roller coaster ride. If you can explain to the audience, many people think, I just interviewed ex-CIA who believes that Trump saying all these things is just for the market and that's the sole purpose. But if you can kind of explain to the audience this roller coaster ride that's going on in the market and what, the implications of it.
Yeah, so Trump walked back the threats on Iranian energy infrastructure. That was like 4:30 a.m. Pacific, so 7:30 a.m. right before the markets open, when liquidity is quite poor. What that means is not a lot of capital is trading in the market, and therefore you get bigger moves more easily. So pretty strategically timed kind of walk back there this morning. The S&P 500 pumped like 3.7% in the matter of like 15 minutes. I mean, it was just like an unbelievable move in the S&P 500. The global equity market benchmark was pumped like it was a meme coin. Then, of course, a couple minutes later, Iranian news came out and said that it was fake. S&P 500 sold off by almost 2%. These, we're talking like $1 trillion moves in terms of market cap. About 2.5 trillion up, and then like 1.5 trillion down in that second move lower. So you're already talking about $3 trillion of value that just kind of like, it came back and then it disappeared. So these the moves back and forth are really, really immense. Obviously, we also had pretty big moves in oil as well. Oil sold off quite significantly on that news. Bond yields came in quite a bit. Although I want to point out that the bond market is really, I think, what the ultimate arbiter is for Trump. Yeah, he probably doesn't like the fact that the stock market is crashing. I don't think he likes that, but I think that really what gets his attention, just like with April and Liberation Day, is the bond market. In Liberation Day, we had bond yields go vertical. We're not quite in that territory here in America, but other countries like the UK definitely have severe issues with their bonds selling off, pushing interest rates higher. And I think the bond market is really the ultimate kind of arbiter of truth. I think more so than the equity market. And if you look at bond yields, they're basically like the 30-year is not too far away from where we closed on Friday. So really not, earlier, it'd come in a bit. But if you look right now, it's, within maybe 2 basis points of where it closed on Friday, meaning that in the bond market's view, which arguably those, bond traders are a little bit, I don't want to say more intelligent, but they're more clued in on kind of more complicated and dynamic forces when it comes to macroeconomics, for example. They're basically indicating, yeah, like all of this, it's just noise, right? We're really nowhere too different from where we were on Friday when it was looking like the US is going to strike Iranian energy infrastructure and then Iran is going to retaliate. Really, like in the bond market's view, nothing much has changed. And I think that that's, an important signal. The equity market, I think it's only a matter of time before these people start to realize, number one, that, it's not really up to America, arguably. I would argue that, Iran really holds the cards here. They have basically complete control over the Strait of Hormuz. It's been 3 weeks, and America, with potentially or allegedly the greatest navy in the world, has not been able to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of oil transit. The fact that America hasn't been able to do that, I would argue Iran really kind of has the world economy, not just the West, and our, U.S. being a net exporter, we are, less hurt by energy disruption, but we're still very hurt, as I talked about the other day. Really, this is, the global economy is at Iran's control. They have it in a grip. And so I think that's only a matter of time before markets start to wake up to that reality that America is not, this omnipotent being that can just go around the world and do whatever it wants, enforce its will, at will. I think that's only a matter of time before the markets wake up to that reality, and also wake up to the reality that, this taco talk, right, of Trump, that, it's all kind of a ploy to manipulate markets. I think once, if you're an equity trader on Wall Street, and you bid up stocks because Trump put out the earlier post about walking back the attacks, and we're talking with them, and all the rosy language. If you bought stocks on that, and then 2-3 days later you come to find out he lied, right, and he did exactly what he said he wasn't going to do, you're going to feel played. And you should, right? You're going to feel like, wow, I was a sucker to believe what he was telling me. And so I think that kind of only lasts so long. There's only so much rope or latitude, right, that market participants are going to give to Trump when they constantly get burned. I mean, remember back last year, Trump was saying, "Oh yeah, we're not going to attack Iran. We're not going to, we're pulling back. We're not going to attack the nuclear infrastructure." And then, like 2 or 3 days later, right, we were bombing. So I think that both of those are really, really important. And I think that turning point is when markets get really ugly. I think that when the markets wake up to the fact that Iran is arguably holding the cards, number one, and number two, that these kind of taco things from Trump are just like blatant market manipulation, as the Iranian forget foreign minister, one of them, like they're openly talking about it, which I think is really, really notable. And I follow a lot of like OSINT accounts for updates, on what's going on. even they're waking up to it, right? Like even they're talking about, oh, markets open in an hour, or, 5 days from now. Oh, that's, when futures close. And like even they're waking up to it. And that's not their world, right? Markets is not their world. They are getting a crash course in markets, and a lot of us kind of getting a crash course in geopolitics. But it's just funny to me, like once you have that moment where everyone just kind of realizes at the same moment, like, oh, this is all just fugazi. It's all just, market manipulation and lies. Once you get that moment, I think that's when things get really, really ugly.
And so,
That was also a good.
sorry, go ahead, Adam.
No, go ahead. No, just on that question. Oh, he dropped. But Will was asking the impacts on people in general, but that stuff about the bond yields
No,
in the UK as well.
He's still here.
Oh, okay. I can't
And just
see
want to
him.
welcome
But
Gary
yeah,
as well.
yeah. Yeah. So yeah, the bond yields, the costs, for people who are on tracker mortgages and people who are trying to get mortgages, that's your monthly cost going up right there. And they're already pulling out loads of mortgages from our market, and for the UK, it'll take a while to respond to that. It's already worse than the Liz Trump debacle, unfortunately. But yeah, that was
And
it.
you have adjustable rate. Yeah. Yeah, and here in America, right, like we talk about the Fed, you hear the news talk about the Fed. What really matters is not what the Fed is doing or what the 1-year bond yield is. What really matters is what the 10-year US Treasury yield is. That is what affects you. Your credit card interest rate, if you get a personal loan or a business loan, those are priced usually off the 10-year. If you get a mortgage, that's priced more off the 10-year. And the 10-year is much more sensitive to inflation rather than, say, the 1-year, the 2-year, the short end. The longer end of the yield curve, very, very sensitive to inflation. And I would just point out that, like, yeah, again, we're definitely going to get a bout of inflation. But I think what matters way more is on the other end of that, the demand destruction. I put together a thread that I'll put in the comments, but to destroy 15, and that's optimistic, right? 15 million barrels per day. That's kind of like on the rosy side. I would argue the disruption could very easily be 18 million barrels. You're talking about an economic slowdown akin to the 2020 COVID lockdowns, right? In order to destroy, I mean, you can't print oil. If 18 million barrels per day are gone because of attacked refineries, shut-ins, as Adam was talking about earlier, damage to refineries, the Strait of Hormuz pipeline maybe being hit, Yanbu, right, Fujairah, 18 million barrels per day of supply just went offline. It disappeared, and you cannot print more of it, meaning that demand or consumption for energy has to fall by 18 million barrels per day. Well, what does that look like? That looks like COVID, where, in the depths of the COVID lockdown, 22 million barrels per day. That's what COVID, and remember, during COVID, the US economy shrank in that same period of time. The US economy shrank by 32%. So a third of the greatest, the biggest economy in the world, a third of it just disappeared in Q2 of 2020. That's what destroying that much demand for energy looks like. That's what is required. And I think that given the fact that oil is so inelastic, I think that Brent at 100 right now, front month future, like I think that is probably severely mispriced. In order to destroy that much demand, I think you're talking about like $200 Brent, maybe even higher. And so yeah, I again would recommend that folks look at the thread I put in the comments. That is what it takes. I mean, you can't print oil. If 18 million barrels per day are gone, well, that means that because you cannot print more of it, 18 million barrels worth of consumption or economic activity, right? When we talk about supply and demand, when you hear the word demand, just equate it, just translate to economic activity. right? Because everything, is energy intensive, right? Relies on oil and refined products. When you hear demand, just think economic activity. Well, what is 18 million barrels per day a reduction of economic activity looks like? It looks very, very similar, almost as bad as Q2 of 2020 in the depths of COVID.
Appreciate it.
And so I think that move in bonds, right, or that move in markets is going to be way, way, way larger than the initial move where, right now bonds are worried about inflation, right? And we've had, I don't know, the 10-year up 35, 40 basis points, something like that here in America. That'll pale in comparison to when the bond market realizes, oh wow, 18 million barrels per day, or 15 million being optimistic, right, is just gone. I think that move is going to be the one to that'll kind of shake things, I guess.
And so, Robert, in terms of Trump saying the decision is going to be made in 5 days, he's kind of used his wild card. How do you think things progress over the next 5 days in the market?
It's I don't know. It's tough to say over the next 5 days. We were a bit oversold on S&P. We were a bit oversold, and the sharpest rallies occur in bear markets. So I'll just point that out. Now, the S&P is not
Yeah,
in a bear
silver and
market yet,
gold
but
were super down. Like silver, especially, was down like 50% almost. It went up to 120, then went down to 60, basically.
yeah. Yeah, and silver, is much more, or half of the demand for silver is industrial, right? Which plays into, okay, well, what is, making a play on gold is, monetary debasement. What are central banks, are they printing money, QE, all that kind of thing. But silver is much more dependent on, economic activity globally, right? Demand from the industrial side, and that is much more predicated on economic activity. Was the global economic growth picture look like? And again, like I think that most market participants, other than the commodity guys like Jeff Curry, are going on Bloomberg every morning and like screaming from the rooftop, this is really, really bad. They get it, but I think that the vast majority of stock market analysts have no clue how big of a disruption in the energy market this is. But, we could get, I would tell people we probably, if things are going to continue to get worse, you're going to get these kind of sharp bear market route. I know it's not bear market, but in that vein, right? Everyone gets short, right? Because there is a downward trend, right? You can follow the trend, make money. So everyone's getting short, and then some little positive news hits, and you get a short squeeze. Or potentially things in the options market could also, you could get kind of gamma squeeze, that kind of thing. You can get these kind of sharp counter trend moves, but again, if you zoom out, I think that we are headed lower. I just don't think that Trump really is, even if he wanted to. I don't think he's able to really end this, because you look at what are they demanding? They're demanding the U.S. to leave the Middle East. You think Trump is going to agree to that? They're also demanding reparations, right, for damage. You think that Trump is going to write him a check? Like, there's no way, in my opinion, that either of those two things happen. And I think that that there will, maybe they have the talks in Turkey, but I just don't see it resolving in a positive way.
Yeah, but Robert, the United States has already removed, I use the past tense clearly, its footprint in the Middle East, militarily speaking, from the United States Navy, which is our power projection abroad.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that Iran knows that they have us, by the neck. I think that they, my perception, and I'm not a geopolitical expert, but my perception getting a crash course the past couple weeks, is that Iran, Israel, and to some degree even the U.S. kind of look at this as, I don't want to say existential, but kind of like, all right, we're all in, right? This is we got it. We got to be strong now, right? This is the time. This is the moment. I think that all parties involved kind of look at it that way. We've kind of sunken cost fallacy almost, where we spent this much, right? Human blood, human treasure, right? Money. We spent this much, and this is kind of our shot. So in that event, I would, if I was Iran and I'm, trying to listen to what they are saying. Now they could be lying, right? Of course, just like any politician, but like from the way that they're talking in a very confident manner. And I think that, they have reason to be confident. Not only have, what they've done on an economic impact with the Strait of Hormuz effectively closed. They didn't need a navy to effectively close the most vital energy shipping route, arguably in the world. They didn't need a full functioning navy to do that. And I think they realized, wow, we got some cards here. We're not going to just roll over and accept whatever. Now, like I just, I don't see how Iran just kind of like rolls over here. I think that their cultural, I mean, again, my perception, I'm American, but here in America, we don't tolerate pain very well, whether it be, financial, economic, like we don't really like pain. And our political cycle is not really structured in a way that China, for example, or Iran, right? Our political structure, they're able to have a much longer view. Here in America, we're all, thinking in 2-year timeframes, maybe 4 years, right? But really 2-year timeframes. And so I think that like Iran is willing to tolerate a lot more pain than America is. And I think that like, they're getting hammered by airstrikes. But I think that they're clearly not degraded nearly as much as the administration is saying, right? Because I watch all day, every day, the incoming drone attack on Bahrain, or the ballistic missiles into Israel. Like I watch that every day, and there's dozens of these, a lot intercepted, but like they still definitely have capabilities, right? So yeah, they're getting hurt, right? They're definitely taking a couple losses, but like I think you net out everything from their perspective, and I think that they're quite happy with where things stand. And I think they realize, okay, like this is our one moment of leverage, and we're going to use it.
Yep.
That's just my take.
Yeah, absolutely. It's clear without beyond a shadow of doubt. We have a preponderance of evidence that we've hammered out these 24 days in the space. You're absolutely correct. Iran is in the driver's seat. There's no arguing. Only a fool would argue with that. That's the point. We either go into a cataclysmic, apocalyptic ending, the end of life existence, or we come to an agreement that's worked out. But since Iran is in the driver's seat, it'll be hammered out to their terms in the most favorable way one can imagine. Yeah, absolutely.
I think if you imagine you've got a boxing match and you've survived the first 2 rounds where they've been punching you heavily, and you're now in round 4 or 5, and you're continuously jabbing at the opponent and they're getting weaker and weaker. Why would you then stop that fight and let them come back at you in a second fight? You want to finish that fight there and then. It's really as simple as that. The Republic has the upper hand now. The Epstein regimes are on the back foot, and you can keep hitting them and get the maximum from them. But the other thing is that you have to weaken them to the point where they'll never come back. And I think we're still a long way away from that. As long as they're going to come back, then you're going to eventually be in a weaker position than if you continue now. So you have to balance that off. You have to balance off the benefit of stopping versus the longer term risk of them coming back with even more in the future. So it doesn't make sense to stop. I hope they don't stop. I hope they keep going, and I hope they keep pounding the Jewish colony to submission. It has to submit. It has to surrender. I don't think anything less than surrender is acceptable.
Yeah, absolutely. We all want that on to where Israel, the mad dog, is put on a leash, and understand that the United States comes to a point where they're brought into open derision. Agreements are signed. They fully give sanctions, reparations, establish, completely eliminate all presence in the forward bases established. That's going to happen. We're seeing it happen. We're seeing it happen, and it will happen. But we agree, brother. We don't want to say, "Oh, we're going to make a deal and come back." Absolutely.
Hassan, what's your thoughts on the development today? The conversation that Trump is claiming that there's a deal, that they're negotiating, and the Iran coming out and saying it's a lie.
I believe the Republic has been truthful till now. It's been truthful in terms of its threats, its warnings. It's been truthful in terms of its promises before this war started that it wouldn't give a ceasefire up easily. And I think it makes also. Look, the thing is, when you take out a country leader, especially somebody who's revered and loved and holy, you don't then suddenly go back to the negotiating table. I mean, my view is very simple. They've come and killed your family, and after, in the middle of negotiations, you don't get to come back to me and say, let's negotiate again. There's just no benefit to it. It makes absolutely no sense. It has to be submission terms given to them, surrender terms, and they have to surrender. I don't think there's anything else that's acceptable. There may be some kind of agreements given through third parties where they say, for example, all right, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do that. But in terms of negotiations, I don't personally see any prospects for negotiations. And if they do negotiate at this stage, I think it'll be very damaging to the Republic. So I hope they don't do it.
And even if it just drags on, right? Even if we don't see a huge escalation from the US or a huge escalation from Iran, right? Everything just kind of continues in a war of attrition that just kind of goes on and on. The SPR is only going to the IEA, excuse me. That's only going to last maybe 2 months, right, worth of oil. That's one of the offsets to the 20 million barrels taken offline by the Strait. Well, that one offset, the EIA, that only lasts a couple months. So if you can drag this out another couple months, boom, you just again added that 2 million barrels per day back into the negative supply shock, which means negative demand shock. And if they attack Yanbu and Fujairah again, which we know they have in the past week, then you just took another 3 million barrels back, and you're kind of basically right back to 20 million barrels supply shock. All they have to really do is just kind of drag this out for kind of war of attrition, status quo, nothing really changing for maybe another month, and it's a global recession, like all but guaranteed. It's baked in the cake. I would argue we're probably already there, but you drag it out another couple weeks, it's a guarantee that you're going to have a global recession. Well, what's going to happen in a global recession? Here in the US, our deficit on average goes up by about 7 to 8% of GDP. Well, that takes us to basically a 15% budget deficit as a share of GDP. That is essentially a margin call on the debt. The Fed will have to definitely come in to monetize and kind of backstop that private credit, kind of 5-ish trillion right there. That'll be in trouble in a recession. Credit spreads will be widening. You got to backstop that. You're talking about the mortgage market, that'll have issues, right? That's 10, 11, 12 trillion, whatever it may be. You're talking huge amounts of money that would have to be printed in just kind of a normal recession, right? Just a vanilla recession. And by the way, it's not just America. Most of the West is overly indebted. Here in America, we run a twin deficit. By definition, we overconsume. And a lot of us are very, very heavily indebted as countries, right? But also individuals too. Although the average American is actually, their leverage is actually not as bad as the government. We kind of kicked their debt issue, their debt load got absorbed to some degree by 2008, what the Fed did after. So we kind of kicked it upstairs, as Luke Gromen says, to the sovereign. And like if I'm just a nerd, I don't have a PhD, I work at Goldman Sachs, like I just find all this economics, markets, I just find it interesting. If someone like me can run through the math and go, oh, so even if we just kind of repeat kind of a vanilla recession, you're talking about, $4.5–5 trillion nominal deficit, because, revenues will be going down, expenditures up, automatic stabilizers. Like, that's bad. That's really bad. Oh my God. If someone like me can kind of come to these conclusions, you best believe people in Iran, they are not dumb. They are very intelligent, from the Iranians I know in real life. I think that they understand the financial impact, number one, with kind of markets, right? But I think they also understand the economic impact, right? If they can trigger, a recession, it'll require the Western governments to print a boatload of money. It'll make COVID look tame in comparison. So, I think that they are probably, it's not just the military angle. I'm getting more and more of a sense that within Iran, they understand not only the financial, right, the market impact, but also the economic impact too.
Which is huge. Let's get in Conscious into the conversation. Conscious, hope you're doing well. Give us the data.
Yes, thank you very much, Sulaiman. Yeah, I analyzed the data from yesterday to today, and I would like to give some kind of comments. The numbers did not change too much, so I will give some, overviews. So there is only a slow increase in the numbers for Lebanon. Iran figures went down a little bit in the number of injuries, I think because of governmental verification. And for the Gulf states, the numbers stay stable. So in total, I did today and this morning, I did for all countries, all reported incidents and for death and injuries. And I revised the grand total. I put all the today's numbers in the purple pill for a reference of the listeners. I'm not going to go through all of them. I will just make some highlights. So the overall grand total is between 4,200 to 5,500 deaths in all countries involved. For the injuries, I would say between 7,000 to 35,000 because there was a wide range of variations between different sources. The sources I used for the analysis are the same, but I did each country separately, all the incidents which were reported since February 28th. So they stand as Al Jazeera Tracker, Reuters, and I added yesterday Haaretz, in addition to the HRANA, the Human Rights Activists News Agency. But for the incident by incident, I went to specifically to the news sources. So I'm not going to go through all the numbers. I will just say the highlights for Iran. The number of unfortunate deaths is 3,230. The number of injuries, 19,320. For Lebanon, it's 1,030 deaths and unfortunately more than 2,800 injuries. For Israel, the numbers of deaths stayed similar to yesterday, 23, but the number of injuries, 4,710. And this is like in agreement to what Beatrix was saying yesterday. They could hide the number of deaths more than the number of injuries because of the hospitals, the news, reporters, they go to hospitals and get these numbers. But for the number of deaths, still stagnant. For the U.S., the number of deaths still 15 and the injuries 232. As I said, all the report is included in the purple pill with all the numbers. And if you click on it, you can go. I have been doing this for every day since the war started, so you can see it on my X account if you are interested in previous days and how the numbers evolve.
Thanks for that, Conscious.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Let's go to Tom. Tom, and then I'll go back to Robert because I've got a few questions for him. But go ahead, Tom. Okay, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, we hear
Okay,
you.
Robert, just back to you. Let me just drop him. He's probably not here. So a question to you. From the oil perspective, obviously the numbers are down at the moment. I know they've recovered above 100 already. Where do you see it going in terms of in the immediate future?
Well, Brent, I think if it continues, if the war continues at this rate, I think we're going to see a divergence between Brent and WTI. So Brent being kind of the benchmark for Asia and Europe, and WTI being the benchmark for America. I think you're going to see now. Normally that trades, with a small spread, maybe $3-4, something like that. I think that spread would widen. I think that the U.S. would probably end up enacting export controls and that kind of thing, which would be a band-aid on a bullet hole, in my opinion, but would probably be something that they try. So I think that spread is definitely going to widen. I think that we're going to see a dislocation or a fragmentation of prices, right? Just like we saw with silver, where Shanghai silver, the same silver, was trading $16-17 more per ounce than it was here in America. I think that kind of thing is likely to continue, not only with oil, but probably other commodities, over the next couple of years as we kind of de-globalize. I think that kind of thing is going to be more and more common. When it comes to Brent, which I think is important one to talk about, maybe not so much WTI, Brent, the thing to remember with Brent is, we talk about the price in dollar terms going up, but if you're in Europe, if you're in Japan, you can't print dollars, right? You can only print yen or euros. You earn income in euros or yen, right? Your whole life is denominated in your local currency. Well, if the price of Brent oil is going up in dollar terms by 10%, but your currency is also weakening due to the fact that your current account is getting squeezed, right? And the burden of higher energy prices is taking a toll on your economy and on the finance, the number side. You're going to be pressured. Your currency is going to weaken, and sure enough, we've seen the euro and the yen, and a lot of other net energy importers. We've seen those currencies weaken. But what that means is that Brent going up in dollar terms, it's probably much better to watch Brent in euros or Brent in yen, right, or South Korean won. I think that fully captures the squeeze, because you have to remember that if you're a net energy importer, for the traders, just think about it as you're short oil, right? Well, if you're short oil right now, look at the chart. You're probably not having a great time. So they're short oil, but they're also short dollars. And what has the dollar been doing? The dollar generally since the start of the war has been strengthening. So they're getting, and the reason for that being dollar denominated debts and commodity transactions, that kind of thing. The euro dollar system, right? Petrodollar, those kinds of concepts. They are short dollars and they are short energy as well, oil. And both of those are ripping higher. So they are getting short squeezed. And so I think it's much more important to talk about what, the price of Brent in dollar terms, if that goes to, I don't know, 150, 200, something like that. Remember, oil is very, very inelastic. What that means is the price has to go up really, really a lot to get you to stop using oil, right? Think about it this way, you still are probably going to go to work even though oil's up 40%. What oil price would it take for you to stop going to work, to stop putting gas in your car? It's going to take a much, much, much higher oil price. I remember 2022, right? Here in LA, premium went to like $8.50 a gallon. It was nuts. But, I still had to get to work. And the people I knew still had to get to work, right? We found a way. What that means, though, is again, you have to destroy demand. About 15 million barrels right now, by my math, that again, I laid out publicly. If I'm wrong, someone can point it out. But about 15 million barrels of demand per day have to be destroyed. So if oil is very inelastic, from what I found, about 0.1 is the short run price elasticity for demand. If it's 0.1, you're talking about like a $200 Brent in dollar terms. But again, these countries that are net energy importers, their currency is going to be weakening. So for them, it could be the equivalent of $220 Brent or $230 Brent, right? So I think that it's just physics. We have to destroy a lot of demand. And the reason is a lot of supply has been taken offline. Just a straight, that's 20 million barrels right there. Ganbu, yeah, you could add, right? Net, you could add another 3 million back in. So you're talking about 18 now. Well, the Fujairah pipeline, you could add in an increase about just 0.5. So now you're talking about 17.5 million barrels per day. The SPR releases, again, number one, they are only going to last a limited amount of time, but that's maybe another 2 million barrels. So again, 15 million barrels per day of demand or consumption of energy has to be destroyed. And the reason being that you cannot print oil. During COVID, we know famously that there was a huge imbalance between supply and demand for oil, right? The global economy just shut down, right? The U.S. economy here, GDP in the second quarter printed negative 31%, negative 32%. We shrank by a third in one, basically overnight with the lockdowns. Well, there was a severe imbalance between supply of energy and demand for energy. Well, if everyone's working from home, global economy shut down, demand or consumption of energy is going to plummet. And sure enough, it did. Well, in order to clear that imbalance, you had to have oil go negative $40, right? Like still something that kind of even today boggles the mind that oil went to negative, not like negative, a dollar or something, right? Like temporarily, it went to negative $40 per barrel to clear that imbalance. Now, with a demand shock, right? COVID was a negative demand shock. We had on the demand side, we had 23 million barrel per day demand decrease. Well, you can always print dollars to stimulate demand. That's no problem. If the Fed and the Treasury, right, if the policymakers wanted to, they could get together today and print $10 trillion to stimulate demand in an afternoon, right? If they really want to, then we airdrop it to consumers and no big deal. You can stimulate demand quite easily. You cannot print oil. And so, again, given the inelastic nature of oil and given the scale of this disruption, which is the largest energy crisis in modern history, 7, 8 times larger than the Russia-Ukraine war, you're talking about a much higher oil price. And again, that assumes that the war continues, but you're talking like a much, much higher oil price. But again,
Just before you go, let me just quickly. Oh, 1 second. Just let me quickly read these super chats. Appreciate your support. I don't know why the internet keeps going off. It's a bit weird. Okay, let me just quickly.
Nothing seems to play out like Trump is saying. So all evidence suggests that that is a complete lie, and Iran has dismissed it and ignored it. And you should expect to see some more missile barrages tonight. So I don't expect anything to change. And how did you? I listened to him. I saw him on the today. Trump on CNN live. I heard what he was saying. It was very, very disparaging of Iran, saying that for 47 years they've been an evil country. And in the same sort of interview space, like literally, he goes on from how they can't be trusted and how they wanted to dominate the Middle East and they wanted to nuke Israel, and all of the and how evil they were. And then in the last part of his message in the interview in CNN, he says, "Oh well, Mustafa Khamenei, he seems like a reasonable guy, and they seem like the leadership seems reasonable, and so we have already an automatic regime change there. So yeah, we can negotiate." This guy and his whole administration and everyone in the United States government cannot be trusted. And if I think that, and everyone in the panel I just heard thinks that as well, then how on earth do they think that the Iranians would ever agree to any sort of deal? And how can that be implemented or guaranteed? And all we're seeing from in the real world data is that actually the Strait of Hormuz is still semi-permeable. They've just taken into custody a US oil tanker just now, like an hour ago as well, because it tried to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. They've been exchanging fire in Tehran and in Israel. So nothing's changed. So in my opinion, all of this was just market manipulation by Trump, and you can see it in the ticker, in SPY chart and the other futures chart for the stock market, for S&P 500, and you could see all that. You could see it from the moment he did it. There was 5 minutes before he announced it, there was like $250 million worth of longs just put in, and then all of a sudden, boom! They sell the top as soon as Iran denies everything. This is like an hour later, and then they bag $62 million. It's in the Kobayashi letter, basically. You can see the post there as well, and it's very clear. And I saw it from the tape. I looked at the charts today, on the 10-minute and 15-minute. It was very, very clear. It was just sort of ridiculous. This is all market manipulation by Trump and his family and his friends and all the crony network that he is involved in, and he's just making things up. So and he tried to do the same. He tried to pull the same stunt like he did it to end the 12-day war. But this time, the Iranians don't seem to be playing along, and Israel certainly isn't playing along, because they decided to bomb again and again today, and Iran just duly retaliated, and they're and the spokesman said again, we're going to hit tonight. So It just means more turmoil for the markets, and this will just degrade the confidence of reporting by or the words of the United States government in the next in the future and over the next, certainly over the next few weeks of this war. And so, what will the markets trust? Will the markets trust Trump whenever he announces things like that? This is like crying wolf. So I don't think so. I think that the markets are now going to perhaps not be so reactive to them, to him, and then they'll just probably wait for confirmation. I can imagine that. So, and then I would say, if there's no confidence, if the market doesn't see confidence, then you're going to see a decline, and a decline in the stock market, and also a gradual increase in the oil price, grinding back up. This is a dip, thinking that the market's going the war is going to end and there's a light at the end of the tunnel. And this was displayed by the oil markets. It took a big dump, and now I think it's going to start to recover, go back up again. So I personally think, I agree with Robert in what he said, and some of the panel as well earlier. But I just think this is not looking good. And I think Iran, I agree with Hassan, I think Iran should just continue until they defeat Israel and remove until they impose their terms on Trump, because basically Trump even said in CNN this afternoon, he basically said, "Oh, Iran's not going to get anything. We've agreed on the fact that they're not going to get nuclear weapons. They're not going to get any money. We're going to fortify the American bases, all of that stuff." So everything that supposedly that Iran wants, which is obviously, if they're in a condition to ending hostilities, is reparations, removal of bases, lifting of sanctions, all of that. He didn't say any of that. It's the opposite. In most of them, he said it's the opposite. They're not going to get any money, fortify the bases, going to strengthen partnerships with the Arab allies. That's what he said, and secure Israel. So, and the safety of Israel, protect the safety of Israel. So all of that means that they are so far apart from what Iran is wanting as a condition to end this war. So they're going to continue. And even if he did come out and say, you know what, we think it's a costly endeavor to have all these bases on there. I mean, we're open to lifting sanctions for Iran if they can guarantee to us that they can not have nuclear weapons, then we could do that. If he said all this stuff, then then there is probably some sort of middle ground there that Iran could work with, right? Assuming that Iran is stupid enough to believe him, but there's no way they can guarantee that with him, because they break their rules. The United States, they never keep their promises. On top of that, this idea, now I was toying with the idea that Trump wants the US bases to be removed from the region, but actually the military industrial complex would definitely not want that, because then if you remove 17 bases from that region, then it justifies less spending for the defense companies, right? So why would they want that? No, they're not going to agree to that. So they're going to enforce and push and sort of bribe and manipulate the US government to keep those bases there. And that would mean a lot of revenue owing to them, because they will be the ones that are taking care of rebuilding those bases, restockpiling all the munitions there and all the equipment, very costly, expensive equipment. They see this as a $1.5, maybe a $1 trillion windfall, maybe at the end of this war. So that they need to restock up. So and they'll get that from the combination of the US government and the Gulf countries. So it's not in the defense companies' interests for the United States to remove their bases. So no, it doesn't matter what Trump says, and it doesn't matter what the negotiation team of the United States say. I don't think, because we know whoever holds the money and who holds the power, the lobbying power, are the ones that dictate the foreign policy of the United States. So that's my opinion. I don't think that's a negotiable thing. I was toying with the idea at the beginning, but then I thought, no, actually, instantly I would be short all defensive stocks if the moment that the United States announced that they're going to remove all bases, because that's what everyone would do. So that's what my thoughts are.
Well, and also, like, going back to the debt, and the debt picture here in America, you know, we went from a 2% budget surplus as a share of GDP before the global war on terror to about a 6.5% deficit as a share of GDP now. VA benefits went from 1.5 to 6.5% of tax revenue, right? So like the scale or the severity of the impact, negative impact, I would argue, on the government's finances, you know, from this kind of Middle East, you know, foreign interventionism, I think is also important because, ironically, you know, the reason that a recession would be so catastrophic here in America to not just the deficit, but kind of broadly speaking, is due to the debt, due to the leverage. Well, what is that? You know, that's just decades of accumulated overspending and under taxation, right? Running ever larger budget deficits. So it's all, you know, like to me, it's all kind of one thing. It's all kind of one story.
Yeah, absolutely, Robert. And also, when you look at it, it makes perfect sense. If you are a military-industrial complex that's looking to make money year over year over year, right? You want to be in perpetual wars, right? You don't want to resolve any country that you enter a war. You want to leave that country in a state of turmoil, so you can go back to them and supply them with arms, or you go back there and recolonize it or restart a war with them. So or arm their neighbors, because that's an unstable country itself. It makes perfect sense. You're not there to go to war for a regime change and clean that up and impose democracy and make that a safe and stable region. So that's what you would do if you were a defense company that is looking to make money year over year. It's like having these drug companies. They don't want to find a cure that ends a permanent cure for cancer. They want you to be on things like Ozempic, where they don't cure you for obesity in one go. They keep you on they keep you on lifelong medication to maintain your diet or to suppress your appetite. It's the same thing with antiviral, retroviral drugs. They don't aim to cure you of AIDS or HIV, but they keep you living in a sort of a comfortable state. But you need to take them every week or every day, whatever. So that's it's the same sort of capitalist model, crony capitalist model that the defense companies employ, but on a much more detrimental scale to society.
The world would be a utopia if Israel didn't exist. Just imagine that. You know, imagine there was no war and terror. There was no spending of $30 trillion to pacify the Middle East for them and uphold their relationships and bribe their neighbors into behaving. There'd be no ISIS and Al Qaeda, Al Nusra, and all these groups. You know, the Twin Towers would still be standing. It would be, you know, and all that oil and gas would have been freely tradable with the world. It'd be so cheap. Fuel and energy would be so cheap. But you know, instead we have this reality where you've printed to $40 trillion in debt and wasted the reserve status of the dollar, and completely deindustrialized the whole time. You know, so
Well, that's the
China,
irony. It's
yeah, go
the
ahead,
same
yeah.
thing. The dollar's reserve currency status has put us in a situation where our defense industrial base is so thoroughly hollowed out that, you know, like this prolonging this conflict and trying to, for example, provide, you know, effective naval escorts through the strait, you know, we can't even produce enough interceptors to make that viable without China's permission. You know, so like it's all like Triffin's dilemma. We're like an end stage Triffin's dilemma, and the stage 4 dollar Dutch disease, as Luke Gromen calls it. Like it's all, you know, it's all kind of coming to a head, and it seems to, you know, it's all interrelated in my opinion, and it's all kind of coming to its logical end state. That's why I think that it's I don't want to call it existential for America, but it's pretty close to existential for America, and to Iran and Israel. That's just why I think it's very unlikely to get, you know, a significant de-escalation.
Yeah, and Robert, to that point as well about the debt, and you were the earlier point. I mean, in 2000, the debt of the United States was around $6 trillion, right? And it was very, very manageable, right? Ever since the war on terror, 9/11 kicked off a $8 billion spending spree. On top of that, then it started increasing. The debt was 6 trillion, and the war on terror was 8 trillion. This is what they said, right? Since then, that whole 20 years, it wasn't, because we didn't factor in some of the other costs attributed to borrowing and supporting that war at the same time, and an economy that had to really sacrifice itself for that war, for this 20-year war, right? Instead of growing, instead of diverting money into infrastructure projects, the roads, the schools, hospitals, railway lines, all these things that you could have, that money could have been diverted, which would generate you extra revenue. Instead, you incurred extra debt and then the interest payments on the debt. And so in total, if you look at it, Robert, it probably actually, that war on terror and up until now has probably totaled up to like 20 trillion of the 39 trillion that you're in now in the United States. You know, and it's ridiculous, right? All just for wars, just so that and the idea of spending $13 million on a missile that explodes and just disappears out of reality. $13 million just goes up in flames per missile. It's just unfathomable. So this level of burning of money and energy, right? Instead of building society and humanity. But this is who controls the Western powers.
Yeah, since 2008, every dollar of debt that debt is not necessarily bad, right? If you go into, I don't know, 100K of debt to go get a medical degree where you can immediately start earning 200,000 a year, right? That's good debt. That's productive debt. If you look, however, at the return on each dollar of debt, right, which we can think of GDP. If you look at the return on each dollar of debt that we've gone into since, I ran the calculation a month ago. I want to say it was for the past 20 or 25 years. If you look at the return, it's only like 40 cents. So we are getting a negative return on each new dollar of debt that we're going into. And, this is kind of, to some degree, goes into the Reinhart Rogoff paper that's so widely criticized and whatnot, with higher debt load being less and less productive, each new dollar of debt being less and less productive.
Welcome to the welfare state. Welfare is never going to be productive, and that's where the bulk of the money in the budget goes.
Absolutely, totally agree. If you look at Social Security and Medicare, Medicare and Medicaid has grown 7 times faster. Outlays, right? Spending has grown 7 times faster than the U.S. economy going back to 1965. It's wild.
You've got the interest on the debt too.
Yeah, this is actually China's superpower, by the way. The one edge they have over a lot of Western states is that we spend our money on social welfare, where we just give money to the people. We give it for medical care, for food stamps, all this other stuff. China does corporate welfare, but that is actually capable of being productive. When they build a factory, when they do things to subsidize exports, that increases the exports, so they actually do see returns on that investment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, to be fair, as much as and this is one area that I have been kind of supportive of Trump. I understand you might think of me as a TDS person, but I'm not, right? Whether it be the tariffs and his desire to address the $1 trillion current account deficit, right, and reshoring critical industry. I am very supportive. I've been talking about issues in that realm for years now, years before Trump even. So I am very supportive. I think that we are going more towards if you look at the most ascendant economies in the history of the world, or at least modern history, 2 come to mind: China and Japan. Well, they had a very particular system, which is that they incorporated or unified monetary policy, fiscal policy, and trade and industrial policy all in one. Now, is that super laissez-faire free market capitalism? No, not really. but it is, at least, for Japan and for China, it was, what allowed them to be extremely prosperous, at least until the liberalization and, princes of the NIC, actually Richard Werner's down there. Um, Highly recommend everyone go follow Richard Werner
Even China's
for
model still
Those two
working.
countries, yeah, those two countries practice mercantilism, especially China does it very, very aggressively, which is they take in money and use it to subsidize their exports so that they can sort of take over the international markets for things like industry and strategic industries. And this was what all the countries used to do hundreds of years ago, which is why international trade was very limited, because every country wanted to sort of get an edge over the other countries because they looked at trade as an extension of national security policy and war and all these other things. But once we had the post World War II era where everyone was, at least in the sort of free world, the non-communist world, pushed really hard this sort of lowering of trade barriers, lowering of tariffs, and trying to maximize free trade. And this works until someone is a sort of game theory defector and you let a fox into the henhouse and someone takes advantage, which is what China does. And nobody really pushed back. Like, we only see a little bit of pushback now from Trump, and we're seeing like very slow and belated pushback from Europe. But when you look at just post COVID, what China has done to Europe as far as pushing massive amounts of exports and like starting to destroy like the European car industry and stuff like that. It's crazy that people have not realized this and raised their defenses more, but at some point they're going to have to start. And I think in the next like 5 years or so, you're going to see a lot more trade barriers go up.
Totally agree on every point. And I would also kind of note that, Chinese officials, top officials, have recognized that that economic model of kind of subsidized, export dumping, overcapacity kind of model is not sustainable. They've been talking about that for years. They've been trying to stimulate domestic consumption for years now. And so I think that there's really an interesting moment here where they recognize they're trying to internationalize the yuan, stimulate more domestic consumption, orient much more towards like a consumer economy, maybe not as bad as America.
Well, you know what though, Robert, they say that, but their actions and their words don't really match when it comes to the whole consumption issue, because this is what liberals have been telling China: you need to focus on consumption for a long time now. They've been hammering it a lot. And the Chinese are like, oh, yeah, sure, we'll get right on that. But then they double down on the industrial subsidies, because the way that we stimulate consumption in the West is through these welfare states. And China sees that and they're like, you guys are crazy. You're just setting your money on fire. This is a terrible waste of money to have these welfare states. Like, this is dumb. And so China correctly doesn't want to follow that model and have these huge welfare states. Like, even if you just look at Japan, which also has a big welfare state, and as a result of the Japanese welfare state, it has this massive, massive amount of unproductive debt, like you were talking about. And China doesn't want to follow down that path. So they'll like pay lip service to the whole consumption thing, but they don't really have a way of increasing consumption because they fundamentally, ideologically are against like having a welfare state.
Yeah, and cultural, like once you have kind of a deflationary mindset as an individual, once that gets embedded, where everyone is just looking to save and not spend and not overconsume, from a cultural kind of ideological standpoint, like you were mentioning, that's really, really hard to kind of get out of the longer it gets embedded in your society. And Japan and kind of the lost decades is, I think, an example.
Why should they?
Well, and what's
Why should they
crazy
do
is
that?
the Chinese government already does all of the industrial investment and stuff like that. In America, corporate investment mostly comes from people buying stocks, right? And so in China, that's already covered through other means. So people instead were like, okay, well, we're going to put all our money in real estate. And that doesn't work out very well because real estate's massively overbuilt. They've had this, bubble that's been in sort of a slow motion train crash for the last several years, and it's only going to get worse. So, and like real estate just doesn't work as a good reservoir of value because it has an efficient sort of level that you should be investing in building at. And if you massively overinvest, it's wasteful because buildings need to be maintained and stuff like that. So instead, the Chinese have been sort of like schizophrenically looking for some way to invest their money. And this has caused some of these distortions that we've seen. I think something that isn't talked about enough is how much Chinese money influences things like cryptocurrency, moving in big into Bitcoin and having Bitcoin go up really high. And then the Chinese kind of lost interest in Bitcoin, pulled money out, went big into the Korean stock market. Korean stock market recently massively went up. And then, and we know, for example, there were Chinese that were buying into that on like massive leverage and stuff like that. And then it crashed and it wiped out all the gains because that frenzy that they went into there, it lost its momentum and then everyone got out. The recent rallies in gold and silver, we know that Chinese were massively buying into gold, and there were markets in China that were paying well above the market rate for gold because they just couldn't pull it into their economy fast enough. So this is kind of an ongoing thing. And if you can guess what the next thing the Chinese social media investors are going to get hyped about, you will make a huge amount of money. Because if you can get into that first, it is going to skyrocket once they all pile into it.
Mancos, the Korean stock market is known for basically being a casino. They're addicted to gambling. So these guys going into massive leverage and jumping in there is not unexpected. So I don't know
Yeah,
what you
that
mean.
happens
Like it's
in
not
general.
some massive move of smart, sophisticated investors into the Korean market.
Yeah, I'm not
The
saying
other
that
thing
any of
is
these people are smart or
China wasn't
sophisticated. This is
there
like
was a
hype
small
bubble.
group. It's a small group. It's just like the group that goes to Macau and gambles. The other thing is China was buying silver, not gold. And actually, I made some money on silver because someone in China, when I was there, actually told me that they can't get enough of it because of manufacturing. So there was a real basis for them needing all that silver. Just it's sort of like how OpenAI bought all the DRAM for the next few years. So memory prices are skyrocketing. It's the same kind of thing. So I don't know where you're getting some of this information. And the other
And
thing
just to
is,
let you know, Ivy, there have been articles written on this. And I just said, for example, that gold was trading way above the global market price in China because there was this buying frenzy. That's an article that maybe it came out like a month to 2 months ago during this whole the gold frenzy that was happening in the rally.
Yeah, silver was trading
yeah,
at the peak like $17 per ounce more.
then what?
Silver, so Shanghai
So,
silver futures were
yeah,
trading $17 per ounce more than COMEX.
yeah, Shanghai silver prices were rock solid while the paper ETFs and so on and so forth were crashing. I think at one point it was $126 in Shanghai. This is real physical silver. And then it was around $80 at the same time in the paper market because they simply didn't even have the silver to back these things. They have to have reserves to back up the paper, but it's kind of like fractional reserves almost they're trying to do. And
Well, we don't
that
have
became an issue
fractional.
for them.
We don't actually have fractional
No,
reserve. But yeah, no,
you
I
mean the
get you.
central banks?
Well, here, yeah, here at least in the U.S. and I'm pretty sure Europe too, the private banks just create money. They just print the money when they extend a new loan. They
Yeah.
just print the
Also,
Let me
money.
just
Mancos. The other thing is,
Abundance, I'm going to give it straight back to you. I think it's a good conversation. Just give me 2 seconds. I just need to give some breaking news. I was waiting for a spot to jump in, but I think now is the best time. Basically, just to force myself in. But the spokesman for the Hathaway Nabi headquarters says there is no need to plant mines in the Persian Gulf, and we will use all available capabilities when necessary to ensure security.
That's an interesting headline.
Iran holds complete initiatives in the Persian region, and Oman's territorial waters and controls the Strait of Hormuz with great intelligence and capability. In cooperation with the region's countries, Iran is capable of security and of securing and the security of the Gulf, and countries from outside the region have no right to interfere in this field. Netanyahu says they will continue attacking Iran despite what Trump said. He said, earlier today I spoke with our friend Donald Trump. Trump believes that there is an opportunity to leverage the great achievement of the IDF and the US military to realize the goals of the war in an agreement that will safeguard our vital interests. In parallel, we continue to attack both Iran and Lebanon. We are methodically dismantling the missile program and the nuclear program and continue to hit Hezbollah hard. Just a few days ago, we eliminated 2 more nuclear scientists, and the hand is still outstretched. We will safeguard our vital interests in the region. The US has advanced $23 billion in arms sales to the Gulf countries. This is hilarious. The Trump administration has advanced roughly $23 billion in weapon sales to the UAE, Kuwait, and Jordan without congressional approval, according to the Wall Street Journal. The arm deals include more than $16 billion for air defenses, munitions, and radar equipment for the 3 countries, plus an additional $7 billion in weapons to the UAE. For some of the sales, the State Department issued emergency waivers to bypass the standard 30-day congressional review period. That's hilarious. I told you, bro. They're like, la, 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 la. Like they just get hit. The military doesn't work. The missiles don't work. The defense system doesn't work. What do? They go to the Trump and ask for even more. Trump's got them. Like I told you. Like they're like, oh, GCC's got so much power. GCC when they spend money, it's to show that they're controlling things. Nah, bruv. The US is controlling you. Like this is the most hilarious thing. Like it's like a sugar daddy which continues to give money, even when things don't work. We've got footage from multiple angles of the US strike on Minab, school that killed over 170 children. Senior Iranian officials told Al Jazeera the issue of closing the Strait of Hormuz and laying mines remains on the table in anticipation of any reckless US action. Al Jazeera claims messages have been exchanged between Tehran and Washington through Egypt and Turkey based on goodwill to reduce tensions. Remember, Al Jazeera is should be taken with a grain of salt when it comes to this war. Senior Iran official to Al Jazeera, Trump did not have the authority to set conditions or deadline for the negotiations. Washington has so far refused to accept 2 key conditions: paying compensation and acknowledging the aggression against us. Major flooding in Ras Al Khaimah. And Trump on Joe Kent, he said, I'm not a fan of the guy. His wife was killed. He remarried fairly quickly. So Trump attacking Kent. And by the way, Kent remarried 4.5 years after his wife was killed by CIA-funded ISIS. So that's some of the latest news. Guys, we've also got a tweet in the nest. It is the interview with Simon Godek. I believe we did it about 3-4 days ago. But the video has gone out. If you can, actually, I forgot to put it on there. If you can do me a favor and you can, go there, open it up in a separate tab, like it, give it support, that would be brilliant. Yeah, if you can do that, would be awesome. I am trying to get more interviews for you guys, but we need these interviews to do well, which they have been actually, and most of them have been doing quite well to try and get people on the interviews. I'm talking to a few people at the moment. Hopefully we can get some more awesome interviews and awesome names in. But yeah, that tweet is in the YouTube comments and it's in the nest above me and Beatrix. You can click on it and follow. I'll be in there as well, having a conversation with you guys. And I think there's something wrong with the space as well, because I don't get what's happening to the space. So do retweet the space as well, just to give it some stabilization. But I think there is something wrong with the space. Okay, let's go to abundance.
Just one thing before we go back is on your news point. That I think the first one you said was you said Iran has said they're not going to mine the Strait of Hormuz, and they're going to organize security independently with nations around the world. That seems like quite a significant de-escalation of the key point of this entire war, which is the Strait of Hormuz. Is this an interesting point? I just want to highlight that. Yeah.
Didn't they announce plans that they're going to start charging people and just moving them through?
Yeah, they've already done it. The first ships today has been charged $2 million each. They've already done that. And this plan of this is not a de-escalation in terms of Adam. I don't believe it's a de-escalation when they are negotiating on a case-by-case basis with all the different countries that are affected in the Strait of Hormuz on negotiating a trade deal with Iran. That doesn't necessarily mean that actually this is a de-escalation thing. It just means it's trying to, and Iran is dictating what goes in and out of the Strait of Hormuz, imposing its dominance there, while still maintaining this war with United States and Israel. The fact is, as I said, as we had this discussion before a few nights ago, where Manco said that they can't agree, and I think someone else that Iran doesn't have the ability to agree with the EU, because the EU would never trust them, given that the fact is that this closing of the Strait of Hormuz resulted in 30% higher gas prices. So why would they deal with them? And I said, because in a crisis, the EU would always act accordingly in their best interest, regardless of who did what. And of course, it's in their best interest to increase the flow of oil and gas, and they'll happily agree with Iran, and in favor, and also in a favor. This will be in favorable terms to Iran as well. So this is no surprise. Iran are cutting deals left, right, and center with so many countries, but still they are launching missiles at Israel and all these US bases today after Trump's speech. And the reason why they said they're not going to mine the Strait of Hormuz is because all day on CNN and in American TV, they were saying, "Oh, Iran has got Iran." This is before Trump's speech. They were saying, "Oh, Iran's going to mine the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's going to do this if Trump starts bombing the nuclear, the electricity power stations, etc., and the infrastructure." So all of this. So Iran is just simply responding to the fact we're not mining the Strait of Hormuz, and they don't need to mine. They have got underwater mines that they have got at the seabed and all in mainland Iran right now, that they could just deploy, and they could remote control these mines to target these tankers. They don't have to put floating mines everywhere, and it will be a death gauntlet for every ship going through that. They don't need to do that. They can activate and deactivate mobile mines that can seek and destroy, or seek and damage oil tankers. On top of that, they've got the little speedboats that they're using right now, and the helicopters to either to destroy, to damage, to launch rockets or missiles at certain ships, and they've got helicopters to confiscate certain, to deploy troops to confiscate or take custody of certain tankers, like they did today. And I saw the images of one of the helicopters with the troops going onto the tanker and taking custody of that ship. So these are all the actions that Iran could do, and they're just displaying their dominance over the region and the ineffectiveness and inability of the United States to do anything about it.
Yeah, I'm shocked at this point. We're still getting pushback against Iran does not control the straits. In fact, it's beyond shocking. If anyone wants to defend Iran's inability to control the straits, they're either a paid op or feeble-minded.
Yeah, the strait belongs to them, and they're controlling it. But it is a de-escalation that they're now implementing a new system instead of making it a war zone. So instead of making it a full-on mined death trap, they're basically instituting a new system where they're basically this.
But they never had mines
They have
there
a new
in the
toll
first place,
toll
Adam.
booth operators.
But they never had mines.
Yeah, but this threat was there the whole time of this war.
Well,
Like
this
it
is
was
what
like
the Americans were
you know.
claiming. The Americans were claiming that Iran's going to use the mines, but I don't believe they ever did, and I think the Americans were just doing drama, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe. And Trump did say like the Ayatollah will be running.
Because
the
remember,
Strait
if
of
there's mines
Hormuz.
there, Adam, then their own ships can't get through. And why would Iran do that?
Exactly. Yeah. So that's not happening. That would be an escalation.
But they know where the mines are,
Iran's
right?
own
Those
ships.
mines,
So if Iran put
those mines can be.
if Iran put mines in there, those mines, their own ships would be impacted by it. And actually, Iran's ships are the ones that are going through the strait at the moment.
Yeah, but Suleiman,
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
look
exactly.
at if you look at
They've
the
taken
Those
it off the
mines
table,
can be
basically.
if you look
Yeah,
at
one
the
at a
tonight.
time, guys. One at a time.
if you look at
Those mines can.
if you look at the path they're taking a different path. They're going closer to. You can see it on a map of the strait. They're going much further north through like a little channel rather than the kind of bigger, more open part of the strait. So that
It,
leads to the hypothesis there are mines in the more open part of the strait.
I think it's a good point because here's the thing with mines, you don't need to just litter the entire place with mines. You only need a few that they don't know where they are, that it just massively increases the risk of going through, right? And but the other thing though is when they're letting the Iranian ships go through, that that sort of betrays the positioning of the mines because you just watch where are the ships going, and now you know where they're avoiding. So I think them doing that too much, letting through specific ships, unless they really do have the remote control thing, might hinder their ability to use the mines as a deterrent to crossing.
Oh,
Yes,
there are no mines.
yes, yes. Also, active and passive mine. Study mine warfare. You have active and passive and remote control. That's another thing.
Yeah, and there's a second part of the statement also, not to ignore that because it's also significant, which was they'll be arranging the security arrangements with nations. Basically, you have to go to Iran and make a deal with them, and then you can pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And so basically, they're the toll booth operators. And Trump also said today that the Ayatollah will be running the Strait of Hormuz, and he kind of inserted himself in there too, seemed to me like a maybe or something. But that seems to be giving credence to that. So it seems like it's also a de-escalation on Trump's side as well, or at least he's starting to pay a bit of lip service towards accepting that status quo of Iran's dominance over the Strait of Hormuz.
I did want to. Menkos left, but I did want to note something. Didn't want to let it pass by. He said that Chinese real estate wasn't doing well, and just a few numbers here. Over the past 20 years, Shenzhen had a roughly 900% gain. Beijing 600. Shanghai is 550. And then before the crash, the decade before was 400, 300, and 250 respectively. So that's like 15%, 10 to 15% average return annually. And then rentals were about like 2.5%. So if you imagine the rental income of 3%, and then 15%, I think that's pretty solid. Taking a small, short-sighted, myopic window is kind of flawed. So I don't know what he was trying to say.
He probably took the newspaper clippings of Evergrande and thought, "Oh right, yeah, the housing market there is really doing terrible," and that's it. The usual anti-China propaganda that you hear in the West.
Yeah, I would love 900%. It's while living in it or while renting, perfect. I'm sure Gary can attest to that too. Gary, did you have anything to say? I don't think he's here right now.
That happened to me yesterday, Ivy. I said, Gary,
Gary
is.
I would be shocked if China's numbers were that good. I don't think any of those numbers are like. I would. I mean, if you go back 20 years and you what's the word I'm looking for? You selectively pick time periods. I'm not even convinced there's 1 billion people in China. I don't know how they got to 1 billion people or 1.6 billion if 50 years ago they had a one birth policy. I don't even look. We can't even trust our own numbers. I cannot imagine us believing in China's.
If you look at the violin graph for the population, it does show that there is a disparity in the male to female ratio for those few years, but there's
It was 50
generally
years.
there.
It was 50, man.
No, I'm saying for those years, but it wasn't as skewed as people think. But there is a skew towards males. but still the population was growing, and you have to remember, like, Shanghai has almost 40 million people living in it. I think that's just one city. They have a bunch of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities that are even larger than our largest cities. But I could send you the
But even if you had a
Grok
billion
post, the
people,
Grok things. I mean,
you'd still have that.
for the
There's been a
numbers.
lot of studies that have shown that there's good circumstantial evidence to suggest that the Chinese like official population numbers are overstated and that the real population numbers are a bit lower than that. And a lot of Chinese government kind of records and official records have been off about a lot of things. So there have been people who claimed that it's as low as 500 million, which is pretty insane, and it's clearly not true. But it could be a lot closer to 1 billion.
Yeah, Inevitable China put down his thumb in the listeners if he wants to come up.
Oh, by the way, I checked. Someone said that Iran just seized an American tanker or something like that in the Strait of Hormuz. I knew that there's no way that happened, and I looked for sources on that. There's no actual news sources reporting it. There are some people on Twitter reporting it. I looked that up. I saw the video. There is a video of Iran seizing a tanker. Thing about tankers is the name is on the tanker in big letters. And the name on the tanker in that video is the Stena Impero, which Iran did seize in 2019. So whoever that was fell for it.
That was me, Mancos. I'll take that, but I'll add. But you know what? You've got 100 of those over the last 3 weeks where you've claimed things that America and US and Israel did this and did that, and there's no way they could do anything. They have to tell me one thing they actually did, one key thing
I
they
haven't
did.
been wrong once, and I invite everyone in here is trying to get me on something. So I invite anyone to show that I've been wrong on some factual event.
What Marco
We
Rubio
did.
said about
I just
interceptors?
did. I literally just did
F-16.
about the Chinese real estate.
The Kuwaiti
What did you
jets,
do
they all
about
had
the Chinese? I
friendly
crashed.
fire.
So if you did it in the last 2 minutes, I didn't hear it. Did you do it in the last 2 minutes?
Yeah. Shanghai had 900, Shenzhen had 900% returns in the past 20 years. In the past 10 years, I mean, in the 10 years before the crash, it was around 400%, and the rental incomes were 3%. So the year over year was 10 to 15%.
Yeah,
The
that's how
rentals were
bubbles
3%.
work.
That's good.
Yeah, that's how bubbles work, though. They go up a lot until they don't. The Chinese real estate market now has
They've been
extremely
going
low liquidity. Like no one is buying.
not in the top tier cities, 1 and 2. 3 kind of got crushed a little bit, but tier 1 and tier 2 cities are pretty. And there's a lot of them.
Yeah, if you look at the charts that show the volume of real estate transactions, they went down a lot in the last couple of years, massively down. And this is what tends to happen where the real price is far lower than what the sort of market rate is claiming. And because of that, nobody wants to buy at that level because they don't want to buy overpay when they buy. So it just results in really low numbers of transactions. It's like a frozen market.
That is possible. But I think Tom has his hands up. I'll look into that real quick.
Hey guys, how's it going? Yeah, I had a question for you. Actually, I have a couple of questions, but I'll direct one at Andrew first. And the question is, you were talking about active and passive mines. Could you explain to the audience, myself included, and the speakers up here, what exactly that means?
Yeah, mine warfare is not my expertise, but we had to study it in submarine warfare. It's critical. Submarines do and are trained, and do mine laying capability. But I'll let the listeners and here in the speaker panel, please do your own independent research. But there are active people think of mines, the old World War II movies of some big, gigantic, spiked iron ball floating around, hooked on an anchor. And that you have to actually have contact. That's laughable. And you can go back 30 years ago in technology. Again, Iran is way ahead because of Chinese technology, because of Russian technology, these passive mines means you can drive right over the top of that sucker, and they're laying wafer mines, and it won't blow you up unless it's been remotely activated. Now, again, I'm not an expert in this, but I tell you, you don't have to hit a mine. Think of asymmetrical, very technologically advanced mines that are actively and passively remote. Like, okay, we're going to nail you, buddy. Boom, you're okay. Deactivate. But yeah, please research that for yourself independently.
And Andrew, we used to use a mine called the captor mine, where it's really just a torpedo that we set down on the ocean floor. And then when something that fits the target profile comes close enough, it just fires the torpedo at it.
Wow, for 1 out of 1,715,000 times, I happen to agree with Mango. Yeah, exactly. And that goes by, it's a very extremely sophisticated signatures. There are literally, for example, when I was on fast attack patrols, we would get a contact on a Soviet. We could tell you down to the signature, the hull number of that submarine by analytically running it through a computer analysis, and our sonar techs would come back to con sonar. It would be something like this: con sonar have contact bearing Sierra 572 bearing, and they would go through a numeric sequence, and we would know exactly who the bad guy out there is by its signature. So these mines have this signature, like you said. It's like, you're not. We're not going to let you go. Boom, done.
So there are a lot of countries that still use what are called moored mines, which are the ones that have in some cases, they look the little spiky things and they hit the ship. The reason they still use them is because they're very easy to produce and they're very cheap. So you can make a lot of them and they still work pretty well. But the United States, for a pretty long time, switched over to using what are called bottom mines, because the most efficient way that we can do mines, and what we do not have now, this is like I think almost our entire mine inventory, if not all our mine inventory now, is we just have bomb kits that we slap onto bombs and we just drop the bombs in the water. And then what happens is the bomb with the mine kit on it just sits on the ocean floor. And so it only works if it's in water that's shallow enough, but it can work in like 100 to 200 feet of water sometimes, like what you would think is like way too deep for a mine, because when you put a big bomb, it could be like a 2,000-pound bomb. When you put a big bomb and it blows up down there, it just makes a giant air bubble. And as long as that air bubble comes up underneath the ship, it can do a lot of damage to the ship.
Exactly. That's how our ADCAP weapons, submarine weapons work. We don't hit and blow a big hole. For example, when that fast attack sunk that Iranian ship, we didn't blow a big hole in that hull. No, we without going in depth in it, like you said, Mangos, we can create a massive void in the water, and literally the keel will break below it, and it sinks within seconds.
Yeah, and there's videos showing this too. You see a big air bubble come up under the middle of a target ship, and the ship will actually collapse into it down in the middle, and both ends will tip upward.
Yeah, we done. Just look at those sink X's that we were even. I was even involved in one sink X, and it's exactly what happens.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you guys don't mind, Andrew, another question, and it's don't you find it kind of ironic that a lot of this technology that's now certainly not doing the Israelis any good, that China's sharing with them, radar integration tech and all these AI systems that I imagine they're using to integrate all their weapon systems and radar and everything. The fact that this comes mostly from technology, or in large part from technology that the Israelis sold the Chinese over the course of the past few decades, and it's now being used against them, it's just ridiculously ironic. Crazy situation.
I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole, brother. I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Amen.
Yeah, I think Resistance, you were going to chime in, brother, I believe.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about some of the mines, the UUVs, unmanned underwater vehicles, and you got the unmanned so you've got the submarines as well, and then you've got unmanned surface vehicles. They can all deploy torpedoes or missile rocket mines, basically, that can target any ship, as well as the bottom rising mines that you've got, which require ships to approach near it, so they transmit a wave, this compression wave, and the sensors at the bottom of the seabed can detect it, and all of a sudden those mines rise up and attack the ships that way. There's lots of ways that the Iranians can deploy mines and torpedoes in the Straits of Hormuz. And your second point about the Israelis selling technologies or American tech to adversaries of the United States. I mean, yeah, they're renowned for it. I mean, the Israelis are one of the biggest group of weapons brokers in the world, and also, unfortunately, Jewish billionaire Jewish contractors, or a large proportion of weapons dealers tend to be Ukrainian Jews, Russian Jews, and Israelis, and you can look that up. But that's just unfortunate. But the fact is, when it came to the F-35 shooting down, it was by infrared. It was it seeked the heat signatures of the F-35 engines, because of the Majid infrared detection system that they deploy over the skies of Iran, and they track any sort of rogue, any sort of brave sort of jets that fly over Iran to do reconnaissance or whatever it is that they're trying to do, a bombing raid, and they track it that way. So obviously the F-35 pilot and obviously the commanders there, they thought they were in stealth mode, and looks like I don't think there is such a thing as stealth mode for the F-35 anymore. So, and that's just one technology. Goodness knows what we have. I mean, this is the problem with Iran and even China and Russia to some degree, is they don't really tell you that much about the latest technology, for good reasons, obviously. Iran certainly doesn't. I mean, I don't know much about any of the latest missiles. I knew about the Shahab series when it was first launched in 2000s, and then you had Shahab 1, 2, 3, and then from liquid to solid phase, solid fuel to Sajil and Imad and a few others, and then you got the cluster bomb. And if you actually look at the recent the Khorram Shah, and you look at the you call them cluster bombs, but they're not really. They are just they have 80 bomblets in those missiles, and so the casing ejects, and you've got the bomblets eject out and in air. Not a cluster bomb typically explodes on impact, but this isn't. This is really trying to provide maximum damage across a certain area before it even targets or impacts the ground. Now, that if you look at the pictures, that looks like it's 15 years old. They're not really that sophisticated if you look at those missiles. So goodness knows what the newest missiles look like. And so I don't know. I cannot say. I think they may have deployed one or two recently that are in the last 6 years, 7 years, over Dimona and Arad, but I'm not quite sure really. They keep saying the Khorram Shah 4 and the Ahmad and and Fatah, but I really can't. I don't know, and it's prudent for them to keep that quiet. But we really don't know what their arsenal is, but you hear them, you hear the generals, you hear some of the IRGC commanders. They said you haven't seen anything yet in terms of our capabilities. We're just exhausting the older generation of missiles, and they do look older generation. They do look it. They look like something you can make in a factory. Some of these stuff, especially the bomblet casings, and the firing triggers. They just don't look so sophisticated to me. I just don't know how it travels 1,000 kilometers at Mach 12, 13. It's just crazy, but yeah, they do. Very reliable as well. So good on the Iranians for doing that. But yeah, I'm waiting to see what else they have. We know that their Navy, they've got stockpiles of those, the small submarines, and you got the USVs and the UUVs, and the UVs as well. You got loads of them in those missile cities. Probably there's probably a naval missile city underground and on the coast somewhere, or maybe 2 or 3 or 4, or maybe 10. We don't know where the locations are. We don't know how many they are, but we certainly know they have bases just storing Navy ships, small Navy ships, speedboats, and all these mini submarines and torpedoes and missiles and mines. So we just don't know. I personally don't know it, and I tried to research it, but yeah, and I asked my friend who is an Iranian military sort of expert for the last 22 years, and he doesn't really have that much recent data.
Yeah, does anyone know more or less what the extent of the damage or the nature of the damage to the Dimona site has been so far? Or not really any clear information circulating about that yet. I don't know if maybe Andrew has a
Adam,
I didn't
Resistance,
see any.
anybody?
I didn't
Hey,
see any damage to Damona's nuclear facility. Actually, it looked like it hit in the area. It didn't hit anything crucial. They said they might have had a bunker that had some scientists within it, but haven't heard of any deaths. But they would keep that quiet.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at the way that Iran's been prosecuting the war with this tit for tat sort of eye for an eye method, it can be expected that they would try to take out Israeli nuclear scientists.
Just some breaking news as well, and then we'll go to Uncommon. More missiles launched from Iran right now. So more missiles launched from Iran right now. In addition to, oh wait, I thought Trump said he's got them under a ceasefire. What's going on, Trump? What is going on? Senior Iranian official Mohsen Rezai said, "If you strike our infrastructure, it will no longer be an eye for an eye. It will be a head for an eye. You will be crippled." He also said the following. He said, "The war will continue until all damages are compensated, all economic sanctions are lifted, and a guarantee is obtained that the United States will not interfere in Iran's affairs. This is the decision of our nation, our leader, and our armed forces."
Suleiman, I think Trump is going to escalate. And the reason for that, the reason I don't think he's very serious about the whole negotiation thing, is if you look at the timing for when it expires on Friday evening, which is when the markets close, which is when he always does his things.
Yeah, I agree.
Totally agree.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. There's 2 things happening in 5 days, right? One is the market, and the second one, as Larry Johnson said in the interview today, is when the MEU amphibious assault team also arrives around that time as well. So those 5 days basically coalesce with both of those things. So yeah, that's why it's I agree, it's fake news. There is no deal. I just seen Joe's comment. I want to read it because it cracked me up, especially the last bit. Okay. Joe said, "Hey, Abundance, can you let Manco Smash know he's rarely right on anything? Not China doing worse than USA in home sales. Not USA has air superiority over Iran. Not no way Iran can close the strait." And then he's got a graph on there. And then his most, I'd say, potent, strongest, articulate points on there is, he's right on torpedoes can damage he's right on torpedoes can damage ships. Suleiman, he keeps doing a Beatrix.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you doing on
when
this,
JD
Mike?
when he comes back up here, we're going to sort him out and we're going to deal with him, because this whole thing of him doing a Beatrix is him trying to say that every time somebody gets something wrong, it's doing a Beatrix. It just Mezuzah JD is being mean. We're going to deal with him.
Great articulation by Joa. Great point. Okay. Let's. Sorry, I interrupted. Oh no, Uncommon. Go ahead. Give us your thoughts about the negotiations.
Yeah, so I think most people have kind of pointed it out. I do want to talk about the negotiations and then just the wider war and how we think it might progress. Yeah, I think it's mostly garbage. It's designed to calm the markets, and whether people like it or not, it does work. It is working as far as market manipulation is going. I don't think they're very real. If there's anybody talking, I mean, as far as the IRGC has stated, none of it seems like it's real, right? So I think that it's basically the other thing. If you remember, leading up to the war, what they did first was they positioned a bunch of military people in the right spots to launch an attack. And as far as I know, the potential 3,500 or 4,500 Marines that are supposed to go to a certain spot in Iran, or I know it's been kind of talked about it, that the exact, there hasn't been like obviously the US hasn't exactly laid out what they're going to do, and they shouldn't if you're wargaming it. But I don't think there's any indication that that has been called off. What I'm saying is that, like Andrew constantly says, is logistics is what matters. And if they're moving military people to some sort of operation, whether it's Carg Island or whether it's to open the strait or whatever the crazy thing they're thinking about doing, they're obviously not interested in negotiations. And the other thing I think that a lot of people maybe they want to believe, I think what regardless of what you think of Joe Kent, fundamentally he's right. The United States has way different interests than Israel, but clearly we are in this war because of Israeli control one way or the other of the government. And there's a lot of speculation about whether or not Trump's part of the club, if he's blackmailed, if he's bought off. It doesn't matter to a certain degree either because he is doing what they want. And I think a lot of the well, we don't want to do this and Israel wants to do that. I think a lot of it's just theater, to be honest. I think at the end of the day, Trump's very aligned with what Israel is doing. And so when we read these things like Iran is requesting the United States to leave the region, well, most Americans, probably would be okay with that, right? That's a line that we could definitely cross. But we're not asking the right question. Would Israel be okay with that? And I think the answer to that is no. And so, as long as Israel is not okay with any sort of deal like that, then the deal is not going to happen, in my view. Now, maybe Trump will prove all of us wrong, but he hasn't in the last 10 years. So, I don't think he's going to prove us wrong. The other thing that I find interesting, and I do want to, I mean, maybe push back to a certain degree. I think most of us in here are obviously biased towards Iran for Iran, sorry, I said it American. Um, one way or the other. I think one thing I find interesting is that Israel has given no, I think obviously in America it's very divisive. The war is unpopular. Israel's political leaders have given no indication that they are interested in any sort of deal. Now, why do I find that interesting? Well, let's assume that Israel is a rational state. Now, I don't think that they are, but like, let's imagine, Sully, you were president of Israel tomorrow and you're losing a war that you started. Wouldn't you try to find an off ramp? And I think logically the answer is yes. Now they're not doing that. So the question is, why aren't they doing that? Now the one of the answers could be, are they losing the war? I mean, maybe from the I don't. It's hard to say. I mean, I think we all probably agree that the damage in Israel is much worse than what is being reported. It's hard to know though because it's hard to know exactly what's going on. So that's one possibility is that maybe they think the war is going fine. The other possibility is that they're led by fanatical lunatics, which I think is very real. And they think that God is going to save them. If you read a lot of Jewish eschatology or end times prophecy, it's that the world will turn against Israel and that God will miraculously save them. And then, the Jewish Messiah will come. And then there will be kind of like a one world government where we have no hide laws and blah, blah, blah. But there's a lot of secular Jews that don't believe that. So I don't know. There's a lot of Jews in Israel that
just want to be a regional power. They might not necessarily be like, they're not all rabbis, you know, like obviously they have a crazy religious fanaticism within some of the Orthodox rabbis, but not all of them. I mean, even it's hard to know. It's hard to know how intertwined it is. Maybe it is very intertwined. I think it's a reasonable suspicion. Um, but I want to put it out there because, and actually, I did ask Grok. And this is I'm thinking about posting it because I find it very interesting. I said, "Hey Grok, if you're Israel and you got involved in this war and you're losing the war, would it not make rational sense to try to find an off ramp?" And you know what Grok said, which of course you guys probably aren't going to be surprised. It said, Israel's not losing the war. Israel is achieving most of its strategic objectives. And if they stopped now, you know, they would be stopping, and Iran is still a threat to them. They need to keep going, basically, and they need to continue the war. And they are winning. So it's the fog of war. It's hard to know what's going on as far as that concerned. Obviously, that a lot of that has to do with programming into Grok's AI, but I did find it fascinating that it said that. But I think the fundamental question, we need to look at the war through the Israeli perspective because it's the driving force of the war in the first place. What do they want? What are they trying to achieve? What do they want? They want the complete annihilation. It seems maybe not annihilation, but you know, they want Iran completely destabilized. They want it like Iraq or Syria or something. They want it completely toppled. Are they winning or are they losing? Why are they invading Lebanon if they're worried about being destroyed from Iran? Is it because they don't care? Do they view the whole thing as existential anyway? And that's why they're doing it? Is a combination of all three. I do fundamentally think that they did believe, and some of this is hubris and some of this is believing your own lies. I do think they thought the decapitation strike would work. I do not think, a lot of people say, oh, this is Israeli. Sometimes we give, I think, the Zionists too much credit for how much things are controlled. Obviously, things are very controlled. There's a lot of power, there's a lot of billionaires, there's media control. All of that is true, but they're not perfect and they can't predict everything and they don't know exactly, and sometimes, and normally if you read through history, hubris is the main thing that brings them down. So what I'm saying is I think they fully believed that the decapitation strike would work, and now it seems like that's why it seems so. I don't think it's like 5D chess to get America out of the region, do all this. I do think it was very rational for them to think now's the time we have to strike Iran because we're running out of American support. But I think there isn't really a plan now, and they're really frantically hoping to get America drawn into the war deeper. And the deeper they can get America into the war, that gives them a better chance of winning, right? So expect more false flags. I would expect the military operation to proceed. I think all the negotiations.
The government, how the Iron Dome is failing and running out of interceptors. Um, yeah, so those, I guess those are more secular opinions, but you're right, there are definitely those who are like theocratic, religious nutcases. And even with those who are complaining, I'm unsure if they're not actually like Jewish supremacists who believe in the Greater Israel project from a purely colonial point of view. Um, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they want overall. I know that they support genocide, they support ethnic cleansing, they support extracting the resources of the region, and war of Iran is it's something that they majority agrees with, but they don't seem equipped to be living with the reality, and they start yeah, clawing at each other and getting dissatisfied with their leadership, and then even within their leadership, it seems to be divided between secular people who are in it for like real politic reasons of colonialism, and those who are in it for like the end times eschatology and the um, and just a religious Lebensraum, or Greater Israel. So yeah, yes, it is a mixed. But overall, I find that the tolerance for war is low. I find that this was true in the 12-day war and is true now. But there's a media blackout that stops us from seeing this, and so I've only been able to see snippets through comments on X. Yeah, so right now I think the average Israeli is as confused as you are as to what's going on, because it's even more like the flow of information is even lower there than it is here in the West. It just isn't talked about as much. But as for their motivations within this war, it's tricky to ascertain, because yes, on one side, they domination is always their top goal. It says Netanyahu has been
Just
trying
some
to
breaking
placate.
news, Adam.
Yeah,
Just a quick
yeah.
one. Is Iran's sent missiles towards Dimona right now? We have missiles going towards Dimona. Boom, boom. Tel Aviv. Goive, Goive.
Goy.
It's going down. But sirens in the Dimona area. Remember, Dimona was left devastated, destroyed. No space, the list on extra. Okay. Dimona was devastated, destroyed, dismantled a few days ago. Well, more missiles are going towards Dimona right now. In addition to that, I've got a tweet in the nest. It's a short. And in there, Professor Morandi says Trump is lying and there are no negotiations. Professor Morandi being quite clear, letting us know that that Trump is lying and there are no negotiations going on. Please check it out, like it, share it, let everybody know about it. I think we're right on this. I know Joe thinks that maybe there will be that there really is negotiations going on. But like I said, he's the manco. He's the manco of the space when Manco's not on. But I think the rest of us think that this is just Trump playing the game in order to help with the financial market over the next 5 days and to get the MEUs in place for the weekend. To give a time so that the MEUs can be in place. But anyway, that was the latest on that. Let me just see if there's any more news about Dimona.
He's not the Manco. I actually like Manco. He cannot be the Manco. Let's not insult Manco.
Disavow, disavow, disavow. We stand with Joe all day long. Disavow the Hasbara. Okay. Any more news? Oh no, this is this from now. Okay, cool. Let's go to Adam. Sorry, Adam, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. I was almost done anyways. I was just going to add that Netanyahu's been trying to placate at least the Western audience by saying that they've accomplished their goals. Iran's not able to enrich uranium, and they're not able to produce missiles, which seems like a 180 for him, because he's normally telling the West that Iran is 1 week away from a nuclear bomb, and they're this massive threat that we need to take down. But now he seems to be copying or taking Trump's lead, or at least the AI version of him that everyone keeps saying what it is. But that's it. So that's thrown me for a bit of a loop seeing him do that, and yeah, I'm also trying to figure that one out too. Uncommon.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
Powerful
fundamental.
explosions in Isfahan as well. Powerful explosions in Isfahan. Sorry, Uncommon, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm fundamentally asking or saying is that I think until Israel wants a deal, there won't be a deal. So is it even possible that Israel can be bombed enough to want a deal? It doesn't seem like it if we believe that they're being hit as hard as we think they're being hit. So either we have the information wrong or they're led by lunatics. And it seems like it's very likely they're just led by lunatics because
Are they thinking, Uncommon, that they're willing to absorb the hits, and they're all able to absorb that they're willing to absorb the hits and the attacks, with the hopes that things change and maybe the US does something, basically things start improving with the US, and so they're getting the US to do the ground invasion. So for them, it's like absorbing the hits while US continues to sacrifice more and more to try and get them to their goal.
Yeah, 100%. Or there's the other, maybe you would call it, maybe you wouldn't call it religious fanaticism. You could call it, I think it's a stretch, but it's still rational to say, it's at least somewhat rational to be like, well, Iran's going to be a threat to us no matter what, so it's now or never. So they are, either way, I guess what I'm suggesting is that this war will not end until Israel is either at a point where they're going to, until they stop, it's not going to stop because it looks like the United States is going to do what they ask. So, and that's a very unfortunate situation. So, I would bet on escalation because that's what they keep saying they want, and Iran is not going to back down. It appears because it is existential for them. So we've got two, fighting powers in the region that both view the thing as existential. So why would I don't think anybody's going to quit until you get to a complete and crazy situation. And I think it's very sad for the world, but I mean, when you war game it out, that's how could it be otherwise? When will Israel come to the table? Can anybody even answer that?
I don't think they will.
I don't think they will either. I think you're right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they will. I think the reason, and by the way, some more breaking news, direct hit on Dimona, boom, Tel Aviv, Goyve. But in terms of, I don't think they'll come to the table. I don't think that's going to happen. The reason why every single one of my predictions have been so precisely accurate, to the point of even specifically in time, I literally said it'll be done by the end of February, this war, it'll start by then, is because once you understand the Israelis control the United States of America, that all decisions are made based on whatever is appropriate for them, whatever is better for them, whatever they want, then and you're able to make predictions on that. And that's why I knew there was going to be a war. I knew when it was going to be. I know how it was going to be. And I agree with you on this. I just can't see where there will be a deal. Unless Iran make probably one of the worst decisions they could ever make and agree to a not very good deal. I just can't see where there would be a deal and Israel will be fine with it. Because any deal with Iran, I mentioned this previously, any deal with Iran where there is a relief of sanctions flips the script in the entire Middle East, because then Iran becomes extremely powerful, becomes extremely proficient within the Middle East and possibly in the world. And so a scenario where Israel allows that is going to be highly unlikely.
I mean, I don't want to say that it's impossible for the United States to stand up to Israel, but it would have to be at the ground level. It's not going to be from the top down. You'd have to have soldiers that would refuse to fight. You'd have to have people that would refuse to supply weapons. It's not going to be from the top down. All the politicians are, with the exception of like 5 of them, are basically bought and paid for or blackmailed or one or the other. So does the America have the willpower to do that? I think, most Americans are still caring about their kids' soccer games. So I don't know.
I was speaking with someone who runs some kind of organization that handles conscientious objectors, and they were saying that their phones were ringing off the hook. I mean, I'm young. I'm 34, 35. Most of the people I know, most of the young men in America are so over this shit. Sorry to curse, but they're over it, and that crosses political idea, the political spectrum, both on the left and on the right. Like we're over it. Well, that's the population that you need to go fight your wars. I don't know. I think that potential. What percent? I have no idea. I don't even know what percent burn draft cards in Vietnam. I don't know if it would, the scale of it, but I do know that at least anecdotally, the people that I've spoken with that are kind of the young men of fighting age that would be fighting the war, man, we're just over it.
No doubt. Hassan, you came up. Do you want to add anything?
No, on this topic. I just came up in case there was something that relevant, but this wasn't.
Okay, no
I don't know what's out to it now, really.
I just want to welcome inevitable West onto the
China.
Inevitable China onto the stage.
What's up?
Represented by the #1 Chinese influencer who's Chinese, who represents the UAE in Israel, Ian Miles Chong. How you doing, Inevitable?
Well, I don't know. I think Gordon Chang is going for his place. I don't know if you've heard about him, but apparently
who's Gordon Chang? Is he Ian Miles' younger brother?
Well, he's what Ian Miles
Wait, isn't he like
aspires
the
to
mega
be.
China hater?
Yes, he's like your biggest #1 rival, basically. He's gunning for that top spot. But you know what? I think Ian Miles Chong has a role model in that guy. Apparently, China's going to be perpetuating the next 9/11, if you ask him.
What's
and
his
I
name?
guess
Suleiman.
Gordon Chang.
Yeah, Suleiman. Gordon Chang has been predicting the imminent collapse of China since like the year 2000.
Yeah, he's a big deal somehow, But hey, be that as it may, it's been a rough day for me though.
What Manco's been saying, Inevitably, he's been attacking China.
Gosh.
He's saying you guys are a failed country, you're a failed society, your house prices are dropping. Defend your people.
No, look, I think I'll be brief with it. I think it's just the housing market. It's supposed to decline. Like that was the idea. It was over leveraged. It was over. It was pretty much oversaturated back in 2020, and what we're seeing now is like a controlled, more like healthy adjustment, and it's basically already transition, and it's like stable now anyway. Xi Jinping said it best. I think he said it like a few years after he got in office. That houses are for living in, they're not for speculation. That's been like the line for like 10 years. So, I guess in one way he's right, I guess. In one way Mancos is right in that like the housing market isn't what it was in 2020, but that's a good thing. But no, like other than that, like I was looking at the thing is the market's been kind of reacting negatively. The Shanghai exchange was bleeding. I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding right now, Suleiman. I'm like like literally it was a pretty rough reaction, and obviously it's in lieu of the or in response to the problems going on in the Strait and what's going on in the Gulf. And like it closed pretty bad. I think it was the lowest closing of the year, or the worst performance of the year in the Shanghai index.
Wait, I'm really surprised that you invest in the Chinese stock market. I didn't think anyone did that. Like I heard that nobody wants to invest in that, and it's all like the returns on it over a long period of time are really bad, and like it's just not considered a like significant investment vehicle there.
Well, it's not for corporations. Like if the vast majority of it is actually like retail. I think about 70 to 80% of the capital in the Chinese market, at least the Shanghai exchange and the Shenzhen exchange, those are like mom and pops basically. Like they're not corporations per se, or at least not the the valuation in it. But no, look, the reason why it happened was obviously the Middle East conflict. But China's still obviously got the most contingencies of any country in Asia as it pertains to what's going on in the Strait. Obviously, oil prices going up. I think it hit like 112 today after Trump pulled that whole, I guess, like bait and switch on everybody. Like the inflation has been sort of a concern for pretty much every country, as oil typically creates in this time. And it's the largest importer in the world of oil, obviously. Like even with kind of like the deals that we have with Russia, higher oil is going to mean higher costs. But like materials were the worst performing in China. That was like the hardest. That was the rough part. Like gold miners, especially, And like I guess like non-ferrous metals in general performed the worst. I think they had the biggest drop at least. And gold's been crashing, jumping off a cliff. And I'm sure I think I heard Robert earlier kind of explain why. Um, and obviously the dollar's gotten stronger, and uh, I guess like higher interest rates seem to be like a thesis, like apparently. But there's a few mining companies that really took a bad L, and I think travel and tourism, obviously. But look, a lot of that is just speculation, right? I think China is like extremely de-hedged from the stock market anyway. Um, and yeah, like it's at the end of the day, I think what we're looking at though is it's weird because today apparently Ukraine hit Russia in a pretty big refinery as well, which was kind of nuts. Like it's hard to believe that that's just a coincidence that they'll go for one of Russia's biggest oil, plants that are out there. I think that one's in. I don't know if it's like near Siberia or something like that. They're kind of, they're kind of far. I don't know, but yeah, they're a huge deal, and I don't know why that even. I think obviously look, Zelensky's gonna have an alibi. You know, I think so
Well,
apparently they
look,
use like attack drones. Go ahead.
Russia stands to gain a lot of money from the oil prices, so Ukraine is going to target their oil to try to stop them from getting that money.
Well, no, I totally agree actually. Um, well, but the thing is, they used drones to do it, and so I think it was in like Leningrad. I'm not sure exactly like what the name of the factory is, but my understanding is that they have like millions of barrels that load out of there per day. So that's kind of weird. I've been looking into that, like trying to understand or trying to maybe get a little bit more information in that if anybody else has talked about that here. But yeah, I think in light of everything that's going on, um, it's gonna affect a lot of the overall market. I think as far as earlier with Trump, it's kind of clear that this is like sort of a Hegelian dialectic that they're playing. It's not a legitimate, like the narrative that you're receiving is basically like schizo diplomacy. It's not actually like Trump, like his authentic response. He's going to provide you one thing, and Israel's going to be essentially the little Satan to the big Satan. If Trump says, "I'm going to give you 5 days," Israel's going to give you 2 days, and that's intentional. I don't even think they necessarily care about the markets that much. I think some of it is actually just a coincidence. I think in reality, yeah, they'll obviously play it by the weekday, and they have mechanisms of keeping the oil price down, but they can quite honestly do that, and there's reason to believe they've been doing suppression on the oil price, at least in the West, since like 2022, for better or for worse. So I think in reality they're playing a psychological game against Iran right now, and um, I hate to say it, obviously, but look, Larijani died because he was given away, and he was given away because the West still has, albeit to a minimal extent, they still have assets in Iran, and those assets are, I'm sure and obviously we've heard stories about how people are getting arrested and people are getting like executed, I think, but they're going to try to pin, each other against each other, and they don't believe that they are losing. I think Netanyahu and Trump and the powers that back them certainly believe that they are winning, and that they have a valid shot. I don't think they're afraid for the near future as far as the economics are concerned. Obviously, there's probably a lot of reason to believe that they abide by like the bond market, right? I understand, but this is bigger than that. I think in some ways we can't necessarily allow them to believe like when you allow Trump and Netanyahu to convince you that everything that they say is a lie, that's also part of like falling for their plan, because it's the same as if you get them to believe that or if they get you to believe that everything they say is the truth. I think we have to like kind of be a little bit more impartial and understand that they're playing a psychological game, and they're not going to stop until in their view they're not going to stop until they get what they want out of this operation, which is regime destruction, as opposed to like regime change. So it's been an interesting day. you know I saw Tom, you had your hand up.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. I have something I wanted to share. And look, earlier to the question that was posed by someone, I'm not exactly sure which of the speakers it was, pertaining to the ideology and the mentality of the Israeli leadership at the present time, pertaining to what dictates in their decision-making process. I look at it the following way. So when you look at the Trump administration and the way it's configured, we have Pete Hegseth, who has tattoos that have to do with Templars and associations that are in earnest trying to mimic end times prophecy in order to deceive a vast majority of, well, as they see it, evangelicals and others in the West into believing that these events are happening organically when they're actually being manipulated by people who are very close to the Trump administration and the Israeli leadership. If you take into account the fact that there are a lot of curious things about about Trump himself. For example, he has a replica, apparently, of the Ark of the Covenant in Mar-a-Lago. There's so many different ties and connections to organizations such as Chabad Lubavitch within the administration. And when you understand their messianic priorities and you look at the way that this war is being prosecuted, I think there's a merger of pragmatic and practical considerations that are being taken by very intelligent people within the Israeli leadership structure. And then you also have the ideological influence, which is seeking maximalist goals pertaining to an ideology that is going to crash against what's practical. And I don't know who, I'm not 100% sure who has more power right now. It's kind of hard to determine whether it's the ideologues or the pragmatists within the Israeli government that have an advantage now. But it would appear as though the extremists are running the show. That's my assessment of
Yeah, I
that.
agree. You know, what they're doing in Lebanon, I don't know if you've heard about like the civilian damage that they're causing, but like there are about 2,000 people displaced. Or no, 2,000 people that are killed and like a million people that were displaced. Just in the last like 2 weeks alone, and the majority of it occurred in like the first 2 weeks actually. So the majority of deaths at least, and they're getting a lot of resistance now on the ground, like towards the border towns of Lebanon, from my understanding. But that's 1 out of every 5 Lebanese person is displaced, just from like Israel's operation taking place in the country, and they're they have like hundreds of apartment blocks and individual houses that have been just completely leveled. Um, like they've took down well over like 50 bridges and roads, or damaged roads and took down bridges in Lebanon, and that cuts off like a lot of the village areas and makes delivery impossible. And you can imagine transit and even just like basic necessities are impacted. Like hospitals are being impacted. Like they've already made, like I think it was the UN, some specific like compartment of the UN, I guess, that even said like this is going to be a major health crisis, and that the entire like health system of pretty much anywhere in Lebanon south of the Litani River is basically going to completely collapse. Uh, that's just, and obviously, I think Israel sees it as a necessity, specifically for them to focus on the on that area, because they can't handle the Iranian front. They can't, and that's what the United States is for. But I really, every day I kind of get more sickened by and I kind of knew it was coming because of just because of how like Gaza was really the practice for what they plan on doing in Lebanon. I think they consider this to be like their one and only chance of, I guess in their minds, eradicating Hezbollah, because they feigned it like they did in 2024 and pretended that they got rid of Hezbollah, but really it was just like they might have taken away a little bit of their momentum, but clearly they've been regrouping. And if Israel, in their view, if they don't take care of it now, if they don't go in and basically level Lebanon now, then they'll never get another chance. So it's
So it's interesting, the ideological component, which I think is often, well, I feel like everyone talks about politics, but the ideological component is so central to this whole battle. It is, in effect, a religious war. You have kind of extremist Jews on one side refers to as Zionist, but I think it covers a large proportion of Jews, and they've become more and more extreme ideologically. And on the other side, you have the Islamic Republic, which are ideological, but as we've seen, they're very rational and they're not extreme and they're not hell bent on destruction. You know, their strategic patience shows the difference between. It's like night and day. On one side, you've got someone who's rushing and wanting to create the change that they want within weeks and months, and the other one which is willing to wait 40, 50 years to achieve their goals. So I think the ideological component is something that is very clear here, where you and the Jews in the colony really believe that God will come and save them. They actually have this almost certainty, and that's where you have, you know, people talk about like pragmatism and like political, you know, dynamics and all this, but ultimately you have a country, or not a country, you have a colonizer in the state of Palestine who believes with all their like, you know, faith and that this is their holy war, this is their Crusade, not crusade, Crusade, to come and take over the region, and that somehow they'll find a way through it. And so when you're dealing with two sides like this, it's a different, completely different dynamic. You're not dealing with like you could argue Ukraine and Russia is less ideological. It's more strategic. So you know, there's you know, you could see at some point there may be a ceasefire there, but I just don't see that this is the case here, because whatever you do, unless you finish off this colony, it will just keep coming back because they have that belief. And what would be interesting, I was having the discussion before, I was wondering what the panel would think about this. There's two possibilities. One is that this ends in a stalemate. But if it ends in a stalemate, what does that mean? Like, you know, does it happen again in future? Do they somehow learn to coexist? I just can't see that option happening. So that scenario just seems so far away. The more realistic one is one has to surrender and be taken out of the equation, be taken out of the region completely. And will they actually, because if you look at the extremism, I don't think these are the same Jews that were of the same mindset that were in 20, 30 years ago, who would, you know, more pragmatic, you know, after the 2006 war, they kind of caved and they said, all right, we'll come up with a deal, and then things were quiet for a period of time. These ones are really like, you know, hell-bent on destruction and achieving their goals. So when you're dealing with this kind of people, what do you do? Like, what you know, can you at any point stop the war with them? Because if you do, they'll believe any kind of ceasefire is just God giving them another chance to come back and wage war and to achieve their goals. So did you see that kind of the scenario, the pickle here that we're in, basically?
Hassan, you see the eschatological end game, of course, from Islam. I certainly see the eschatological end game from Christianity, premillennial Christianity, which I've been studying for 15 years. We know what the end game is and how it all ends. But now, geopolitically and financially speaking, militarily speaking, in this realm, yeah, there'll be the back and forth. Iran clearly is winning. They clearly are in the driver's seat, as I said. China's involved. China will be brokering a lot here. And bottom line, the United States is going to have to back way off. We already have. And then come into a new poly-global reset where America is no longer the, quote, ultimate superpower in the world. It will have to be, don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. Be sharing that power structure with China and, of course, Russia. But anyone that denies that or wants to walk away from that, these American nationalists are just sleepwalking. But reality is, in the short run, yeah, America is going to have to do a huge, massive derision. We're in derision. Open shame. We'll have to take a walk back and eat crow. And then the deal, and here's the deal, it'll be an ultimate by China and the United Nations backing it up. The United States is going to have to concede a tremendous amount to Iran.
But the thing is, sorry, go ahead.
What do you call, not missiles, what do you call it? Sirens are sounding above Elliott right now, so silence are sounding above Elliott and the Red Sea. But sorry, back to you, Hassan.
Yeah, so I talked to my dad. He's really kind of been studying this for a number of years, and I was discussing it with him before, and he's like, this war is basically, it has to be the final war in his opinion, and there's just no way out of it. And the key thing here is that if America backs down, which it has to, otherwise, I don't see any other way forward. If it backs down and it says, okay, we've lost, it's never been defeated like this before. When you're defeated, like my dad's view is that when you're defeated in this way as an empire, you're pretty much over as an empire. It's not like you can recover and say, all right, we're going to go over another war and we're going to rediscover our glory, because you've shown to the whole world that you are actually a lot weaker than people thought you are. And you can't ever go back into a war with that same kind of image, basically. And if that happens, that means that the colony will have to accept that it can't achieve its Greater Israel project. This is his analysis, which then means that it will be in a state of collapse until it finishes, because it will be in a continuous state of collapse. It will never be in a state of growth or recovery, because if it's unable to achieve its objectives, and you have a situation where Hezbollah exists, Hamas exists, and Iran is getting stronger and is able to tell it, you're not allowed to do any more wars in the region, then the whole project collapses. The whole Zionist project collapses, and it will implode, basically. So that's my dad's analysis. I thought it was interesting. I was challenging on it, but I was wondering what other people think of that, if that's something that they can see happening.
Well, I guess I want to answer your question by asking you a question. Do you think that that Iran has it in them to, say, finish the job as it pertains to the colony of Israel? Do you think Iran has it in them to go all the way?
Yeah, the issue is what you define as all the way. Like, we've seen that the Republic acts very carefully and a lot more professionally than they even expect. They speak with every word with carefully. They're going to threaten very specifically things. Every action they have a planned response to. They must have decided it and discussed it endlessly to get to that stage. So when it comes to the response, I think
maybe doing to Israel what Israel wants to do to them.
Yeah, I think their assessment is they don't want to do that. They want to put it into such a position that is so weak and deemed so pathetic by everybody that they don't need to finish it off. It finishes itself off, basically. And if you imagine you have a situation where the Republic says, America, you can't touch us again. This is and there's actual ironclad guarantees by some backing or some withdrawals, etc. There'll be some agreement where they're forced to concede to the Republic. Then that means they can supply that means that Syria becomes a different dynamic. The whole region becomes under a different dynamic where they have to respect the power, the new power of the Republic, and then that means by default, the countries will be less inclined to depend on the colony, on the Zionist entity, because they see that this colony is not going to be able to give them the protection and the support that they actually need, and they believe that it was there. So that when those dynamics change, then then Hezbollah is getting supplied more and more with arms, and the Republic is stocking up again. They know that it's going to get more and more powerful, so they have to give up on their whole project. And what happens then to Netanyahu? What happens to the parties? What becomes of them? What becomes of the whole project at that point? You see what I'm saying? Like till now, they've been projected an image of strength. They've shown the world that they can, assassinate whoever they want. They can do whatever they want. What happens when all that stops? What happens when they're not allowed to do all that? What are they then? Do you see what I'm saying? What is this entity now? What's its purpose?
That's a great point, and I think you generally apply a great sense of like urgency to this matter. Like anytime I ever hear you chime in, I typically hear a much needed sense of urgency that I think actually is it's refreshing just because I think it's easy to romanticize the final outcome and say, well, if you just hit Israel hard enough, they'll sit in the corner forever and not plan on coming back around as soon as they can and harming you. But no, I think like the new multipolar world order is going to be one where Israel has to be defanged completely from an economic and even just like military standpoint, in a world influence standpoint. The U.S. dollar we got to remember the entire current market as it's been over the last 4 years has been basically upheld by like a AI crypto tech bubble, and Israel's economy has as well been largely inflated by that same bubble. And there's going to be a lot of pain as it pertains to the U.S. dollar. It's going to have to, and I'm not going to say it's going to hyperinflate, but a stagflationary depression has been sort of like on the other end of all of this for a long time, just on its own. The mechanics of the system as it is it was never sustainable in the first place, and a lot of what allows the U.S. and Israel to project power and influence and corruption and imperialism has been the strength of their currency. And once that burns out, obviously the entire world in some capacity will feel it. But Israel in particular isn't always going to have that sort of protection that it did before. I think that's why they even look at different prospects. That's why they're trying to attach themselves so heavily to India. It's why they're looking so fervently in Argentina. It's why random fires are starting in random locations so that they can speculate and basically get land on the cheap, I guess, down in South America. And I'll leave it at that. It's why you're seeing a lot of, I guess you're seeing their head is on a swivel essentially. So with Iran, all they really, I think Iran's just played a master class, and we can't predict the future, but so far they're in the driver's seat for the most part. The U.S. and Israel obviously have their contingencies, and they plan on fighting, and it's going to be probably a lot of blood that's continued to be shed before this is all done. But just in general, I think that like Iran is in a position to, after all is said and done, and when the dust clears, rebuild in a way that is where they are again the regional superpower. I also believe that Iran, if they don't have a nuclear weapon already, they are basically on the cusp of it. They have basically what they need to make like a dirty bomb anyway. If Israel, wishes to threaten its existence, Iran can certainly pose just as much of a threat right back. And just the way the world is shifting, we'll either, if we don't see a nuclear world war, we will see a global rearrangement into multipolarity. And that multipolarity will be with Iran as one of the premier countries that, really lead humanity into the future, along with obvious, and look, I do believe that the US does have a place in multipolarity. And Israel maybe does too, but in the US has its place because it can switch back to becoming more of a productive country. It doesn't have to be a nation that, you know, uh, it's like the Trippins dilemma, right? It's how the US has operated over the last like 40 to 50, maybe even longer years. So in this case, yeah, the dollar is going to have to kind of lose a lot of its dominance, and dollar dominance has been sort of the driving force to its corrupt actions, especially in West Asia. But once they don't have the ability to do this much harm, they're going to obviously have to play and abide within the rules of the overall global order. So Iran's going to
I
come
don't
out of
think they
this
can
on a
do that
better
though.
end.
I don't think they can do that. The issue is, look, so there's a question about world jewelry. I've not really answered that jewelry myself yet. I've not answered that yet. But in terms of their having a future in the region, because their existence is based on arrogance and domination, if that's reversed and the hegemon is the regional, not hegemon, regional superpower becomes a republic, let's say that's looking at that's the trajectory it's looking at now, because it's basically stood up to both America and the colony together combined. Obviously, it's taken hits, but the point is, strategically, it's coming out stronger. And if it continues to get stronger and stronger, and then that entity having performed the Holocaust on Gaza, and with with being hated by all of its neighbors, and with the Palestinians basically being allowed to recover and regain strength, how can they exist in a situation where they are no longer perceived as where they were previously perceived as a superpower of the region and the biggest one of the most powerful armies in the world, to a situation where they have regional allies in the Palestinian resistance and the Lebanese resistance on their border, backed by the superpower of the region? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
How
it
can
would
you
have to be
exist in that situation?
mutual security guarantees from China and the United States and Russia. I think that
But they
three-way.
wouldn't exist in that situation, in my view. That's my point, because if they just think of it this way, they wouldn't tolerate being equals with people around them, and those people who are equals with them have they have history with them that they want to take revenge on, basically, for what they've done. So
Oh, I
it's not
see
like
what you
they're gonna.
mean.
Yeah. So it's not like no one can guarantee that the Palestinians won't stage another October 7th, or even Hezbollah won't invade from the north at some point in the future. In fact, the opposite. It becomes increasingly likely because they become more and more powerful, and they want vengeance for what they've been doing to them for the last 80 years, and they actually have the ability to do it with a much greater likelihood of success and damage than was being done previously. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, the minute America becomes weak enough in the region, and the Jewish colony feels it's no longer secure in that region, really feels it's not secure because it can't dictate anything anymore, that entity will have to collapse automatically. It can't exist in that situation because the majority of the people in that entity won't accept anything other than domination. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think they'll be given one more chance after all is said and done. And if they, if they violate or encroach too much, they'll just be destroyed. Pretty much. Like, I think that's just pretty much what's going to happen. And
I'm not even sure that they give. I'm not even sure that they're giving that one chance. To be honest with you, I think they've had a million chances already during this 3
No, they
years.
have. You're right. Look, they've gotten, yeah. Like, look, the U.S. The fact that they were still, a concept past the USS Liberty, I'm shocked. Well, I guess I'm not shocked when you boil down to like who was in power in America at that time. But in theory, one would like initiate regime change in such a manner that the nation state of what you call Israel is unrecognizable. Right? That would be in theory what would take place if any other country did what Israel did to the USS Liberty. I think America would have completely reupholstered the entire basis of what Israel is as a construct until it's unrecognizable to even, like the most milk toast, Hasidic Jew, right? But that didn't happen. But if they try that again, or if they encroach following the, shifting world order, um, there are going to be countries that are not going to put up with that shit, basically.
I mean, just imagine to be a situation where the Republic says anything you do will immediately respond. If you hit anybody in Lebanon, if you hit anybody in Gaza, we're gonna smash you with a few rockets. That's basically they're going to be the scenario, and they'll be sat there thinking, we can't do anything here anymore. Like, we can't achieve our objectives. So yeah, look, it's all based on the idea that obviously the Republic emerges much stronger, more powerful following this war. That's the kind of qualifying factor. If that happens, then I believe that that's the trajectory of this colony. I don't think it can survive very much in the region after that.
No, I think we are kind of on the same page. Maybe by some stroke of like just a eureka, they realize the error of their ways, like in the movies where the bad guy forms a heart of gold. But chances are, what might just end up happening is and look, I don't want to volunteer Russia or China into what I'm about to say. However, if you look at how Russia is considering, okay, the way that they've handled opposing Nazism in Eastern Ukraine, for example, or how China has opposed terrorism in the Xinjiang area in Central Asia. The answer to it has always been snuffing it out to its core. Nazism is essentially like the concept of the Azov, for example, in Eastern Ukraine is basically like the Donbass region in general. It will cease to exist, right? Nazism will cease to exist. It will be eradicated. Like by the time the war ends between Russia and Ukraine, there will be no Nazism in Ukraine, or else. And if the United States wants to, take things to another level as it pertains to upholding Nazism, and if it ends up being a much more caustic war, if you will, or a much more you know, yeah, like I think you can understand what I'm trying to say is that like at some point there are forces in the world that will not tolerate being terrorized for their existence, and Israel got away with it because they had the global superpower, basically at their disposal, mixed with a region that had been already subverted and subject to even just like obviously like poverty and terrorism and being terrorized by Western imperialism. But that's coming to an end, and if it doesn't come to an end, in a good way, right? If it doesn't come to an end in a way that is mutually beneficial, it will come to an end. You know, through much more harrowing means. I think, and I obviously want to be careful with my words because I know we're on YouTube, so I think I'll leave it at that. But
Go ahead. Who's going to speak? I thought someone was going to speak. So, Brother Hassan, I want to ask you, because I was on and off the space, I wasn't really here, and you may have covered it already. But what do you think of the news that's come out today? Do you think they were negotiating, or do you think they weren't?
I believe what the Republic says, and I don't. The Trump lies through his teeth. I think he's in a very difficult place, and he's trying to declare this unilateral ceasefire to manipulate the markets. And we saw how the price of oil dropped from, I think, $99. That was 113 to 99. It dropped. People are still stupid enough to believe him. I don't know why. I don't even get how that affects the market so much. But my view is also he's making money out of it. Like he knew that this would reduce the price, so they would have bet on it and made millions out of it as well. So he's in that. But when you're in that position of power, just a few words, a few tweets, he's learned the game over the years that you can manipulate prices just by putting out a few words, and some people will be stupid enough to believe him. I don't think that it changes anything. They do want a way out for sure, but at the same time, I think it could be cover for a ground invasion. This has been mentioned by a number of analysts that he's using this to buy a bit of time, maybe 4 or 5 days to the weekend, then launch the ground invasion on the weekend, so that it doesn't affect the markets again. I think he's just buying time. That's all he's doing right now.
But he may need a reason to put boots on the ground over there.
Yeah, but it's useless. It is insane. We will not sustain or back up or support any land invasion. We've hammered this out hundreds of times in the space. It is a suicide mission completely. So it's...
Yeah, but that's deliberate. That's deliberate because at the end of the day, American soldiers are cannon fodder. So
yeah.
One analyst, a very interesting theory forwards. He would say, we've agreed a ceasefire, everything's fine, and you keep pushing this narrative for the next 4 or 5 days, right? We've agreed terms, nothing's happened, right, in fact. Then he'd send some soldiers, the soldiers would get killed, and they'd say, look, they've breached the ceasefire, we now have to bring in more troops because these guys are terrorists, we agreed things with them, and this is how, even though nothing's happened, this is a narrative that could be pushed over the next week, right? And then that will be used as justification to bring more troops in. It's like, look, they killed 100 of our soldiers. Like, actually, one way to look at it is that he could use the death of a large number of soldiers as pretext for a full mobilization and invasion. That's a possible scenario.
It's not a possible scenario, bro. Yeah, okay, on paper it is, but it won't work, bro. It won't work. It would have worked 30, 50 years ago, but not now. And I will stand on that. And if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. But no, it will not stand. American public will not support it. American public will not support that, brother.
Yeah, I didn't say it will work, but I think that's what is being attempted here, potentially.
Yeah. I just think there's going to be too much pushback, period, from everybody on the ground, soldiers, everybody. A ground war is a suicide mission in a place like Iran, which is like essentially a fortress from what I'm looking at. And I'm not in the military. I have family in the military, everything like that. But yeah, it's getting out of control.
The thing is, if we learn anything over the last 2.5 years, is that whatever happens, they don't give up. They'll try and find another way. So, Israel, this colony, didn't at any point give up. It stopped, then it thought, attacked Lebanon. Stopped, then it hit the youth, the Houthis. Stopped, went back into Gaza, did a genocide, did the Holocaust, killed, and attacked Iran, then it stopped, then it started again. Like, if we learn anything, they'll try something else. They'll try, but they'll come up with a new plan. So anything at the moment is just a pause. Now, whether it's ground invasion, whether they're gonna try another decapitation strike, whatever it is they're gonna do, they're planning something else. That's what I think everyone should agree on. I don't know what they're going to plan, but the point is that at the moment he's trying to calm down markets to buy them more time to either come up with another plan or to execute another plan that they've already agreed. If that makes sense.
Yeah, on paper it makes absolute sense, but we'll see reality happen here real quick when the whole world economy shuts down. And it will. I know even a feeble-minded person who's been listening maybe a little bit to the financial analysis, military analysis, all geopolitical analysis here, realizes that you can write anything on paper, but it's going to get really real fast, and they're not going to keep trying something else. Israel already is the pariah, and America is now lined up as the we're partners in crime. And I say we as an American. I've talked to Marines, plural, Air Force, retired colonels, generals, sergeants, all my peers, and you should have been listening to the 2-hour conversation I had this morning with the Marine. His history goes back to the Revolutionary War. His family, they've shed so much blood in these wars. You should hear him light up, bro. Woo! I mean, we're ready to go out there and start, on the streets and saying enough of this. We're insanely and tired of it. So yeah, plan on it. And I know we have not suffered the way the Palestinians have suffered, but look, enough. It won't happen. I say it will not. You think that the massive riots we saw during the Vietnam War when those college kids said we've had enough? No, when these idiots lied it. People have had enough here in America, because the problem is these MAGA freaks, these freaks, they're insane, psychological, pathological Zionist freaks. When they start waking up, when their neighbors start shutting them down and saying, shut your mouth, we're not going for this anymore, it's going to, in Congress, we're going to expose this. This is beautiful. I love it that America is being brought into derision. I love the fact that America is being just nailed, kicked right in the nuts. I love it, because God will not be mocked. You can't sit there and say, I love Jesus and let's go kill some more ragheads. You can't do that. God is saying, no, I've had enough of this.
Every liberal hates America.
Yeah, right. Liberals. This has nothing to do with left or right, Mango. Get off of that. It has nothing to do with liberals or conservatives. It has to do with moral.
You just went on a rant about MAGA. It definitely does.
It's about good versus evil.
About morality. Yeah, it was about evil and morality, actually.
Well, objectively, MAGA are basically like all like goy slaves, basically. Like if you're still MAGA now, you're basically just goyim, like cattle,
Absolutely.
By the way, I think this is the last card Trump has now, is market manipulation. Once this goes and people realize if this is all a lie as well, he's out of cards now, right? I don't think he's got any other cards to play.
Oh, do you mean as pertaining like to this war?
Yeah, so like in terms of like he's managed to find a way out temporarily. I think we can agree that at least kind of postpone things and give them a bit of breathing room. But he brought the price of oil down from $113 to $100, just below $100. So he's thinking, all right, now we've got a bit of time now. We can pretend things are okay for a week, maybe 2 weeks, while we put together another plan. But the point is, if they come back and hit again, and everyone now realizes that you can't take a single thing he said seriously, which people, even when this came out, a lot of people are saying, oh, it's going to end, war is going to end. Like, what are you guys talking about? Like, what planet are you on? I realized that straight away, but a lot of people are still deceived by it, and that's why it can affect the market. Once that gets lost, he's totally screwed.
Yep, agree, brother, agree. I agree.
Well, I guess like with Europe, I think if Europe that's tough. I think that'll be the difference maker. Trump can't do like a 500,000 person, deployment, but he can get Europe to well, possibly if they're willing to. And I think I have a feeling that some of this is like kayfabe, where they're saying, "Hey, we're not for this," and then something happens, some false flag or something happens, and then Europe all of a sudden switches their tune. And I think the thing that makes me raise my eyebrows a little bit is the that intercontinental ballistic missile, or no, it was a whatever it was, like the intermediate ballistic missile that was sent to David Garcia, and the response basically
Diego, you mean?
Diego Garcia, sorry, and the response to that, especially from the UN, who are saying, "Oh, well, it's inconclusive." It's inconclusive with all of these satellites and all of this, information that we have at our disposal. I think just the fact that the idea that we're still pretending essentially that we don't know where it came from. It's like the Nord pipeline all over again, the Nord Stream pipeline. It's like a complete farce, and it tells me it's sort of like a psychological operation, and maybe,
Well,
yeah.
Israel's not waiting on Trump's deadline. According to the news, I just saw an Al Jazeera thing, and I saw this reported earlier today that Israel did a big wave of strikes, and they said they were targeting infrastructure targets, meaning it's not just limited to like the military and ballistic missile targets. So Israel apparently has already expanded the target list and started to attack what would only really be the like civilian infrastructure and stuff like that. I don't know that there's been any details. I just looked again. I don't see anyone posting any details about what specifically is being hit. But if they say infrastructure, I assume they mean infrastructure. So it looks like Israel's going ahead even now, and they're going to be bombing these kinds of targets. Maybe not the power plants specifically, but lots of similar targets all week long.
You're absolutely
Yeah,
right.
and the war is ongoing. The war hasn't stopped, and I agree with you that the war hasn't stopped, and they will continue to find ways to escalate. But there will be red lines, because at the end of the day, the American empire is like, status is at risk here. It can't, like, it's proven that they can't. America can't do whatever it wants. It can't go and bomb a power plant in Iran. It can do it to other countries. Can't do it in Iran, because all of their interests and their assets will be smashed to pieces in response, and they just can't afford that. It would just be catastrophic for their world economy. And what has been proven as well is how sensitive Trump is to oil price, just by what he's done today. Like, he can do anything as long as it doesn't affect oil price, basically. That's where he is now. So he's like, now he's taking a breather, but he knows that any further actions would bring it up to 110, 115 again, and he's going to be screwed again. So whatever actions they do, they've got to be in this narrow path of keeping the oil price within that 100, up below 110, 105, basically, right?
Yeah, and Israel is likely to cross the red lines. And like Mako said, this is true. Israel is not beholden to it, and it's likely that they will cross those lines because, and it is likely that this is part of the plan. And it makes sense. It actually is a lot of the reason why they are rolling this out, the reason why they are putting out. They're stating their objectives and incentives and then acting in contradiction of them, using each other as proxies to do so for the specific purpose of, well, for one, seeding confusion, and two, when Iran responds, they're able to magnify the response, or rather magnify the damage at will. So they can light up Tel Aviv, for example, and you can't even see it on the media. But when Dimona gets hit, they're crying bloody murder. And the reason why is because they can really use that to manipulate public consensus. And even though we have conscientious objectors and we have people on X and especially in this space who are, obviously I hear, the hearts of the people who, object to this. However, there are quite a few people who literally see Iran as this irrational country who, in response to an aggressor, are lashing out at innocent GCC countries who didn't do nothing, and they're the poor babies. Like, how could you do this to poor UAE? Oh, they didn't do nothing, right? Like, it's totally just a complete, like, they don't understand. They don't have that much information. And so if they can ratchet that up and and continue to play that narrative, like, a lot of the GCC countries as it is are are basically working in consortium with Israel, underhandedly. They have their own interests. I don't think they're necessarily, willfully compliant, but they are compliant enough, especially Saudi Arabia. So if they can again get Israel to cross enough lines before the U.S. even intervenes, then they would love Iran to they would actually love Iran to put out some of these attacks because it would give them license to ramp up the aggression. And if they expect to overthrow the IRGC, it's not going to be fully through subversion. They've tried it, they are still trying it, but they are going to need to obviously turn up the heat. They're probably going to need to um, put assets on the ground. They're probably going to need to have their allies send in, their armies to die, quite frankly. They're probably going to need to operate as a unison with NATO. That's what they would need to even stand a chance. And even then, it's not on their side, right? Even if you have the UK and France and Germany all agree to send people and India, it would still be a massive undertaking, for a ground invasion. But that is what Israel and the United States want. They want a multinational ground invasion where, okay, 50,000 Americans, maybe 100,000 Indians, they would love it because it would be the most easy thing in the world. It spares like, okay, they're already doing the creep now. How many Marines are being sent? 8,000? And then 82nd Airborne. What is that? 3,000? Oh, well, okay. So, like, what's another 10,000? Oh, yeah, well, what's another 5,000? That's how they get you. And then if other countries can commit the same amount of people, all of a sudden you've got about like 150,000 people. And I know it's not just as simple as that. I know there's extensive planning that goes into this, but in Trump's view and in Netanyahu's view, they've got a lot of time. It's been 47 years. What's another year in their view? Otherwise, I think that's truly why they did this. They've already admitted that Trump was warned about what could take place with the closure of the strait. Trump himself is saying, "Well, yeah, I knew it was accountability. I knew it was a probability, but I may as well just do it anyway." He said it. He was aware, and obviously he overestimated his own abilities, but he was aware of the risk of what is taking place now to happen. Right? He was aware of it, and they've done the war games. They've done the like that. What is that? The Millennium operation, whatever that war game is from 2003, and a lot of what's taking place now was happening right then in that time where again Iran would use asymmetrical means to defeat the United States. And so I think they're a little bit smarter than we give them credit for. They're a lot more evil, they're a lot more evil than we give them credit for, and they're willing to sacrifice probably a lot more than we could possibly understand because as Tom said, a lot of this does have to do with religious extremism on the side of the Zionists.
Well, what's interesting is what you just described. Remembered reading something from Albert Pike. I don't know if anybody else has seen that letter from Albert Pike, in which he describes all of the subsequent world wars they plan. And essentially, they say the Third World War will be fought against the political Zionists and the Muslim world, and that the plan was to basically draw it out and draw everybody into complete exhaustion and economic turmoil in all of the Western nations, basically just gutting out whatever's left so that they can, play like they have a solution, the Hegelian dialectic, and introduce, oh, well, we have this new system and everybody's tired of ideologies, and why don't we just use AI systems and get rid of the human element, which is fallible. And yeah, that's what kind of concerns me is I don't see I just see this just continuing to just escalate, and that's what's kind of concerning.
Well, it speaks to Iran's strategy too, because Iran has look, they've left a lot on the table. Houthis haven't even been activated yet. The Red Sea, well, I know Suleiman announced earlier there may have been sirens going off near the Red Sea, but we haven't really heard much on that front as well. And yeah, to your point, look, there is
dark. We have that being a very likely thing to happen.
I think
I just don't think it is true.
Yeah, I think if you look at the history of Israel, it's founded on 3 terrorist groups that were very ideological in nature. You know, you got the Irgun, the Stern, Haganah, and of these, the leaders some of these leaders became prime ministers of Israel, or the general chiefs, or the head of the IDFs, etc., over the subsequent 30, 40 years, 50 years. And so for me, that is ingrained in that nation's sort of psyche and sort of ideology, and the fact that I think personally that they make connections with the financial world. They make connections through their network of Zionist billionaires and corporations, and use them. And obviously, it's in their best. There's a coincidental, or I think it's not coincidental, but it's a convenient.
A coincidence of what?
Convenience, sorry, a convenience, or a partnership of convenience, whereby the financial industry, so the banking industry, and the military-industrial complex, they all get sufficiently compensated if Israel goes to war and really embarks on this Greater Israel project that they've been doing since its inception, but really accelerated during the war since 9/11, really, by really enforcing their policy over United States foreign policy. So we already are in agreement that United States foreign policy is Israel's foreign policy based on what they've been doing, especially in the Middle East. So I think that they are ideologically driven, and that this network of financial agreements and deals they've been doing over the last three decades have been a partnership of convenience. And so if that's the case,
but can they be regime changed?
Yeah, and so if that's
do you think real power can regime change them if they don't cooperate? Like, can Netanyahu be regime changed? I personally believe he can. I don't think he's on top of the chain. If Netanyahu, obviously he's got leverage, just as Trump has leverage because of his cult following. But I do believe they can be regime changed if they don't cooperate and push things too far. Do you believe that?
I personally believe, given that the Likudniks are the ones in power with even more far-right extremist parties as part of their coalition that have been driving this ascent to, or this ideology of Greater Israel much more so, as evidenced by October 7th, allowing October 7th to happen and kickstarting this whole venture. I mean, they have been building the building blocks, the basics of that, with obviously the Pager strikes. This was a 15-year operation, supporting the ISIS rebels, ISIS terrorist groups, Al-Qaeda, and so on, partnerships with the UAE in Africa, and also trying to support them in Iraq as well, and also Yemen. So they have been building this up for a long time, and it's been sort of it's been a partnership of convenience. But I think
hold on, the African stuff that benefited the Gulf countries. It didn't benefit Israel. So UAE was protecting its interests in Sudan.
Well, Israel's got a I think it's in Djibouti, and now Somaliland. So they want to be able to control the Bab el-Mandeb Strait.
Somaliland is mainly UAE port. It's not Israel.
There's an Israel,
and Somalia is more Turkey. And so there's no, I don't see Israel controlling those. That's actually UAE. So there's Turkey, and
so there's a base there. It's well known. There's a base there. So that side of
but UAE controls the port, right?
But there's an Israeli base there, right? It doesn't matter if the UAE controls the port, because UAE is controlled by Israel.
The port is the choke point. The base is just.
Who's pulling the strings behind the port, behind UAE? They've got a Mossad base in Dubai, right? It's been targeted. They've got Mossad connections everywhere now in Dubai, in UAE, right? This is the UAE is widely recognized as, widely called the second Israel, right, in the region.
So that helps Al-Bayt Systems and various other private corporate interests.
Yeah.
But how does it help Israel as a nation?
So I'll tell you. So this is why. So because it's a partnership of convenience, right? They use UAE. They use UAE to finance lots of things, right? To finance their agenda of this Greater Israel project. And any choke points that they see, they recognize, like the Yemenis, the Houthis, or other, then they will try to put installations somewhere there to try to, again, this is a chess move, to try to ward them off or fight them off and knock that choke point off so they can get greater control in that region. Now, going back to your question about, do you think they're ideologically driven? I'm saying to you, yes, because you've got the government there who are far right and extreme far right, right, that are really have been setting this whole region aflame, right, for the last, at least certainly since October 7th, but they've had all the building blocks for the last 15 to 20 years. So it stands to reason that they're not going to just all of a sudden drop that just because the financial elements that they've made connections with somehow say, right, that's enough, Israel. You're not your 100-year plan or 120-year plan to install the Greater Israel project is nullified. So really, that's my
Yeah, I just see Israel very similar to America. So you create radicalized ideologies like evangelical Christians, and in Israel, like Jewish Zionism. But they're just useful idiots to real power, and the real power are those corporate interests, and the corporate interest is has a degree of governance that tries to optimize power and finance and money. But I don't think at the top of BlackRock, like Larry Fink wants to bring back the Messiah, and is a radical ideologue. I think it's pretty pragmatic.
I think you place, in my opinion, I think that you probably place hedge funds and all these private equity firms, etc. a bit. You place too much importance over them, or too much power. You give them too much power, and I think that there are so many.
You give governments more power than Goldman Sachs? I don't.
I'd give countries like China, the CCP, and Russia more power than someone like Goldman Sachs or BlackRock. I just think that the way that they are set up and how many connections they have and how much control and power they have over the globe is much greater than any one or two or three or four.
Donald Trump has capitulated. He gave a 48-hour deadline. He said to Iran, listen, within 48 hours, you need to open the Strait of Hormuz. Iran ignored him. They said that, look, if you attack us, because his attack was this, that if you do not open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours, we're going to be attacking your nuclear power plants. We're going to be attacking your energy supplies. We're going to be attacking your infrastructure. Iran responded and said, look, if you attack our energy infrastructure, if you attack our power plants, if you attack our key energy infrastructure, then we will respond in kind. The GCC will be open season. We will attack Dubai, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain. No country will be left unturned. Israel as well. All of the US allies will be attacked. No country will be left unturned from this attack and retaliation by Iran. The deadline was fast approaching. 48 hours was about to hit. Which way was it going to go? Was it going to be a nuclear energy disaster? Or was Trump going to capitulate? Well, today, immediately as the financial markets opened, Trump immediately capitulated. And he came out and gave Iran another 5-day extension. He claims that he's in negotiations with Iran, something that has been disputed by the Iranian leadership. But the 5 days are important and pertinent for two reasons. First reason is because it's quite clearly 5 days while the market's open, and then he'll probably make his move after the market has closed. The second reason is quite clear, which is that the MEUs are on their way to Iran. And the first group of them will arrive around about 5 to 7 days. So it'll be around the same time. So his timing of 5 days has merged with that. But what's happened is he just knew he couldn't do nothing right now. He couldn't do anything and he couldn't follow through on his demand. So he had to create this facade that Iran agreed to his demands. They came out and said, look, we did not agree to any demands. We are not in negotiation with you. And none of these things will happen unless you remove our sanctions, pay us reparations, remove your assets from the Middle East, and apologize. These are the demands of Iran. And it's only if the United States of America meets these demands will there be any situation, any opportunity of some form of ceasefire. Let's look at what's happened over the last day or so, as well as from the 24-hour warning, just so that we're able to capture it from a news perspective. So the first thing was, which is here, okay, let's just put that on and then I'll get it from here. So here we go. So the first thing was, Trump plans to hit Iran's energy power plants. He said, look, if Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within, and they already did the threat, within 48 hours from the exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Iran responded and said, listen, if you do that, we will attack you. We will attack your allies and you will be responded to in kind. Let's see what happened. Today, the 48 hours ran out. Trump came out and said the following. He said, he claimed that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were speaking to some people within Iran. So he said, who is Steve Witkoff speaking with? Trump said, a top person. Who is that? He said, I don't want them to be killed. Who are they going to be killed by? Are they going to be killed by Israel? Are they going to be killed by the United States of America? Are they going to be killed within their own nation? He wasn't obviously clear about this, but that being said, he gave this insinuation. Now, many people thought that the person who he was speaking to, or the claim, this was relayed by Israeli media, was that he was basically speaking to Galibaf. And Galibaf is basically a key person. He's essentially, you would say, at the head of the IRGC. He's very much entrenched. He's a hardliner. So the chances that he was speaking to him are very low in the first place. But that being said, Galibaf came out and said the following, quote, Iranian people demand complete and remorseful punishment of the aggressor. All Iranian officials stand firmly behind their supreme leader and people until this goal is achieved. No negotiation has been held with the United States of America, and fake news is being used to manipulate the financial and oil markets and escape the quagmire in which the US and Israel are trapped. He debunked these claims and said there was no negotiations going on. And this adds to my point, because when he was asked, why are you sending Marines to the Middle East? He said, if you were in my position and I asked you that question, do you really believe I will give you the answer? Crazy question. And that is a very important, pertinent question. Why are those Marines going to the Middle East if there's negotiations happening? Because the reason is there are no negotiations happening, or there are no fruitful negotiations happening where there will be any kind of avenue towards peace. Because the United States of America started this war of aggression with Israel, attacked Iran. Iran's defending itself, and they've laid out the demands for how they'll want this war to end. Even then, there'd be a huge question mark if you can even trust the United States of America in terms of negotiations, because the last two times when they were in negotiations, the US broke those negotiations and attacked Iran. Such is the level of Trump's delusion. He was asked about the Strait of Hormuz, and he said Trump says Strait of Hormuz will be under joint control. Maybe me and the next Ayatollah, whoever that is, there will be some serious form of regime change. Look at Venezuela. So once again, he's talking about regime change. He's talking about the possibility of taking control of it. But they're simply not taking control of it. They have no access to the Strait of Hormuz. They're not able to take control of it. This is why they're taking the amphibious units, sending them to Iran in order to essentially take one of the islands close to Iran, which are part of Iran, and to try and use that as a form of leverage. But it's just simply not going to work. He's sacrificing a lot of American soldiers in order to achieve this goal. And this was the most important thing. which is what I'm saying. After the 48 hours, what did Trump say? He said, we're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. If it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we just keep bombing our little hearts out. So, this is what it says. So, what he's basically saying is 5 days, no response. If that doesn't happen, we're going to continue bombing. They have no plan. They have no plan. They have no functioning idea. They have no position. They have no game plan on what they're going to do. And the reason for that is because Trump stuck. This was meant to be an attack to kill the Ayatollah Khamenei, to hope that this causes regime change, hope that the people of Iran rise up. But he was given faulty intel by the Israelis. The American intelligence said quite clearly, this will not work. You kill the Ayatollah, nothing will change. If not, you'll get people who are even more hardliners. He ignored American intelligence. He went with the Israeli intelligence. And after that, there's been failure after failure after failure. 4 days became a week. A week became 2 weeks. Now we're on our 4th week of the war. We're on day 24 of the war. And no end at sight. No situation where there could be any kind of congruence. Trump capitulated today. And the real question mark is, will he capitulate in its entirety? Because this is the situation where he needs to. Because if he doesn't capitulate, it's going to be quite simple. They're going to continue to lose. America is losing this war. Israel's losing this war. This is why Trump is trying to go and get to the table. And if he doesn't get his way, then he's going to expansively become a lot more excessive in his attacks. So the next 5 days are going to be important. After 5 days, we'll see what happens. But there is a 5-day deadline. Iran's not going to agree to the deal. I can tell you that right now. There will be escalation. Likely a ground invasion into Karg Island. Escalation after escalation after escalation. America and Israel have lost their mind. They have no functioning idea, logic, or premise behind what they're doing. And all we're doing is watching what they do as they destroy the entire global financial system, as the oil prices of average Americans increases, as the food prices of average Americans in the world increases. This is where we're at. This is what happens when Israel controls you. I appreciate you guys listening. Make sure you write a comment in the comment section. Let me know what your thoughts are. Do you believe that there were negotiations? Let me know, because we've got diverse opinions on this. Do you think there were negotiations and Trump was telling the truth, or do you think he lied? Do you think that there was negotiations and the Israelis leaked it so that the negotiations would end? Do you think that he's just lying completely? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. Let your friends and family know about it. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. It's the only place where you get real news, real information throughout the war without any propaganda, debunking the lies, and letting you know exactly what's going on. I appreciate you guys joining in. I appreciate you guys listening. And for sure, we'll see you next time. Like, comment, and subscribe. That was pressure that the laptop was about to die, and I was like, I need to finish this. I need to finish this before the laptop dies. Hilarious. We managed to get it done.
Council authorizes member states acting nationally or through voluntary multinational naval partnership for which advance notification has been provided to the Security Council to use all necessary means in and around the Strait of Hormuz, including within the territorial waters of littoral states within or bordering the Strait of Hormuz, to secure transit passage and to repress, neutralize, and deter attempts to close, obstruct, or otherwise interfere with international navigation through the Strait of Hormuz until such a time as the Council decides otherwise. So this is Bahrain, guys, right? They're going all out there. This is what the Jerusalem Post is reporting. I don't know if you saw that. Did you see that, Adam? I've just seen it. Or did we talk about it earlier?
The Jerusalem Post reported what, sorry?
That Bahrain submitted a draft resolution to the United Nations, in essence saying that you approve that we can get together as countries and do whatever it takes to keep that Strait of Hormuz open.
No, I haven't seen this one. So they
Let me send it to you. I've just seen it now. Yeah, literally, it's trending. It's literally, I've just seen it. I'll send you the post that I've just read. There's a lot of Zio accounts reporting it as well. But I'll
of
just
course.
send you, Reuters are also reporting it as well, to be honest.
Interesting. I doubt
They
they're
want to
going to get
authorize
involved.
countries.
Uh-huh.
Hmm?
No, I doubt they're getting
What is that?
involved physically. The GCC states have been very neutral in terms of like joining the war in any active way, except from, you know, obviously letting their airspace get used. But they haven't sent any bombs themselves or missiles to Iran.
Guys, why is it I leave the
Like,
space for 1 minute and it becomes a GCC shilling space? What is going on, guys? What is going on? Adam, what are you doing, bro?
what do you mean? I said they're letting their airspace get used. I didn't say anything that wasn't true.
So
They haven't
Dubai, for
sent any
example,
missiles.
let they actually fired at Iran from the actual land. It wasn't just airspace.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. They're letting their land get used for, I think, Americans to do that. Actually,
Exactly.
I don't
Well,
know if they
obviously,
did it themselves.
they're collegians. They're not
Yeah,
going to do it themselves. They probably don't know how to press the
yeah.
trigger.
Adam Suleiman calls you and
And
me, he
Simon, all
calls
three
me a
of you.
GCC shill, and he says you're the same.
All three of you.
But yeah, we're talking about Qatar potentially getting involved with breaking the.
Bahrain,
But
it was
even
Bahrain,
Oh, it's
actually.
Bahrain. Okay.
yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Mm.
So these countries are like explicitly involved. And with the you saw the statement by Qatar, like that Thani reporter. Remember, he's related to the family. He's been attacking Iran quite a lot, and all of these are interlinked. So, but in terms of like physical attacks, yeah, the physical attacks have come from Dubai. The other countries have allowed their airspaces to be used. The other countries have allowed their military bases to be used as well, because like the Saudis were lying, and then we found out that specifically the Americans were basically using their military bases to basically refuel their jets in the hangars, not just in the air. See, ask Inevitable China, bro. He's got the satellite stuff. Inevitable, show
That's
them the
true.
satellite. Show them the satellites, bro. Show them the satellites.
Well, yeah, even they ran like intelligence drills last year, the UAE and Saudi Arabia with Israel, literally. So this is not a surprise at all. You know, the mask is coming off. They were caught with their hand in the cookie jar. Well, Saudi Arabia was, and the UAE kind of has never really tried to hide their compliance. But that Washington Post article pretty much spelled it out. Like they're directly providing intelligence overviews to the GCC, and they consider the Houthis specifically in monitoring Syria to be a key basis in that intelligence briefing that took place. And then again, it was the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and I think Jordan.
I mean, that's why none of these players, none of these countries are honest actors. So any sort of deal will never be either honored, ratified, or trusted by Iran. So I don't believe that any sort of negotiations are in the benefit of Iran, because they're dishonest anyways, those the GCC, Israel, United States. And I don't know what countries or what other sort of mediating parties can do to enforce any such deals and guarantee them. So I just think this is probably what's in the thinking of Iran. They've gone through the international channel, they've gone through the normal channels of international human rights law, UN Charter laws, and it just hasn't worked for them. So because these people are beyond that law. So yeah.
It's likely they'll be
Okay, let me
vetoed.
read
Resistance,
super
what do
chat.
you think?
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Simon, can I just read the super chat? And I think
go for it.
do you want to ask your question? Because actually, a lot of them are
No, go for it.
a lot of them are asking you questions, or maybe pushing back on what you're saying. I wasn't here when you were speaking. It says, oh yeah, did you guys see the Joe Kent one as well? Trump came out and attacked Joe Kent,
Yeah.
and he said Joe Kent basically, when his wife died, he got remarried straight away, even though it was like 4.5 years later. Okay, he said
Didn't he say a
Trump.
similar thing about Massey? Didn't he? Like
He
he's
did, yeah. But at least with Massey, I don't think Massey did anything wrong as well. But Massey took 6 months though, didn't he? But this guy did wait 4.5 years.
I mean, Joe
Um,
Kent's a decent looking guy. Let's be honest. You know what I mean? And he took 4 years.
yeah, the guy was definitely patient. Okay, the super chat, Trump also said he heard they are looking into Joe Kent for leaks. I wonder how long before Joe Kent is a free man. Good question. Ted said, Simon, I followed you for some time, but not so much the last few weeks. Please could you tell us which of your predictions you were wrong about?
I answered
I
that
read
one.
that one, Suleiman.
Sorry? Oh, you read it
I
already?
read that one.
Oh, which one have you read? There's no point in repeat.
Yeah, Simon answered that one.
Okay, and then
Yeah,
have
so
you
the
read
one I
Avi's?
haven't read, I read Avi's. I tell you, the one I haven't read is the very last one by that guy, whoever that guy is there.
Okay. You, so you read the Epstein Files one as well, right?
Yeah, all of them.
Okay.
I've read Coolio's, I've read Avi's.
Okay, so keep up the great work, brothers. Thanks for noticing. And this last one's just a joke anyway. Okay, that doesn't matter. You've already answered it, Simon. It says, Suleiman, stop the GCC propaganda. Please, bro, it's too much. That's why I had to come in. I had to come and defend you. I had to come and defend you guys. The space has a right to defend itself. Okay, Simon, sorry, you had a question.
There's one more that's just come through. There's a super
I
chat that's
respect your
just come
intellect, brother
through.
Simon. I just love the question ideas, how they hold up. Would love to hear your thoughts from other perspectives. Oh yeah, so they appreciate your thoughts from other perspectives. Okay, Simon, go ahead. You had a question then, because I didn't realize you'd answered all this.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I was just going to ask resistance, but then so if a deal can't hold and Iran has already dictated some terms, then what does victory look like at the end of this for Iran?
Victory looks like the incapacitation of Israel, and then it allows them free reign to make their own deals with the GCC because they won't be hindered, and also the removal of the US bases, permanent US base removal, in exchange for permanent reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and lifting of sanctions and reparations. That's what winning looks like, and it's really contingent on the decapacitation of Israel because they're the only real spanner in the works. They're the unknown variables here, and as long as they continue to exist, there will always be a threat to Iran, and they'll always use US to exert their dominance.
So how do you contain Israel in your, like, how would you do that if you're Iran?
So destroy all of their business infrastructure. So all the companies that have invested in Israel, destroy them. As obviously the bases come first. Really dismantle anything that is anything in that country that is remotely tied to financial interests with the United States. So that way, as long as it's non-residential, but also really really destroy a lot of the illegal settlements as well. So that way, you're enforcing the fact that these people need to leave the country, leave the region. And that way, if they are depopulated by, say, 50-60%, then that country collapses already. And it will just be a matter of a few months to a year before a total collapse ensues. So, and while that is happening, it will probably take a few months for them to negotiate properly with involving partners like Russia and China, and implement a framework of consequences over Israel, United States, should they contravene that agreement.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the ideal situation if that ends up happening. But would you agree with this statement? If Iran ends up doing that, would that be because US allowed it to happen? Or do you think that Iran has the capacity to destroy Israel even though America doesn't want it to happen? Like, do you think that's feasible? So I guess what I'm asking, if that happens, it's either because America allowed it to happen or because America couldn't stop it from happening.
I think it's a bit
Which one do you think it is?
I think it's a bit of both, right? Once America sees that actually it's sort of losing power and that Iran is exerting too much dominance, that it's too much of a hassle to save Israel, they'll let that go, right? And I think history says that these people, these Zionists, they will move. They'll move to another place, maybe Argentina, maybe somewhere else that's favorable for them, that they will start to recognize, okay, the game is up. I think we've sort of lost it here because everything's destroyed. And if America, if the people in America are not willing to back us, not willing to fund us for the redevelopment of Israel, then it's practically over. And you'll start seeing mass exodus of people from that region, of Israelis from that region. So I think it will be a bit of both, and especially if you've, as long as Iran has got the backup and support of Russia and China, which seems that it's still continuing and it doesn't seem hindered in any way, then I think that's a good chance, in my opinion. As long as they continue, any early agreement will actually hinder Iran, in my opinion.
So under that model, basically Trump is in charge of America, and he will favor America over the fact that you think he's controlled by Israel, because he'll allow Israel to be destroyed by Iran. And that would be him choosing to dump Israel and Zionism as an ideology and favor the American interest.
Not necessarily, because as I told you earlier, I think that Israel and the financial industry, military industrial complex are a partnership of convenience. Once that partnership becomes an inconvenience, then these parties will drop Israel, and vice versa. Israel would drop these parties if it believes it's going to lose, and they'll go for the Samson option.
Okay, so then we enter into Iran destroys Israel, America drops his support for Zionism, and then the Samson issue is enabled, and we end up in a nuclear war that basically crashes all markets globally, destroys America, destroys Israel, and everyone loses.
Potentially that's on the table, Simon. I like, if you think, you ask lots of people, like the nuclear war option is a realistic scenario now.
Yeah, so if we're in a nuclear war, we better get off spaces. The only thing that's going to protect you is gold in your hand. And you better start learning how to grow a farm, because all markets are going to crash and the world as we know it today is over.
I don't think it's going to go all the way to there, but I said it's on the table. So someone has to rein them in. And I think there may be countries that will rein them in, and that Israel will be weakened enough that they won't be able to do it. I hope that's the case. But I think that Iran, if I was in charge of Iran and the leadership there, then that's where I would go to, because I don't see any sort of alternative, because any alternative to that of not neutering Israel will just invite them to regroup and then mount an attack again, and probably try to spend the next 10, 15 years to weaken Iran again to a point that they could actually maybe realistically succeed this time. So it's not in their favor, and this is the best chance while they have the international support, not necessarily the GCC support, but stuff them. Who cares about them? But they do have the big powers supporting them right now, and they're doing it in such a restrained way that it allows countries like Russia and China to back them. Right? They're not going for residential areas. They could easily wipe out all of Tel Aviv, launch 100 of the Khorram Shah rockets a day, and completely destroy it and kill tens of thousands of people, which would really alienate everybody. But they're doing it in a restrained way because they think of the long term, the long game.
So that kind of comes down to either America allows Israel to be destroyed, or Iran has the capacity to take on both US and Israel. And that's what it really comes down to.
I mean, what are they?
One of those situations happens.
What are they doing right now? They're taking on the US and Israel right now, and they're keeping the Strait of Hormuz semi-permeable in their favor.
So do we think that US is doing everything it can within its capacity to protect Israel right now, or do you think it's got a lot more it could do?
I mean, that's a good question. I I don't know what could they do. They might be, but I'm not aware of what else they could do. And also, you got to ask the question about Iran. Do you think China and Russia are helping them as much as they can, Iran? Do you think Iran has really exerted all of its powers, has used any of its latest weaponry, exerted have used any of its navy assets in the region? They haven't really. So neither side have, in my opinion, perhaps exerted everything they have at their disposal.
Yeah, these are the tough questions, right? And these are the ones we will get an answer to, and we have to. I think that the important part here is I think we all agree that this is the final resolution, and this carries on until it's resolved. But we've all got a slightly different version of who succeeds in this.
What do you
Yeah.
what do you think Iran looks like in this deal scenario, Simon? Going forward after that, in your opinion?
I think Iran normalizes with the GCC. China holds that agreement. They do trade agreements that allow for the flow of oil and gas. And Iran has sanction relief. And that's and then in exchange for sanction relief, there's going to have to be some concessions with Western financial interest, and that's what I think the deal looks like. And then we get a regime changed Israel in order to maintain that structure. That's what I think Iran looks like at the end
It
of
kind
this
of
after a
becomes
deal.
a superpower in that scenario. Sounds like to me, if that was allowed to happen, sanctions lifted, and they're selling the oil and gas freely. They
Yeah, that's why the integration with Western financial interests becomes important, because if it becomes a superpower, then BlackRock wants to profit with it, and then that holds off the desire to work on the Greater Israel project and destabilize the region.
I think that would be difficult for Israel to accept a superpower, Iran.
Yeah, that comes down to, is America going to show any, or American financial powers going to show any autonomy? And if they're not going to show autonomy, and Israel controls the shots, then we are in the all financial markets blowing up, potential Samson option, and basically, we're America has no autonomy, and therefore we should all prepare for maybe even a ground invasion or whatever we think comes next in
What
order for America to take over Israel,
what I don't
take over Iran.
understand, Simon, is that for the people saying like, "Oh, here's the list of demands that need to be met for Iran and stuff." I don't see why Israel, especially Israel or America, would ever agree to that. Like the only thing that Iran is completely incapable of attacking America or inflicting harm or punishment on America. Iran's attacks on Israel have been at such a low level that Israel's more than happy to accept them. And they're not going to increase down the road. A month from now, Iran's not going to be firing more missiles at Israel. It's going to be firing less. So the only thing they have is the Strait of Hormuz, but the Strait of Hormuz massively affects other countries, not America and Israel. So, like, are we just all supposed to throw in the towel and the entire, and also this is the implication. If America were to capitulate to Iran because Iran could disrupt the Strait of Hormuz, you're basically saying Iran rules the world now. You're saying Iran can do whatever it wants and
Don't forget the
nobody
Red
can ever
Sea.
get in the way. Hold on. Because if you ever displease Iran in the future, they'll just shut down the Strait of Hormuz and destroy the world economy. It is the I'm going to flip the chessboard method of geopolitics. And I don't see how anyone could actually think that would work.
Yeah,
Mango, can you
that's
just
why
do
I
me a
disagree that we
favor?
get these extreme victories. I don't think any of the extreme victories happen. I think there's a deal.
Yeah, can Mancos, can you do me a favor? Can you stop getting your news from Mario Spaces, please? Number one. Number two,
I
they
can't hear you. You need to speak up.
yeah. Everybody else heard me. That's weird. But can you stop getting your news from Mario Spaces, please? your propaganda because Israel is getting destroyed. It's getting hammered. Only an hour ago, Dimona got hit again. I don't know what you mean by
I don't know why
less
you think
missiles,
I would be getting my
but
news from some other space when I'm in this space.
because
You're totally
oh,
dissociated.
I meant his page. Sorry, but like because I mean you're saying less missiles, but okay, but for the less missiles that are being shot, they're being very accurate, right? Because they're hitting all these sites and
I
they're
mean, not
pummeling
really,
Israel still.
because
I mean,
you're only
you can
hearing
say
about one or
less,
two hits
but
a
there's
day.
Well,
also
maybe
you can
Simon,
hold on
maybe
one
your
second. You can say
stupid little
less.
missile will be accurate and hit the Al-Aqsa.
Pipe down, Zio. Nobody cares. You can say less, right? But there is much less interceptions, right? They're almost out of interceptor
Well,
missiles.
people
So
say
you
that,
can
but
say
I don't think
less,
that's
but
true
they
because
degraded
how many
their
hits are you seeing?
interception. They took out, yeah, I know you can say that, but I mean, they took out a lot of half of their THAAD systems, right? They had to go import one from South Korea. You could say less,
They didn't import
but they're
any THAAD
getting
systems.
through.
They just imported the reloads for the missiles.
Right. Good. Why do they need reloads?
I'm sure they wanted to make sure they had plenty so they didn't run out.
Because they were running out, right?
Well, you don't know that. How do you know that?
Well, why would they import extra? Wait. Why would
Hey,
they import a
if you have
restock
you
if
can
they
have
don't need it?
100 lying around and your projections can say, well, we might end up using those at some point. We don't know. So let's just
No,
have an
you don't
extra.
go buy
Let's
extra
bring in
paper
an extra
towel if
20 or
you
30
have,
just to be on the safe side.
sir. You don't go buy extra toilet paper if you have already like 500 rolls in your
You
house.
do
You
if
don't
it's
go do that.
COVID.
Yeah, sure, okay, but not in any other circumstance, right?
Yeah, the issue is they don't need them in South Korea. So of course, you can't use that as evidence that they were close to zero or they were going to run out. But here's the thing. We only see something like 25 missiles a day. And out of those, the vast majority are getting intercepted because we see the news stories of when they're not getting intercepted. And it's like 2 or 3 hits a day, which
Yeah,
means
but
that
that's
you're looking
again,
at like 90%
that's what the
intercept rate.
Zionist propaganda is
We
telling you.
say some
Remember,
stories.
you're not.
We see some
Sorry, Adam.
hits. We don't see all the hits. You don't know. You don't know how many hits are getting are landing.
I
And they
mean,
also took
how
them
are
from
they
Ukraine
stopping
to
you from
to
knowing
South
the hits
Korea.
when all the other hits are getting reported so widely?
We know the hits that get reported from Israel's blackout.
Well, here's the thing.
But the
Israel obviously
that
doesn't have a blackout if they shoot a missile at Dimona and then on Twitter, tons of accounts are posting satellite imagery of the exact
Mankos, they're looking.
location
Well, no,
and tons
hold
of
on,
videos and all
Mankos.
this other stuff.
No, Mankos, they're looking for sympathy because a lot of people got injured or killed or
So
whatever.
just on that, no. So what it is there's blackouts in a large number of areas, but not all areas. So because Tel Aviv was pummeled so badly last time, as was what was the other one, Elia, and as was what's the third city, Haifa. So those ones we get less visuals of. We'll get information that those places have been hit, but we won't get the visuals because there is a blackout. There's a blackout in Israel and in the Gulf states. People are being arrested if they relay that information. Now, somewhere like Dimona, there's not a blackout. So actually, we actually seeing all the hits that happen in Dimona. And so what you're seeing is, if you look at Dimona specifically, or even Arad. So Arad, we had a couple of, I believe Arad, we only had 1 or 2 missiles, both of them hit. That was 100% success rate. Dimona, as far as I know, every single missile bar 1 has hit. So again, that tells us what the success rate is there. So what you've got is you've got blackouts in certain areas, but then your question will be, but wait a sec, if there's a blackout, why are we getting some visuals? So we get a few visuals from random people who might put it on Telegram, who will break the rules. For example, same with Dubai. I know Dubai has been hit a lot more. It's literally a ghost town. Like Dubai, basically all foreigners are out of that country. The only people are left are the poor underclass, who basically can't afford to get out. And they've done a complete blackout. They'll arrest anyone who basically puts out any of these videos. But then 1 or 2 people may randomly put a video. So what we get is just a minutiae of the actual reality of what's going on in terms of the actual hits. We'll get the information come through because texting and saying, look, we've been hit is a lot easier. So I get so many texts from various places where they say we've been hit, confirmed, but we'll never get the visuals of them. But
Suleiman,
speak to
do
you,
you
Sam.
think there's
Yeah.
enough damage being done to Israel right now that Israel's going to just be like, we can't take this, we're going to give up?
No, I don't think Israel is going to give up. This is existential for them. They're not going to give up. Now, they're a lot more weak-hearted, so they will give up a lot sooner than, let's say, Iran.
But no, I don't think they're going to give up. For them, this is existential. They'd rather sacrifice anyone and everyone to get what they want. But in terms of the damage being done, yeah, there is a lot of damage being done. And the thing is, it's just basic maths, right? This is what Larry Johnson says. So this is not even from me. And he's right. It's basic maths. If you take the number of missiles and drones that have been fired, and you understand that with the missiles, you're going to use at least 2. We know there's been instances where they've used a lot more. There'll be some instances where they just obviously they've hit as well. So when you take all of them into consideration, you're already looking at a huge number of missiles that have been used already. And we know that the United States of America, as Larry Johnson says, since 2015, has only produced, I believe, 2,000 or 4,000 total interceptors. So
Wait, for
just
which
a
system?
sorry?
Yeah, it's
For the PAC-3.
yeah. There's not that many of the THAADs. It's in the hundreds, like 400 to 600 range. For the PAC-3, they
That's
have
in
a lot
total.
more.
That's in total, right?
Yeah, that's well in
Yeah.
total. I think it's 900, but those were sold to other countries. Like some of the GCC countries have a few hundred of the THAADs.
But in terms of the PAC-3, there was
Yeah,
sorry. In terms of PAC-3, how many are there?
Well, it's a lot more because it's a lot cheaper and smaller than the THAAD, but the PAC-3 is the newer version of the missile. So all of the legacy missiles are PAC-2s, which are larger and they're more expensive, but they're older and they've kind of it used to be that PAC-2 was supposed to be for like taking long range shots at aircraft and PAC-3 was supposed to be for missile defense, but now it looks like they've kind of switched over to PAC-3 more. I
Yeah, but
think
how many are there in total though? That's what I'm asking.
I had to look it up, but I know they make in the high hundreds per year and they're going to increase that. So I'm guessing it's like in the thousands somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. That's what I said, Manko, at the beginning before you responded. I said there's about 2,000 or 4,000, something along those lines. I think it's 4,000 it was. And that means for 4,000 at a minimum, you can only intercept 2,000 missiles and drones in total in the whole world. And obviously, Israel doesn't have all of them. So it's like simple maths that they're going to run out soon, especially when you look at the numbers that have been used specifically just on Israel. But just before we move on, and guys, listen, I've said it many times and I'll say it again. Don't mention other people on our chat. If you do, you're just going to be blocked. Like, that's low-class behavior. Now, coming back to Beatrix. Oh, crap, I forgot to do it. Beatrix, are you there? Guy there?
Beatrix is always here.
How's it going?
It's going spectacular. I was enjoying the discussion. I was enjoying Simon and where's he gone? He's dropped. Brother Resistance's discussion, and I was also enjoying Manko and Brother Hussein's discussion. I think Andy wanted to speak, but he might have glitched out.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, we'll come to you in a bit, Andy. The space is really glitchy, but I'm right here. I'm trying to just, you know what? Initially, when we started these spaces, right? Like I used to like look at the news, and I know Adam used to like kind of do a really good coverage of the news and stuff, and it was literally to find the news and relay it. Now it's find the news and understand if it's even frigging the truth. First and foremost, it's so confusing now. Because isn't it, Adam? It's like the media is just coming at you. New York Post said this, Washington, and you just like, it's all Western media. How do you decipher what's truth or not? It's so hard.
So tweet Ernest.
We've done it. Oh, fantastic. Guys, listen, on YouTube and on X. Who will go to first? Let's go to the peeps on YouTube first. So, guys, there's a new little video out. Trump capitulates. New 5-day deadline. This is one that Suleiman's done, right? So he's going to break it all down. So if anybody's been away or might have missed some stuff, because I have, right? I've been here, but I haven't been able to catch everything that's happened. So this is a brilliant post. And I think Siddharth's going to put it, or Suleiman's already put it. He's put it in the YouTube chat. So if you're on YouTube now, in the chat, I'd like everyone to click on that, right? Click on that link go into that YouTube video, watch it. It's a very short video. Open it in a separate tab if you need to. You don't have to leave the live chat. Give it a thumbs up. Put a comment in there. Let us know what you think. Okay. And on X, if you're on X, we've got 2,600, over 2,600 people on this space. I'd like everybody on this space, please, to go to where Suleiman is, just above where you can see Suleiman and Brother Hussein. You'll see some tweets pinned there, right? Some posts, the one on the left-hand side, which says Trump capitulates, new 5-day warning. Click on that. Go to it. Watch it. It's really short. But it gives you a complete update of what we're talking about here. And it's actually like this is history being written as we speak. Just give it a thumbs up, give it a like. And more importantly, if you haven't already subscribed, subscribe to Suleiman's YouTube channel. Just press the bell icon. It's free. So you can subscribe to it for free. And then once you've done that, put a comment in the box. So I'm there now, guys. I'm there now. I see Nick's made his way over. Let me have a look. Let me just say hello to everybody. Appreciate everyone. Guys, come on over from YouTube. Come on over from the main YouTube. I'm gonna come. Hey Siddharth, I see you here as well. I see loads of you here. Ann Taylor, thank you. She says WTF is wrong with this dude Trump. Yeah, agree. Guys, come on over. Bing Girl is here. Thank you. We'll see you all over here in the YouTube video. Come over from YouTube and especially from X, guys. We've got 2,550 people here. Come on over. Appreciate you all. And yes, I can see you're all joining. And say hi in the chat. I'll see you all over there. I'll pass it back to you, Suleiman.
Yeah,
Thank
guys
you.
as well. YouTube guys, you all watched. Why don't you? What do you mean? Don't mention the people? No room for discussion outside of the space here. Don't make sense. It does make sense. I don't want you to mention other content creators. That is bang out of order. Like that's very low class behavior. Other people don't allow it on their chat, and I don't want it on my chat. It's very simple. If you want to go there and talk about other people, go to their spaces. It's very simple. Do not talk about other people on my chat. Slim, if you don't understand it, I will remove you. So I'll give you a chance to respond to clarify that you understand. If not, you're going to be blocked. Okay, coming back to it. Yeah, YouTube guys, make sure I was flipping gonna say something nice until I flipping heard this guy. But I was saying YouTube guys heard me record the video. So guys, yeah, give some support. I know you were watching it and listening to it. So yeah, just make sure you like the video and make sure you watch it as well and support it. I appreciate it. I'm gonna be in that chatting as well. Just before, because I've got a question for Simon. But just before we go there, Andy, do you had your hand up for quite a while? Did you want to jump in on something?
I mean, yeah. Right now, obviously, it's pretty clear that Trump's lying about these negotiations. You have all these fake reports coming out. Like, there's one source that was like, "Oh, Trump's backing Iran, the leader of Iran's parliament, to be president." So they're just clearly, as Simon was saying, putting out these lies to temporarily keep the markets down. And it's unless there actually is a deal, which I don't think there is going to
Oh,
be.
Simon thinks it's a lie. Oh, I want to hear this. I didn't hear Simon's view, but do
No, he
continue.
didn't say it's a lie. No, he didn't say it's a lie, but he said that no. But what Simon said is that they're trying to keep the markets down, and if there's not a deal, it's gonna be bad. So I think Trump is trying to get a deal, but I mean, I don't think Iran wants to negotiate. So it's gonna be interesting. Like I don't know who the heck even Trump is negotiating with. I mean, to this whole thing, oh, I can't tell you who I'm negotiating with, or they're gonna get killed. Like, I mean, and if Trump's negotiating with someone, that person clearly doesn't have that much power. If they're afraid of them getting
Israel came out and ratted him out and said that the guy he was negotiating with was that, I think, the leader of parliament guy that you said he was backing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't see Iran getting some moderate in charge. I just don't see that happening. So, I mean, I'm honestly shocked Iran hasn't retaliated against more energy infrastructure after Israel literally struck their power grid. I'm honestly shocked they've shown this much restraint, and it's honestly a bit disappointing. Like, I honestly want to see them retaliate a bit more. Like, they said if their energy infrastructure is attacked, they'd hit energy infrastructure, and they really haven't yet. I want to see them say, like, hey, we're true to our words. So I'm wondering when that's going to be coming. And all of this only got oil down about $10. So I mean, it's really a temporary fix. If a deal's not reached by Friday, oil's going to probably shoot up to what, 120. So Trump can only, as we've been saying, play this game of verbal chess for so long. if there aren't results, the markets are going to collapse.
Yeah, appreciate that, Andy.
But you know what, Andy? You know when he says I can't say the name because I don't want to put their life in danger or whatever he says, I don't want them to get killed. The only threat anyone's got in Iran of getting killed by is Trump himself. No one else going to go kill him.
Exactly. Isn't going to. The only time Iran takes out their own people is if it's a Mossad agent. Iran doesn't take out their own people that are actually their own people.
Well,
and
okay,
it
so just
shows
some breaking
whoever he's
news,
negotiating with.
breaking news. Huge breaking news. Haifa is being hit with a huge amount of cluster missiles again. Cluster missiles all over Haifa. We have significant footage of Iranian cluster missiles over Haifa right now. The skies over Haifa are being lit with Iranian negotiations right now. I love that. Fragments impact Haifa already. We've seen hits on Haifa as well. And there's no defense against cluster missiles. So they're being hit quite hard. Obviously, we'll continue to give you that information as and when we receive it. But it is, yeah, the Haifa is being hit. We're getting a lot of boom, boom, Tel Aviv, boom, boom, Tel Aviv. Goive.
Sully, but that doesn't mean there's any damage or impact. Come on.
Yeah, because
So
clusters could be stopped with like, what, 1 million interceptors or something?
yeah, exactly. I mean, this is nothing. There's no damage at all going on this time round.
Well, it is true that the cluster munitions have not actually been doing much damage because Israel's made of essentially concrete. The buildings are made of concrete. So cluster munitions do very well if you're shooting at a city that has a lot of wood buildings, but they just, cause little craters and stuff and do a little bit of damage, but they're not actually causing. The main thing you want to get out of a cluster munition is to cause a lot of fires, and they haven't been doing that.
Yeah, so this is not a cluster munition, right? So what the Khorram Shah 4 is not a cluster munition. It's basically a missile.
They're submunitions. They just don't have. They don't have 200 tiny ones. They have like 6 or 8.
No, they have 80. They have 80 bomblets in these cluster in these. So this is what they have. The Khorram Shah 4 has got anywhere between 30 and 80 bomblets, right, and the main warhead as well. All right. So once the casing actually ejects, right, then you see a sudden dispersal of all these bomblets. These bomblets itself, they destroy cars. You see them. They make holes in the ground. They destroy buildings. They damage concrete. They do everything. Just individual bomblets. So just have a look and just imagine if one bomblet can put a fire, destroy a car, put it on fire, burn for a while. Imagine what 80 of them could do. So in a certain geographic area. So it's not like a cluster bomb where
one missile that has 80, but they're smaller. The other missiles have a lot fewer, but they're bigger.
A classic cluster bomb disperses on him.
Hey, let me just, I've been here for 10 minutes. I guess no one can see me. I just want to stop and say hi. Not really interested in the cluster bomb definitions. They seem to be just there to scare the locals, honestly. Just intimidating these small explosions in a populated area. I don't think creating a lot of fires is going to change anyone's mind. As far as the 5-day pause, when clearly it's not a ceasefire. What's going on right now, and was it Haifa that you said points that out? And Trump just wrecked a lot of people in the market today, right? He wrecked a lot of people by throwing this thing out. In 5 days, he's going to wreck some more people. And I don't know where's the solution that allows him to back out, for there to be a cessation of hostilities. There's going to have to be a win for all three parties. And I think that's impossible. I don't see the avenue there. Everyone is going to have to save face. And Iran has to have safety and security. And so I think this is still headed toward a bad place. But I'm headed out to dinner. I'm on vacation. Great to see you all, and I'll check back with you later on.
Have a good vacation.
Doc, just a quick question. If you need to head off, it's no problem. I got a quick
Wait, what was
question.
that,
So if you
Sully?
need to head off, like no stress.
No. I got a few minutes.
Yeah.
We're just getting ready here.
So Doc,
Getting ready to head
in
out.
terms of, obviously it was a 48-hour deadline. Trump kind of essentially gave an extension of 5 days. What's I mean, from your
you've been following him since about 10 years now. What's your
Yeah.
what's your perspective on that? Do you think that was Trump capitulating? Do you think he's gonna follow through? Do you think what do you think is gonna happen in the 5 days, just based on your own experience?
I think he's being pushed right into a corner, because Iran is not going to stop. Uh, whether their bombardment now is light or heavy, they're not going to stop until they have the things that guarantee their security. For me, there's three things. One, they have to be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, or they have to get a nuclear weapon, announce that they have it, and demonstrate that in some way. Because no matter what, like you said, for Israel, this is an existential crisis. They're not going to stop unless and until one, Russia's threat. I forget who it was that reported that. Russia's threat that if Israel uses a nuke, and clearly Russia, China, and others see that this is a possibility because it's getting to be a desperate situation for them. Trump's threats to bring 4,500 Marines to try and push into the Gulf, even to the forefront of the Gulf, to take Clark Island, is a joke, and he knows it. And there are clear signs that there are mutinies or effective mutinies going on some Navy ships. I mean, who knows what the Marines on those two, I forget, MEWs or MEPs, what's going on there, because they're being sent into a meat grinder. So I think Trump has to back off on that, because I think the military will do everything they can to convince Trump that they can't be done. But I just don't see a way out that provides Israel with a political solution that Bibi, if he can still stay in control, that Bibi can, pass through his supporters without losing his position. Because I don't think there is any secure for Israel right now. They're going to have to. I think if I was Iran, provide a pathway to a two-state solution. Gaza started all this, and it's still unresolved, and it's sort of being ignored right now. So the nuclear aspect has to be there. There has to be an acknowledgement that BRICS, China, Russia, and those countries, including Iran, that are willing to cooperate with them, that the petrodollar's hegemony is done. So there's going to have to be a resolution on that. And there are just so many stakeholders on both sides. It's an endlessly complicated situation. So I don't see right now that Trump will have any choice but after 5 days to resume hostilities, because that's his intention, and that's the push that the Zionists in his own government, plus the Israeli government, are pushing him towards. They can't go it alone, and Trump can't be seen with the current power base in Washington to back off from Israel. So it's an intractable situation, and there's no 5D chess here from Trump. This is desperation. He trusted the wrong people, or this is always his intention, and he's blaming people like Wickoff and Darrett and others to getting him into the situation. The best thing for him to do would be, and which is something that I've never seen Trump do, say he was completely wrong, apologize, pay reparations to Iran, arrange for a new revenue sharing deal and for some protection for the petrodollar out of the Gulf, and acknowledge that BRICS, China, and Russia, along with Iran, really do have control of the oil that comes out of the Gulf. End of story. And thanks for the mic.
Doc, there is 5D chess, right?
How's that, Doc?
Look at, because every single time he makes an announcement, there's extraordinary behavior in a market that profits wildly, like a $1.5 billion trade on the S&P, which is very unusual for that size. Hyperliquid getting a $300 million bid right before the news, very strange, and then repeating it on the other side as soon as he announced the opposite. A man who famously didn't really invest in stock except in the 80s when he got caught actually calling the New York Times or whoever it was, pretending to be Trump's publicist, saying that he was going to buy MCI, which at the time was a big telecom.
Yeah,
and
a
then,
long time ago.
Yeah, remember there was like 3 times he called the press, pretending to be Trump's press agent, but you can hear it because of the way he talks that it's him. manipulating the markets. We know this
Yeah,
man
but
likes
do,
to
do you really
manipulate the
think
market.
do you really think he's
But
motivated by
Doc,
manipulating the stock market when he's been manipulating the cryptocurrency market? And
he
you
he
know,
just made $500 million.
yeah,
And then his
but
son Eric just made a deal with a drone company where
right,
he took part ownership, and then that drone company got a contract from the US to use in this war, and now it's going public for 1.8 billion, and Eric is going to get half of that.
right. No,
And
I
Trump merged a social media company with a nuclear fusion company.
yeah, but Joe,
Like
let
when are
me
we gonna
just
wake up and be like, yo, this shit's over?
Hey,
Like
yeah, so
like
let me just interject real quick because I have to go. The thing of it here is whenever there's a trade made, you know, there's a winner and a loser, particularly in stocks. If someone's selling short, there's someone selling long. There's
yeah,
puts and
he's
calls, and
wrecking
so there's
people.
always someone on the other side of a stock transaction that's going to get hurt. And except for the IPOs, I agree. That's the people who push the IPO out and make it a public issue of it. They'll clean their money off the table and they'll walk away from it. We've seen this morning that there's you know, Simon might know what statistics are, but a very, very large volume of directors and officers selling stock. So they're trying to take a risk for themselves off the table. But if Trump turns the trades around because he's messing around with his threats or his capitulations in terms of the war, someone's getting hurt. So I think eventually, you know, Trump's going to have to pick a path and commit to it. And it might be this Friday. And like I said before, I don't know what that could be.
Yeah, but isn't there any precedent to go like to track these things down and these deals that his family's making? Like even the
Well,
Saudi deal with the
he's
2
got the
billion to
Justice
Jared
Department.
Kushner.
He owns the Justice Department. And clearly, you know, Pam Bondi hasn't done anything. You have Dan Bongino and others who are in a position of power and trust, you know, turned their back on America. So no, I don't think there's a way to bring justice to Trump at this point, because he has all the power and Congress is, you know, feckless. There's you know, they're spending money that we don't have. It's going to cause massive inflation down the road for consumers. And Trump and like you said, the Trump family is going to be, you know, out of politics in 4 years unless they want to. Still with a lot of hands on the levers of control around the world because of the money that they have and the relationships that they have, and you know, leave us with a mess. But no, I don't. You know, the Clintons aren't being prosecuted. The Obamas aren't being prosecuted. Bushes didn't get prosecuted. These guys are all in a club and they protect each other. And so, no, I don't see that there's any, you know, technically, I don't know if what Eric
Doc,
did is a
Doc,
crime to begin with.
none of their net worths doubled in a year. None of
Yeah,
them.
but
There's not a
this
single
means that,
president that happens to.
yeah, but Trump has taken advantage of a bigger opportunity economically, and so he's making more money.
Yeah, but he's stealing it from American people.
It's not technically theft, and so we're talking about it when you talk about the question of justice. The crime has to fit the elements for the crime. Now, this
It's
is, you
insider
know,
trading, right?
I'm sorry.
It's insider trading.
No,
Well,
it's not
yes,
insider because he's
Washington has had
inside.
insider trading forever, and we've talked about that. There are select congressmen who have said that we
Yeah,
should
because it's not
end.
insider legally. It's market manipulation. Like the
Yes,
senators, although I'm completely against it, it's not technically insider. What Trump is doing is clear manipulation. Um, depending on where those wallets go to or those
but
accounts
the
go
market
to,
is always
right?
manipulated. It's naive to think that what Trump's doing is somehow unique and therefore
But it's
prosecutorial.
illegal. It's
Yeah, it
illegal.
is. He's a bad
Yeah.
guy. I mean, we can
Yeah.
all agree on that. And me is in my position, my support for Trump and MAGA and America First, and yeah, I'm calling it out too. I mean, go look at my feed. I'm vicious right now
But
because
is
I'm
Doc's right?
furious. I
Doc's
feel
right. Like,
betrayed, you know?
isn't this like common what they all do? Like, I remember, I know, like the Pelosi tracker. Like, if you follow that, you basically make a lot of back. But I think what adds the extra dimension with Trump is he's the president of the United States of America, so he can literally be
Yeah,
like,
yeah, but Solomon, the Pulse tracker is public. Like she has to declare what she's doing, right? Although I'm completely against it because she's going to have information no
Yeah,
one
but
has
if it's
about
still market
approvals and everything like that.
manipulation, why isn't Nancy Pelosi being prosecuted by one of her, we thought, greatest political enemies, and that was Trump? I mean, she staged, you know, January 6th. That was her. She had her daughter and a producer filming the whole damn thing, and she's on audio admitting what she did. And then no one's being prosecuted, including all the Epstein pedophiles. It's disgusting. So, Joa, look, there is no justice here. There's not going to be the sort of reaction to what Trump's doing that you would like or that I would agree is appropriate, because it never happens to the politicians.
Yeah, it's true. It never does happen to them. It's just here. It's just so blatant, and
Yeah.
he has a record of doing it in his past as well.
Right. Well, what
Uh,
Clinton did in Haiti was blatant, right? And evil on top of it. So, and there, Trump recently said, I hate to see the Clintons being dragged to the Congress to hold themselves accountable to the Epstein file stuff. It's disgusting. It's all a club. They were friends long before Trump decided to run as a Republican. And who knows? They might have humiliation videos of each other. And look, guys, I got to go. Great talking to you again. I'll check in later.
Thanks for that, Doc. Appreciate it. Want to go to David Z? We got China, we got Russia, we got America on the stage. This is literally, we could just have nuclear talks right here. Let's end this. Let's bring peace into the world. But anyway, go ahead, David Z.
Thank you, Suleiman. No, we don't want peace. We need war and more of it.
The Russians, Mother Russia.
No, it's the Irish in me. It's the Irish in me. Look, here are the basic fundamentals. If I just base what has been said about Iran at the moment, war hasn't even started. The concept of war has not even started. What we're looking at is a missile war tit for tat. As I said 3 weeks ago, a war envelops countries, and this is not happening. You could look at war in Ukraine. That's a war. Looking at the numbers today, there's almost 2,000 people killed in Iran because of this illegal attack upon them. And yet that's basically not even 2 days casualties in Ukraine. Even today, 2,400 in the last 24 hours, in the last 48 hours. So it's not a war. It hasn't gone to that stage yet. Yes, they are under attack, but this is not an official war. To say that, we haven't even gone to the first minute past the starting stopwatch on this. If you look at what Iran is saying, if you look at what is being opinionated, especially in Russia, which I think we can all justifiably say that they are being fully supported by. I mean, a lot is going across, and I use that term air quotes a lot. They are of the opinion that this is going to last a long time. Iran has the capability to launch 40 missiles, 50 missiles a day, and maybe 500 drones a day, the Shaheeds, for a year, maybe even 2 years, according to how their production and assembly lines are working. And that is of the opinion of Russia. However, the rest of the world does not have that. And to say that, I heard Simon talk earlier that he believes behind the scenes there is some top dialogue going on. Absolutely not. It's been joked about in Russia. When you look at the state that Trump is flummoxing around, this is not the strategy of a well-tuned intellectual machine. This is a strategy of people grasping on a day-to-day basis what they are facing, and they've woken up to the fact that they are not facing an Afghanistan, they're not facing a Gaddafi in Libya, they're not facing anything like they have had before. It took the Americans just on 7 years to get a grip in Vietnam, where they recognized that they had lost it, just about several months after the Tet Offensive in '68, and yet they started flying in the munitions and the men around 61, 62. What they are seeing after 24 days is that, oh damn, we're in a bad spot here. How do we get out of it? But Iran is not coming out of this. Iran is like, let's not think what we think. Let's look at what they are saying. They have said, we want demilitarization. We want recompense for the damages you have done. It's going to run into hundreds of billions of dollars, what has happened in that region. And if I was in Iran, as they are saying themselves, they trust nobody. They're at war with all of these little vassal states in the Gulf. So what would you do when you're in a position of pure strength? I mean, these guys are holding every single card in the deck, including the two jokers. There's no reason for them to comply with what America is saying. They have Russia and China behind them. I simply don't understand any guesstimation that anyone is saying on this. If you look at what China's saying, if you look at what Russia is saying, there's no way they're giving up. Russia is using this as a cudgel against Europe and against America. And there's a lot of problems now going on in Moscow. I mean, serious amount of issues going on in Moscow. This Iran war has caused more grievous narrative, you could say, the best way I can put it, in Moscow than in the 4 years of the Ukraine war. Basically what's happening is the Russians are looking at going, the Iranians have done more in 4 weeks or 20 odd days than what we've done to these bastards in Ukraine for 4 years. Yeah, we've killed 2 million of them. Yeah, we've caused their demographic destruction. Yes. And we're cracking open Europe, but there's still, our men and women are dying every day. Our economy is at stretched limit. We should be in a much better situation. And there's people saying that Putin is going too soft. The reason for that is there is a cabal of vested interests in Moscow that are fighting now with the military. It's very serious to the point that we all should recognize it. This thing in Iran has lit a flame in Moscow that like United Russia, which is Putin's party, is less than 30% popularity in Moscow. Now, this totally changes everything. We have never seen this. The last time Putin got elected, which was not too long ago, I voted for him. It was over 68%. He's less than half what he was. And the reason for that is the Russians want war. My opening statement. They want war. They want to send as many planes and trains and ships down via the Caspian to
Sorry,
Tehran.
Dave, explain that more. What is the friction now in Russia?
The friction is that the conservative wing within the Kremlin want the terminology change from an SMO straight past a CTO right into WAR in Ukraine. That's what they want. And like, you don't trust me.
Why is Iran blowing it up? Is there like different competing factions or ideology?
No.
What's that?
No. All these military guys, which look, need to understand it. Yes, there has been political progress in Russia in the last 26 years since Putin got in. I mean, he didn't clear out the oligarchies until about Medvedev got in 2008, 2009. So what they still have there is a cadre of military, how would I say this, levels is the best way of putting it, within the Russian political and military society. And they dominate it. Medvedev is the voice. Lavrov would be a very conservative entity as well. And he's come into conflict in the last couple of weeks with some statements that are coming out of the West. But look at the Russians now here. This is the basic fundamentals. They see Iran doing something that they should have done in 2022. They want, and I say they, the military, and indeed many in the political wing, like the Communist Party and others, they never wanted Russia to fall back in the summer of 22. They wanted hellscape. They wanted, no, why are we leaving Kiev? Let's crush them. I mean, that was one of the principal friction points that was with Prigozhin. If you remember Prigozhin, the head of PMC Wagner, when he went on his, let's say, little revolution on his road to Moscow, he was demanding, that these, he used some very derogatory words. I can't use them now. The Beatrice is here. But he used very derogatory words towards...
He wanted to be more aggressive, and he was complaining that Putin wasn't aggressive enough. Is that...
Well, he met Putin 3 days beforehand, and the information we got out was that there was a tentative agreement done between Putin and him that he would cause a stir and would flush out the rats within the ship. It did, actually. Over 150 of the rats left, and they put into prison another 110, 120, you can check that yourself, because there's thousands within the top echelon in the Russian army. So getting back to point here, they wanted war, and they still do to this day. They are fed up. They want everyone Arenshikt. They want, they especially want England Arenshikt. They want to hit England now tonight, if they could, if the proper person was in power outside of Putin, like a Khrushchev, a Brezhnev, or even a Chernenko or Andropov, who didn't last long in the early 80s, they would slap England tonight. You need to understand, I mean, the USSR was the world nuclear superpower for a very long time until it capitulated, was forced to capitulate internally through traitors in their organization. But they are now stronger than what they were at the top of their heap in the early 1980s. Militarily, Russia is now stronger than all of the USSR, which was double the population back in the 1980s. And they want war. So what they're seeing is they see Iran doing something that they, as Russians, should and can and could do on Ukraine, because we still have the same shit. As I said 2 weeks ago, Storm Shadows, using British military personnel, British intelligence, American satellites, launched 11 missiles towards Bryansk and killed almost a dozen people, shattered a school, a hospital, and businesses. I mean, indiscriminate bombing of civilians was not a military target, was not. So there's a lot of trouble going on. But to say that United Russia are 30% popularity in Moscow, with a growing apprehension against Putin. Even the Communist Party under Zhuganov is doubling its support in the urban centers, and they always had it in outside. But this is a problem now for Russia. So they are saying go, go, go. Now, going back to Iran, I'm sorry, there is no dialogue going on. Absolutely not. Zero. There's not a phone call. If there is a phone call, it's not being answered. It's the same way that Russia has taken with France, England, Germany. If a call goes through to Moscow, they're not being taken. The emissaries, the ambassadors, have to physically go to the Department of Affairs, whatever it is in Moscow, and hand over a written request to take a phone call. So that's the animosity that is between Russia and Europe. And it's exactly the same what's between Iran. Why would they? They're at a position of power, for God's sake. And the requests, and the basic requests of, we're getting rid of you, your bases, take them with you, your soldiers, your Marines, your planes, whatever, bombs, get the hell out of here. Go. Again, I will state again, Iran has only lost 2,000 people of a population of 90 million. Ukraine has lost 2 million out of less than half that size of population. This is not war. And yet the whole world is stuck, and they cannot open up the Strait of Hormuz. Look, they're about 2 weeks away from putting extra troops there. There's some coming from California. They're going through the Panama Canal at the moment. They're going to be there for another 11 days. They are building up, and the option is there. But this delay tactic that Trump is doing, I do agree with the previous speaker. God, I can't think, the doctor or whatever was here. These guys are filling their pockets, but they've done it for a long time. They don't care. You know, this is pure market manipulation. You may call it insider trading. It's a joke. It's an insult. You should see what the Russians are saying. It really is classic. They have a great sense of humor when they see this. I mean, why is there what one guy said today? Why is there no wall and a machine gun? All these guys should be shot because they're killing people in Iran to line their pockets. They are the worst of the Epstein class. I mean, Epstein class is the number one talked about thing still in Russian channels. I think it's disappeared off my own Irish media. I don't see it that much in European media. So, you know, as I said before, when Putin went into Ukraine in February 22, COVID miraculously disappeared. And it seems that this justification for Iran has made Epstein thing disappear. But again, I was saying, this is not war.
David, can I ask you a question? It's related. What do you make of Israeli military spokeswoman Anna Okolova, who basically threatened Israel?
It was a laugh. It was a laugh. It's like,
yeah, but let me just explain to everybody. Let me just explain to everybody what she said, so that way you can answer it. She basically said, "I hope Moscow does not wish Israel ill right now." I'd like to believe that, because basically Alexander Dugin, he came out and said that Israel is threatening. Basically, Israel has access to all web cameras in Russia and could easily hit whoever they want. So all Russian leaders, including Putin. And she did not actually deny it. She said on that radio show, Russian radio show, said, "I'm not going to say, but I just hope that I hope Moscow does not wish Israel ill right now." We showed Khamenei's elimination shows our capabilities are very serious, and no one who wishes us harm will be left aside. So, what do you make of that, David?
It was a good joke. That's all it is. Like, I mean, it was just a spokesperson. It was not Netanyahu or anyone of principal levels. It was just a joke. Russians laughed it off. Who are they to threaten us? A spot on an ass of an elephant. Nothing. It was, nobody took it seriously. That's the best way I can say it. I think actually a couple of days later, that guy came out in the Juma and said, see those efforts, he did curse, if they don't come back home, we're taking their Russian passports. All 1.9 million of them. Because
and one thing that's true, David, too, is Russian Jews are Russian. They're not typically, if it was between fighting for Israel, fighting for Russia, they fight for Russia. At least the ones I know. And I know a lot of them.
You won't go that far, Joe.
No,
Joe,
they
wait,
would.
wait.
They would.
They don't speak Hebrew. They speak Russian in Haifa. 1.8 million of them in Haifa speak Russian. They don't speak Hebrew. And they're all based in...
the vast majority of them don't. I know two girls, friends of the family in Russia who couldn't find Israel on a map. And they went around to a local synagogue, found out they were 116th or 132nd or 164th Israeli, and they got their passports and went there. Only for the fact it's a crack, because Ibiza was blocked off. I kid you not, but I have a partner who's ex-colonel of the Russian army. He went there. Very good businessman, built a business there. He left about 6 months ago. And he said the same to me. He said,
the neighborhood I grew up in is all they're all Russian Jews, all, right? My entire neighborhood. And all of them identify as Russian, not Jewish. And even a lot of them say they weren't even Jewish. They just said they were Jewish so they can get into Israel, so then they can get a visa to get into America. So a lot of them aren't even actually Jewish. And even Israel reports that 60% of Russian Jews aren't even Jewish.
I sat there listening to, what was her name? Alexandra and Irina. I think Alexandra is 164th. They came from Krasnodar Krai. Irina came from Murmansk. They had I have more Jew blood in me. But they said, look, it was great. They got them. They got their passports. They went. But that's a major contention issue that's been used against Putin. Putin has said this several times in the past. He said, why are you not being more vocal against the Gaza issue? And he's used this excuse, which has not gone down well with many peoples in Russia, including Jews themselves. They're using this excuse that, we have 1.9 million Russians currently in Israel. I mean, the previous leader of the Communist Party, Zhirinovsky, he died there about 2 years ago. He was Jewish. And he gave out about it for many years. He was pro-Palestine. The Communist Party was always pro-Palestinian and had a high percentage of its members at the elite were actually Jewish, and they spoke against what was happening in Israel. Really did. But he was a vociferous voice in relation to it. And he stood up in the Juma more than once demanding, the rights of the Palestinians and what he called them sons of bitches running to Israel in order to grab free land. I mean, that's what he said in the Juma. So anyhow, look, going back to the point is, I just want to state that as far as anyone that I've spoken to is concerned, in my personal opinion, but I'm dealing more so on military analysts who are speaking in Russia, because where the hell I bloody am at the moment. And also like watching Professor Morandi, and he also did an interview today with Colonel Davis, where he voiced exactly the same what I am saying here now, exactly the same what he has said for weeks, and exactly what the Russian military analysts are saying, is that this is not a war, and we are going to continue until we get our demands fulfilled, which, of course, the US will not be able to fulfill, because if Trump does, this will be a greater defeat than Vietnam in a much faster time frame. But as the head of the CEO of Rheinmetall in Germany said, the chief military manufacturer in Germany, said that America has only 3 weeks of off-stand munitions left. So what are they going to do? Start flying over Iran, which they can't, because the question was aired the other night on a Russian show, is that we know we have supplied S-300 and S-400 systems to Iran. Off record, I think it's about 5, maybe 6 of them, with several hundred missiles. Now, this is not recent. This is going on for some years. And also that they've helped the Iranians upgrade their own missiles to accommodate the S-400 system. and they have an upgrade on the Panzer munitions as well, which is a munition that is less than half the size of an S-400, but still has the ability to take down within 180 to 220 kilometer range. The S-400 is up to 450 kilometers. And with the radar systems, they can take them all down. So the question was asked the other night, it was brilliantly put. If we have supplied them and we've only half being paid for them, which is what has happened, why are they not using it? And one of the retired generals said, well, simply put, we are waiting, or they are waiting. They're waiting for when the B-12 bombers and the B-2 bombers have to fly over and drop dead knots, gravity fed right down. And then they'll be all taken out. Then you'll have fireworks in the sky. I know it sounds kind of critically, negligent in the fact that they're not taking them down, but the ones they are taking down now are mostly coming off of the Iranians' long-range missiles, as you see the ones over Kuwait, 200-kilometer style ones. But the big babies, none of them have been fired yet. There's not one S-300 or S-400 fired yet.
And David,
my last
Iran
question
has deployed
is,
loads
what can you
and
tell us
thousands
about
and
the
thousands of
ongoing
decoys,
True
all
Promise
scattered
4?
all
I
across
mean, I heard that we've
Iran,
reached
so
the
they can
70th
deplete
wave tonight. Is that true?
the munitions of the US and Israel. So basically lessen the impact of them actually hitting Tehran and all the Tabriz and Isfahan and these other major cities as well. So that's part of their strategy.
Well,
and obviously,
have you seen the models of the decoys? They're absolutely fantastic. I posted them. I mean, they are basically full-scale models. They were bought from China. Actually, some of them were got from a Russian company as well. They have, we believe, over 1,000 of these. They have their own mobile platform, so they can actually move themselves under their own power remotely. And they also have heat signatures. So when you hit, and they also put in there an explosive device like a 50-gallon drum of petrol, flammable, whatever, pressurized. So when it goes, it makes a huge explosion. They have over 1,000 of them. And as far as we've been told, or let's just say advised, almost all have been used. So 1,000 hits that CENTCOM is saying, we're doing it, guys, are balloons. Are balloons. And again, this is not a war. Have we seen one tank going into game? Have we seen one artillery piece being fired? Have we seen a brigade, a division, an army moving forward head to head? Nothing. This is not a war. This is an SMO. This is a special Iranian version of a special military operation. Nothing more. This is not a war. I mean, the Iran-Iraq war, that was a war. 1 million people dead and civilians. I don't know why we're saying this is a full-time conflict. It is not. Again, what this is this will be written about in history books. The same way that the Russian attritional warfare in eastern Donbass has been a perfect military doctrine, in that they have lost at a rate of attrition of 15-1, and they've neutralized all of NATO. I mean, the demise as well in Russia is that we've done all the heavy lifting. We've neutralized NATO. We've crumbled their military power. We've emptied their logistics. They have no production. What the F are we sitting here watching, 30 to 50 to 100 men someday die on lines when we can go and smash them? Let's smash Berlin. Let's smash Warsaw. Let's smash them. Do you think they're going to answer with an Article 5? Like hell they will. I mean, just yesterday we see drones coming in out of Finland and totally destroying, an oil refinery up in St. Petersburg. Why is Helsinki not burning tonight, is what they are saying. They knew it was coming. This is all intelligence-driven operations from all of the NATO countries. I mean, Ukraine at the moment has not got the ability to do any arm's length attacks, but yet they are doing it. They're only doing it because everyone is helping them. The Germans, the French, the Italians even, which they know the Italians are there, and the British, of course. I mean, the British are the main protagonists in the war against Russia since day one. Why Downing Street is not a lump of rubble, I don't know. I mean, you think Britain is going to fire back a nuclear missile against Russia? It'll be from Glasgow to Coventry will be a ball of glass. But as the Russians are saying, now it's time. I mean, I'm only emphasizing this. You can go check it yourself. But the level of anger and frustration in Moscow against the United Party, against Putin, is on the streets. Again, 30% of the Russians, of the people in Moscow, are supporting Putin.
So, David, Iran's also using anamorphic art with heat signatures there. So, and a very, very cheap way of creating 3D images that can
Russian
fool.
tech. That's Russian tech.
Yeah. Sorry?
That's Russian technology. It's been available since 1998 is when they first started using it, but it's Russian tech given to them.
It's pretty effective because I've seen some of the infrared images, scan images of showing destroying the art, but actually it just reappears because it was always going to be here, an image. But so much so that now that China are sort of copying, and they're making inflatable tanks and helicopters and all sorts with heat signatures on there right now. So I've seen production lines of those, and they're copying the Iranian model. I'm just thinking, so essentially you're saying that the Russians have been so impressed with Iran's tactical and military strategies in this special military operation that it's inflaming the Russians, because they should have deployed the same sort of strategy without incurring all these human losses to their troops, and they'll be much more effective. Is that what you're saying?
Well, look, the reason that Putin, I did just mention the models in from China, and I did post them with a couple of long videos. Look, Russia has the ability to flatten all of Europe. To anyone who believes they don't, you're living in I don't know, another universe. The problem with Russia back in 22 is that Putin was advised by his civilian advisors, more so than his military ones, that if indeed they were to stop and fight and gather up the full army behind them, you would have hundreds of thousands of civilian casualties. The similarity was said to him, you see Mariupol and what has happened there. Now imagine it in Kharkov and Zaporozhye, Kherson, all into Odessa. It would be, Dresden, Dusseldorf, because they had the army and NATO would have flooded in as a peacekeeping force, and then we would have spread. Look, the opinion in Russia at the moment is that we can hit whoever the hell we want in Europe. Article 5 is not going to happen from the United States. Does anyone here believe that if Russia slapped Warsaw, that they would gladly give up Washington, D.C. to a Sarmat nuclear missile? No. America will do what it did in 1940 odd. They will watch Europe burn. They will come in at the last minute, say they're the victors, issue the debt, and then take over all of Western Europe and the colonies and the monies that came from them. That's the plan. But what we have now is a leader in office, Trump, who is an absolute imbecile and is only looking to line his pockets of himself and his mates for when he leaves in the next 3 years, maybe a few months. Like there's no way that America can win this war. I mean, look, they put it this way: Vietnam, they lost it after 9 years. They lost 54,000 men. Vietnam is 1/5 the size of Iran, and it's they have multiples more soldier than the Viet Cong or the Chinese resistance ever had. Much more, multiples more. How does anyone think that? And by the way, fighting in the jungle is multiple times easier than fighting in mountain ranges. Ask anyone that served in Afghanistan or Iraq that. It's just fact. So if boots go in on the ground, each of them may carry a body bag. They will just be annihilated. And there's no way to touch them. And like, does anyone here think that we have 4, 6, 12 months while the Hormuz Strait is going down? I mean, reports out today in Ireland says we're going to have a 20-25% reduction in crops in Ireland, the green fields of Ireland, more rain than sunshine, best growing in the world, and we're going to be down 20-25%.
Yeah, it's impossible to be closed for 12 months.
Yes, but the Iranians can. The Iranians can. If they want to stand their ground, they're not at war, Simon. People need to stand back and look at doctrine of the definition of war. The war is not in Iran. War is not in Russia. Yet with 2 million dead, it is not in Ukraine. They're still dancing in friggin' nightclubs in Kiev and Odessa and Vinteza and Lviv. That's not war. We're not at war yet. I mean, when we go to war, just go into your Wikipedia and go onto YouTube and just go search Poland. Go search Operation Barbarossa. That's war. What this is a fight at the bottom of the street between warring neighbors. That's it, nothing more. If America goes, then they will suffer. But I'm only saying, I'm providing an opinion here in relation to how Russia is perceiving it, and it's causing a lot of disturbance within Moscow at this moment in time. I can tell you that talking to any of the men, ordinary men from deputy commanders in the front line, which I do, and indeed Suleiman, hopefully, are you doing an interview with Stanislav shortly? He'll voice that opinion as well, as he has done on other shows. That, you know, from the private to the general, they are completely frustrated, and that's an understatement, frustrated with the general command coming out of the Ministry of Defense, that why are they not being allowed to run to Kiev, which they can do. And it is...
When's that interview? When's that interview?
I don't know. I think Suleiman will be doing it shortly with him. But Stanislav Kaprovic has been on the Duran, and he's on with Daniel Davis, and he's really kicking off on his channel now. I'm helping him to run his X account, but he voices the same thing. I mean, he's up and down to Donbass several times, and he's interviewed lads on site, and he deals, because of his clearance, his ministry clearance. He's talking to active and retired senior members within the Russian Ministry of Defense, and they're saying the same thing as well. And if you look at his X account, he's 60% of his posts are all to deal with Iran. I mean, in Russian Telegram at the moment, it's amazing what's happened. It's gone 50-50. 50% Iran, 50% Ukraine. I mean, think, Russia is at war with NATO, yet all the analysts, everyone, including some of the tops like Alexander Kotz and whatever, are all Iran. I know only the guys that are on the front, like War Gonzo and Rybar, etc., the guys who have journalists right directly in the front line, they're talking about the Ukraine issue. I can't post at the moment because I'm still goddamn shadow banned. But if you look at what the general public is, it's all about Iran. And they're questioning, wait a minute, these guys have taken on the world superpower. They blasted the hell out of all their radar and logistics centers and their bases. They have them running wild. There's riots going on, as you want to call them, in Iraq, where there was a laugh the other day when the Iranian forces that supplied trucks with Katyusha weapons, that's the rockets, the flamethrowers that were very famous from World War II, and they're being currently used in Ukraine, where they slammed into the base in Baghdad. Katyusha rockets issued by Russia, driven by Iranians into Iraq, destroyed the US military base in Baghdad, or the embassy, or whatever the hell it was. I mean, and the Russians are saying, if these guys can do it, why aren't we doing it? So it's really pissing people off in Russia at this point in time. I can see that the rumor is, and there's only a rumor, that they're going to push for a big spring offensive, because, as I said, there's a massive disturbance of the force in the Moscow that are saying, look at the fantastic job the Iranians have done. What the hell are we doing? Thanks, Suleiman.
David, let me ask you a question, please. I always thought that Russia's relationship, and I don't know this, but I assume that Russia's relationship with the GCC countries was quite a good one, right? Solid, you know, kind of unified in some ways. But then I see that little pipe-side dictator, Zelensky, sending his, I mean, he's not been able to do anything on his own home front, but he's sending his quote-unquote advisors to the GCC. What the heck is that about? What are they going to advise the GCC on? And how does that affect Russia's relationship with the GCC?
I put it this way. The Russians have a very delicate relationship with the Middle East, especially the UAE, where a lot of Russian criminals absconded to, as did many criminals around the world. And there's been many times where the diplomatic process has been used to get them back. All the billions that were absconded out of Russia in the 1990s, they didn't all go to Europe. They went into banks in the Middle East. I mean, there's hundreds of billions of dollars that were flushed through the countries in the Middle East, especially Qatar and Bahrain. And I just tell you a point, even to this day, it may be public notice, but you know, in one of the warehouses in Bahrain, there's $80 billion in cash belonging to the Iranian government. That hasn't been bombed, has it? 800 pallets, $100 million each, sitting in a warehouse there. So there's a lot of behind the scenes actions that are currently happening. But Russia has a bigger friend in Iran than what it does have now in any of those 4 GCC countries. It has not helped. I mean, when you see Putin go there, yes, he's treated like a king. You saw him when he visited Saudi and especially UAE and Qatar. You know, they closed the motorway, and he was like another king himself arriving. But you know, they're short-lived friends. Now Iran is the main thing. Understand this: for Russia, Iran is, again, I will state this again, for Iran to Russia is the kingpin. The iron BRICS has now moved off of India. You know, I mean, before they became cowards and stabbed Russia and everyone in the back, they were getting oil at discounted $45 a barrel. That was up until late January, $45 a barrel. Now they are paying full whack, just over 100. Ural crude at the moment, I think, is $117. Russia is doubling, if not tripling, net profit over the last several weeks. I mean, as this is not a war, Russia's praying this goes on and on and on. And they've opened up new delivery lines into China. They're reconstituting their fleet. They've introduced new infrastructure along the Arctic so they could get the oil up there and get it across. I mean, this is causing a major movement in Russia, and they're delighted about it. I have to say, and this is terrible to say because there is people are being killed in Iran, but this is a major benefit to Russia. The flowing of funds. And by the way, does anyone here believe that China is going to relinquish the new demand that every single barrel of oil that comes out of that Gulf is going to be paid in their currency? This is the end of the petrodollar. This is we sign it off tonight. Put a $10 bet on it. This is the end of the petrodollar. This is not going back. Because are you going to take back the people that backstabbed you and those principalities? Absolutely not. I mean, Dubai at the moment is completely deconstructed. Everyone is running out of there. I mean, Simon maybe can attest, but if you look at the flows of money in the central banks of Qatar, Bahrain, and Kuwait, it's only going one way. It's leaving. It's getting out. Most of the families have left. They're not going back. Iran has taken over. Why would they not? What are they going to do? Like, the problem with Russia was that, as Lavrov has said, and Peskov and Medvedev especially, is that if we leave these bastards in the position by having a truce or a ceasefire, they'll come back at our children. So we're taking everything. And that's the Iran prognosis at the moment. We're going to take it. We're not at a war. We're skimming along nice and easy. I mean, this propaganda bullshit that we're all hearing from the West that, we've taken their leadership and we've neutralized their Navy, we've neutralized their Air Force. What? As Resistance just said there a minute ago, you hit balloons. Everything they have is underground. For 21 years, their doctrine has been silos underground, production, assembly. We've all seen the videos. It's a massive army that has gone underground, and they cannot be touched. So my final opinion on this is that, number one, this is going to persist until America says we surrender. And as for that guess, I have no idea.
Beatrix, thanks, David. Just to point out, Lavrov and Lavrov, the foreign minister, and another Russian minister said, one of the foreign ministers said, we are on the side of Iran, no question. And Lavrov said, look, these GCC countries, they decided to use they allowed their airspace for Israel and the United States to attack Iran. I mean, how can they be upset that they're being attacked? This is hypocrisy here. So Lavrov showed complete disdain for the GCC and their absolute hypocrisy on this.
He actually hates them.
But did they allow their airspace, though? Literally, did they?
Well, they didn't. They didn't really. What did they do? Like, did they cancel their contracts? Did they threaten to say, look, if you don't pull out, if you start using our airspace tomorrow, then we're going to cancel all our $1 trillion contracts with you? right? And we're going to pull our funds. We're going to create mass $1 trillion redemptions on all our public funds. So all your public funds, rather. So did they do any of that? No, they didn't. They kept just talking and talking and talking and talking. And all the while, the US kept using their airspace, kept using it and using their bases, blah, blah, blah. And just kept pandering to that. And look what, and I heard a Kuwaiti professor on Al Jazeera just the other day and said, we just need dialogue. We need dialogue. I think it's important that, the longer, and then he blamed Israel for being out of control. But then he also blamed Iran for saying, look, the longer Iran continues to attack our land, then they're pushing us further into the hands of the United States and Israel. It's like, how on earth do you have any do you not have any sense of shame on this, even saying these things? But this is the mentality of the political class and the commercial class and the royalty, the monarchies in these GCC countries. They're not connected to reality. They think that it's either they go with the United States and Israel because they know that they believe that Iran is more likely to be the sinking ship than United States and Israel. So they'll happily go with them. But at the beginning, they'll play both sides. They'll pretend to be neutral. They'll say all these things online or whatever, and that's it. But they won't enforce. They won't put actions in place to back up their claims. So if you ask me, did they use it? Did they allow the airspace, or the airspace was taken by force? I would say they could have exerted a lot more pressure than they have been doing.
Yeah, but when your money is all in Western banks, you comply with the boss, don't you?
And that's their problem.
It certainly is. I mean, I would opinionate that Russia's opinion would be that a new OPEC will be formed under Russia and China and Iran, and
they thrived. And David, they thrived by either UAE allied with Israel, so did Saudi Arabia, right? Saudi Arabia, Qatar funded ISIS and Al Qaeda, right? UAE funded half of Eastern Africa, right, with all their militia groups, and they almost tried to do a coup in Yemen as well, but Saudi Arabia got annoyed because it's right at their border. They were all happy in creating so much chaos and destabilization in their neighboring countries, right? By aligning themselves with the United States and Israel in supporting and arming these terrorist extremist groups. And I wouldn't even call them Islamic, but they just under the guise of Islam, and tainting the Islamic religion as well at the same time, all for their own personal benefits, right? And so for them to say that they are neutral, or they are not, they're the neutral party in this whole conflict, and they've been caught in the middle, that's absolute nonsense. Sorry, they are the ones that led to the further oppression of the Palestinians, the isolation of the Houthis, the isolation of Iran, the degradation and the splitting up and the revolution of Syria, and the splitting up of Iraq as well, and also the degradation and crumbling of Lebanon. So they are all responsible for this, in my opinion. When you look at all the things that they've done, the horrible, treacherous things that they've done the last 25, 30 years, and they took the playbooks from Israel and United States, and that's what they've been doing. So this is what they deserve, in my opinion.
Can I just opinionate on this? Let's just look at it from Russia's side first. Russia has ostracized, you could say, 95% of Africa away from the American military power. We've just seen in the last 2.5 years, including one famous case where Russian troops, Wagner, whatever, entered a US base while the US personnel were still on it, and waited for them. They all had a great time, dinner, drinking, whatever, and they left. They took over an American base in one particular country. I think it was CAR. Africa is now no longer under American military control. 17 countries have Russian troops, aka PMC, in there. How many military establishments are still currently in Asia, in the main countries in Asia? South Korea, Japan, Philippines, maybe Indonesia. I mean, they're losing it, and they're losing it by the day. So if you look at Russia, Russia has been at the forefront of a war, SMO, with NATO for the last 4 years, call it 12 years, 2014. And they've beaten them. And now they have a fantastic opportunity to take co-control of a major oil-producing region with friends of Iran and one other, Oman. Oman is a friend of Russia, by the way. Why wouldn't it? Do you think they're going to walk away? They'll push and push and push until those little five statelets succumb, and they'll put a new OPEC in line. Now look from China. China is, nobody wants to admit it in certain places in the West, but they are the world superpower. Now they are. I mean, they're 40 trillion PPP. They're manufacturing more a year than the whole world puts together. I won't. I lived there for 3 years, Suleiman. I mean, I have to give them some. The bloody every morning breakfast was absolutely fantastic. I put on 30 kilos there in 3 years. I came back a different blob. All I can say is that in relation to China, they now have an appetite for every barrel of oil that comes out of there, along with Russia. And it will secure their people, and it will give them a dominating power, a beneficiary dominating power over, the Eastern world. Why would they give it up? This is a golden opportunity to take control. Who's against them? Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE? They're fleas. MBS is not the particularly liked person within his own country. He will fall. Very easy. As soon as the Yemenis do what they promised yesterday, Saudi Arabia is over. I lived there for a couple of months once, and I've seen, 40% of the population is employed civil service. It's a joke of a country. It doesn't manufacture a matchstick. It'll be gone as soon as the oil and gas stops and the checks stop. Qatar is the same. We won't even mention the rest. So stand back and look at a table and look at the figures on a map. Why would Russia and China not push and do it in a way that may not be obvious to any of us, but they are doing it through Iran? Iran is their proxy. Let them take it. And again, I will state, Iran is not at war. And as I stated 3 weeks ago, war only happens when you've lost 1 million or 2 million. And when I was on Iranian space there many weeks ago, I asked a question to several that were on the board and said, are you willing to lose 1 million or 2 million the same way Ukraine has? Now, Ukraine is the bad guy, so let me just phrase that differently. But are you willing to lose 1 to 2 million? They were shocked, but that's war, and that's your existence. And they keep telling us this is an existential risk to their own country, same as Russia perceives Ukraine. So,
David, I'm going to say to you, my two best friends were Iranian. I've known them since childhood. They said that that's an acceptable price to pay if it means our existence is insured.
The same happened. Resistance. Same happened in Ireland. We suffered 2 genocides over a period of over 150 years, where a third and a quarter of our population were genocided by the Brits, and our country was literally emptied, and we still came back to fight. But it took us 170 years more to do it. But there's various. Look at all around the world. Look at what has been sacrificed. The Russians lost 27 million people in World War II 80 years ago. It's not that long ago. My parents were born during World War II. If you look at that, they lost 27 million. So what are you willing to sacrifice for the existence of your country?
I mean, I could say to you as a Palestinian, I've lost family in the Gaza genocide, which is painful. But I recognize that, if it means that our survival and our existence is insured, then so be it. Then we can lose 500,000, 1 million out of the 7-8 million that we have, which is a high proportion of our population, to be honest.
Well, until you actually see an official statement from Tehran that we are at war, this is not a war. And the reason I keep harping on that is not until you lose tens of thousands of men a week in attritional warfare on the battlefront will this go to that stage, and we're nowhere near there. Iran is in complete, comfortable control of the Strait of Hormuz in that sea. They are losing nobody. In a country of 90 million people, how many tens of thousands die of natural life expectancy every day? You know, just think of it that way. They've lost nobody. Nobody. I know 2,000 is a lot of people. I don't say different.
Just some breaking news: a drone attacks on U.S. military base in Saudi Arabia. Drone attack targets U.S. military base in Saudi Arabia. Sorry, back to you guys.
David, can you elaborate or address the Suez Canal? I'm talking Red Sea, Houthis, Yemen. There's this pushback. It's really silly, but just to make sure that folks understand, there's not an alternative north route around the Cape, around the Horn. Not only going into the economical about the Cape and all that, but can you elaborate on how impossible that would be and how the Houthis can shut that down also?
Well, I think we have proof of that, Andrew, even last year. But what they are saying now at the moment is even more vigorous, if that's the term. I mean, they are simply saying, we're going to neutralize everything. They have pulled up their sleeves and saying, this is all out. Before, like, it was just stopping traffic. But what's going to happen is as soon as they get the orders from Tehran, they are marching. I mean, Saudi could not take these guys down for, 8 years with hundreds of billions of dollars. I mean, I posted there last week, their parades and stuff. Even I was surprised at their modern parades. They are really a well-equipped army. They have hundreds of missiles. How they got them into the country, I don't know. I mean, fair dues to Iran for doing it. They must have some serious underground manufacturing facilities as well. But their parade just recently was like North Korean type. So these guys are to be feared. And, when the boss calls you from Tehran, hey, can you do this for me? They're saying yes, yes, and yes. So the Red Sea is closed. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. And again, I would state, I hate going... I only work well in argumentative spaces. I think Suleiman will attest to that on the Ukrainian question. I don't really go well on dialogues and monologues. I love an argument where I can prove otherwise. And I have to say, like, any of the places I've been in with American... the guy Zag and all these guys, Jesus, hell, they are brainwashed. Completely, utterly brainwashed in a belief that, we are the superior power. My God, the men in Afghanistan ran you out. If you read the book that Daniel Davis did when he got, forcibly ejected out of the army for telling the truth, he said, on Afghanistan, he recognized it even before they went in. We have no way of subduing this is too big a country. These people know the terrain, blah, blah, blah. Vietnam was the failure of the American military. Vietnam proved that men in pajamas with AK-47, after getting 7 million tons of munitions dropped on them, thousands of Nagasaki's, and they still came out of the jungle and forced helicopters off the embassy in Ho Chi Minh. I mean, and they think they can take on Iran. I don't know. It's good comedy for me at times when I'm feeling a bit down. Not often, but
so David, there's a question for you. But just before I go to the question, guys, there is a tweet in the nest. It's another short I put out. It's of Ethan Levins, that kid. People loved his interview a lot, actually. It's getting rave reviews. The interview with him out. People tell me it's the bestest interview ever. They say there's so much greatness from that interview. There's not going to be as much greatness anywhere else. So just check that interview. No, wait, it's not check the interview out. Check that short out. The tweet is in the nest. Click on it and like it and watch it. I think it's only like a very short. So make sure you like it. Let's get 100 likes. Beatrix said you guys won't get the 100 likes. She said you guys are just bish bash bosh. I said no way. They're gonna get boom boom. They're gonna boom boom the likes. And it's gonna be. So the tweet is...
They're gonna bish bash bosh it. They're gonna bish bash bosh it. Come on, guys. So you proved Suleiman wrong for me, guys. Right? Go to that. Siddharth's going to be posting it. Suleiman's posted it in the YouTube on the live chat. I want everyone on YouTube to click on that and go over and leave a message, because I do notice the people who don't. They sit on the live chat, but they won't actually go over. And it's really helpful if you can do that, please. I really appreciate it. We only put the live chat on for you guys anyway. So if you could do that, it'd be great. And on X, we've got over 2,500 people. Go up to the nest above where you can see Suleiman and myself And just above his head, you'll see a tweet pinned there. It's just a short, but it's from a really good interview that he did. It's that guy who was what was he doing? Analyzing the satellites or something, right? And he blew up. So Suleiman did an interview with him, which then blew up. And there's a short of that. So please go up to the nest above where you can see Suleiman. Press that YouTube link. Retweet the tweet. Like it, put a comment under it. You know how to do all that. And then just press the YouTube link. Go and press the bell icon on Suleiman's profile on YouTube. It's free to subscribe. And watch it. It's just a short, so it's only going to be about 30 seconds. Put a comment in and give it a like for me, please. Let me do it as well, because I like this guy, Ethan. He was a cool guy.
Yeah, I liked him as a lot as well.
Let me do
He's
it
a young
now.
guy from South
Yeah.
from this
I've been
Southern Belt.
I've been speaking with him for a couple of months, and he just had a problem recently, like you, Suleiman. He got demonetized. He got demonetized over his post showing where the location is for these people.
We got banned on X as well. We got banned on X for it.
Yeah, no, he's still on X. He's up to he went from 30,000 to 100,000 followers as of today.
No, he got banned. So basically, he had 30,000. He got banned. He opened a new account, and then he got 100,000 on the new account.
I didn't know that. Oh yeah, that's why I see the little one next to it. Okay.
Yeah, he explained that on the interview what we had with him. But there's a couple of questions for you, David. Guys, do what Beatrix said. Boom, boom those likes. Don't bish bash bash them. Reject. Okay, David, this is to you. First of all, there's a couple of questions for you. So the first one is obviously this one's not to you, but it says, is sanction option a really good thing? Can the entity deliver multiple nukes very far? It's a good question. David C in the house, thoughts on Russia oil hit? Interesting, David. And that's the first question. The second one is, so the theory of China in Taiwan and Russia in Ukraine being absolutely pussios was true. Iran has to show them what kahunas are. So he's basically saying, interesting. Okay, so he's agreeing with you, saying, oh, wow, like the Taiwanese and the Ukrainians are weak, is what he's saying. And then the other one says, Gumba saying, Suleiman, can you ask David why the Iranians are not destroying all the air bases in the Middle East to stop them from bombing Iran? I don't get it.
Well, in reverse order, they have done enough in order to make a point, and they've neutralized what is most important, the radar facility, so they can attack at will. They do not need total obliteration yet. And they're just doing it slowly. Look, the main weapon that they have is a closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Everything will cascade from that. Within a couple of weeks, we're going to see financial meltdown in Europe. So, save your powder, keep it dry. Just do enough that you need. Keep Hormuz closed, and that's all the leverage you need to get what you want. Eventually, America will have to fall back. That's it. In relation to Taiwan, Taiwan is a flea. The vast majority, I lived there in Taipei for only a couple of weeks once, but 99% of the people there are Chinese. It's a very, very small percentile of them that will not or will put up an argument against China coming in. They can take it over quite easily. The only risk they have is a threat that was issued by the United States, saying that they will bomb all the manufacturing chip industries there, and so China doesn't have use of it. However, China recently came out, said they're now down to 5 nanometer and 3 nanometer by the end of this year. So they don't need Taiwan within a couple of months. The rumor is that they will take it by November 27, and that's a date that's going back to 20 years, when the 10-year anniversary of them taking over Hong Kong as an SAR. And what was the first question, Suleiman?
The first question was, do you believe that? Okay, it's David. Thoughts on Russian oil hit?
Well, that was the one up by St. Petersburg. That facility is one of the largest that Russia has. It's about 2,000 acres, and they hit less than 3 acres. They just hit some of the storage tanks, no principal damage. Like the other ones that were hit down in Krasnodar Krai and Smolensk, they were back up and running within days. It's more media propaganda, big fire, but they hit it with small drones. This was not a massive barrage or a large missile that took out major infrastructure. Russia has a massive amount of redundancy within the system, 30 to 40%, and that is why that figure of up to 15 million barrels a day can be done by the end of the year. They're already doing it out in Kamchatka, an extra 150,000 barrels a day are already running, with, I believe, all going to China. But they have the capacity to ramp it up. And that's another issue that is causing major problems in Russia as well. Number one, we just heard a senior spokesperson for the Russian government said 2 days ago that they are going to start putting, what's that term? I can't think of the term now he used, but let's just say they're going to start putting munitions and people to work them on the tankers that are flying a Russian flag. So come at us. You know, if a helicopter comes or a jet comes, they'll be man-padded out of the sky. And as well as that, like, there's also a recognition that any refineries that are now being hit by long-range munitions from Ukraine are basically coming from London. And, you know, that's legitimate for war. So, like, NATO is playing a really... When an animal gets weak, it lashes out harder. And this is what's happening in Europe with NATO. I mean, you just saw Rutte issue a statement earlier today. I don't know if you mentioned it. He just stood up on a podium and said that there's 22 countries in NATO are going to go to the Strait of Hormuz and open it up. I just saw it there on X about an hour ago. I didn't look into it, but it was a headline. But that is what they are planning to do, and they have nothing. They have absolutely nothing to do this. But that is what Russia is hearing. Russia's hearing on a daily basis that, you know, we're still going to get our money together, which they can't. We're still going to build our munitions to build up our European army, which they can't. And we're coming at you. They're using this lovely flowery language of peacekeeping force in Ukraine. But as we all know, that's just bullshit. So this is all really, really pissing off, I'll say it again, a major section of Russian society, that they're looking at this marvelous military advance that Iran has done against what they are, you know, knee deep in mud still in Ukraine. And why are we not doing it a hell of a lot better? But I can tell you that, you know, all the news on Iran is positive in Russia. Let's give these boys help. Let's put our shoulder to the wheel. What do they want? We'll send our pilots down. Soloviev last night which is the main nightly show on Russian television. That's what they were saying. They were questioning everything in relation to Iran. If we diversify some of our... Look, Russia's producing at a rate bigger than all of NATO combined. We know this. They're putting everything into underground storage facilities from Solidar all the way up to Murmansk and Vladivostok. That's what's happening. They're readying themselves for a war against Western Europe. Western, not continental Europe, Western Europe. And they are saying, why are we not sending our stuff now to our brothers in Iran? They're using the term brothers. General Lapti Lodnov said, the Iranian people are our brothers. They are fighting the same Satanist horde. If you look at, I don't know if I should be saying Suleiman will slap me, but one of the accounts I run is the Akhmat. She's a journalist there for Akhmat. And if you read what Lodnov has said, you know, he wrote a very good one. They've got about 50,000 views on it, where he stated like his perception of Iran. And Iran are our brothers. I know they're the same religious faith, etc., etc. But he said these people are fighting the same Western Epstein. He loves calling him Epstein Satanist horde as we are. And we should be providing them everything that we are not currently using. So that narrative now is really inside the Russian military at the moment. Even Russian Orthodox are saying it. I think I mentioned this last week. A lot of people who are not of, you know, the Chechen Muslim diaspora down there, Dagestan, etc., are always saying that, you know, Iran has opened up a second front. Let's back them. So this war is not over. Iran has I mean, even if little Ireland had Russia and China in this corner, we'd have a go at you know, freeing our 6 counties in the north as well, and taking them back off of ye Brits. You know, so it's the same thing. Let war commence.
David, in general, I know it's impossible to say, but help us understand how Russia sees Israel. Like, do they see Israel as an extension of American imperialism, or do they see it as a country that has control over America? Like, how is that seen in the Russian dynamic?
best way to answer it. Look, this thing about Israel has been going on for quite some time, Simon. I mentioned this again. Stalin in 1948 designated a lovely little oblast in eastern Russia called the JAO, the Jewish Autonomous Oblast. It's about 13 times bigger than Israel currently is. Very scenic, and he offered them to go there. That was agreed. Now I just say to you, that's what they think of them. They saw what was happening in Palestine in 1947. I think it was 1949 Stalin did it. It's still there, by the way. If you look at any map, it's still called the JAO in Russian maps. So Russia, Putin, I believe that he did not opinionating that we have got to be very softly with Israel because there's 1.8 million Russians there. Our opinion is that if they weren't there, Russia would say, take them. Russia has a long-standing, backup with the USSR for, those left-wing, let's just call them left-wing revolutionary countries in that area for a long time. I see it more negative now than positive. I mean, he had a hard time, Simon. We all accept that the majority of the oligarchs that caused the downfall of Russia in the 1990s were of that direction. And it took them 8 years to cleanse them out. And most of them, as you know, ran to London into Billionaires Row and set up media campaigns against them. Some of them, succumbed to falling off their balconies. Good riddance. But there's not a great love for Israel. I mean, I'm not saying it because I'm Irish, but we have news in Russia, and we've seen what they have done to Gaza. And a lot of Russians, a lot of Jews, and I know a few of them here in Russia have admitted that what our kin have done there is criminal. So now, if you were to ask me, is he careful because of as you mentioned before, and I agreed with you, that most of these guys are in a lot of boardrooms that control a lot of finances. I think Russia has washed their hands of that ever since, the 300 billion was taken by Euroclear and others, and by the French. I don't think that matters much now to them anymore. But any of the newspapers, any of the media, has called what the Israelis have done in Gaza as a war crime. As 100% war crime. Remember as well, the Israelis have been supplying directly and indirectly munitions to Ukraine to kill Russian soldiers. So they kind of, they pour petrol over themselves twice. So
David,
no
how
friends.
does the average American has no idea of the levels, and even the young people in Russia, their feelings towards America. In 2014, a Russian foreign exchange student who was working on a project when I was in Vietnam. We had a lot of Russians in Vietnam. By the way, a lot of Russians have poured into Vietnam to escape the war, but they're still very vocal. But this young Russian, very intelligent young woman and I were talking, and I told her we were talking about the Cold War. I said, how much do you know? She's 22 years old. I said, how much do you know about the Cold War? I fought in the Cold War for the United States. And she looked at me and smiled, and she said, I don't think you understand something, sir. I said, well, oh, what? And she said, it's not if, it's when we destroy your country, obliterate your country with every nuclear weapon we have. I was so shocked that she said that. I was like, what? And I said, American college, university students don't talk about nuking your country. Those days are gone. She says, and so you think. And so you think. I was stunned, David.
I do have to say there's quite a few people that still have that, but especially now. I mean, Andrew, when did you ask that question? How long ago was it?
Summer of 2014, so 12 years ago here, right?
So
gone 12 years.
Yeah, so the Maidan coup had already started, and the Nazis were starting to bomb the people in the Donbass. This was and we knew who was doing it. I mean, we all knew who was doing it. So I think I wouldn't say you would have got that answer prior to 2014, but you certainly are getting it from now. I mean, the animosity, and remember again, this is not against the American people, but the military war machine. As I stated to Daniel Davis last night in a DM, we were discussing, I was bloody right in what I said about a few things. I said, said to Colonel, you know, my first text ever to you was when you responded to a DM to me, and you asked me why I had that opinion, and I sent him the YouTube link to Eisenhower's parting speech in 1961, where he declared the military-industrial complex is by far the greatest element within the United States that is uncontained, you know, and we should be worrying more about that than the Reds under the beds in Moscow. And that's a fact even today, like 70 years almost later, here we are. So, you know, traitors within are worse than traitors without. I believe that's the oath that you swear as well in America, that you defend against not only people outside but within. America at the moment is all within. I mean, there's nobody coming to you. As Lavrov has stated, you know, you guys have an ocean one side and the other side. He blatantly said when there was when those two little children were killed in the Crimean beach with real cluster munitions, he said, you know, you may have an ocean on either side of you, but we can reach you. It was quite out of the ordinary, like for Lavrov to say such a bloodlust. He hasn't said it since. Well, kind of. In another matter, but you know, the Russians are not too bloody happy. And again, I will state, we don't care. Well, say we, Russia does not care that if there's a massive earthquake and down the center spine of Europe and one side slid off into the sea, including my country, Ireland. We've done some stupid things. I mean, it comes so close in Ireland that the Russian ambassador in Dublin has issued almost a declaration of war against Ireland. So, you know, there's a lot of news not being reported. And for a long time, like we were 1 minute to midnight about Russia, like slapping London, Paris, or Berlin with a nuke, because like we have killed 150,000 Russians. Well, Europe has killed 150,000 Russians. Sink that in for a minute. The Ukrainians would never have done any of this had they not got Boris Johnson running down to Zelensky, telling them, "We have your back, Jack. Here's the money, do with what you will. We'd open the doors to zero compliance in Europe. You can move money where you want, Caribbean, Norway, Andorra, Liechtenstein, even that little pinprick in the middle between Ireland and England, Isle of Man. Take the money and, you know, you die for us." So, you know, this is a major issue. But again, it all boils down to the fact that Russia has a golden opportunity, one, to coordinate and take over the OPEC and to rule it with China and Iran, thereby controlling everything amongst the economic empire that is the United States, because the petrodollar is gone. And number two, you can just look at a map now today and see America's influence that exists in Europe, Asia, and Africa. It's next to zero. Could you have said that just 3-4 years ago? No. It's completely different. Even I have a business in Nairobi, and Root, who is the president, he was the last favored president of America. They hate America now. I know Morocco will always be Morocco, but the rest of them, no. They're waiting for China. They're begging for a new payment system to come in. They want justice. And Russia is the only one. I mean, there's children walking around. I've been to several countries in the last year. There's children walking around with Russian T-shirts on them, because they recognize this is the new superpower. BRICS is with China, and Russia did not colonize them. Russia did not suck them dry for hundreds of years. So Russia are standing on the good step. America's on the naughty step, and it ain't turning back. They're going one way, and it's not. America, I believe, the US now knows that it is a continental superpower, and it is the North American continent. 51st state will be Canada, and the 52nd maybe Greenland. But they've lost it. I mean, that is what China is preparing for. I mean, Simon said, I think you said 40,000 or 60,000 tons of gold that China has. I heard it was over 40. We're close. America, according to Fort Knox, is 8,333, but it hasn't been audited as long as I've been alive. I think it has less than 10, as many others do. They've gotten rid of it all, or they've robbed the Germans and the Venezuelans and others. But there's nothing there for them to work with anymore. Russia has neutralized the American military. In 4 years, Russia has neutralized the capacity of the American military. It's now being voiced in the senior elements of the Russian military, which is in the Kremlin, that we are as strong now as the 1980s in the USSR. and we were equal parity to the United States. Isn't it about time we start acting at it? What are we leaving these sons of bitches attack us? What are we leaving these sons of bitches kill our men, women, and children within Russian land? What are we? Men and mice. And that is a serious conversation, what is being said in Russia. And because we're not hearing about it, we think it's okay. It absolutely is not. It's really a volcano ready to explode. And I would say, I'd opinionate that if Putin does not give the order to have a massive spring offensive like a Bagration 2.0, that he's going to have serious problems. The economy is not, even though it's still on the up, it's not as good as what it was with the war elements when it first started off in early 2023. It'll have about 1%, 1.5% of a lift this year. Inflation is going down, interest rates are going down, it's getting easier. Still the quality of life is here, etc., etc. But if they persist to, play the game with NATO in Ukraine, there's a bigger chance that they will have failure. I mean, even the head of the central bank is warning about it. But the good thing about Russia is it has no debt, absolutely none. America has about 43 trillion if you take credit card, student, and whatever other debt in. Russia has 450 billion. So if it took back its 300 billion it owes off of Euroclear, it basically has less than $1,000 for every man, woman, and child, compared to America with about 140,000 for every man, woman, and child. So it has no debt.
So David, I just heard Ashton Cook, and he said that Iran has now established missile dominance over Israel. I'm just wondering, what do you think? Is that resonating in Israel? Because considering how small Iran's military budget has been, and the ability now to achieve this milestone, means that now Iran can, I personally believe, and I think a lot of people do, Iran has behaved in a very restrained way. And yet they protected their assets by keeping everything underground, the things that they believe, which is their missile cities and the missile manufacturing capabilities, and at the same time exerting military dominance. Yes, they have allowed their civilians to be injured and damaged, but that's part of, unfortunately, war. And to be honest, I would have expected it to be a lot more. A lot more casualties, but there hasn't been. So I'm just asking you, what would the Russians do going forwards if Iran decided to escalate? Would they continue to, if they wanted to just absolutely destroy Israel, because maybe Israel wanted to escalate a bit further? What would Russia, and maybe if you can ask on behalf of China as well, what would Russia and China do? Would they allow Iran, or would they not stand in their way rather, and allow Iran to completely destroy Israel?
Well, I don't think they can stop Iran from doing what they want, what they're entitled to do. They were attacked, and there's no way they're going to be dragging them back. So, but they certainly would not be visually seen to be helping them. I mean, I think that's just normal doctrine for any other secondary country in this situation, that let them go at it.
Because it seems like they're really restrained. Like they are just, like you said, and I agree. I mean, they've got a missile arsenal that is probably, let's say, between 40 and 80,000 missiles in total, and they can continue. They can launch 100 missiles at Israel in a day, and maybe 200 even, and it would not really, it wouldn't really dent the missile arsenal, especially given how much they are capable of producing across all the missile sites themselves with their manufacturing hubs inside them. So to replenish that, even just a day's worth of say 200 missiles. So I'm just wondering. I mean, it could look quite devastating just to launch 100, 200. But they're certainly capable of doing that, and I don't believe that their missile launchers have been depleted, like the West keeps saying. Even Al Jazeera today was saying that. So, so you believe that Russia won't intervene? But what if? Because Simon raised a good point in the sense that
America hasn't really used all of its might, all of its power to protect or defend Israel. I don't know what that looks like. But
what can it do? What can America do for Israel? It has no air defense. What's it going to do? Start flying hundreds of airplanes on thousands of sorties a day over the airspace of Israel with machine guns like Spitfire, Battle of Britain, and knock them down? I mean, nothing they can do. All that Iran has to do then is say bring up 1,000 shaheeds a day and leave them off. They have 200,000 of them on a production line, so there's no problem in doing 1,000 a day for the next 200 days, and that's only what they have in stock. Start manufacturing, or maybe they already are. There's nothing that America can do. Nothing. Zero.
Andy, do you want to say something?
Yeah, there was this one. I mean, that's entirely spot on. There is nothing America can do. I mean, short of using a nuke, and then we'd become even more of a pariah state than we already have. There is nothing they can do. I mean, Iran has not even come close to using the full extent of their capabilities. They could launch way more missiles and way more drones if they wanted to. But I mean, America, in terms of their conventional weapons, has pretty much done all they can. I mean, what are they going to do? Bring more carrier groups? I mean, like, there's not really much more.
So
Drop more bombs on civilians? Like,
doesn't that beg the question, why haven't they?
exactly. Because
Why aren't they decimating Israel right now? How do we answer that?
I think they're trying. I think the reason they're not is they're just trying to play this in a more strategic way, because they're afraid that if they decimate it too much, too quickly, Israel will exercise its Samson option with the nuke. I think that's really the only way, because they're not dealing with a rational actor. They're dealing with an unhinged actor that started a war that they're losing, but they would then use a nuke if they were getting hit back too hard.
Yeah, it seems like they're playing a very restrained, not playing. They're executing a very restrained sort of, not necessarily a war, but it does almost like, well, yeah, I guess it's a war, it's a special military operation, whatever. It is pretty restrained, in my opinion.
But resistance, their main focus is just the Strait of Hormuz. They're causing all the pain in the West with what's happening there, and they're refocusing centers of power with China and Russia and their next of kin in that area by accommodating them. I mean, if you look at what they are doing, they don't care. Like Russia, why do we care about America and NATO? Why should we have to militarily engage them? If what Rutte is saying tonight, that we're sending, there's a 22 power position of these countries and NATO going to have a go at Strait of Hormuz, maybe then they may augment. But there's no reason for them at the moment to be wasting missiles in completely devastating Israel. I mean, the country of Israel is non-functional at the moment. And like literally 99% of missiles coming in are going through. The geraniums, of course, I see that they're counting the shaheeds. They're counting these shaheeds as missile hits. Yeah, well, they have the same kind of power, but there's no reason at the moment for Iran to augment up a tier and start slamming all of Israel. I mean, is not Hezbollah doing something as well? Are they not currently diluting the forces that they have in the northern part of Israel? So there's no need. When your enemy is making a mistake, don't interrupt them. So this is like, I've often used this in relation to the Ukraine war. Ukraine is like a middleweight and Russia is like a super heavyweight. And the super heavyweight, if you remember most of these slob fests that they used to have, two huge boxers be just leaning against each other, giving themselves close body shots because they've expended energy. All that Russia and Iran are doing are like super heavyweights. They're just leaning on the opponent, gradually, diminishing their energy. This is how it works. This is like Muhammad Ali, rope-a-dope. And the Strait of Hormuz is, if they did not have the Strait of Hormuz, I would say that we would be witnessing massive fireworks every night. We would be witnessing massive artillery going across that sea and destroying everything. But they have the golden chalice in front of them. They are doing deals at the moment. Look at Russia. They're up 200 million a day on their capital budget. China is renegotiating with its newfound friend. I mean, they don't need to slam Israel. Israel is a non-event for them at the moment. They are primarily focused on the immediate region, which is what's happening there. And by the way, this propaganda crap that we're reading, that thousands of sorties a day are successfully hitting targets all over Iran. I just was told there recently 3,500 numbered hits have been given. If you look at the statement given by the Minister of Defense in Iran there several days ago, he mentioned 9,000 civilian houses have been hit, 1,000 blah, blah, blah. So how does that compute? When one missile goes in, I mean, they usually can damage 10, 20, even 30 houses. So this nonsense that we are being told that thousands of missiles are going into Iran a day is complete fudgery. Complete fudgery. It's bullshittery. Nothing. But it's simply not happening. Look, it's the same people issuing the same propaganda crap that we listen to still are in Ukraine for years. Why do we think now they're telling the truth?
Yeah, especially because Iran seems to exert a tit for tat sort of strategy. So if they're launching like thousands of missiles, you'd expect Iran to launch at least 100 a day. If they're launching 1,000 a day or whatever it is that they keep claiming, then you expect. But we're not. We're just seeing maybe a barrage of 2, a barrage of 5. And 20, 30 missiles a day at most. I mean, and so that doesn't lend itself to the fact that they're deploying this tit for tat, if that was the case. So yeah, I don't believe the numbers. I mean, I think in this
See,
space
that doesn't make sense to me. That if Iran has the capacity to absolutely decimate Israel, and they're not, why aren't they? That's the bit that just doesn't make sense to me.
Same
If they are in a
as
war with
Russia
Israel,
and Ukraine, Simon. Same as Russia and Ukraine. Russia has the capacity to glass Ukraine, conventional wise. Doesn't even need to be nuclear. Well, ask yourself why it doesn't do it.
It's because Russia doesn't want to become a pariah state because of world reputation.
Correct.
Russia's held to a much higher standard of morality, just
But,
like Iran
Correct.
is. Russia isn't
but
allowed to glass something. Russia can't do something like Israel did in Gaza and get away with it.
but Israel like has bunkers underneath. Everyone can go in their bunkers and they can just level like what they did in Gaza, right?
How do you dig them out?
No, I mean you leave the Israelis in the bunkers and you just turn Israel into Gaza if you can.
We've
Yeah,
seen
but
some
then
Israelis killed in bunkers, Simon. We've seen them, and because the destructive force of some of these missiles, they penetrate right through these bunkers. So, and also to target residential areas and all sorts of buildings, financial districts with loads of people in these offices. It's not a good look. It's not a moral thing to do, in my opinion. And I don't believe that the Iranians conduct themselves in
But they don't.
immoral way.
They don't.
They don't. They don't conduct themselves in an immoral way. They target military targets that happen to be, but because of Israel uses human shields, they've installed a lot of their military bases or military sites rather in Tel Aviv, underneath Tel Aviv. The Ministry of Defense is right in downtown Tel Aviv. Everything. Their biggest bunker is in Tel Aviv, underneath like shops and restaurants and all that stuff. And Iran is targeting them, and of course, it's going to damage the certain buildings. To target those, they have to go for them. That's a military
Yeah,
objective.
I'm not suggesting Iran would target civilians. I just think my understanding, maybe I'm just being really ignorant here, but my understanding is that everyone could go in the bunkers or leave, and they could just turn Israel into Gaza, economically destroy the country so it can no longer function. If they genuinely can dominate in that way, and they won't need to do civilian damage. They won't need to do any of those crimes. I'm just trying to understand why they wouldn't.
So, look, I think there's a few things that are important to note. So, like, I mean, it depends on what these guys mean about devastation. But from my perspective, the way I see it is this: you basically have a few ways you can game plan this situation. You can like bombard a huge number of missiles straight away, blow your load, And yeah, a lot of them would hit Israel, but then you left yourself open and you're going to be completely destroyed yourself from American firepower if you were to use a vast majority of your missiles. And so what you're having to do is you're tactically looking at the situation to think, look, this war's probably going to last, because it's not just Israel you're dealing with. You're dealing with the United States of America, you're dealing with the GCC. So let's say you were to blow your entire load on Israel, you still have the US and the GCC, and the US could just continue bombing you. So what you've got to do is you've got to look at the situation and think, look, I need to, let's say last 6 months, I need to hit Israel regularly Y number of times. And so this is the number of times we need to do it. And then these are the volumes of missiles we need. And then the same for the GCC countries. And then you basically put a roadmap out for 6 months where you're increasing the damage without basically leaving yourself open to be destroyed. And then you're basically having to work out how the Americans are going to hit you and what's the important points are to keep them under control as well. And so what they're going to try and do, where they're going to try and hit, and then to also at the same time not let the Americans know where you're launching from. And so they'll always be launching from different points all the time, and then also not from other points as well. So those are like the tactical things. Like you would, if Iran was like, oh, guess what? Let's just use all our missiles on Israel and like just hit Tel Aviv. That just wouldn't be a smart idea.
Yeah, and you don't, and also
And you'd kill a lot of people. And I guess that's the other point, that Iran's thing. If you were Israeli, yeah, but the thing is, Iran's psychology hasn't been to kill like loads of civilians.
Exactly, Sully. I agree with you 100%. I think I was.
Do you think Iran will up their attacks when the U.S. planes have to go in for maintenance? Because as we've discussed, the planes just can't fly endlessly. After a month or 2 months or whatever, they have to go in for their maintenance. So at that point, there'd be less planes to then come in and take out the missile launchers. Do you think they'll up their attacks then?
Yeah, good point, and Andy, because I've heard the F-35s are notoriously unreliable. They need for every mission or every 24 hours of mission, they need 36 hours repair or maintenance. So I can imagine if they're deploying them, especially the F-35Is that Israel use, then yeah, they're going to be in service half the time. So how much are they actually going to be used to, and how many missiles or how many sort of munitions are being launched into Iran now compared to the beginning? I saw the chart actually, and it's degraded the American US number of munitions being launched at Iran, and it's like a 90% decline in a so yeah, so it's pretty telling that way. So
It's
yeah.
going to be interesting to see where Israel takes their planes for repair. They can't repair them in Israel because Iran would then be able to take them out on the ground with missiles. So Israel's going to have to take them to some far, and I assume Europe's not going to take them in. So where is Israel even going to take them? Are they going to somehow are they going to take them back to the U.S. somehow to get them repaired? Like, where is Israel taking their planes to repair them?
In the 12-day war, they put their F-35s in Akrotiri in Cyprus because the British allowed them. But I don't know where they are being stored right now or being repaired.
Yeah, and they're not going to be able to replace their ballistic missile defense either. And I think in Iran, look, a lot of what they're doing is also to get as much information as possible. And Russia and China are not just benefiting, but also providing enormous amounts of data alone just from the attrition and the pace of which missiles are being exchanged and the systems that are, obviously, sending them through. But like the Arrow 2 and 3 especially are pretty much done for after this. They're not going to get the rare earths to replace them. They're not going to get like the gallium nitrate. They're not going to get like, I don't know, like neodymium or dysprosium. They're not going to get anything. They're not going to get, and they need that for like their seekers, for the missiles alone. They need that for guidance, systems and samarium magnets. They need that for so much of their defense system, especially the Arrow 2 and 3, which I think that they rely on that for the northern part of Israel. I think that's kind of like what's primarily protecting them from Hezbollah rockets, and even those are really starting to fail and crap out. So long term, how are they going to be able to recoup? Now, of course, the U.S. is planning on finding other ways to source or mine rare earths, and that's just like one component. But how are you going to refine them? 99% of the refining, for most of these rare earths, especially gallium, is straight out of China. Like you're literally not going to get it anywhere else, and you're never going to get them again if you're Israel.
Don't try
you
it,
can
inevitable
actually.
China. Let me be clear. The Americans will say, we're coming to China and we're taking it and you ain't going to do nothing about it. That's what they're going to say. But jokes aside, we've got a tweet in the tweet, not in the nest. Breaking news. Explosion at Valero refinery in Port Arthur in Texas. So Valero oil refinery in oil refinery in Texas has had a major explosion.
False flag.
It was the Russians.
I think it was a Chinaman. Right? No, don't blame us, sir. We're not blowing an oil refinery.
And
It
so
was the H-1Bs.
And now that the United States, so the Trump administration is asking for 200 billion inevitable, right? 200 billion for weapons upgrade, right? So even if they did, even if they were given $1 trillion, like how long is it going to take them to replenish their missile stockpiles and upgrade a lot of their, air defense systems? It's going to take, and if you're saying that China are constraining a lot of the critical metals as well, because they hold a large share of the global reserves or a large share of the global network that can produce these can extract these reserves, then how long will that take them to actually build up the missile stockpiles? It'll take absolutely, for me, it looks like, just looking at logistics and everything else and the economies, they don't have the economy of scale. They gutted their industrial base, even their missile manufacturing base, to deliberately to maximize profits. They made a lot of things handmade, custom built, not scalable like China has made, or Russia has made, or Iran. So they've really shot themselves in the foot now. Now they've depleted a lot of their stockpiles. Even if you give them $10 trillion, right? $10 trillion, you can probably try and build an infrastructure there, but it will still take you at least 5 to 10 years to have that capacity.
You remember the GOI beam? They rolled out the GOI beam a couple of weeks ago, and that was like a big deal because of it was like a directed energy laser system. Well, you need yttrium for that. You know where you're gonna get yttrium? You have to get it from China. Like the vast majority of it is mined there and obviously refined as well. And they need that just to even like look, there's gonna be so much that they can't replace. And that's why, I feel like this kind of leans into some of Simon's thesis in that like in some ways the guardrails are going to appear naturally and just in general for Israel. Like they're not going to be able to rearm. And if you cut off the military industrial complex from their bread and butter, essentially, which is the, critical minerals, then they really have nothing else other than just like Suleiman said, just all right, well, we'll wage war and just get it from you guys, like literally force it. And that's just not going to happen. And the last thing I'm thinking about is just like when I hear David speak earlier, I think there was a question of, well, and earlier we talked with Hassan, if you remember, resistance, and Hassan was kind of asking a question on the lines of, well, when all is said and done, it doesn't seem like Israel is going to be willing to comply under the rules of engagement in the New World Order. And, I didn't really want to say it, but just listening to David talk earlier, I just can't imagine Russia or China, watching Israel basically compromise the planet and, not essentially do something about it. At that point, if we've got security, guarantees that are in store and that are in place, and Israel decides they want to activate their Jericho, system and threaten the entire planet, I think that they would just be immediately shut down. And look, if that's how Israel ends, then that's just what it's going to be. But the way that Russia has made that effort to eradicate Nazism in eastern Ukraine, and the way that China has made the effort to eradicate terrorism in Xinjiang and just in general in Central Asia, threatening its
And
borders.
Iran and
Yeah.
Soleimani, they eradicated ISIS and Al Qaeda until the Qatari funded and Saudi funded ISIS and Al Qaeda. It was Qasem Soleimani who was assassinated by Trump,
him and his army were the chief sort of proponents of that defeated them.
Yeah, I like don't think that Russia or China will allow Israel, especially Zionism, to continue to terrorize the world. And it's going to be obvious. I think it's going to be a bumpy road to that point. But when we reach there, certain contingencies will be put in place to prevent a hostile Zionist death cult from holding us all hostage.
For sure. And guys, guess what? Your boy's grafting so badly. I've put another short up. This one was with Rathbone, and it's Iran's new wave of attacks. Once again, the tweet's in the nest. It's in the YouTube comments. Guys, don't be lazy. Press it. Press it, and let me pin it as well, actually. Press it and watch it and like it and do all your things too. We got 72 likes on the other one. We didn't get to 100, but yeah, make sure you do that, guys. Support the videos, support the links. I'm trying to get more interviews, although I've got none lined up tomorrow. I need to figure out who should I interview tomorrow. I think I just realized I think I can message someone here.
I'm going to step down, guys. Thank you very much. Good night.
Should we do a market update, Silly?
Of course, brother.
We'll do it tomorrow.
What's the market saying?
No, as in on the face one tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Let's do it. Are you okay to do it at 2 p.m.?
Yeah, it should be cool.
Eastern, which is 6 p.m. your time.
Let me get back to you. I don't know. I think I'll get.
Yeah, let me know, because it might be like mealtime or something for you then.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Yeah. Let me see, Anthony. Okay. Sorry, I interrupted. What is Simon? What is the kind of like market update anyway? Just today. Obviously, not what we're gonna do tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. Well, basically, we've got two capitulation points. One is when the 10-year Treasury gets to 4.5%, and the 30-year Treasury gets to 5%, and the other is when oil gets above that hits at $115. That was the capitulation point where Trump did the 48 hours we're going to destroy energy infrastructure. And when that didn't lead to any type of capitulation, he has to taco. And so really the bond market and the oil market are the 2 points that we have right now. And he bought 5 days by pretending to the market that, they're going to get a deal done. And it's almost there. And so then that put the bond market, the market bought it. But if he keeps tacoing and it's not true, he's going to lose that tool, just like he did during the tariff war. So at some point, he's not going to be able to fake his way out of the oil market and the bond market. And he seems to have bought himself 5 days, depending on what the market reaction is from here. But if oil goes back up and that 10-year Treasury goes back up and that 30-year Treasury goes back up, he's running out of tools. He needs to find another tool to buy more time. And clearly, every time the bonds reach that yield, he gets a tap on the shoulder saying, "You got to do something." So that's what we know about this game so far.
Interesting. And what about oil prices? At the moment, he's managed to put them down because of his announcement. Where do they go for the rest of the week?
Yeah, exactly. So if everything he said is BS and the market believes it's BS, then we get right back to where we were, and he's got to find another strategy to get them back down again. And so I think by the end of the week, we're just back where we were. And if you get that 5 days, then we close on the weekend, and then he does it all over again. I don't think the market will believe it next week. So I think he's fired his ammo to get the oil price down and the Treasury yield down. And if we don't have something by Friday, I don't think it works again next weekend. And so he's lost that weapon. So something else If he needs another week or he needs another few days, he's got to come up with a whole new strategy, and then the market has to believe it. For some reason, the market believed him this time, and then there was that massive manipulation. But if the market just goes straight back to where it is, then he's jerking around, messing around with volatility, doing market manipulation. But as soon as we hit those critical points again, 5% on the 30-year, 4.5% on the 10-year, and $115 per oil, that's the point at which he needs to fire something to get it back down again. So we have like the key parameters. And if he lets it rip through there, then we end up in the in the scenarios we're saying, where we have rampant inflation, demand destruction, and a more severe global recession, and then the interest rates get more and more higher, and you just get a blowout of the interest on the national debt. And then if you enter into recession, then we go from 6%, deficit, to something completely uncontrollable. And then that will impact the credit rating on the US debt. And then I think if you get a blowout yield, the system breaks. The banking system doesn't work anymore. And that's why he gets a tap on the shoulder every time the 30-year yield gets to 5%. The market is saying, we don't trust America. And then he has to do something to say, trust us, trust me, bro. And he just said, we're going to do a deal with Iran. And that was his trust me, bro. And then the trust me, bro isn't going to work unless he announces a deal. So we are at a very, very interesting phase. And we really understand the market dynamics, and bondholders are dictating strategy here.
And what happens if by the weekend there is no deal?
Then he has to pull another rabbit out of the hat that the market believes. And if the market doesn't believe it, then he has to announce the deal next week. He either tricks the market again, or he announces a deal. Those are the only two things, and I don't know what trick he can pull out again after this one. If there is no deal in 5 days, and he said he needed a 5-day extension, then over the weekend, what's he going to say? Oh, we have a deal. And I'm not sure if the market would believe it again.
Yeah, how dumb's the market, bro? Everybody knows he's blagging, bro.
Well, exactly. So, he's just bought a week. What is that week going to deliver for him? Something has to happen this week, or he needs to come up with a new trick. That's it. There's nothing else.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Solomon, do you mind if I say my piece on the topic?
Yeah, go for it.
Appreciate it. Thank you guys again for having me back up. It's always a pleasure to, talk shop up here. I hope everyone's having a great day. God bless. Solomon, thank you for having me on again, sir. Listen, I'm a little uneducated at this point. Can you run me through? I saw a few of your tweets. You said that America lost. What were the updates today?
Alfonso, if you go to Suleiman's YouTube, which you'll find on his X page, he gives 8-minute videos to give you a complete update. Because we've been talking here for hours, it's going to be difficult to update you. So you can do that in 8 minutes really quickly, and then you can come back and then you can join the conversation.
Gotcha. Yeah, let me catch up to speed epistemologically, and then I'll join back. Fair? I appreciate it.
Absolutely brilliant.
See, efficiency. Look at that.
It's like a
Wow,
teacher telling you off
Beatrice.
for not doing your homework.
Wow.
She's got to jump in to make it efficient.
That's
Simon.
very efficient. So if anyone comes up and asks a question, there's an 8-minute video, and you have to have done your homework first before you come up.
Bro, it's like being in school and you're getting in trouble. Beatrix, can you put these chatters in trouble? There's only 28 likes in that video. Can you put them all in trouble?
I'm on it.
Wait, so I was gonna ask or bring this up with Simon. Well, you might have already heard about the attacks that took place in Russia, where Ukraine sent those like long range drones, and they blew up like I think it was like an oil port in I think it was Leningrad or something. I don't know. It was one of those, but yeah, like they hit and it was a rather big one. That's my understanding is that like they hit the terminal with drones and yeah, I think it's like going to be out of operation and it's just weird how they did this in light of because look they can't send those drones in the first place without US satellites like they would be jammed and basically brought down and so it's like not Ukraine going rogue, it's just like NATO continuing its operation and targeting a critical energy infrastructure location in Russia while doing the same, you know, in multiple locations in Iran with Karamabad and another city that I just don't remember. So I guess my thing is, even though Trump is doing these sort of like plays to manipulate the market, the infrastructure attacks can't be good for suppressing the price of oil. I guess what do you make of the tactics going on over the last few hours?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a combination of, you know, the build back better model. So maximize destruction, use the military in order to maximize destruction of infrastructure, manipulate the price of markets, and then use that to leverage some kind of negotiation. And then there's obviously going to be profiteering from the rebuild of infrastructure. And you know, for financial players that Trump works for, this is a well defined and well understood model. And then yeah, I mean, we all know that Ukraine is effectively just being, you know, it is the military's playground to to make to make up for profits. And I think they want to keep that alive for another 3 years, is my general thesis.
Yeah, like that location is responsible for 1 million barrels per day. And it's probably going to be just saw it's just looking at like video of it. I can't imagine it's going to be back by the end of this year. And you know, just to your point, I feel like, and you probably share in this too, I don't think like Trump is sticking to the script. Like Trump is clearly operating by a script. Netanyahu is as well. Israel and the United States are working in concert. They're not like stepping on each other's toes. They're pretending. They're kayfabing anytime they do, even when they wag the finger like America did at Iran whenever they hit that oil depot in Tehran and basically bathed the city in oil. America pretended out or feigned outrage, but that wasn't really the reality. And I think just kind of you might kind of agree that like it's not Trump, even though like I don't know how smart Trump is or how stupid he is, but everything he's saying comes with a purpose, and chances are it's greater forces above him that
Yeah,
you know obviously direct him.
Trump is really dumb if you think he works for the American people, but he's not dumb if you think he works for a few multinational corporations. Then he's delivering everything he needs to deliver. So he's only dumb if you think he works for MAGA and Americans, and he doesn't. So I believe he's not that dumb.
Well, yeah, like he's literally he'll and this is like every single time that he provides a timeline, one of two things happens. Israel cuts in and basically just renders that timeline short and ineffective, or the United States themselves will go ahead and just completely render it short and ineffective. And usually when Trump provides an ultimatum, that's usually when Israel is going to step in and then just like render it useless, like they are now, basically, and like they did yesterday, technically, because they already attacked Karamabad before yesterday and caused blackouts last night. So
It's the
it
classic.
just seems
It's the
like
classic
yeah,
proxy model. Like
right,
you know,
exactly.
when you just get your militia to go and do it, and then say it wasn't you. That's just the classic model.
But I've never really seen like a great power, or at least maybe just not in a while. Like you would have to go back to like I don't know, like ancient history or whatever, where a great power and a satellite state, if you will, although maybe that's not the best way to describe Israel, but you've never really seen where they're willing to exchange the role of like big Satan, little Satan, good cop, bad cop. One's trying to be pragmatic and the other's like, fuck it, I'll just step in and do it myself. This is kind of unprecedented when you think about it, and it does kind of lend towards what you've been saying regarding the just the use case, the utility of Israel, right? Or at least your thesis for it. It seems like Israel's utility is for plausible deniability on multiple sides. And I still have it of the mind that this is a war tactic and that this is kind of really effective in confusing everybody and disjointing their opponent. But, you know, still, I can understand why you would see greater forces to it, and that it's not really like either of them that are making decisions. It's just rather they're puppets essentially. So it's very interesting. And then obviously Ukraine is a part of that beast as well. Ukraine is
It's just a really when you have corporate capture, you basically your job is just to rinse the government and dump all the debt on the American people. And you can go through a very well defined model. You get the military to just, spend trillions, and then you make complete destruction. And then once the destruction is over, you negotiate the rebuild contracts. Once you get the rebuild contracts, the same financiers that were purchasing all the bonds and financing the destruction, then get the land, the acquisition, the resources, and the rebuild and construction contracts. And it's a way of churning the US dollar, because everything's privatized. You just keep churning this model. And then once you rebuild, you rebuild into a technocratic surveillance state. And then you have the technical industrial complex that is getting to churn over these weapons, rebuild, and then just build out a surveillance control grid. And that is the complete model of rolling over the dollar. And it's kind of like I remember there was a time in England when they needed growth and they needed economic growth. So they wanted to start employing people. And so I remember in England, like you just get these roadworks constantly in the road. And all they were doing were hiring people to dig out roads and then fill it up again, because they're trying to create employment. They're trying to create a GDP print and they're trying to roll over the debt. And so you just end up with this ridiculous system that is trying to just maximize GDP, trying to push revenue into the market. And then because it's all privatized, then they just profiteer from it and you get to call it growth.
That's like the broken window fallacy,
But
right?
yeah, but then you suddenly realize you've got no infrastructure and nothing's being built in a way that helps you. And you look over there and wonder why China's got all these high speed trains and amazing infrastructure. And you're like, all right, we managed to get our resources. And now suddenly we're controlled by global multinational corporations that don't give a damn about America. And they need China's manufacturing base. So they've all formed partners. And then you're at the end of the cycle where they're just asset stripping everything they can out of your country. And suddenly the government just works for them and the lobbies control them. It's just the most absurd model. And that's where we're at. That whole and that was the American military industrial complex. It was the British Empire and it was the Dutch Empire. It's exactly what the Dutch East India Company did, what the British East India Company did, and now what BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard with Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and the entire financial industrial complex are doing. Like it's just and then they use their global influence that they built from this in order to usher in a multipolar world, and now effectively use American technology in order to negotiate with other countries in order to try and vassalize key assets in countries, and it's kind of where we are right now.
I mean, wait, so I'm sorry, Simon. So we're just gonna pretend like this whole situation that's happening with Iran is not solely for Israel.
I mean, no shit.
exactly. Like, so I'm just so confused about this this whole look, this whole financial part, like part of the conversation. To a degree, yeah, I agree, but I feel like the financial part is just a tool that they use to like supersede their actual agenda, which is Zionism. This is
I,
all for Israel.
I couldn't agree with Hussein more. I mean, this is clear as day. Just this serves us. None of this serves us. You know, all we have as Americans is young dead soldiers, innocent blood being spilled, and our oil just shot up. Gas is expensive. So obviously, this is for the beneficiary of Israel and other private entities. Mr. Ahmed, I was going to tell you I did my research. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to do so. Looks like Iran got busy today. But I was going to ask your thoughts. We see now that Trump is saying that we're close to a deal. There's been conversations. So the fact that we haven't responded with absolute force yet to attacks on our sites, it tells me that Trump probably wants to look for peace here. And I think that would be huge because we shouldn't be in this friggin' war to begin with.
Which two attacks on your sites, Alfonso?
I'm sorry?
You said Trump hasn't reacted to two attacks on our site. Which sites?
Yeah, didn't Iran bomb an American port and also American sites in Saudi? That's what I saw directly on Solomon's page.
Yeah, but that's in defense, right? It's because America's bombing them. They're just defending. They make it very
Well,
clear.
sure. I'm not talking about the morality.
And America will hit back. It's hitting back now as we speak. Tehran's being bombed.
Yeah, it's sad. A lot of innocent people are dying. So Solomon, let me get your thoughts on this because you're very astute when it comes to this industry. Do you think Trump can broker a deal? Can we get out of here? Can we get out of this mess? Can we stick it to Israel once and for all? What does it look like?
I think it depends on whether it depends on whether US can actually win. I mean, sorry, if Iran can actually win. So if Iran wins, no, I don't think US can get outside of the foot of Israel. The Zionists are so incorporated into. Oh, hi Gary, as well. How you doing? The Zionists are so incorporated into the United States of America and each aspects of what they do that it's going to take a very long time. It's not going to be easy to pull the US out, but it'll take a really long time. Because even if Iran wins this, the Americans were to retreat, the Israelis would
Right.
retreat back in and keep the control over it and just, as to use Simon's word, asset strip it and just suck it dry.
Solomon, but surely that's something exciting. I mean, I don't support what Trump did here to begin with, but the fact that there are conversations being had, to some degree directly with Iran and America, that's a hopeful thing. I think that's a progress in the war.
Yeah, I mean, America's progressed a lot. If you think about in the last 3 years how much everyone's woken up, it's been exponential. To think that just 3 years ago you weren't even allowed to have these conversations, you would get banned, you would be censored, you'd lose your account, your contracts would be cancelled. So yeah, we moved quite far in these few years for sure.
We got to stay the hell out of the Middle East, though. Like, how many times do we have to relearn our lesson, right? All the way from friggin' Iraq and Afghanistan to now. And then Solomon, I wanted to bring something up to you. It directly relates to Israel and the Iran war. Did you see that Mr. Silverstein, I think his name is Silverstein, is taking an insurance policy out on that massive LA building? And I'm worried that we're going to see a false flag and history will repeat itself. Have you heard about that?
I mean, no, I didn't hear about that specifically, but I don't doubt it in terms of what you're saying. And there was a major explosion in an oil refinery in Texas just 30 minutes ago. So that could be natural, or it could be something that could be a false flag as well. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, go ahead. My
No,
apologies.
sorry, I just want to read this two things. One is, Mike, thank you so much for becoming a Mivkel. Thank you so much for becoming a level 1 member. Appreciate you joining the community and becoming an important member of the community. I'm really sorry I missed that till
till later. Also, to Pozic, who said, my brother's best friend is in the army and was just deployed within the past week from Africa out of one of the largest bases in the US. It wasn't just his unit. All I can say. So major deployment occurring is what he's basically trying to say. So sorry, you were saying? Alfonso?
Yeah, no, I think I don't believe that oil thing is a false flag. I think that, I mean, it's been a while. Israel needs something massive. We know the last time they got away with something big was 9/11, right? That's just evident, clear as day. So I think it'll be something big, whether it's a drone attack, whether it's that building in LA that Silverstein is just miraculously taking terrorist insurance on. And I'll DM that to you too, Solomon. I'll show you the receipts. Um, so yeah, they're. I feel like, and I want your thoughts on this. Guys like Netanyahu and their country's leaders are kind of panicking because little by little, I think our support is slowly dwindling a little bit. I think Trump is starting to realize all the casualties, all the problems that this war is causing. And the reality is, Solomon, if they don't have us, they're screwed. They don't have a prayer. I mean, even with us backing them, they are taking a beating from Iran. I mean, I'll be honest. I thought Iran was an underdog. I thought they were, pretty far behind in technology. Not the case. They are blowing. I mean, they are giving them work. Israel's taking a beating right now from Iran, and that's just Iran. That's not even Iran's allies. Obviously, I'm an America firster. I'm not praising Iran for these attacks, but I'm saying we can look at it objectively and say these guys are not. This isn't like some small island. These guys came to fight, and I respect that.
You do know also it's not only Israel and the GCC, it's the United States of America, especially our Navy also. I hope you know that, right? So just making sure you understand. We've already removed it completely out of the Persian Gulf,
Good.
okay? Because please spread the word to the MAGA cult member. I'm not saying I know you're not
No,
MAGA brother, but you know what I'm saying? Those circles, those right wing evangelicals, Zionist
Yeah, they're
idiots.
very uneducated. We got to pray for them, and that was the trick, right? Chris, I don't want to veer too much into religion. Beatrice doesn't like that, but Christian Zionism is a heresy from Satan, and it's very dangerous, and it is leading um, people to their death. Frankly, it's disgusting. I don't agree with it.
Yeah, been my battle for 15 years, brother. 15 years on the front line. I came out of that cult, brother. I came out of it. I know it inside out, backwards and
And Andrew, I was
forwards.
going to say thank you for your service, sir. I forgot to say that last time.
Yeah, thank you for thank you for yours, and thank you more for everyone here fighting the good fight. And you know what? It's so important for you to weigh in on this. You're going into politics there in the Bible Belt, and thank you because you're reading, you study, and I'm glad you used that word epistemology, and you go in, do the research. And I know you will, sir. You're an intelligent man, and you have a heart that you love your country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, listen, I don't know a lot yet, but I have a lot to learn. So I'm only 25. I got a long way to go. Just pray for me. But this is not about me. This is not my space. This is Solomon's space. So I want to go back to him.
Well, I appreciate you coming on, Alfonso, and appreciate your contribution for sure. Let's go to Andy. Let's see what Andy's got to say.
Yeah, I looked it up. That refinery in Texas is 380,000 barrels a day, and they were just starting upgrades in February. So and we refine 18.4 million a day, so that is just over 2% of our capacity. So that is a pretty significant number. And based on that, it looks like it's going to be out. So I did post about that. So yeah, 2% of our refining capacity, that's significant. This is not some insignificant number. This isn't just some random gas station blowing up. That's significant with this Hormuz, because that's us producing less. So when you look at that, that's not, gas prices just go up 2% from $4 to 408, because it's oil's traded on the global market. A 2% disruption doesn't mean it just goes up 2%. So, I mean, someone who understands oil prices and gas prices, I mean, in here should probably estimate what type of impact that would have long term.
we're taking a financial beating, guys. All my Americans here, this bull crap war, this unnecessary war, this gripe on oil, we're taking a beating, America. And I'm just gonna say this, I'm not gonna go into a whole political tirade. We were promised a lot more than this, and I don't trust a man who doesn't keep his word.
Well said. And we're not going to vote. And it's never Vance, never Rubio. The people in this administration will never have our votes. We're not going to
You're
let
fucking A right.
we're not going to let them retcon Vance and this BS behind the scenes where they're pretending he was against the war. We're not going to let them retcon Vance and turn him into this. Oh, he's really this warrior, this base warrior for the white race who's against wars. No, we're not going to let them pull that crap on us. He's not a based warrior for anything. The only thing he's a warrior for is Peter Thiel, Palantir, in Israel. He doesn't care about anyone outside of that.
Let me say this, Andy. There is this incredibly wise young man from the Midwest. It's not me. He's a lot more handsome than me. He's Italian like me, though. He's a paisano. And he has just brilliantly alerted, educated, and woken up the entire country. And little by little, one day you're going to wake up.
Are you talking about Ali Alexander's boyfriend? That guy?
One day, I was talking, sir. One day you're going to wake up and the GOP will be gone and the new Republican Party will be there.
So, Alfonso, you know when you say America should not be involved in the Middle East, that's what Iran's doing.
Excuse me. I just
Iran's
want
getting rid of America from the Middle East. Sorry,
Is this
Gary.
Gary
to
Cardone?
some breaking news from this side of the pond. Are you guys aware of the Valero refinery in Port Arthur, Texas? It's got a major fire.
Yeah, what do you think it is, Gary? Do you know?
Well, you know, no, I don't know.
Is that organic, like normal, or like can those things happen, or is it always like something else?
All I'm seeing is massive explosion at the refinery. You know, it's like it's kind of coincidental. You know,
But do
I mean,
things
it's a
like
lot.
that happen in like the normal course of business, or not really?
No, dude. No. This does not happen to Valero Refinery. I mean, it's the biggest. I think it's the biggest refinery in the area. So no, this is not like happens on a regular basis, right? Like once every 10, 20 years. So you
Right.
know, it's just too convenient, right? So like if you were trying to upset this thing, you'd start, you know, upsetting other parts of the supply chain.
Gary, do you know what's the ownership structure of this? Like who would it be targeted at, do you think?
Well, Valero is a public company. They've been around forever, man. Just forever. You know, they grew up with T. Boone Pickens and before. I mean, that's where I started my career, right? They were, I interviewed for jobs here on a fairly regular basis.
Mm.
But
does that impact
yeah.
price, Gary, or not really?
Oh, yeah, most certainly. If that refinery, look, there's a few key locations in the U.S. like you can't shut those down. I mean, it'd be a problem.
So
Yeah,
you
it just seems
think
odd.
we're
It just
about
seems
you
odd to
think
me.
that's about to be blamed on Iran, yeah?
Oh, dude, I mean, who knows, right? Who knows who's going to blame who? I don't know. I'm not going to make any presumptions. The fire looks pretty big, though. This time of the year, you know, there's nothing going on really this time of the year. There's no storms. Yeah, a bit odd.
The article I looked at said from December of 2025 said they were going to start upgrading the thing in February. So who knows? I mean, maybe it was just a freak repair gone wrong or a false flag. I mean, Iran wouldn't actually do an attack. So it's either false.
Oh, I didn't suggest
I know.
Iran or
Yeah, I
anybody
know.
to do it.
I know. It's
You know,
either a false flag or a freak accident.
you could, right now, you know, all you need is a high school kid who's got a fucking good idea. So we got too many fires all over the place right now, lighting up. So
Yeah, it's probably a false flag or the repairs went wrong. Or upgrades, I mean.
I mean, it's not something you want to have happen in $100 crude market. Also, okay. So the second scenario, hey, the valves didn't work. That's not Valero. I mean, you don't do that. So I think more nefarious personally, but
Gary, what do you think of the market swings today?
yeah, pretty amazing. Man, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. Don't know, buddy. It seems to me like the big money is hey, we're gonna settle, we're gonna do a deal. But most certainly, if it wasn't clear to me before, the whole market's just managed. I mean, I didn't think you could be this big to manage all these markets and hold this down. Now the bonds aren't holding up, are they? They're exploding. So nobody's going to be able to hold all these balloons underwater. You can't. Like, some of them are going to start popping up. You just, Jesus. And man, am I getting heat, dude, for coming to these rooms and being a speaker. My God, the fucking people.
You're taking a hit for the team, Gary. Soldier.
Gary, thank you for your
Welcome to
service, sir.
freedom, Gary. Welcome to freedom.
Yeah, I've never liked any of these assholes before anyway, so it doesn't really bother me that much. But it's surprising me. Well, I don't, because I think they're all seem to be prima donnas. Every one of them seems to always look down their nose at other people. It just really bothers me. Dude, I don't know, Simon. I mean, crude's what, below 90? Gold's down, silver's down, Bitcoin's done extremely well.
Crude's right at 90 again. It's right back up to 90.
Yeah. But I mean, dude, it's 167 or 176 in Oman. So I don't, I do think there's more doom, though, too much doom about the speed upon which the logistics will all come back online, and we'll fill that hole up. And in between there, see, the other thing that people don't really appreciate is that y'all aren't taking into impact demand cuts. Okay, people just going, hey, I can't afford to buy LPG today and do the restaurant because it's too expensive. So you'll have that demand destruction. That'll offset a lot. I mean, 20% of our country, at least 20% of our country could turn off energy and we wouldn't be phased. I mean, if I was told to drop all my electric load off by 20% a day, I could do that. I just don't, because I'm lazy and it's too cheap. So I think there's plenty
You
of
have to
energy.
switch off the swimming pool, Gary.
Yeah, no, I live in Florida. We don't need to heat that
Hey,
bad up.
not to glaze, but Gary, I just want to say you and your brother have taught me a lot, sir. I'm an entrepreneur now, and I'm going into politics, so I appreciate it. And I'm going to be in Florida for 13 weeks soon. So if you want lunch, it's my treat. I'd love to get to know you.
Yeah, awesome, man. Thank you very much for the compliment. What part of Florida? I'm in St. Pete.
I'm going to be in Orlando, but I'm going to be mobile, and I can come to you at any time.
Mobile on, dude. We'll have a cup of coffee together. That'd be awesome.
Thank you, Gary. I appreciate the opportunity. Follow me back so I can message you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Awesome.
Now, who was that, by the way, so I can follow him?
It's me. It's Alfonso, sir.
I just can't see the names there, Alfonso. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Gary. I appreciate your time. God bless.
Okay, let's bring the conversation back. Dark side. Let's go to dark side. Dark side.
Come on, man. Let me. I should be able to get a date. I paid enough for the team that I should be able to get a date or have a meeting with somebody.
Well,
dude,
the thing is, Gary, I thought we're
I
having a
don't
meeting
charge
now.
you
I'm like,
anything.
Alfonso sliding in. What's that all about, blood?
I mean, the next thing I'm going to do is you're going to ask me to, start sending you super chats.
Well, I thought that was a given, Gary. I thought you already said you're gonna get me some Palmers. I don't need a super chat. You promised me.
All right,
You
Solomon,
promised
Solomon,
me.
Solomon, Solomon,
One
Solomon.
second.
Listen, let me put some bread in your
I'm just
pocket. Send me a link. I can donate.
Nah.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah. So I was speaking to Gary.
See, I come in here and I'm the catalyst for you, dude. All this
Exactly.
money's raining on your ass.
Exactly. By the Alfonso, the links in the nest. But back to you, Gary. Gary, no, you already promised me. You promised me. You said, Suleiman, I'm ordering you the most finest ringtones you missed in the United Kingdom. You said, Suleiman, I'm gonna get you the
Rington's
Parmesan.
tea, dude. It's on order from Harrods.
That's it. So you better get it, because I'll be coming in the next few days, Gary.
You know, check in with my assistant, man. Claude.
Damn, you that much of a big timer, Gary. I can't even talk
Claude.
direct.
Talk to Claude.
Oh, damn. But I'm famous.
Hey, should we be having humorous comments while other people are suffering right now?
No, I mean,
is that allowed? Is it okay for us to go, you know what? Let's just take just a moment of brevity.
I think we're just taking a moment of breath. Obviously, it doesn't minimize what's happening, but yeah.
No, it doesn't. It's fucking stupid as shit.
But I think
like,
you
I have
tried
to
to
laugh
misdirect the
some.
conversation.
I have
Why
to
do I
laugh
need
some
to,
though, dude.
Gary? Why do I need to speak to your assistant? I'm famous.
Yeah, that's why I sent you to Claudette, man.
No,
because she's
no. You need to speak to Jing G. You need to speak to my assistant, Jing G.
No, dude, you're below me. You will speak to my assistant, Claudette.
No, you're gonna speak to my assistant's assistant.
Fuck off.
Mao Wei from Vietnam.
Hey, listen, my skin color. My skin color assures me that you will reach out to my assistant, young man.
My fame means that you need to speak to my assistant's assistant, Gary.
Oh, that is painful. I'm not sure I can do that. Yeah, now, I tell you what I will do. I'll delegate Simon to do it.
Oh, but Simon's more famous than both of us. He's got some...
Ladies, you're both pretty. All right, can we get back to the Iran war, please?
Okay. The audience is no longer entertained by our bullshit. All right, let's get serious.
Yeah. Simon's more of a big timer, bro. He's gonna be like, listen, you're not even allowed to talk to me unless you talk to like 10 different assistants beforehand.
Seriously though, on just one the comment about the crude oil. Hey, Bitcoin has held up extremely well here. Okay, like I am really shocked. Not shocked, but I'm really impressed that it's done this well, because it should have gotten slaughtered. I think it should have gotten slaughtered. Somebody's holding this up here, or maybe there's some kind of shift in thought process, but I don't know, Simon, do you agree with me? I think I was expecting Bitcoin to get like just hammered down here, and it may happen, okay, before this is all done. But in the last 3 or 4 weeks, it's been impressive.
Yeah, I think people should be buying into weakness, and it looks like the big weakness isn't coming. Like, I keep thinking it's going to go down to 50 and 40, but I'm not sure if everyone's going to get their opportunity. But I think everyone should be buying into weakness.
I'm waiting for it to drop below 50, Simon.
Yeah. Well, we'd have to have something. Yeah, we'd have to have something extreme, because
you've been saying that for a year though, Solomon. So you really not. You're just kind of eyeballing it. You're just gonna more eyeball it when it gets to 50.
That's true, Gary.
Yeah, once it gets to 50, he'll be like, "Oh man, I don't think I should buy it here. It's crashing."
Well, actually,
yeah, exactly.
Actually, one guy told me
you have not been able to do that, Solomon. I think that's a very interesting point. For a year, you haven't seen that $50,000 number. That should say something.
Well, there was one guy who's been getting all his predictions right, and he's been like, it's gonna drop. This is the high.
Yeah, one
he
guy.
Said to me,
What's
he's
his
going down
name?
to 44.
What's his name, man?
I'll tell you it now. He's on X.
Seen his bank account. Okay. Do you know him as well as Simon?
No. Well, I don't know.
I mean,
well
come on.
But
Do you know how
Simon doesn't care
insulting
about
you're
prices.
being to Simon?
Simon's like, oh, it doesn't matter about the prices. Just buy it. It's gonna be well in the future. Buy a little bit every month. But I'm like, Simon, bro, listen, I don't want to buy.
No, you're a pig, dude.
But Simon told me that 120.
You want to buy the
the
absolute bottom. Nah, yeah. Yeah, you 50. I'm going to be at 51 all day long, so you better place your bid above 51.
I'm waiting for 44, Gary. Right, there's a guy. Well, I don't want to promote some random person, but anyway, there's a guy whose account I follow, and he's pretty good, and he's saying 44. Okay, Darkside, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. How are you? Guys, can you hear me?
Doing well, Sully.
Bro,
Yeah, doing
listen.
well, Sully.
I not heard you today. I was like, where's Darkside? Rob's here talking about it. Simon just came later. Gary just came later. Darkside, what is your president doing? He's just scammed us all. He literally put a bet in and made about 1.2 million or something. Or he put 1.2 billion. Is it? I don't know, 1.2 million or something he made. Or was it more than that? What did he make again? Let me just look at it. I put the tweet out and I can't even remember how much it is.
Doc's waiting for his force majeure.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I keep getting a phone call. The casino's rigged, dude. Casino's always been rigged. Interestingly, though, the one kind of measure I've been looking at is the VIX. That's the volatility index. That's a measure of the volatility of the S&P 500. That did not drop today the way it should have on this type of move with this type of alleged easing of hostilities. So the market is telling you that, yeah, we had a short squeeze today. Everybody was getting a little too bearish, but we are not out of the woods, not by any measure.
So I found it. So basically, 5 minutes before Trump's announcement to capitulate to Iran, someone put in a big trade, 1.5 billion in S&P futures and 192 million in oil futures were sold. These orders are 4 to 6 times larger than anything else at that time.
Not surprised, man. Washington's a cesspool. Nobody should be surprised. Don't know what to tell you, Sully. The inmates are running the asylum.
I wonder if Gary was in on that deal.
I doubt
Yeah,
it.
Gary's in the Trump circles. Do you get the memo, Gary?
Yeah, Gary, how much did you make today?
You know, I think I might have been blacklisted by now, but I sure
Yeah,
get a
you
lot of.
sacrificed it to come up on these spaces, isn't it? You had all the contacts, you had the memo from Trump, you had all the inside track, you were lobbying, you gave him the Bitcoin check, and you gave it all up just to hang out with us plebs.
Yeah, it's me, bro. I like the normal people. Not that you're fucking normal or the host or the girl that hangs around him. I mean, pretty weird group of people, quite frankly.
Wait,
we're
not weird, Gary. We're well known. We're the people. We're the normal people. You may find it weird in your ivory tower, Gary Cardone.
Oh my God!
But we are the
dude.
people.
Hey, have your assistant call my
The
assistant.
girl,
The audience doesn't want to hear
Gary,
this.
is called Beatrix Kiddo is her name, Gary. It's not the girl.
Kitty?
It's Beatrix,
said
Gary.
Kitty?
Get it right.
Did you say Kitty?
Beatrix Kiddo.
I love you. You're the best part of the show, sweetie. I totally believe that. I have said only good things about you.
Come on, Gary, don't simp, bro.
Crude is
Now look.
Crude is
Likewise,
up.
Gary, we love
Crude is
you.
up over 91. This is already having an impact. This explosion.
Panic.
Gary simping.
Honestly, no one gives a damn. Yeah, you just blow up some hole in an oil plant in Texas. Yeah, all right. Oil's up 91. What's next?
Dude, I watched my brother burn, I think, 10 acres of land right behind my house when I was 13 years old. So we're used to blowing shit up in South Texas and Louisiana, man. We do know how to blow some shit up. But I suspect this was not an accident.
Oh, Gary, your brother's even come and tell you off. Don't say that.
Uh-oh.
He didn't
Here
mean
he
it,
is.
Grant. He was just joking.
Terrence Howard said that Bitcoin's worth nothing.
Yeah, you saw that, huh?
Who's that? Who's that, Grant?
He's an actor.
He's a genius.
He played on the Empire.
He's really smart, so that's actually giving me doubt about Bitcoin.
Grant, what are rates doing, Grant?
You know, nothing.
How long are they gonna hang there?
I wish I knew, dude.
Yeah.
I wish I knew. I don't know anything right now.
What's this done to the mortgage market?
I mean, the last 2 weeks has been awful. we had a bunch of stuff lined up. I mean, money was 10-year was at 3.9 going
Yeah.
down, and then that's up, it's got to make up all that. And it was, it should have probably been in the low threes by now if we wouldn't have had this thing here,
What thing?
this Iran thing.
Yeah.
Gary,
My guy over there, fucking playing in the desert,
your boy
Hey,
is
Grant,
saying,
what if
going after Suleiman's people.
bro, he's going, yeah, because my people are the people of humanity. And your boy Trump's destroying everything. But just a quick question, Grant. You are in the real estate market. Simon has been on here many times and he's talking about how things are becoming extremely problematic for you guys. And he believes that this continues, the real estate market is going to be on its knees. Are you concerned?
Well, we have to define. Simon has to tell me what he's talking about when he says real estate. People put those two words together. I mean, it's only $600 trillion to this shit around the planet. So you got to tell me what we're talking about. We talking about single family homes, hotels, industrial, data
Yeah, no,
centers.
educate us, Grant. If interest rates, if these 10-year rates keep going up, like tell us what the impact is in all these different areas. You're the expert on this side.
Well, there's a couple things that happen. One, single family homes won't sell. They're not selling. They're not selling when it's at 7, so they won't sell if it goes higher. The only way to fix housing in America is lower interest rates. You're not going to make houses cheaper. So you're not going to maybe you make them a little smaller, but whatever. The only homes that are selling are new homes where there's subsidized interest rates, the interest rates being bought down. Car manufacturers are famous for doing this. So that's the single family homes. You're not going to have a collapse in single family homes. Anybody that's waiting for single family homes to correct by 40% like they did in 2008, that will not happen. 2008, you didn't have 40% of the loans on a sub 3% interest rate with a 27-year term left. Now, where the real problem is with the Brookfields, the KKRs, Starwoods, and I've been saying this for 2 years now. This problem's at least 2 years old, where these guys borrowed money in 21 at 3. I know one group, they borrowed adjustable money at 3% on at least 80,000 units. Very respectable group. They get their money from pension funds and sovereign funds. And
So that's $2 billion of real estate cash.
yeah, all
Right.
the equities, all that equity's gone.
Yeah.
So the loans are due now. Now,
So
I mean, I
if
know
you
that
guys aren't Grant, 1 second. If you guys aren't following, so what these guys did in 20 and 21, what's what Grant and I refer to kind of real estate in vintage 2021 when there was so much money floating around. Guys thought money was going to be free forever, low interest rates. That's what all the banks said. So they slaved into $2 billion worth of 3.5.
not 2 billion. No, 60,000 times 2 to 300,000 a unit. So 12 to 15 billion.
Oh,
This is just one group.
at 3.5 that exploded, probably went double that.
That's at 7 today. It's at 7.
Yeah.
It's maturing at 7. So let's say there was $15 billion of this stuff. It's worth, they'd have to pay it down by $3 billion today. They don't have the money to pay it down. This is just one group, guys.
Right.
There's $3 trillion of this shit in America alone. This due right now. Now, the crazy thing is most of this debt's already matured. I know all these guys, by the way. I buy assets from them. And I'm trying to buy shit from them every day. Blackstone bought, I think, I own 15,000 units. They bought 15,000 units in 1 year, in one state. Okay. So, there's plenty of these groups, MetLife, New York Life. Now, they won't have problems. Those guys pay cash for everything. They're never brought up in the headlines because they hide. Nobody ever uses the words MetLife and New York Life for any conspiracy stories. They're fucking worth trillions of dollars. They have, they have at least 30% of their entire portfolio buried in real estate, the cash flows. The difference with them is, they probably pay cash for everything, or they only have 20% leverage, but they all had adjustable money because it was so cheap. I never do adjustable. They made that shit so appealing in 21 that I did 5 of my deals, and I still regret it today. Because when it's due, you have to pay the debt down. Anyway, there's probably $1 trillion of bad money sitting out there in just apartments. Then there's hotels, there's
So,
industrial,
let's
but
make sure everyone understands that. So, basically, a bunch of people borrowed at cheap rates on adjustable mortgages. Now, they're
and by the way, Simon, let me just say this: they all were able to overpay for the asset because the interest rate was so low. You guys understand that, okay? So they probably overpaid on the real estate. I'll tell you one deal I was doing. I'm not going to mention the group. This deal, I wanted this deal so bad. It was $237 million, and I wanted it. I'm like, I'm gonna keep this for 20 years. It won't matter if I pay an extra 5. A big group won't use their name. They paid 50 million more than I paid, and I was already stretched out to the ends of the universe. Well, they own that deal today. They're probably 100 million upside down on one deal. Big group. They own 140,000 of these units, and at least 2/3 of their entire portfolio they overpaid for is at very low interest rates. Those loans are all matured now. If I mention their name, everybody in this room will know who they are. And that's just one of many groups that did this. Brookfield, major offender. Okay. I think they already wrote off $1.7 trillion, $175 billion of bad loans. This is a Canadian REIT, Brookfield. Go ahead, Simon. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, no worries. So, because they could get really good rates at the time, they did it on a tracker, and then they overpaid because they thought the rates were going to stay there. But now the debt is due, and they need to refinance it. But because the rates are up here, they can only refinance at about 7%. Plus, they're in a negative equity. Is that what you
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. Well, they're going to have to pay down the existing loan by at least 30%. So how do they go to CalPERS? Most of this money comes from pension funds. I always said the next bust was not going to be in banks; it was going to be in pension funds, which is even worse, by the way. So they would have to pay their debt down. Let's say they had $1 trillion of debt. Which that's not a big number for these guys as a group. They have $1 trillion. They would have to pay $300 billion down to fix the debt if they had not overpaid for the real estate. Okay. In addition to that, they overpaid for the real estate. And number 3, rents are soft across America right now. So you guys that are inflation, always talking about all the inflation. The truth is, the inflation thing's been gone for a long time. Like people are way late on those numbers. They should have been using shelter more correctly for the last 18 months because the shelter numbers have all been coming down, at least in the rental pool. It hadn't come down in single family homes only because interest rates went up. Interest rates have been inflationary. You never hear that in these rooms, but interest rates have actually caused inflation in this cycle.
And does high energy stroke oil prices impact any of this?
I mean, I don't think that doesn't I think that's temporary personally.
What
Yeah.
was what was the question again?
Does high oil or energy prices impact this real estate market in any way?
I mean, the buildings already stopped across the country.
Put stress on the renters.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's never good.
Put stress on the renters, and then the only real impact is in the 10-year yield.
Listen, the gasoline price in the United States, Americans are so sensitive to gasoline prices, even though y'all will laugh. What y'all pay, in Europe is crazy compared to what we pay for. But they've seen $1.20 added to their gasoline bill, man. That's a big number for a guy driving, a truck, and he's going to burn through 25%. He's gonna add 25% of his fuel bill.
And Gary, how does the trucker industry work? Like, is that it by, like, do
Well,
they
no,
just pass on their gas
I
cost?
was
Or-
just talking about Joe User, dude. Like, we use a lot of big cars here, right? I mean, we love gas guzzlers. So at $2.50, people cool, but it just changed to $1.20. Funny enough, natural gas prices are below $3 today. Really, really interesting. You would have thought natural gas in the United States would have gotten a severe bid for all the LNG opportunity that's going to be available to us. So, plus what we,
But Gary, you can go into the trucking industry, sir. You know the impact that's going to have on the entire
yeah, well, they're going to pass
country.
it down to the retailer, and the retailer's going to have to decide whether they charge the consumer, and they're going to charge the consumer for sure. And then the consumer's going to say, no, thank you. I don't want any more of this. I can't afford another $1.20 on my gasoline, and we will see demand destruction. I guarantee you it's already happening. The gross numbers that we keep talking about coming offline, everyone needs to consider, hey, look, at $120, dude, you're destroying demand. Okay? Like any kind of incidental, like nobody's going to be getting on planes. The fucking airline ticket's going to be double what it was a month ago. So only business, and then business travel is going to go up. And then they're going to go, hey, why are we sending people all over the world? We're just going to AI this thing. See what's happening again? All these constraints are going to, they're going to have some ripple effects. But quite frankly, none of what is being acquired and consumed to generate the GDP, I'm not sure any of it's productive. You know what I'm saying? I mean, is it really productive to send teams of people on airlines that have their jet fuel costs are double? I mean, this is going to drive everyone into a frenzy of how fast can I automate?
Gary, if a deal was announced tomorrow and it seemed like a genuine breakthrough, what do you think will happen to the price of Brent and WTI?
$60.
Lose $10 overnight. Both. Oh, dude, we'd be. I mean, I think you're gonna have to. We're gonna have a bid here above where we were. Where we were should have been 62. So, I could see us getting back to 68 very quick. Very quick.
But we're structurally higher than where we were, right, at the end of this.
Oh, you're structurally, 15, 18% higher for sure. But look, you're gonna destroy demand at 80, 90, $100. Okay, at $100, you're gonna destroy demand. All that load in India, dude, they do not have to make pizzas today. If LPG is costing 3 times more than it was 3 weeks ago, and they will be sensitive to that. But Europe is bankrupt, man. There is no way for them to get out of this now. They are locked. They are completely homeless.
And Gary, say like right now everyone's using ChatGPT, yeah, and is OpenAI just paying these
I ain't
ginormous
heard of
energy
Chat
costs?
GPT. I ain't heard of Chat GPT for 4 months. All I hear about now is Grok, Claude, Gemini. I don't think chat even makes it.
I
Deep,
agree.
deep.
I think
DeepSeek.
chat goes to zero.
Yeah.
So do you reckon they're
Do
gonna?
you
Do you
see?
reckon they're gonna IPO this year?
Dude, I'm not sure they're going to. How could you IPO?
Do you see they were offering 17% on their notes?
Yeah, I
It's a
did
big
see that
number.
actually.
That's a big
It's a
number.
They were
huge number.
offering what?
17% on their bonds, man.
Well, that's a distressed junk bond right there. 17%. That's
Look, they have no moat. They have lawsuits out the fucking ass everywhere. You have board members that don't trust the guy. He looks like, Jeff Skillings times 3 million. And where did he come from? He reminds me of Sam Bankman-Fried, man. And I'm being critical of the guy, but like, there's so much smoke around this cat.
and he has dead people around the office. Like what the
Yeah,
hell?
yeah, yeah.
Doesn't OpenAI have like $1 trillion in spending commitments and they're only making like 20 billion in revenue? So the whole thing just is a financial sinkhole. It doesn't work.
Yeah, and I think his last investment was from SoftBank, and I was just laughing my ass off. I'm like, wow,
Oh, they went all
SoftBank.
in, didn't they, recently?
That might just be the top here. Okay, that might be
They
the Brian
borrowed, they
Windham moment.
levered up Gary to get a much
Dude,
bigger
it's
position.
amazing, dude. Yep, he's probably also going back to Adam Newman, trying to do a deal with Adam. Who knows?
I reckon he's pulled the deal if he didn't close it. Wow, imagine levering right up into an overvalued ChatGPT right now to buy some private equity, hoping you could flip the IPO and pay the debt.
Simon, let me ask my brother a question. Hey, Grant, you're called in to advise the Trump administration of what to do. What would you tell him in less than 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever?
Oh man, shit.
Sounds like you trapped him.
I'd
But
run too if you asked me that question.
maybe he's thinking about it. So
Oh
anybody
my
else want to
God,
answer?
Gary, why would you do that to your own brother? You basically trapped him. You had to leave.
No, I didn't. I didn't do anything to my brother, dude. Like, it's a legitimate question.
You're ruining his contacts, Gary. Like he can't publicly talk about it. He's connected in all the right places.
He's
Well,
back. He's back. He's back. He's back.
I'm sure he is back. No, he's not a hatter.
Yeah, no, I got dumped. I'm sorry, guys.
They were saying that I
No,
boxed you
I
in
would
on that,
say,
Grant. Did you hear
I would
that?
say, I would say, President Trump, you're going to do the right thing. All my people believe that you're going to do the right thing. We know you're not a war guy, and you're going to do the right thing. Because you tell this guy anything else, it just doesn't go anyplace. Like, what are you going to tell him? Get out of Iran? Like, you can't tell him something he already knows. The guy doesn't want to be in Iran, guys. I know a bunch of you guys don't like him, but I'm telling you, the guy don't want to be in Iran
Why do you think he is then,
I
Grant?
just want to welcome. Oh, sorry, go ahead,
because
Gert.
yeah, like it's above my pay grade. It's above yours too.
I just want to welcome Dan Blazarian onto the space. Dan, how are you doing?
I'm good, buddy. How you
Yeah, I'm
doing?
doing great. I'm doing great. What's your thought?
Big Dan, what's going on, Dan?
No, not much, man. Just sitting on the couch watching potential World War III unfold for no fucking reason.
There's a reason, dude. We're just not a party to it.
Oh, we know the reason. Yeah, it's Jewish greed. It's fucking been made pretty apparent to us. We're gonna do whatever Israel demands of us, contrary to whatever the fuck is good for America. It doesn't really matter.
So Dan, I'll ask you the same question I asked Grant. You got 2 minutes with the prez. What do you tell him?
Oh man,
That's
I tell
exactly what Grant started
well,
with.
you're gonna die pretty soon, anyways. So, whatever videos they got of you fucking 13-year-olds is not worth ending the rest of the world for your kids. That's probably what I'd tell them.
Good one. That's about 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's about all I need.
So Dan, how do you think this war's going?
I mean, it's a total disaster. Everything he's saying is bullshit. Ran out of missiles. Meanwhile, Israel's getting shelled every fucking hour on the hour. Yeah, he pretended chips and he just doesn't. That whole fucking regime change didn't work out so good. He put in the son, the guy you killed. That was that worked out great. I mean, it's a clown show. What the fuck else can you say about it?
I mean, Iran's dominating the US. This is making our US look weak, right?
I mean, it's just absurd. Like we had no business over there in the first place. I mean, they posed absolutely no credible threat whatsoever. I mean, according to all intelligence and our government officials, so they weren't going to strike the U.S. They couldn't strike the U.S. We're in the middle of fucking peace negotiations, and we decided to blow up a bunch of little girls in a school. How fucking smart is that?
Well, it's extremely low, but just looking at this now, Gary, is there actually a way out? Like, it doesn't seem like there's a way out for anyone. I mean, sorry, Dan.
Well, I mean, you kill the guy's dad and you blow up a bunch of little girls' schools, then you set their oil fields on fire. Like, how the fuck, like, what is this retard think's gonna happen?
No doubt about that. But what I mean is, do you think that there's actually a way out? Like, can the US get out of this situation, or is he all in now and he's gonna have to escalate further and escalate further?
I mean, I think the question you're asking is like, is there a way he can get out while saving face? Because he obviously wants out.
Yeah.
I just don't know if Iran's gonna let him out and allow him to save face. So yeah, I mean, they made it pretty clear. I mean, they got the Strait of Hormuz all fucking buttoned up, so they've got the cards.
Well, is it just Iran who won't let him out, or is it also Israel?
I mean, Israel doesn't seem to want to let him out at all. I mean, they're still attacking. They don't listen to Trump. Trump takes orders from them, not the other way around.
I mean, you served it, right? And if you look at the American military now, it's looking extremely weak. The American empire is looking really weak. They couldn't defend any of the GCC countries. Like, this is starting to look like the beginning of the end of America, and they did it for Israel. What's your thoughts?
Well, I don't know about the beginning of the end, but this certainly isn't good for us. I mean, it's a total disaster, and people are going to start realizing that, at the pump. That'll be the first sign of it. Gold's already, dropping. The fucking market's tanking. I mean, it's just like, I mean, and what was the upside here? What were we going to do? We're going to destroy the nuclear program that we supposedly already destroyed. What the fuck are we talking about?
Well, yeah, there was no actual real benefit for it.
No, there was no reason, no benefit. In the middle of peace negotiations, we decided to blow up a children's school. Fucking genius.
Well, the Omanis, who were the mediators, Dan, came out and said that Iran had agreed to all demands of the United States of America when it comes to nuclear enrichment. And then the next day they went in and
it's against their religious beliefs to use the nuclear or to get nukes, use nukes, whatever. They've allowed all the nuclear inspections. They agreed not to have nukes. They've never had nukes. They weren't gonna have fucking nukes. It's all bullshit. For 35 years we've been hearing that. So yeah, it's absurd. And supposedly we took out their supposed nuclear program. Meanwhile, Israel stockpiles fucking nuclear weapons. Craziness.
I mean, he came out today and he basically told us all the people that were involved in the decision. It was Steve Witkoff, Jewish Zionist, Jared Kushner, Jewish Zionist, Pete Hegseth apparently was the first one, Christian Zionists. These people who are in his close circle who basically forced this war. I mean, like, what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, Jews are imposing their will on America. We've been saying that for the last 2 years now. It's pretty clear. We get no benefit. There's clearly massive downside, and we're just doing whatever they want us to do. So, yeah, I don't think it's disputable or debatable at all at this point. They're completely in charge of our country, and we're acting, against our best interests. to
Well,
help them.
well, when you say that, the reports are quite clearly showing through Joe Kent's resignation, but we knew that anyway, irrespective of that, that American intelligence had stated and told Donald Trump that taking out Ayatollah Khamenei would not be successful. He would be replaced with someone equally, if not more, like hardline than he is. And it was the Israeli intelligence who said, look, we take him out, we're going to succeed, and it'll cause a regime change. Why did the president of America ignore American intelligence and follow Israeli intelligence?
Because he's blackmailed. He's going to do whatever he's told to do. I mean, if we were so concerned about a nuclear threat, we would have, destroyed North Korea. We would have toppled their regime. I mean, they actually have nukes. We know they have nukes. It never really was about nukes. It's about Israel getting what they want. They've wanted regime change in Iran for 20, 30 years. They've been asking for it. I mean, this is no surprise. I mean, I said this is going to happen like year and a half, 2 years ago. So, yeah, I mean, we're not in control of our country.
My sources are telling us that the ground invasion is confirmed. They're going to go into Karg Island. This is confirmed. And that's the reason why he did his 5-day thing today. So what's your thoughts on the fact that there's going to be a ground invasion? I believe the Americans are going to fail in taking and keeping Karg Island. There's going to be a huge loss of American life. What's your thoughts on his attempted ground invasion?
Yeah, it'll be a total disaster. We can't fight a ground war on that terrain. We're not going to win that. And there's no reason to do it.
Well, the problem you've got now, Dan, is that he's in a spiral where he's just escalating because there's no way out. The Iranians have told him what he wants. They've given the demands. They want sanctions relief. They want reparations for the damage, and they want American bases out of the Middle East. But the problem is the Israelis will never agree to that because removing sanctions from Iran means Iran becomes extremely strong. It'll probably become the most strongest country in the Middle East and probably in the world. So Trump can't agree to a deal because of the Israelis, and so he's throwing more bad decisions after more bad decisions. So we're talking about the ground invasion of Karg Island. If that fails, there might be even more escalation. People are talking about a full-on ground invasion or a nuclear bomb. I guess I'm trying to say, we're in a tough situation. How does he get out? Or do you think it's not possible now?
I mean, it's like in poker, you got a losing hand. You keep throwing good money after bad. You got caught bluffing. And yeah, eventually you got to give up on it or you go broke. So we'll see. I mean, I don't think this war is winnable. So, and if they want to use nukes, Russia's already said that they are going to retaliate. So that would be a disaster. Yeah, I don't see us walking away from this without a serious black eye.
I mean, the black eye is already there. It's about whether there's going to be a serious knockout or not. That's the real question. Because
yeah, well, I mean, he's that we're winning and that we're doing good, and he's just telling the Americans a bunch of bullshit. But this is eventually. I mean, right now the amount of Americans that are the amount of MAGA that's supportive of this war, it's crazy. But I think when they start feeling it at the pump and they start seeing.
you think there's a lot of MAGA who support it? Oh, I think Dan's glitching out. Is it Dan or is it me?
It's
Oh, it's
Dan.
Dan. Okay, cool.
Dan.
Yeah, that was Dan Bilzerian. He might come back up again. We really appreciate him. Great guy, great person. I mean, he's laughing ironically because for 2 years, or for him, for obviously 3-4 years for us, we've been speaking about the fact that Trump is controlled, Trump is occupied, and that this war isn't a great war, and that Trump and the Israeli occupation of the United States of America needs to be removed. And unfortunately, many people heard us saying it, but they thought these people are crazy. We don't want to listen to them. We told you exactly what's going to happen. We told you this war was going to happen. I told you literally the exact timing of when it was going to happen by February. And so what people are seeing is that what we said end up happening and the war has occurred, and it's all occurred because Trump is obviously controlled by the Israeli lobby. And so for many of us, it's not a surprise, but now you're seeing the ramifications of what we said, that this is a highly, highly problematic war. What's Grant, you're MAGA, I guess, and I don't want to put you in a tough spot, but what's your thoughts on this? What's the, like? I've got this kind of perspective that actually, even though the polls are saying one thing, I think that's propaganda because it's the way the polls are phrasing it, things. But actually, most MAGA don't support this war. What's your thoughts on that, Grant? Okay, Grant's glitched out as well, but this might be a glitch in the space because I know he's glitched out a few times. Gary, you kind of were you kind of MAGA? I don't even think you're MAGA though, Gary. So I can't even ask you the same question.
Yeah, no, I'm not a real. I don't really join groups very well, buddy. I've just never been. I'm not a Republican, even though everyone just assumes that. I'm not a Democrat. I'm an anti-professional politician. So I just, I don't see these groups. But they're just made up of a lot of people, and put a lot of people around some power, and people really get attracted to it. I mean, it's really it's a human. Anyway, not for me though.
Yeah.
Just the extreme anything, to me is extreme, and when it's exclusive, I'm out.
For sure, for sure. Gary, that's what I was gonna ask. I mean, sorry, not Gary, Dan, I was gonna ask you that, which is, you said MAGA supports it, but I'm not sure if a lot of MAGA support. I think those polls are manipulated. I think it is like a lot of MAGA are against this. But do you disagree? What's your thoughts? Because you're probably around a lot of them.
Is your space?
I mean, the space might be glitching quite a bit, but I think it might be.
Yeah, it's glitching
Yeah.
bad.
I think.
But this is what I was saying. You guys are underestimating Trump. He's going to negotiate reparations deal. He's going to take the island, and yeah, I don't think he's owned by the Israelis like you guys think he is, and he definitely hasn't been taking any 13-year-olds. And I think he's going to shock you guys again, like he has everyone his entire career. I mean, fucking even Murdoch, Rudolph, what's his name? Rupert Murdoch fucking underestimated the guy. So I know you guys are.
I mean, we knew he would go to. Well, okay, let's deal with this issue. And guys,
Yeah, you didn't know that. I mean, dude, he's going to do what's in his best interest always. Donald Trump, his entire career does whatever he has to do for his own best interests.
For his own.
And if he can,
yeah,
if he can take America along for the ride, he will.
And in this one, he hasn't. So the thing is,
well, you don't know that, dude. You don't know what was going on there.
Well, we know what was going on. We've got all the information from him. He went.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't. It's way above your pay grade, bro.
I mean, it's not really. It's like the Israelis control him, and so that's the reason he made this decision. So let's look at it. What was the reason why he went to war then, Grant? Tell us.
I already said it was above my pay grade.
Yeah, it's above any normal person. It's above anyone's pay grade in terms of.
Well, if I'm a normal person, then you're a normal person.
I'm definitely a normal person. But what I mean is, some things you can analyze based on what's occurring. The reason I predicted this war would happen by February, which it did, is because I understand that Donald Trump is controlled by Israel, is controlled by the Jewish Zionists. And so this war was going to happen irrespective because they're going to force him into the war.
He was released back into the city. Now, of course, while he did condemn the crime and
Go down, silly.
Perpetrator and a
Oh, Dan dropped again. But and so the issue you've got, Grant, is if you look at what's happening, you're right yourself. You're right in the bit about that he's financially benefiting himself. So who's benefiting? Israel's benefiting. Donald Trump is financially benefiting. There's no doubt about it. But the American people and actually the whole world is suffering financially. The whole world is. Yep. Sorry, Darren. Sorry. Grant, did you say something?
No, I didn't say anything. The whole world's been suffering for a long time.
True.
The goddamn, you know, This is not new, dude. Donald Trump didn't bring suffering to the world.
Well, he accelerated the suffering.
Okay.
He's basically taken the world into, he's taken America into a war. There's been a huge amount of loss of life in this war. What is it? Nearly few thousand Iranians have been murdered. 170 children have been murdered because of Trump's war. Girls in a school. There's about 3,000 Lebanese have been murdered. About 15 American soldiers, they claim it's probably a lot higher than that, have been murdered. And things are going wrong for him. The war's not going wrong. They're losing the war. They're not able to protect the GCC countries. Such is the level of weakness when it comes to Trump that he had to renege on his own 48-hour deadline because he normally
He did. You don't understand negotiations if you call that renege.
he capitulated. He gave a 48-hour deadline and then he
Okay,
had to
if you call that capitulating, then you don't really fully understand negotiating.
I understand.
It's not uncommon that you'd pull your chips back off the table after making a bet.
Yeah. So why did he make the bet?
Again,
What's the motive behind the bet? So you make the bet. What is it you're trying to achieve from the bet?
you're trying to find out how strong somebody is
What
on
did
the
you
other
find
side
out?
holding the
What did you
cards.
find out, Grant?
I
Found
don't
out they're
know.
really
Look,
strong, so
again,
that's why you had to pull his chips back, as per your analogy.
are they really strong?
Well,
I don't
according to
know,
your
dude.
analogy.
Again,
According to your analogy.
all this is okay. We'll probably know more here in the next 6 weeks than we know today. It's just speculation. You clearly have a bias. I have a bias, but
I mean,
neither one of us know what's going on behind the scenes.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I think your space is glitching.
Desire was attack our space. But sorry, Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have a bias. I will say I agree with you, Grant, on the fact that Trump will do what is in the best interest of Trump. My only issue is that is not usually aligned with what is in the best interest of America. That's my issue with it, But he is predictable in the sense he will do what is best for himself.
And I don't think that's a bad thing that people operate under what's best for themselves and their family and where they live and their businesses. And then if you can somehow take the community and your nation or the things you love with you, obviously a good person would do that. Now, whether you guys think he is that or not, really it's whether you are or not, whether you would make the same decisions. I just, if he can win, he will win. And it is in his best interest to win here. It's in his best interest to pull out. It's in his best interest that America comes out. Like, guys, we don't need their oil and gas.
Well, it wasn't in our best interest to attack. And I think what's in the best interest of his family is not always in the best interest of the United States. It's like if he can make some money with some insider trading and whatever, that doesn't make him a good leader, right? Like I want somebody that's aligned with what's best for the country.
That's speculation that he made those trades. Nobody knows that.
Well, it leaked from somewhere, right? He's the one that made the decision, and 15 minutes before the decision was announced, so somebody in his inner circle. His son has made money on information. Kushner's positioned to make a lot of money with the rebuilding of Gaza. It's all kind of like how can we benefit ourselves? And if you operate like that as a politician, that's literally the recipe for corruption. Is like, how can I gain personally from my power? And that does not work out well for the host country that you're controlling.
Especially when you're the president of the United States of America, you have a responsibility to your country. They've elected you. So if your position is that once they elect me, I'm going to screw you all over and financially benefit myself, then that's fine. But at least we know how he operates. And we know how he operates, but I'm glad to hear that people are waking up to that realization. Because that's not what a president should do. But also on this, Dan, how do you think that this war is going though? Because obviously there are different perspectives. A lot of people, maybe a lot of MAGA people are thinking it's going well for Trump. And I know Fox News and all these mainstream media news are trying to claim that as the case. Obviously, we quite clearly have demonstrated the evidence that the Iranians are dominating, and I think Trump pulling his chips out, as per what Grant said or whatever it is, has demonstrated that he hasn't got the power that he used to have in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody would agree that the war is going horribly for us in Israel. I mean, Israel's getting destroyed right now. So it seems like their radar system is not working. It seems like their Iron Dome is not effective. And now Iran is launching their more expensive, heavier payload rockets and missiles. So, yeah, I think the roosters are finally coming home to roost, and Israel started this. So I'm glad to see them getting a taste of their own medicine. As far as our involvement, I mean, I think it's clearly a disaster, and if it escalates more, it's going to only get worse. I don't see a win for us. That's the problem. It's like we went into this and we were arrogant and thought that we were going to do the same thing we did in Colombia or Venezuela, sorry, and it's just not working out. So now we're stuck in this, and it doesn't seem like Iran wants to let us out, and I can't blame them for not wanting to accommodate Trump or his ego.
I can't see any element where America is winning in this scenario. Like, not even one element. If you look at their agreements with the GCC, that is now weakened because they know they can't protect them. If you look at the fact that their military industrial complex is looking really weak because their defense interceptor missiles have been completely ineffective. The offensive weapons, for example, the F-35 fighter jet, which was meant to be stealth, which many of us used to say in the past that this was not as good as you claim it is. It can be detected, and there's a wide range of other problems with it. Now everyone's realizing we were right. They were able to detect the F-35. They were able to detect the B-2 bombers. So the entire American military industrial complex has been harmed. The financial situation in America is not great. Oil prices are going up. The stock market isn't looking strong. So in each single element you look at, it's looking very, very weak, and I can't see what specific element America is going to is benefiting from this war, or even that there is an opportunity to win. Maybe the only thing is that because the Arab nations, the Gulf nations, are so cooked that despite them getting slapped up, they're now going to pay America another like $10 billion for some more military equipment.
Yeah, I mean, that's not really a win for us. We just asked for what, $200 billion more to fund this. So yeah, I don't see a good possible outcome for us. There wasn't really one in the first place. And I don't know. It seems like justice. All these cucked out Arab countries are getting fucking blasted for supporting Israel. I mean, everybody's kind of getting punished for supporting Israel, which is kind of what should happen. So, I'm enjoying watching this. I feel like it's like the bully's finally getting his ass beat. So
I agree.
satisfying to see.
It is pretty awesome to watch all of these countries getting smashed up and the economies being destroyed and possibly their futures as well. Especially based on the horrors that they've all partaken in all of this, and not just to helping Israel. Some of these countries, like for example UAE, what they did in Sudan and Yemen, and yeah, these guys deserve it.
Yeah, they do. And we're on the wrong side of it. So hopefully people will start waking up. Do you see what was it, that aircraft carrier is now going to be out of commission for almost 2 years?
The Gerald Ford.
Yeah, supposedly from a laundry fire, they said. I mean, it's just tough because they're lying to us. Like,
oh yeah,
we know they're lying. They know that they're lying. They know that we know that they're lying, and they're still fucking lying.
That's hilarious.
So I don't know. Not really sure where we go from here. It's like everything they're telling us is bullshit.
Well, the reports on that are that there was a mutiny on board, and that's actually how the fire occurred, and that's why the Gerald Ford became inoperable.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. But like I said, once again, it's hard to know what's true, what's not. We've got AI coming out with fake videos. It's yeah.
It is difficult. You're right. It is difficult to know. But then we saw reports about the toilet incident. Then we heard about the, as you said, laundry fire. And so we weren't able to ascertain what was right. But the fact that the Gerald Ford is retreating, especially when they need a second carrier, we can never know as a certain, but just demonstrates that as a balance of probabilities, it's highly likely that there is some kind of incident that's occurred on it.
Yeah, I mean, well, that ship's been out long after it should have been, right? I mean, it was supposed to be like a 6-month deployment. Hasn't it been over a year now?
That's right. Yeah, when the 9 months, and like another example of that
Yeah.
is Dan, the F-35. So the F-35, the Iranians took it out. The Americans claimed they didn't, and
Well,
then
they've shot down 2, haven't they?
yeah, they shot down 2, but one of them managed to get like a crash landing, but the other one was just completely taken out. They've not been able to locate it. And the reason we know that this is true, because obviously both sides are going to claim whatever, is because we've got evidence of the Americans looking for it via satellite imagery, circling around it, trying to look throughout that region where the F-35 went down, and were unable to find it. So yeah, that was definitely taken out, and the second one was likely taken out as well.
Yeah, I mean, those aren't the only ones. They've shot down F-15s, F-16s too, right?
Yeah, and F-22 as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, some of those are $100 million a pop. It's just,
Well, this war right now, I believe many are claiming since the start of the war to now has cost, is it 25 or $30 billion? That's not counting the actual true cost. And what I mean by that is the cost of moving everything there, the cost of maintaining everything there, all those costs. Many analysts say that after 14 days, which we're on day 24, that after 20 days, there would have been $200 billion. So you're looking at above $250 billion by now. And this is why he's asking for a further $250 billion. So this war is going to be extremely expensive for America, but it will financially benefit Trump and the military industrial complex and the Israelis.
And trillions knocked off the stock market, and trillion, and the increase in the interest on the debt. Like you're talking massive cost.
yeah, we're 40, almost 40 trillion in debt. This is just what we need, Let's go fucking light some more money on fire with no upside. Genius. That's
Yeah, what you need right now is a higher interest rate to pay on the debt. That's exactly what you need.
oh, perfect. It's honestly comical. I mean, it's just like, it's so ridiculous what we're doing right now. And there's only one explanation for it. And at least, people are starting to figure it out. So I guess that's the upside. It's kind of like Palestine, you look at all these dead kids and whatever, but I guess, the upside of that is the entire world figured out what was going on, so at least they didn't die for nothing. I guess there is some silver lining here, because I don't think the world is going to put up with this shit for much longer. That's my prediction.
So Dan, that's an interesting question, because I was explaining to the audience when you glitched out that basically for a couple of years now you've been speaking about this, obviously being attacked a lot, and yeah, this was the biggest warning many of us were given, that they are forcing America to another war with Iran, which is going to harm America, and we've seen exactly that happen. So what's your thoughts on kind of trying to warn people for 2 years but it happening anyway?
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, it's kind of like, the little kid in the horror movie when they tell everybody there's a monster in the closet. Nobody fucking believes them, but there really is, So I guess you do get a little bit of redemption when everyone's like, holy fuck, you were right,
Yeah, now everyone's seeing the monster, and it's highly problematic.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I feel bad for guys like fucking Ryan Dawson or my uncle, people have been saying this shit for like 20 years or whatever, I was telling my other uncle about this, and he finally came around to it. And my one uncle had been saying it for he's like, I've been saying this for 50 fucking years, and now you listen to this guy. Imagine how frustrating it must be for, guys like that. But yeah, I mean, it is encouraging, how fast people are figuring this out. So I guess, that's some good news.
Yeah, but I guess it makes people realize that even though they figured it out, there's not, in terms of stopping what's happening now, there's not much they can do, because despite most of the world being against this, despite most of America being against this, they don't need that. They just need to control the governments. They just need to control the president.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think Trump got kind of caught with his pants down here. He was, he was pretty fucking arrogant, and I think Iran's going to have the last fuck you on this, and I think it's going to be humbling for him. And I think that's going to hurt our overall power, our perceived power, everything like that. So this is going to have some like serious ripple effects, even if it ends soon, which I don't think it will.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that. This is what I said at the beginning. I do think this is the end of the U.S. empire because what does America bring to the table if it can't even defend itself? How is it going to defend any other country?
Yeah, and I mean, the more you make empty threats and don't follow through on them, it's kind of like the boy that cried wolf, you know. So, I agree with you. When he made that 2-day ultimatum, and then didn't follow through on it, I think that really hurts credibility. Because his threats were, a big source of his power, and if people don't take your threats seriously, then now you kind of got to either put up or shut up. And we're at a point where the put up is going to fucking lead to a, world war. So I don't know. It's kind of like they're playing chicken and we're all just kind of waiting to see. Like, it's the whole world going to fucking launch into a war over just complete and utter fucking nonsense. Just really Jewish greed if we're boiling it down to brass tacks.
Well, this is the problem because you're talking about a world war, but what could happen could result in the death of at least a third of the world population. Because if they were to bomb, as per what his threat was 48 hours ago, if they were to bomb Iran's nuclear power plant, if they were to bomb Iran's infrastructure and desalination plants, and Iran was to do exactly the same to the Gulf states, you're looking at a complete destruction of the trade routes, a complete destruction of the entire region when it comes to oil, gas, water, and also the import export of all those things, foods, fertilizers, of a wide range of things. You basically guarantee if that specific incident happens, I'm very confident in saying at least a quarter, if not a third of the world population will die within a year or two.
Yeah, I don't think people understand the seriousness of the implications of what we have going on or how close we are to a massive fucking disaster. I think that people are just completely aloof to how close we are to an end of the world as we know it. And for what, right? So we could topple a regime like we've been fucking doing for the last 20 years with zero positive effect whatsoever.
But that is the effect you want. You don't want a positive effect.
No, but I'm saying like that was our upside. That was our upside. Like, and the downside is like maybe the whole world fucking ends. Like, is that a wise gamble? Is that a gamble that any president that's acting on behalf of his country is going to make? No, that's what somebody that's completely fucking compromised and beholden to a foreign power is going to do. And so, yeah, now we just have proof of everything that we've been saying for the last 2 years. Like,
exactly.
And I think that resignation really solidified it as well.
Yeah, the Joe Kent resignation really did because I think he was like a Zionist anyway before. So the fact that he's
I mean the guy done like what 11 fucking tours. His wife died over there. I mean, this guy has like a life history of service to this country. He didn't do that for a fucking book deal. Like what are we talking about here? Like clearly the guy did it, for legitimate reasons why he said, and so like Trump trying to discredit him and then them sending an FBI investigation after this fucking guy, but yet we've got 6 million pages of Epstein files. We haven't made one fucking arrest, but we're going to go after the guy that complains because our country is fucking fighting a war on behalf of foreign government. Like, it's just insane what's going on.
Yeah, it is crazy. And there's no way out. That's the worst thing about it because he's now given an extra 5-day deadline. Many of us believe that there's 2 reasons for that. One is to make sure that the market closes on Friday when he does it. And then he's got the MEUs basically turning up in about 5 days' time as well. So it looks like that is going to be the next step, that the ground invasion into Karga Island or one of the Hormuz Islands is happening possibly this weekend or a few days after that.
Ooh, yep. Unfortunate, man. Never want to see U.S. soldiers die. I'll tell you what, anybody that's in the military right now, I feel like they've got a moral obligation to fucking reject these absolutely ridiculous orders, unlawful orders. I think our whole government's committing treason at this point.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and what do you think? I mean, look, those military personnel who were to refuse the orders, yeah, they'd go to jail, but I think they'd be considered heroes, right?
I mean, that's what Muhammad Ali did.
Exactly. And he was considered a hero.
Absolutely. That was clearly the right decision. You know, my dad fought in Vietnam. You know, I've had family fighting every single fucking war, and every one of them's been a complete fucking waste.
Exactly. And that's what they've done. They've turned America into like a war-mongering country. And but this time it's for, well, not this time actually, but it is for a foreign nation, and this is the biggest thing. And I think the problem is, you mentioned about how much of a disastrous situation it is, and it's not just that. It's financially, it's economically, like every element of it is just like we're almost at the brink of everything.
Yeah, it's not good, man. It is not good. I don't know where it goes from here, but I guess it'll be interesting.
Well, I can't see an end in sight because Iran's laid out what they want. I don't think their demands are fair. That's the worst thing about it. It's just that in an Israeli Zionist-run world, them demands can't be accepted. So sanction relief is a fair demand. That's an honorable demand. Like, sanctions are really horrific and evil. So removing them would actually be the right thing to do, and it's not that complex. It doesn't harm you. But we're not living in a logical, fair world. We're living in an Israeli Zionist-run world.
Yeah, I don't think Trump wanted to go to war with Iran. Like, I think he realized it was going to be a disaster. But the problem is, I don't think he has a choice. So he's going to do what he's told to do.
Or you think they've got something on him?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious. I mean, the guy. I mean, how many times was the guy? Mentioned in the files and accused of rape, accused of all sorts of horrendous things. I mean, they've removed 50,000 files. They still haven't released all of them. I mean, they've massively over redacted things. I mean, it's clearly a cover up. I mean, you had a congressman on the floor.
Yeah, I think Dan glitched out again. So we'll just wait for Dan to possibly come back up. But obviously, we appreciate Dan giving us his time. And speaking about this, hope everyone's enjoying the conversation. In the meantime,
clearly.
Oh, you're back, Dan. You just
Yeah, Silver Sailor. Hey, Suleiman, Silver Sailor has a quote. He wants to quote some Dan Bilzerian stuff here.
Okay, Andrew.
No, I guess he's got Dan Bilzerian.
Dan, are you glitched out or are you back?
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
You glitched out for like the last 30 seconds or a minute.
Oh, damn. Yeah, the space is having some issues, but yeah, no, somebody else can, get up and have a chat, or if they got any questions, whatever.
Yeah. If someone's got any questions for Dan, then do jump in if you're in the speaker panel.
Yeah, Dan, I really appreciate what you do on X, just your replies and ratioing everyone. You're really blunt and to the point, let's just say, calling everyone out on X. And going to what Solomon's saying, like, yeah, people don't understand how close we are to a crisis. Like, if Trump does escalate this and go after the energy infrastructure and all that oil gets taken out, like, this is going to be it would be a worse recession than 2008. Like, all these idiot MAGA people thinking, oh, we're just going to bomb the power plants and then Iran's going to fold. No, they're going to take out 20% of the world's oil infrastructure, and we're going to be having a worse recession in 2008. Fertilizer is going to get destroyed, and people are going to starve to death. That's going to disrupt the global food supply. People think this is a video game, and it's not. There's real world consequences to this stuff, and it is very concerning that people aren't educated on this because they get their talking points from Jesse Waters on Fox News saying, you literally have like Gunther Eagleman quoting Jesse Waters saying, take Carg Island and the war's over. And yeah, that's why we're in this mess, because Trump's Secretary of War is a Fox News anchor and he's not listening to his actual generals. And yeah, Dan, you're 100% right. They definitely have something on Trump. Trump's not pro-war. He's not one of these neocons. He's compromised because he did something in his past, whether it was with Epstein or something else, that got him into this point. And now we all have to suffer the consequences of Israel and the Zionist maniacal whims. So we just have to pray that this doesn't get out of hand.
Well, I mean, I think it's already out of hand now. It's just going to be a question of damage control. I think, at this point, because what's happened up into here, we haven't really fully felt the effects, right? Like there's going to be downstream ripple effects of this that we haven't even seen, right? This is just kind of we're scratching the surface of it. But if they, like you said, if they start blowing up each other's power plants, they start destroying more oil fields, that strait gets, continues to be closed. It's going to be a massive fucking disaster, and people just don't really fully grasp that, I think.
Exactly. And you have these paid propagandists that are misleading so much of the country. They're saying Iran has to make a deal or they're going to get destroyed. Iran's not going to cave, because if they cave, they lose their sovereignty. So they're fighting an existential crisis for their sovereignty, versus Israel wants to destroy Iran. And let's say we succeeded with this operation. Okay, we would have collapsed the regime. It would have probably turned into a civil war type situation like Assyria. And then you would have had a bunch of refugees flooding Europe, and then all of these hypocrites who are like, oh my God, the Muslims are invading Europe. And it would have been like, yeah, you would have had more Muslims in Europe, and you would have been complaining about an issue that you caused. So that would have been what they would have gotten if they accomplished their goal. So the Zionists would have reaped what they sowed if they got what they wanted. So the whole thing, it just doesn't work.
Thanks, Andy. Guys, if I'm gonna go to as many people as possible, because I know you've got questions. So if you can keep if you want to do a statement, that's fine. But probably better if you gave your questions short to Dan, and then that way we can get a lot more people up for questions, and then Dan can answer those questions. You don't normally get these opportunities, and I'm gonna try and give as many people those opportunities as possible. That girl, have you got a question?
I didn't have a question, so we could go to somebody else quickly, but thanks for the opportunity. And it is good to see you here, Dan. Always thank you for everything that you do so much. Like, your voice is so needed right now. So needed. Thank you.
So thank you. Sully, Silver Sailor said he had a question for Dan and also a quote. I don't see Silver Sailor up here.
Yeah, I brought him up. But if you could just let me.
I don't know. Okay.
Go ahead, Silver Sailor.
Okay. Yeah, this shout out to Dan. This is for the veterans. He is a fellow brother veteran, as well as Andrew and any other veterans listening. So here we go. Welcome to today's segment of Anti-War Veteran Minute with Silver Sailor. Today, I'll be reading a couple of Dan Bilzerian quotes on freedom and identity. Here we go. I'm just living my life the way I want to. I have the freedom to do that. And here's the second one. I believe in the Constitution. I'm more of a constitutionalist libertarian. Salute to Dan. Nice to meet you, brother. Silver Sailor out.
Thanks, Silver. Seems like a fan for you, Dan. Inevitable, you got a question? Just want to welcome Myron to the stage as well. Hope you're doing well, Myron.
Yes, sir.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Doing great, doing great.
I'm on stream. I figured I would just jump in. I see that you guys were talking about this, what's going on here with, I guess, the stupid ceasefire, 5-day ceasefire, which is complete bullshit, by the way.
Yeah, we got Dan in here as well. Inevitable's got a question for Dan, so go ahead, Inevitable.
Sure, yeah, and maybe Myron can take this too after. There's this quote going around from Trump, and I wanted to get your response to it. This is from 1988, and this is regarding the U.S.-Iran relations. Quote, they've been beating us psychologically, making us look like a bunch of fools. One bullet shot at our men or ships, I'd do a number on them. I would do a number on Karg Island. I'd go in and take it. So Trump is mentioning Karg Island 40 years before he hosts an invasion in Karg Island. Is everything just pre-scripted? Is this all just predetermined? Are we just basically simulating a grand script playing out on the world stage? Or is this just a coincidence that people are looking into a bit too closely?
Was that for me or Myron?
Oh, for you.
You know, I don't know. I mean, I look at a lot of what he said about, you know, Obama possibly attacking Iran. I mean, I posted some of his old quotes. Most of it was against attacking Iran, and he was ridiculing leaders for even considering it. So, yeah, he's been a little all over the place, but I think, I mean, even he knew this was a bad idea. This is just something that he had to do.
Can you ask that question one more time? Inevitable. I was talking to my chat real quick. What was it?
Yeah, no problem. So there's a quote from Trump circulating from 1988 in which he says specifically that he would do a number on Karg Island. He would go in and take it. And my question is this just one of the examples of everything being kind of predetermined? Is there some sort of grand design, or are people looking into this quote too too much, right? Like is this just an example of how perhaps this whole thing has had maybe this agenda was written out years in advance and maybe he was selected for this role? Or is this just a coincidence that he's going for Karg Island 40 years after talking about taking it?
I mean, it is their main oil hub, right? So, I mean, that would make sense, but.
Yeah, I mean, I would take away from this that, you know, Trump has flip-flopped on a lot of his positions, right? One day he says we need to, you know, bomb Iran, right? J.D. Vance, first day at the RNC, I'll never forget, he says, yeah, we need to, you know, hit Iran in the face, you know, back in 2024. Another day, you know, Trump is saying, oh, well, you know, Obama's going to get us into war with the Iranians. So he's flip-flopped on this topic. I mean, the only thing I would say, because a lot of people like kind of cope and say, yo, you know, Trump's always had this position on Iran. Yes, I would concede that Trump has always had a kind of an adversarial and critical position on Iran. However, he has been flip-flopping with how he would deal with the problem, which I think is the most important thing. He can be critical of Iran all he wants, but he's been very flip-floppy on whether they should use force, bomb them, not bomb them, other candidates potentially bombing them being bad. So, you know, he's been super flip-floppy on the topic when it comes to actually taking action against the country. Now, as far as like Karg Island, I think that this whole situation here, number one, he wants the markets to recover. We saw a barrel of oil for Brent go up to about $112, $113, which is insane. And then as soon as he put out that True Social post, you know, it went down to about, we're sitting at around 103 right now, if I'm not mistaken. So I predict he's using this to buy time, bring the markets down, calm them down a little bit, and then more than likely, those Marines, those MEU Marines, they're on the way. So he's going to use this, I think, again, as a cover for a tactical operation. Now, with this whole unit that's going over there, they're not really in an invasion force. They're more of like a, you know, containment, search and rescue type force. So I don't know what the strategic benefit or what the plan is there. But I think the biggest thing here is that he understands, like he's trying to get the Strait of Hormuz open. Like this is what his main thing is. And quite frankly, I think there's a 90% chance that shit's not opening. Like we're not going to be able to get it back open because the thing is that all the Iranians have to do is create fear. They don't actually have to bomb anybody or, you know, sink any ships. All they have to do is create the fear that they might be able to do it. And then bam, all these insurance companies are going to pull insurance from these freighters. No captain wants to sail without insurance or be responsible for a cargo load that gets blown up without insurance. So the Iranians have done what they need to do. Just create a little bit of fear. I think if I'm not mistaken, last week they shot a drone into a Thai vessel and it had a huge hole in the back. Dude, that's all you need to do basically to have people terrified and not want to cross, because these freighter ships are huge. They're sensitive. They're not like military warships where they can take a little bit of a beating. These things are old and decrepit, you know, old and decrepit. So they're not going to be able to open up the Strait, man, honestly, because it would need to be like 100% guarantee. Trump tried to say, oh, yeah, we're going to give you guys a naval escort. We know that's bullshit, right? Because that would be like strategically one of the worst things that you can do. So I think Trump right now is in a very bad position politically where he's realizing he can't open up the Strait of Hormuz. NATO turned their back on him. Japan went ahead and struck a deal with the Iranians right after fucking being at the White House after a stupid Pearl Harbor joke. Like, he's realizing that the walls are kind of closing in and he's got to figure something out.
And his quote from 2013 was, remember that I predicted a long time ago that President Obama will attack Iran because of his inability to negotiate properly, not skilled.
Yes. I actually retweeted that. When they bombed, I remember you tweeted that, and I retweeted that, Dan. So, yes, you're right. See, that's what I mean. He flip-flops on Iran. Yeah, he doesn't like Iran, but he flip-flops on how to deal with them all the time.
Yeah, well, that's what I said before you answered. We actually had similar answers because, yeah, that's what he's done. He's basically talked shit to different leaders for their handling of Iran, basically saying like, oh, these idiots are going to send us into World War III. The tweet that I just read, and now here he is doing exactly what he was chastising them for.
Yeah, and also another thing, back in 2016, one of the things, or 2015 when he ran, one of the things he went after Hillary and everybody else aggressively for was the war in Iraq. Marco Rubio, all these guys, he called Marco Rubio owned by the Adelsons, and he's literally become that same exact guy, and he's a part of his cabinet now. So it's just crazy to see how Trump has transformed over the past 10 years.
Yeah, the hypocrisy knows no bounds.
So, yeah, and another thing too, there's another lie that really pisses me off that I've noticed that like people like Pete Hegseth and Trump and others are kind of pushing, and it's this lie that the Iranians were responsible for the IEDs that blew up soldiers in Iraq. That's like one of the biggest lies ever. The people that were responsible for blowing up the American servicemen in Iraq were not the Iranians; they were Iraqis and Al Qaeda. Those were the people that were making these IEDs and IEFDs, whatever the fuck they call them, all these roadside bombs. Essentially, I've seen Pete Hegseth, Trump. They basically use that excuse. It's a fucking neocon talking point to justify aggression against Iran, but the Iranians were not responsible for that at all. And then they also used the 1982, I think it was 1982, the bombing of the 240 Marines that were killed in Beirut. They use that as well and say that the Iranians were playing that. That's also not true. And to make matters even worse, there was a Mossad operative, I think his last name was like Orchensky or some shit like that. He wrote a book and he admitted that the Israelis actually knew that they were going to bomb those barracks. And they didn't pass the information to the Americans because they didn't like that the Americans were in there intervening on their war against the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, which is why they invaded Lebanon in the first place in 1982. So even the war justification that Hegseth and Trump are using are not true. And it's just insane that, most people don't know this. I got to give credit to Scott Horton. He exposed a lot of this in his book. I think it's called Enough Already. And what these neocons have been able to do is they've been able to use like this irrational fear of Muslims and terrorism and extremism, et cetera, and jihadis, whatever they want to say. And they kind of just put them all into one big ass group and say, oh, they're all terrorists. They're all killing our people. But the reality is they don't realize that there's sects and factions even within there that were responsible for some of these attacks where others weren't. But they just kind of put them all under a catch-all and just label them all that way so that they can go ahead and justify wars all across the Middle East. So they grossly represent and lie about certain facts that are extremely pertinent to, why we're going to war right now.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. It's crazily ironic. I appreciate both of your work. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's go to Andrew. Andrew, you got a question? Andrew?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Me, nope. But enjoy it. Great conversation, guys.
Adam?
Yeah. So, who do you think budges first in terms of if a deal is made there? Do you think Israel is doing it? Have you seen Netanyahu's comments? What do you make of them? Like him saying he's declaring victory. He's talking about making an agreement today. He said that Iran is they've taken out the ability of Iran to make nukes and missiles. So what do you make of him doing that? Do you think he's placating the Western audience, or do you think it's a sign of something deeper?
Dan, you want to take that one first, or you want me to do it?
I think Dan glitched out, but he's been glitching out since he's been up, so he'll probably be back up again.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I could take that. I think he's trying to find. It's two things that he's trying to do. He knows this war is unpopular, so he's got to kind of try to satisfy the base, but at the same time, he also knows that gas prices and everything else are going up. So I've noticed that all of his tweets and messages or press conferences he does, they're all kind of strategically done to relieve pressure on the markets and keep prices at a certain point. And just from me studying the markets and him, it seems to be anytime we creep up on $120 a barrel, Trump makes an announcement of some kind to try to bring the prices down. He does a True Social post. A couple weeks ago, he did like an emergency broadcast out of fucking Doral while he was here in South Florida. So it seems to me like 120 per barrel tends to be the number where he starts freaking out and wants to say something. But But yeah, I think it's multiple different things going on at the same time. You know, he wants a political off ramp, might be trying to soften the fall if he were to pull out. You know, doesn't want to look weak at the same time because he's in a very dire situation here. Because here's the predicament that he's in. So if he pulls out now, right, he's going to look like weak. Iran's going to declare a victory. Optically, it's going to look bad. And then most importantly, the Gulf states are more than likely going to kick us out of the region. Because if we are going to continue to maintain military bases all across the Gulf, right, which is the cornerstone of American power projection, being able to have bases all around the world, if the Gulf states kick us out, that also makes us look bad. And to be honest, they probably will unless we topple the regime. So it's one of two ways. Either A, we topple the regime and the Gulf states allow us to stay in the region, or B, we don't topple the regime and the Gulf states kick us out because now we're a fucking liability and they're going to continue to get bombed. Because I don't think at this point the Iranians are going to allow America to maintain any real semblance of military might in the Gulf. And if they did, it would probably be an extremely neutered version where it would be a defensive type proposition only. But I don't even think they're going to, that's me being charitable. I don't even think they're going to allow that. Because, you know, Iran's already given their demands. We want our reparations. We want sanction relief. We want you completely out of the region. And we want you to recognize our right to defend ourselves and not attack us ever again. Those are kind of their main demands right now as it stands. And we know that Trump's not going to want to deliver on those. But the problem here is that in order for him to do the regime change and stay in the region and keep the Gulf happy, he's going to have to put boots on the ground. And I think these Marines that they're going to send in, and I'm kind of realizing now this as I'm talking, these Marines might be the guinea pigs. And I hate to say it in that manner, you know, for lack of other term, I apologize for sounding crude, but I think these Marines are kind of going to be guinea pigs to see how an on the ground boots operation could potentially go. And if it's successful, he might go ahead and dedicate some more troops, but we'll see what happens. But I do think he's starting to realize that it's do or die as far as like toppling the regime, or we're going to have to get out the region, which would be a huge fucking blow to America's military model, which is projecting power internationally, especially within the Middle East.
I think Dan's back up again. Dan, your thoughts on that question?
I was saying the same thing 15 minutes ago that this is, you know, it's hurting our perceived power, you know, when we make empty threats, when we don't follow through. And, you know, if we get our ass kicked here, I think that really negatively impacts us moving forward.
And then another thing also, which can be, you know, another issue, and I'm going to just go into a scenario here. Let's say Trump pulls out, right? Gulf states say, okay, look, guys, we're not going to let you rebuild your military bases. U.S. is probably not going to want to rebuild the military bases either, because that's going to be spend billions of dollars again to just have them blown up by the Iranians when they've already said that we're going to blow you up if you build again. So we're going to have to pull out the region. What that does is it creates an opportunity for the Chinese and the Russians. Like now, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, etc., Kuwait, they might say, you know what? Let's get the Chinese. The Chinese are pragmatic investors. They have maybe not the same military might as the U.S., but they're kind of the same. They get along with the Iranians. Let's bring them in for protection instead, right? They can have the military might without necessarily getting into wars. They're way less of a liability. So that almost creates an opportunity for China. And the thing that kills me is so many MAGA retards that I've talked with, they say, oh, Trump invading or Trump bombing Iran is an America first policy because it's 4D chess. And I say, how's it 4D chess? And they almost always respond, well, we're weakening China because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. We're weakening Russia, blah, blah. And I'm like, not really, because he thought this war was going to end soon, but it didn't. And now look at us. We're stuck in a quagmire. Chinese are still getting oil. Russian oil and gas have sanctions lifted. Iranian oil got sanctions lifted. So it's completely fucking backfired on our faces. So not only has this military blunder backfired on us, if we do get kicked out of the region, well, I think there's a high likelihood we will get kicked out of the region, this invites other adversarial powers to take our position that we're using to project power and go ahead and start negotiating with, start being able to create power projections in the region that we just got kicked out of. And then what's worse is, if you guys remember last year around the spring, Trump went ahead to the Middle East. It was actually his first foreign visit. And what did he do? He went to go secure, billions of dollars from the Gulf. And what ended up happening with that was, they invested a bunch of money. they might go ahead and pull their investments now at this point.
Yeah, I just want to welcome Ryan to the stage as well. Just to add to what you're saying, I think that with the Gulf states, I don't think they'll move towards China. But what will happen is, um, everyone believed that America inevitably, possibly could go to war with China in the future. And what China's done is essentially used Iran as a proxy. So just the way that NATO has used Ukraine as a proxy for the war against Russia, you basically make Iran do all the work you need to do to weaken America, so that possible war, if it did happen, won't happen in the future. So I think there's just so many benefits to Russia and China in this, never mind the financial benefit that Russia's got from this, that they basically are going to force, they may even force America into a long-term war, which is only going to benefit them. And this is what they want. They want America to be focused in this region where they don't need to focus anywhere else.
I made a tweet on this. Let me see. Like, dude, the Russians fucking killed it, man. They made, let me look here. They made, as of yesterday or earlier this morning, 8.3 billion in fossil fuels just in the first 2 weeks, dude. Incredible.
Putin was loving it today. He was talking about how much money they made. But
I think they made half of the money they spent on Ukraine at this point.
They've made a lot. I just want to welcome Ryan onto the stage as well. Ryan, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Every day that I watch Tel Aviv burn is a good day.
So every day is good. Every day is a good day for you then, Ryan.
This whole month has been glorious.
Do you want to, well, we've got Dan here, Ryan. We've got Myron here. I think everyone would love to hear some of your updates about what's going on.
Well, it's as I predicted when Trump said you had 48 hours. And remember, I was laughing. I'm like, why not 1 hour? He's not going to do anything. He's not going to touch their energy. But he painted himself in a corner. So now he has to be like, oh, we're doing a 5-day pause and I'm negotiating with the... Who are you talking to? He's just making this up and putting it on Truth Social. He's lying about everything. There are no negotiations. They're not going to be, because you attack them under the guise of negotiations twice. That's what these pedophiles did. They said, oh, we're going to talk about uranium, and then they attacked him. And they did that same play again and murdered the Ayatollah and blew up a school full of girls. So no one's talking to him. He was making threats that he couldn't back up. And now he's saying, oh, well, now it's not 48 hours. Now it's another 5 days. And I think they're going to negotiate. We've won. We whipped them. They have no Navy, no Air Force, no weapons, whatever, as they're shooting down your planes and blowing up Arad and hitting Dimona and shutting the lights off in Kuwait and running you out of Iraq so bad that you have to retreat to Jordan, and Hezbollah taking over Haifa. Yeah, everything's going great. And the UAO, the United Arab Oligarchs, are having a very hard time because their ports are shut down. The tourism zero. Real estate's plummeting like 50%. It isn't coming back. The refineries have been physically destroyed. They're years out just to get back to where they were. And it looks like there's going to be a permanent toll booth on the Strait of Hormuz, the same way there is on the Suez Canal and Panama Canal. And, you know, they might put one out there in Aden, too, to tax the Red Sea because they can.
And Ryan, what's the update in terms of Hezbollah? There's so much glorious videos coming out of Merkava tanks being taken out. Israelis
You
being
know
clapped.
you just want me to say it, right?
Of course, I love getting you in here to just give me the words I want to hear.
Yeah, it's the same. Look, I don't. Well, these low IQ inbred God's chosen lunatics just don't learn. You'd think after the Merkava tanks get cracked with Cornet missiles and then anti-tank personnel, and then they go and hit the rescue teams and stuff, that they'd quit doing that. And you'd think after their staging areas are repeatedly harassed by rockets and drones that they wouldn't all bunch up like that over and over again, but they keep doing it anyway, and they keep getting the same result. But it's probably Bedouin cannon fodder anyway. Most of the anybody with a 6-figure salary or more is in Cyprus or further away. They've all run. They can't flee south like they did before because the south is also getting hit. So they're going completely leaving Israel. Ben Gurion shut down. Haifa's lost. Haifa port is lost. Power plant's lost. Eilat is closed. They lost all 3 ports. They're losing dozens of tanks every day. They can't get into Lebanon. They tried coming in from the east because they are welcome in Syria since they gave Syria to Al-Qaeda. That also failed. all they can really do is kill civilians in Beirut, flying way above head with standoff munitions. And they're running out of those too, and blow up Beirut. Lebanon doesn't have the air defense that Iran has. That is one weak point, but they've got ground forces, and it's not only going bad there. Hezbollah's in Iraq too now. So are former SAA fighters from Syria, and they were their expertise. They've blown up Victoria in Baghdad. They blew up the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. And let me explain. The U.S. Embassy in Baghdad
Real
is not
quick,
an embassy. It's a city.
Thank you, Nuran says so much MAGA retards at work. I know, bro. So many of them. Stupid as fuck.
Myron, you're muted. Let me mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad, dude. My bad.
No worries. Go ahead, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, I was wondering what that was. Anyway, the embassy in Baghdad is not like one building. It's a giant complex. It's a fortress. It's a base that they call an embassy. Doesn't matter. It's on fire. They're getting pushed out of Iraq. Erbil's been destroyed. I love looking at the aerial photos of Kuwait. It looks like North Korea. There's no lights. What else? Oh, and they're being hit in Saudi Arabia as well. Like that's where a lot of the rats went to the Prince Sultan Air Base. That's where those refuelers got destroyed. Another F-15 was blown out of the sky above Kuwait. No, it was not hit by friendly fire. No, it wasn't just a female pilot, although, 50-50 there. It's being hit by Iranian air defense. So this is what I said when they're like, oh, look, their air defense sucks. The Chinese and Russian stuff sucks. I'm like, no, it doesn't. The standoff munitions that America has is the best. The Tomahawks and glide bombs and things, but they've run out. So you can JDAM and JASM, but you risk getting your plane shot. They even had an F-35, which is the newest thing they got, the most stealthy, allegedly, aviation equipment they have. That got tagged. And so they're not being able to hit targets as deep inside Iran. The Marine invasion didn't happen. I told you they're not going to Karg Island. They might try to take Greater Tumd, which it used to be part of the United Arab Oligarchs. But it's Iranian now. They might try and take that back and declare W and leave. It's in the Gulf of Oman. Good luck. You're most likely just going to get destroyed. I can tell you what they ought to do, but I don't want to help them. I know something the U.S. could do in Baluchistan that might work, but why help the enemy, right? The best thing though ever is like Israel's complaining to the UN about cluster munitions. They're like, "Are you serious? You didn't even sign that treaty because you use clusters yourself and white phosphorus." And
I keep calling them out on that. What about all the fucking white phosphorus they've been using, and they've used cluster munitions as well? It's like the hypocrisy of it is so crazy.
Well, they use MK77, MK86, and all these things that are banned. It's like, shut up, Israel. Like, you shoot people going to get food. You hit food trucks. You blow up doctors. You raided hospitals in the West Bank and stabbed injured people in their beds. Like, get bent.
They just tortured a 1-year-old child. So, like, their level.
Yeah, put cigarettes out on his skin and torture this in front of his father. And like, they do this out of spite. Like, we're going to torture babies because they love to destroy the innocent.
Ryan, when you're talking about the Baloks, are you because obviously the Baloks they kind of use them as a proxy or whatever against the government. And I know Jundullah I think is non-existent anymore, but I think they got something called the BLA now, Balok Liberation Association, whatever the hell.
It's got to know, but it's pronounced Baluk. It's Baluchistanis in eastern, southeastern Iran. So I don't want to say what it is. It's not Jundullah. It's something else. I know what the U.S. could do, but I'm not going to help them.
I'm sure the war.
They are just falling. They are failing on every metric. It's beautiful, and the rest of the world's like, look at NATO. They're like, I don't think the U.S. can protect us. Not now. They blew their whole wad trying to save Israel. They got a few interceptors in Turkey and Diego Garcia and stuff. They didn't use everything, but the Gulf has nothing left. Israel has nothing left. Israel's being hit by rockets. Okay, there's a big difference between a rocket and a missile. They're getting hit by rockets. That means either they have no radar or they have no interceptors, or both.
Ryan, I'm on stream right now. My chat wants to know what it is. Got thousands of people watching right now. They want to know what it is. If you don't mind saying it, man.
I think they don't have any radar because they kept reporting all the ones they blew up, and you can see at the beginning of the war, the fanciest radar, the $1.1 billion radar in Qatar, and the other $300 million one in Jordan were the first things hit. So I think they're blind. They have no eyes and ears. So whatever interceptors they have left, because you think they got to have some Iron Dome and some PAC-2s or some of the trashy stuff, right? They're not even firing. And the reason I think it's radar is also because the
Wait, with the
early warning
bullets?
system. No, I'm talking about in northern Israel still. They don't have. They're not running to the shelters because they're not being warned, and that means they don't have radar. Because they would at least do the sirens and tell them the yids to go run in the basement or whatever, and they're not even doing that.
Also, they'll also with Arad, they'll probably have less defense interceptor missiles in for those specific locations because they'll have seen it as a low risk location. Whereas with Dimona, that is a high risk location. So the fact that they've hit that, they would have a huge amount of defense interceptor missiles. So the fact that that's hitting basically adds to your point, Ryan, that this is just demonstrating that they're
Yeah,
gonna.
and they may have used one of those new Mirage drones on Dimona. I mean, maybe. I'm not going to verify it, but that may have been what that was, which they can't detect anyway unless they start pulling out the old long radar, which they threw away. It's so stupid. The U.S. got rid of 4 minesweepers in January. They're not closing the strait with mines yet, but they can. They got rid of them. The only ally the U.S. has with proper naval minesweepers is Japan, who's constitutionally forbidden from using them. By the way, lowest inflation, 1.3. Takaichi is kicking ass over there.
Ryan, the people in my chat are asking about the Balok stuff. I know you don't want to reveal it, but I'm sure there's plenty Pentagon planners that have had the idea as well. Can you, because we got literally a bunch of people in here watching. What do you think the Balok plan would be if the U.S. were to utilize them?
No, the Baluchistan, fuck them. Like I don't care what your chat thinks. I'm not helping America and Israel.
And guys, by the way, and so it's Ryan, in terms of
Ryan, look, I don't want to sound like an asshole, bro, but I'm sure that there's Pentagon planners that literally have the same idea and they might be trying to do it or not doing it because there's something else you might have not foreseen. It's not like there's not Pentagon planners that know.
Okay, well, the thing is, the reason I even brought it up at all is because when they're saying, look, we're going to take the Boxer and the Tripoli and we're going to go to Karg Island and blah, that's a play fake. You don't say we're going to this place at this time in this ship with this many Marines unless that's a play action, like that's the diversion. That ain't where they're going. They're going over to the eastern side, which is way more doable, way easier to get a foothold. You have resistance there, at least be neutral to you. You don't want to be stuck on an island that deep where you have to transport aquatically through the Strait of Hormuz, go through all the land batteries. It's such a stupid plan. No one in the Pentagon is that dumb. There's no way.
So you're saying invade via the Pakistan border or?
No, not the Pakistan border. It's a play fake. It's north of the Gulf of Oman. There is a vulnerable spot in Iran, away from urban areas. It only has one airstrip. It is vulnerable. You have a population that in the past has risen up. You could get. Yeah. There is a thing. I don't want to explain. There's a thing that they could do, but I don't think so. But I'm just saying, if that is the plan, they're not going to Karg Island, and I don't think they're going to Greater Tomb, and I don't think they're going to try to take any of these islands inside the Strait of Hormuz. Gulf of Oman, and because Iran does not have a blue water navy, that area in southeast Iran is the only vulnerable-ish part, and it still wouldn't be easy. But if all this talk of Marines, if they were going to say they're going to go to A and then do B, obviously, like why would you announce your plans? Even Trump's not that stupid. I think they had to announce some kind of plans, though, to calm the market panic. Be like, don't worry, we're going to do this. We're going to get the strait open. Here's the thing. The strait's already open from people who don't resort to violence. To Japan, to India, to Russia, to China. Their ships are allowed to load up with oil and leave. You know, it won't make up for everything they lost from the Gulf, but it is a lifeline. And that's, all you have. I think Korea and Vietnam are negotiating now. So oil will continue to go east. It's not going to Europe, other than maybe Greece. It isn't going into Europe. And Russia said the same thing. Like, yeah, we can sell gas and oil to the Europeans, but we're not doing this temporary stuff because you're in dire straits. So now you want to buy from us. We want long-term guarantees. Otherwise, we have some very thirsty customers the other direction. And they're already supplying Japan with oil, and Korea with coal, and they're willing to sell to the East, with China especially. Russia can do that. But they did tell the Europeans, like, look, we can work with you. We can sell for you, but we're not going to do this short-term stuff And so Europe is really screwed. As long as they're siding with America, who's losing the war, at least they had enough sense not to send the Navy to the Strait where they would just get sunk. So they're going to have to
Yeah,
negotiate with
Ryan,
Russia. And they're going to have to give them
back
long-term
you up
guarantees.
100. Yeah, Ryan, thank you, sir. Back what Ryan Dawson just said, militarily speaking, U.S. Navy tactics, and that he's 150% correct. Back him up 150% on that, Ryan. You got
I
that.
think you figured out the other plan, but don't say. I'm just saying Iran does have a vulnerable spot. They do.
Yeah,
But
Myron.
right now,
Myron.
they're winning the war.
Look, guys, I gotta be honest. I gotta
know.
be honest, bro. Everything that we would talk about right now, I guarantee you, Pentagon planners already know. They have higher clearances than us. They got boots on the ground. They know more than any of us. So I don't want to sound like an asshole. But like this.
They
main character energy is
consistently
nuts.
do not know what I know all the time.
Come on, Ryan.
They are that stupid.
They've been making a lot of mistakes
Especially Trump's people. They think they're going to bring back Jesus. Like, these people are retarded.
Here's the thing, dude. They again, they probably know what you know, but of course they're not rational. They're like, we want war. We want to go ahead and do it. So, like, I'm not saying that. My thing is, I guarantee you, they probably know what you know, but they're just not going with it because that's a rational way to go and could potentially de-escalate the conflict.
It's worse than that. They don't want to do what's effective. They want to do what is personally profiteering for themselves, whatever they can make the most money on, not what's going to work.
Refute the fact that they know it too. I guarantee you, the Pentagon planners know exactly what you are talking about as well, because they have access to significantly more classified information. So give the people what they want, man. Tell them what you think it's going to be.
I don't think so. I think these people learned, like, the Krag Island thing came from a video game. These people look at their campaign in Ukraine. Look at the summer offense that they did where their tanks are just getting blown up left and right. Like, they're not smart. They do have access to these things, but Trump's not listening to the smart ones, or he fires them. They are absolutely that stupid.
I agree with you, Ryan. I think that they may have it in their briefing in terms of possible
Let me
targets,
prove
but I
how
don't think they're gonna
stupid
go
they
ahead and
are.
do it.
Where is the Tripoli coming from that they're going to pack with Marines? Where did it come from? Okinawa.
7th Fleet, sir.
Yeah.
7th Fleet asset.
They had to bring it all the way over from Okinawa. Now, like, why wasn't that already in place before you started the war? Because they didn't anticipate any of this. They really thought they'd kill the Ayatollah, it would crumble, and they are making stuff up as they go along. They did not have contingency plans. This isn't Bruce Wayne. These are Christian retards, and they don't know what they're doing at all. And everybody who with the brain has quit because they're like, I'm sick of talking to the wall. And they retire. They resign. They're like, I'm out of here. I can't talk to these people. I get it.
Well, Ryan, even worse than the 7th Fleet asset. Why are they moving look at this, why are they moving a 3rd Fleet asset Boxer halfway around the world, which is insane.
Yes.
Yeah. Why is the Boxer
and then they're counting Marines and sailors together as if they're all Marines. They're like, no, they're not. And then they're like, oh, we'll send the 82nd Airborne in. I'm like, that's not enough. Like, it's Mr. Miyagi thing, do it or don't. In the middle of Squish Like Grape, you're doing grapes.
So Ryan, do you feel like I'm sorry, Suleiman.
No, go for it, Cassie.
Thank you.
Why would you get rid of 4 minesweepers right before the war? How? Who made that decision? They're dumb.
They are.
Why would you invade Lebanon? Why would you invade Lebanon after you basically failed to invade it so many times? Why would you try and invade from the east? Why would you try and invade from the south? Like, every single decision they made has been so horrible that they've actually, they'll definitely be war gamed some of these things out and said, look, plan A, these are all possibilities. But unfortunately, what happens is they end up taking the worst decisions because they've got horrible decision makers in there. Like Pete Hegseth is an example of someone who didn't earn his way up to the top. He was just given it as a Fox presenter. So
that's a perfect example, because they did do war games, and this is exactly what happened, and they didn't adjust.
Exactly. I agree. And guys, we're live on X, we're live on YouTube, the Tweets in the Nest if you want to listen on YouTube as well. We do stream every single day on YouTube, and we pull out videos every single day with great interviews with so many awesome guests. So the Tweets in the Nest if you want to follow the YouTube. Ryan, another question for you. In terms of from the from the American perspective, you mentioned that the the Saudis have been sorry. The UAE question was what I was going to ask you. So you know
The
what my question,
UAO.
Ryan. You know what my question is going to be. It's going to
Excuse
be
me.
about.
It's the United Arab Oligarchs.
It is the I wouldn't even say oligarchs, like the monarchs, bro. But in terms of them, they came out yesterday quite aggressively stating that they attacked Iran. They talked about how they want to join the war in a more offensive manner. I mean, I don't think they could do anything, but why would they make such a bold statement?
What are they going to do? Throw digital coins at them? What does the UAO have offensively? Nothing.
Russian chicks.
Yeah. Didn't the pervert that owns OnlyFans just die of a drug overdose?
Of cancer, I think it was.
Yes,
He
sir.
did die today.
He was only like 43 years old.
And he funded the IDF as well. And he's Jewish.
And APAC. There's $11 million disappearing to APAC.
Well, they'll have one of their boys replacing him as well. So Dan's glitched out, but he's been glitching out and coming back all the time. So that girl. Oh, you got a question for Ryan anyway, that girl. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, and thank you. So, Ryan, real quick, and anybody on the panel, or Suleiman, you can answer too. Like, I see that they're bringing in some troops or something, possibly to the ground. It feels like a suicide mission. I mean, what do you think? Do you think that it's like, do you think it's just basically just like using them as guinea pigs? What are they doing? I mean, it feels like a literal, like, let's throw away human beings. So what do you guys think of that? Like, what is the...
Yeah, it's like that cannot be the real plan. Like, I can't imagine anybody that dumb, not even them. So it's got to be some, even Trump's like, why would you tell them what you're about to do? He's saying everything's going to do, what boats they're going to be on, where they're attacking, and what the numbers are. So I think that's false. Like, they're saying that and they're going to do something else. But regardless, if you attack any area with 5,000 guys, that's total. You need like 300,000, not 5,000. It isn't. You're just gonna die.
I mean, I guess, and I'll just add this as like a part of the question. I guess because they're so dumb, and they are dumb. I mean, the fact that we're even in this war is completely bizarre. They're not prepared. I mean, they were shocked that killing the Ayatollah didn't make this vacuum for this regime change. Any one of us could have told them that was not going to happen. I'm not a geopolitical expert. I'm a nurse, for crying out loud. And I could have told them that all of this was going to happen. But anyway, so maybe you think they're dumb enough to say, hey, we're just going to do this thing to say that, hey, we at least tried troops on the ground before we escalate to like something else. Because I still feel like they're going to try it because everything they're doing is dumb because we shouldn't be there. I mean, the whole thing is dumb, period.
They are obsessed with this old Rumsfeld doctrine of air war and special forces, which might work, fighting Saddam's army that just got over 10 years of sanctions and a war with Iran and was, already defeated. And we lost soldiers in that war too, thousands. It's just, you can't just send in the Marines and be like, oh, like they'll take a beach air. Like, dude, this isn't Hollywood. Okay, you don't have the numbers. They're dug in. They know you're coming. You can't make big arrow moves in the age of satellites and stuff, and they absolutely are getting intelligence from China or Russia or both. It will fail. It is a stupid plan. If you try to amass more, they'll hit you in your staging area phase as the Israelis are getting smacked right now, and they're right next to them, right? It's just, you can't do it. You can't muster ground forces. That's what you would have needed, but you would have needed them in place before you bombed them from the air, which you did not do. So this thing is FUBAR. You're just wasting money and lives and wrecking the world economy, except for Russia and maybe Azerbaijan, the only two benefactors, and that wasn't on purpose. It's not like some plan like, oh yeah, well, like Simon probably said, well, the Russian donors must have been controlled because everyone's making money. Like, no, it's just a consequence of their stupidity and having the strait closed. They thought they could get it open. They can't. Trump thought if we destroy the Iranian Navy that the strait would be open. It's like, dumbass, the strait's closed because of batteries on the land that can sink ships, not because of the Navy, you retard. He has nobody informing him of what's going on. He's just making stuff up. He wholesale just lied and said, I talked to the top guy, no name, from Iran. They're like, who is this? Oh, I can't tell you because they'll assassinate him. But I'm talking to the top guy and they're ready to make a deal. And we're going to put this mutual destruction of energy on hold for 5 days. Not a word of that is true. He didn't talk to anybody. They're not getting rid of a nuclear program because they never had one in the first place. Like all the stuff he said, he's just making stuff up. I think he's got dementia and he's got no one around him, and it's his own fault. He won't let anyone get near him other than Kushner and Witkoff and Levine and ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding. And they don't know anything about war. These are real estate Yankees from New York. They're like, maybe we could do this. They're like playing with stuff on a map like a bunch of kids. There's no admiral, there's no generals, I guess Kane, who was a 3-star, they just made him a 4-star, and he criticized Trump, and then they started ignoring him too. Like the serious people aren't being heard. And you can go back, you can go listen to like Judge Napolitano, for example, like Scott Ritter, Larry Johnson, Ray McGovern, Colonel Wilkerson, myself, a whole list, Matt Ho, we all said, Pepe Escobar, they're going to close the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to run out of interceptors. This is everything that's happening now was said months ago. Pepe and I said this many years ago. Yes, they can close the Strait of Hormuz. The freaking Houthis closed the Red Sea by themselves. Just Yemen. Okay. Yeah. Iran can hold that strait as long as it wants. And you're lucky they haven't closed the Red Sea yet. They have 400,000 fighters in Yemen that are not active yet.
Yeah.
You have to just while you have any leverage left, just capitulate to demands. Say, okay, you get a toll, we'll pay some reparations, we get out of the Middle East. Because Iran is not going to allow U.S. bases adjacent to their country. And these Gulf Arabs, if they had half a brain, which is questionable, would realize we are less safe by having U.S. bases here. If you didn't have the U.S. there, no one would be attacking you.
Yeah, I mean, what you just said there is so true. I mean, this is why I'm saying, like, I'm a nurse figuring this out, because Suleiman has been saying it on his spaces. He's been saying all of this stuff was going to happen. So this is how, like, I, again, as a non-geopolitical expert, knew what was coming in around, because remember Suleiman was doing the spaces before the attack, because they kept saying they're going to attack. And we were talking about it, and Suleiman was saying that these things would happen. So I don't know why they didn't. They could have listened to the space and they would have had the answers. There's that. But
he was saying it. I was on the space and saying it with them. Like this, not only are they going to attack, but this is what will happen when they attack. Spelled the whole thing out. You look at the gear that each side has, and this is all predictable consequence. Like, yeah, they're going to hit the Gulf states. Oh, of course, they have to. There's bases there. They're not going to allow them to sit there. And those bases are vulnerable. And Bahrain and Iraq, it's over. I'd add Kuwait to that too. Bahrain, Iraq, and Kuwait, you're gone. You're not coming back. You got Qatar. Qatar's not being hit as much because they told the U.S. leave. And they did. So they're like, look, they don't have beef with these Gulf states other than the fact that they abet America's crimes. But the UAO is just, I don't know. They're like suicidal. Like, what are you doing? You understand? You're losing this. There's nothing you can do. Like, you need to get it with the winning team, and they're just sticking with America. And America doesn't care about them. They only care about Israel. And the faster they figure that out, the better. But if they're too slow to notice, then they're going to lose their wealth, and it's not coming back.
And Ryan, we over and over we've been hearing, this America's not going to just back down like that. They're going to put up a fight. No, people don't realize, and I know you can weigh in on this. It's already happened, past tense. The United States has already removed its footprint from the Persian Gulf. The Fifth Fleet no longer exists. We might as well erase the Fifth Fleet. It does not exist. It's just scattered, and they're drawing assets from the Third and Seventh Fleet, which is very irregular at the last minute. So it's game over for the U.S. forces forward projection.
And I think there was mutiny on the Gerald Ford because of those fires. So you realize they had the toilet problem before any shots were fired. The people on that ship, they've been out there for like a month. They're over it. And so that's how they go back through the Mediterranean.
They've been out for a year.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah, 10. It's almost a year. They're pushing 10, 11 months. And having done one almost 11-month deployment myself, believe me, you get to month number 9, it weighs heavily on the psychological, physical. Yeah, it's very difficult.
Yeah, and they're like, we're going to be out here another 6 months or whatever because this could go.
Yeah,
dude,
exactly.
I did a month on a naval boat, and it was a long fucking time. So usually you sail across the Pacific or the Atlantic or whatever. You stop in a port and you stay there for a while. Just staying out at sea for extended durations is fucking brutal on those ships.
I've
Yep,
been
for
on a
almost a
boat
year.
for
Yep, exactly.
24 hours, like fishing trips, and I'm ready to go. And I've been on a submarine for about 3 hours, and I was ready to get out. I can't imagine a year.
Exactly. And whether that happened, there's no doubt that there was we'll call it an uprising. There was probably a tremendous amount of, I'll call it malcontents. But trust me, the military chain of command, that was shut down fast. The problem is the NCO is the backbone of our Navy. And I know we've talked about this. I've talked about this with NCOs. They are under tremendous stress to quell it, to put it under extreme discipline. But here's the problem. That commanding officer now has a big problem on his hand. And you know that carrier got hit. We know it did. And now he's up there. He's saying, I'm combat ineffective. I have a major crew morale problem. I'm now combat ineffective. So exactly, and it's just terrible. It's embarrassing, but hey, I want to speak the truth. I love my Navy. My God knows I've served my whole adult life, full career, but I don't want my Navy to be destroyed by further destruction by a madman.
Yeah, and it's not designed to fight land batteries. You know, only the quality or the full fights the fort or whatever the phrase is. It's there to sink other ships and to transport stuff and to serve as like artillery and defense. You don't go into a strait with guns all over the place and start escorting slow moving oil tankers. Like this is not this isn't real life. Like this is just something you said to dumb investors. Be like, oh, okay, so oil's gonna be free soon. Like, no, it's not. It's not until you surrender.
Exactly.
You don't even need, you can't even do jammers or anything because they can spot those with optics alone. Just binoculars and trigonometry, and they can hit those ships. And what are you going to go find that in the mountains? Like, you cannot get that straight open other than to agree with Iran. And after this war is over, I don't see why they have any reason to allow free flow of traffic. They're like, no, there's a toll booth now. And that's
Also,
just
there's
how it
no way
is.
they can take anything. They can't take the Strait. They can't take the Karaga Island. They can't take any other way. There's no way of getting to Iran, which is going to succeed successfully. It's just way too difficult.
Yeah, you're not going across the Zagros Mountain. You're not coming from the west, and you're not coming from the north.
Even what you were mentioning, because I thought about that. Even I think that's too difficult as well, personally. But
the thing is, America's not committed. The American public doesn't want this war.
They'd have to be willing.
If Trump's approval rating is like 15%, so they're not going to stomach the level of casualties you would need to get it done. Like, America does have the firepower. If they want to lose like 50,000 soldiers, they could get in there.
I agree
that's
with.
not happening.
So if you're willing to basically consume a huge amount of life, then the option that you're referring to, because I did think about this, because I've been like planning all this out. I thought like, nah, that's just way too much loss of life. They're not going to do it. It's not possible. And they're only sending like what, 3,000 to 5,000 people. It's just impossible. All of these options are impossible. The Strait's impossible. The Hormuz Islands are impossible. Every single one is just not impossible, but either it's impossible to take and then keep hold of for a very long period of time, which is what they're going to need. And somehow how they're going to deflect the missiles, the drones that come from Iran, it just simply makes no sense whatsoever. They've got no logical way of doing what they're doing. And this is just going to be epic failure, irrespective of what solution they go for.
Plus, their allies are like, we're not on board with that. We saw Japan just negotiate their way into getting oil without firing a shot. I think I'm going to do that.
Exactly. Although the UK did send a nuclear-powered submarine, I believe, or was it a nuclear-powered vessel to the region as well. But again, the public won't stomach it, but it just depends on how harsh Trump gets in terms of force and leverage to make sure that these countries basically jump in support. But it seems like none of them are willing to do so.
That sub's probably doing circles around Diego Garcia. It's not clear that Iran hit that from Iran. They could have hit that from the sea. They don't know where those shots came from or
Well, they
what the
rejected.
difference.
They said it wasn't them, and they haven't lied at the moment.
Yeah.
They've always told the truth whenever they've done it because they've got no reason to lie. They could just be like, "Yeah, we hit Diego Garcia. The Brits are involved. You're using it." They would just say it. They've been hitting They hit Saudi Arabia today. They admitted it. They hit Dubai.
Yeah, they can
and
hit
admitted
Saudi Arabia, but Diego Garcia, I'm like, oh, the propaganda came right after. Look, they could hit any European capital. I'm like, well, even if they could,
so what?
They have not attacked anybody who didn't attack them.
Exactly. And for me, it's not even an issue if they could hit it, which again is up in the air because in reality, as you said, they've only ever done it defensively. And if they were to, and what it does is it tells the European countries, look, don't get involved. They're not going to hit you, but if you do get involved, then you're going to feel the pain. So if anything, I don't even see that as a negative, Ryan.
It's them throwing stuff against the wall to see what sticks. They're like, oh, we'll threaten our European capital. It's like the Saddam is in 47 minutes could hit you with VX gas and anthrax. Remember that? They're going to bomb London. They know he couldn't and he wouldn't. And yeah, they're desperate, which shows they really just don't have a plan. We're going to blow up your energy. Like, you're not, because just do it then. Don't announce it. He's making these ultimatums to try and calm the market. Be like, don't worry, we're going to like say, unless you open, then we'll destroy all your oil. And they're going to open. Everyone's
But you
like,
calm the markets
Yeah.
by saying that they're not, right? Like so this is something that's really interesting. There was an anonymous trader that executed 1.5 billion in long S&P and 192, roughly around that much in the short oil futures, like
was his
minutes.
name Barron Trump?
So look, that's what I'm
Sorry.
wondering because the person did it within minutes of everything's great. We got productive conversations, right? Which Iran obviously was like, no, we haven't even talked to them. So, and it's crazy because Trump hasn't posted about this again at all. And there's obviously been strikes, that's happened since then. So this person ended up minutes before, like they had to be in the same room with him to know that he was going to
Lutnick?
say
No.
that, right? Right. That's who I
Yeah,
think.
they're going to do insider trading because that is the nature of these people. They can't help themselves. The only real actions he's took that does lower oil is lifting sanctions on Russia and Iran, and then Iran allowing like India and Japan to get their oil. That will lower the price a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Like if it goes from 59 to 111 and then it goes down to 83, you're still up more than 30 points. Like you're going from 29 points or more. It's still up. It's floating between 80s, 90s, whatever. So like, yeah, allowing Russian oil to flow at a premium price, by the way, does increase supply. And so that will lower the price some, but you just cannot make up for around a quarter of all the gas and LNG that came from the Gulf. Even if Iran starts selling its own oil, it doesn't have as much as Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Bahrain and Qatar and UAE combined. There's a huge chunk, and there's nothing they can do other than end the war. And even then, a lot of this stuff is going to be offline for a long time. And it's just going to get worse. And he's doing it all for Israel. It's like, why are you here? Because Israel started a war. You didn't ask their navy to open the strait. You asked Korea and Japan and China, and you didn't ask the Israelis. They're the ones that started the war. They're the ones that have the problem with Iran. These other countries were buying oil from Iran anyway. He just doesn't, they need to rein him in. And they need to be like, get rid of Lutnick and Witkoff and Kushner and all these Zionist Jews that are in your ear and talk to a human being who can set them straight. Like, sir, this is what you're doing. This is what you're about to do. Here's how you get out of it.
First of all, it was disrespectful anyway for them to send out Kushner and Witkoff to negotiations with Iran. I mean, if you really think about it, what type of experience did they even have to make these kind of huge negotiations? And look at where we are in this war. So those were not the people who should have went in the first place from the first time that they ever went. By the way, guys, real quick, please don't forget to hit the to like the stream, guys. Please don't forget to subscribe to the channel, the YouTube channel. The link is up there, and definitely like the stream, hit the notification bell, retweet and reshare the space. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for saying that. I just shared it because I hadn't done that. I just shared it on mine. You're right. Witkoff and Kushner don't belong negotiating anything. I wouldn't hire these people as Walmart greeters. No offense to Walmart greeters. but I wouldn't do that. And it's embarrassing if you think of like Brent Scowcroft, James Baker. Like, at least these were statesmen, you know. Even Henry Kissinger, evil as he was, can't call him dumb. But when you get to Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, especially, they're morons. That was the middleman between Eitan Wertheimer and Bernard Kerik on September 11th. He also worked openly with Antolia Golubchik and all these mob figures like Tony Salerno and stuff. The guy ought to be in prison. Charles Kushner did go to prison. His son so far hasn't, but like they're criminals. They don't know what they're doing. Remember when they went to the Ukraine and he couldn't name the oblast? He didn't even know the oblast in the Donetsk, what they were called. So how can you be serious about any kind of negotiation with Luhansk and Donetsk and when you don't even know their names this long into the war? Because it was never serious. And these negotiations with Iran were nothing but stalling tactics so they could hit them with periphery. Like they knew there was no nuclear program. That was just something to say to the public. This war has been planned for 40 years. It's on the list. They're like, we're going to Iraq, Libya, Syria, and then we're hitting Iran. It's for Israeli interests. They want land annexation and ethnic cleansing, and Iran doesn't let them do it. The U.S. should have learned when it had that 7-week war with Yemen that he just said we won and left, but they kept firing missiles at Israel anyway and kept the Red Sea closed. They should have learned right then. The finding out phase should have happened, but they didn't. They are arrogant and hubris, classic traits of 109, and they're getting their just desserts. I love this comeuppance. I don't like that they bombed a school full of girls, but that's what they do. And they're raiding the West Bank, and they're bombing people in Beirut. All that side of the war is horrible. But if you look at it with a really callous, cold, mathematical view, in the long run, this is a net positive. There was no way to solve the problem of the empire other than to physically take it to them and destroy them. I gotta say, I love the Iran's new zoning laws in Arad, in Israel, just below the West Bank. They that was supposed to be Israel's new Silicon Valley. Now it's just a valley. Love it.
No, hilarious.
It is. It is hilarious. I did a dance. I got out of my chair and did a jig. I was like, this is the best ever. They invested so much money in this smart city, and now it's just smoke. And they're all there with their somber faces, like, this is what we go through as Israelis. You brought this on yourself, you fucking child raping maniacs.
Ryan, I believe that the first MEU is going to be arriving at the weekend. If you were to ascertain what you call it again, when he'll start whatever plan he's got, when do you see that happening?
I have to look at that. Like I've been wasting so much time watching Hezbollah mislink tanks, but I'll get into that. And me and you can do an update on YouTube, perhaps, on that one.
Sounds good. And Ryan, in terms of because we've got a lot of people in here, so it's really worth going through this. What's your from your perspective, where do you think the next few days go? Not in terms of that, but generally speaking, the next few days, just gonna be the more of the same in the next 5 days, or what?
Well, Iran's putting out the big missiles now, so yeah, they're gonna hit that area in Israel, Dimona, and the more on Haifa. Pound that all day. Clusters on Tel Aviv. I think they pretty much finished off Kuwait, so you're going to start seeing more attacks in Saudi Arabia because Saudi Arabia is running its mouth. Some more of that. I think they will continue to shoot down U.S. aircraft. I think there'll be a slowdown on the target packages in Iran itself because they don't have as many standoff munitions. So you're starting to see at first, Iran has had more people die. They've been bombed more, whatever, but strategically, not significant targets. Whereas the U.S. and Israel have been losing their radar, they've been losing their interceptors, they've been losing things conducive to war, their airfields, their ports, power, and so on. I don't think they are. I think they learned not to touch and mess around with energy anymore. And so back to military targets, they're going to clean up the rest of Iraq, push them down into Jordan, and start hitting Saudi Arabia. They're not ready to slam Jordan quite yet. For the next coming days, you'll see more hits in Saudi Arabia and more hits in the UAO. And Trump is just going to whine and kvetch and complain and try and find some way out of this. And the Israelis are they're going to get smacked in the north. And unfortunately, they're probably going to kill more civilians in Beirut. But that's how Israel operates.
No doubt. No doubt. And just from a perspective of the Strait, many people, one of the conversations we were having was whether they'd use the mines in the Strait. Do you think that, do you think they would do that or not?
We can have the remotely activated mines. You don't want to mine a strait that you and India and Japan and Russia are using. You don't want to hit your own ships. So you'd have to have the smart mines that you can decide what they land, but they don't really need to mine it yet. Everyone's talking about mine and minesweepers. The shore batteries are alone, as well as just attack some drones, are enough. Oil tankers are big and slow. You don't need to put mines everywhere just yet. So
I agree.
I think that's I don't think that's the issue. They have mines, but you're not even that far along yet. They can't resolve the problem of the shore batteries and drones. So, those mines are expensive. They don't need to use them yet.
I agree. I was explaining that to my audience. Like, why would you put the mines in first? First of all, you can't use the normal mines because it just harms you. And then the smart mines, it's basically, as you said, costly, and it's just not. Like, if you look at it from a utility perspective, it makes no sense. Like, the amount of cost you're putting in, the amount of time and effort to get it right is just not worth it when you can hit it anyway.
To hit a tanker, a drone's enough. They're already full of oil. It makes its own fireball. So you don't need that big payload.
Exactly. I agree. And just bringing in from the Saudi perspective, I know they were hit quite hard today, their bases. How much more harder are they going to start hitting those oil bases?
They need to hit that harder than Lindsey Graham with a hamster.
So very hard.
They've been very measured, actually. Like, I want them to hit it harder, but I don't think they will. I think Iran knows the clock is on their side, and incrementally, they're watching. It's like they got the bullies out of wind, and they're just like slapping them instead of punching them. It's actually more indignant. Just like, I can do whatever I want. You're toast. But they're giving them every off ramp. They're like, you're doing this to yourself. And they're showing the population that too. It's like, look, we gave your leader an out. They didn't take it. Oh, we gave them another out. They didn't take it. This is going to make them very angry in the future. And it's destroying the political careers of all these people after the fact too. This is Iran, man. They're high IQ, and they're fighting people with IQs in the 80s. That's what happens.
Well, I think you're exaggerating a bit there. If you're saying the Gulf states have an IQ of 80, the only way they get IQ of an 80 if they've got them made to take the test for them. But in terms of coming back to your specific question, your point, Ryan, when you look at specifically the Strait of Hormuz, and you look at the stranglehold that Iran has on it, the fact that Trump has made this kind of, demand, it's quite clear that he needs the strait open. And so he's trying to take something in order to leverage it. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, if he does attempt any form of ground invasion, whether it's the idea that you think is the best, whether it's the Strait of Hormuz, whether it's the Hormuz Islands, or various others, do you believe that this is going to be a legitimate ground invasion, or he will just do a small expedition in order to leverage the opening of the strait?
It's 1,000 miles long. Like, he tried bombing the shoreline. I explained that like 6 times. You can't bomb something the size of Vietnam and try and hit something the size of a gun. Just doesn't work, especially when they're mobile and they can just go underground and come back up again. He can't get it open. If he does a large ground invasion, how it's logistically impossible to do unseen. And if he does a small invasion, it won't work because there's not enough forces. So he just doesn't. What are you going to try and take one of the islands in the Gulf of Oman? Because you're not going to get it deep in the strait. That ain't happening. You could do, and then what? How do you hold it? How do you resupply it? Like they're stuck there. It's a dumb idea. So, but you're right in the fact that he needs something to have that he can leverage and say, I'll give this back if you give that back, kind of thing. Like when Ukraine went into Russia and they were like, well, we'll get out of Kursk if you'll do this. Didn't work for them, but it was, it was an idea, it was a plan. They don't have any leverage right now. If he really wanted to leverage, he could be like, look, if you open the Strait of Hormuz, we'll quit aiding the Israelis. Then, yeah, okay. But he ain't going to do that because he's on film fucking children.
That's no comment on that. But just guys, by the way, we're live on X. I think we've got like 4,000 or 5,000 people here. We're live on YouTube. I believe we've got like 1,000 people there. We've got Dan Blazarian, Myron Gaines, and Ryan Dawson here. Although I think Dan keeps glitching out, but he keeps coming back, so no problem. We appreciate him coming on. I know he normally only comes on and says, "I just do it to boost your space."
That's because Dan is in a cave in Iran giving orders.
Oh, that's why they're doing so well. That's why they're doing so well.
Yeah, that's why he's glitching out. He's in the middle of a war.
Okay.
He broke the internet with his comment yesterday. Dan and Scott Ritter have the best replies to people. Like, man, I don't want to be on the receiving end of this. But it was just like, it's like, well, you child molesting, da-da-da. It was like a spiel. And I was like, man, that's my energy right there. That's how I feel about these people. No mercy. I'm like, desalinate Israel. Like, go ahead, wipe out the water. I don't care. It's not like they die instantly. They can leave. They got the money to leave. Like, empty that place.
I'm on here, by the way. My shit just glitches out every now and then, but I'm listening to you guys.
No, I appreciate it, Dan. I was just appreciating you and the fact that you'd come in, and appreciate the fact that you're standing with, standing against the Israelis, basically.
Standing with justice.
I was just talking about you earlier, Ryan. I said, fuck, he's like, what's it like to, have been saying this for 3 years and now finally everybody's getting around. I'm like, well, Ryan's been saying it for about fucking 20 and my uncle's been saying it for 50. So
30 years up into this. Yeah. Since 1997, that's when they started canceling me and everything. But it's just like, God. It really, the catalyst was 9/11 because that led to Iraq, which led to Syria, which led to October 7th, which leads to Iran. Like, you watch all the people they murder, the way they funded Al-Qaeda, they funded ISIS and all these terrorist groups all over the place. And now they're getting their comeuppance. And these billionaires, Gulf Arabs, are just like, they're losing all their money, and the crypto bros and only whores. And they're all like, what do we do? I'm like, who cares? It's a criminal enterprise anyway. And what bothers me and also brings me a smile is like all these people care all of a sudden. Like, you didn't care when 71,000 people, mostly children, were being murdered in Gaza. But gas is $3.50. So now you pay attention, and like, because it affected your life. And that seems to be the general public. Like, they can act like they cared when kids were getting killed, but they didn't really do anything. But when gas prices went up, now it's a global reaction.
And as we were talking, Tel Aviv is being pummeled. Tel Aviv is being hit quite hard as well. So just to let you know, we can talk politics, but Iran's doing the job even as we speak. So appreciate Iran smashing them up.
When I see Tel Aviv get hit with missiles, it makes me cry, because that's what happens when you laugh too hard.
Well, definitely we have a lot of joy and celebration in this space, with a lot of boom boom Tel Avivs and some other bish bash bosh not happening. But yeah.
No one deserves it more. Like, if it was anywhere else, I'm like, oh, come on, there's some civilians there. But with Israel, I don't care.
No doubt. And they've got an easy opportunity. They could just leave and go to the actual where they came from.
All they got to do is free the hostages, and this would end.
Yeah, release.
Why don't they just go to Egypt and Jordan, huh?
Exactly. Release the hostages. Well, with them it'll be Antarctica, because we don't want to inflict Egypt and Jordan. We don't want to inflict them on Egypt and Jordan either.
Maybe that's why Trump really wanted Greenland. He needs the 110th home. These morons, like every like actual anti-Semite I meet, and I question them like, why you like that? It's because of Israel's behavior, and then they just pour that on Jews in general. Yeah, it's like the main cause of anti-Semitism is the self-proclaimed Jewish state.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Well, I don't like Israelis, man. You're like, well, not all. Like, you know what I mean. I don't like
I
Israel.
mean, it's the vast.
I don't like they celebrate prison rape, and it is a super majority of the population that is behind it. It's disgusting. I don't like these Gulf Arabs either, the princes and stuff. I'm not the underclass. I don't think they have a choice. But and they generally do oppose. Like they did not want the Abraham Accords. They didn't want any of that. Their governments did it anyway. And the same thing with America. Like they didn't want the wars in Iraq or anything that. You had to lie to them and tell them they're weapons of mass destruction, all this stuff that wasn't true. You don't have to lie to the Israelis. They want to kill people. They agree with ethnic cleansing as part of their theology.
Well, the difference here is, Ryan, that actually in the Iraq war, the propaganda worked in the US. In the UK, it didn't. We had like 1 million people protest. But this one, the propaganda is not working in the US. And then the vast majority of Americans, well, I know the vast majority of Americans are against the war. So the propaganda isn't working this time.
I was thinking Gulf War I. Gulf War I, people were lied to and they were on board. Gulf War II was more 50-50. We had huge protests in New York and stuff too. I was in them. But it wasn't enough. The internet was too small, and everybody on TV from CNN to Fox lied and said, "Oh, blah, 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 blah," you know, reiterating those lies from a little cabal of neoconservative Jewish Zionists in the Pentagon that made it all up and created a war. The point is, at least you had to lie to them. Like you couldn't just say, like with Israelis, they're like, "We're going to kill people in Gaza." They're like, "Good, that's my land. That's Amalek. God gave it to me." Blah blah. They really believe it.
So Ryan, I'm just posting videos of the Iranian missiles evading the Israeli interceptor missiles. If you can explain to the audience, I know you've explained it many times, but you know how it is. The audience rotates. I think we've got like 5,000-6,000 between the different streams on here. So if you can explain to the audience, like the mode by which this is done.
So there's a few different methods. One is cluster decoys. So a missile will be coming down, and then it will release a bunch of dummies with heat signals. And so if you have any heat seekers or something, it doesn't know which one's real, which one's fake, and the majority of them are fake. And so it'll hit the duds, and the real one will get through. That's one way. There's another one where the warhead actually detaches from its propulsion cylinder and then accelerates towards the ground. And so once the targets are locked in and the interceptors are on the way, it then separates and then zips down right through them. There's also some maneuverability where you'll see it do like S shapes, and you don't, your screen only has 2 dimensions, so you don't know how much it's going back and forth, but it does evasive maneuvers that these interceptors don't have. If you ever watch Avengers, when Hawkeye is like, they don't turn well, whatever, yeah, they can't turn as fast. And so once they're a certain altitude, they'll zip through and dodge the interceptors and hit them. They even are able to hit the anti-ballistic system with the ballistic missile. So they have those 3 different methods. And really there's a 4th one where it's just a hypersonic that's so freaking fast it lands before they can react. So they have those 4 methods.
And what we're seeing right now is, just for the audience, Ryan, the with the Gulf states, they basically, well, they claim, obviously we know this is false, so I just wanted to explain to the audience. They claim that, guess what, we're intercepting so many missiles and like things are going well. What's your response to that?
You ever seen the meme of the dog sitting in a chair and his whole house on fire? And he's like, "It's fine." That's the Gulf states.
It's not even, but it's not even that, Ryan, because that's what they're telling everybody else, because
These countries are ghost towns. Like I know as a matter of fact, Dubai, everyone's left. All expats have left. The only people left in Dubai are basically underclass workers who, unfortunately, because they don't have rights and they can't afford it, they can't leave the country. So they're the only people who are left. Everybody else has left the country and deserted.
There are some people there, but yeah, it's pretty much a ghost town. Anyone could leave. They're not attacking Dubai. They're attacking U.S. bases. If they wanted to flatten Dubai, they could. They're attacking U.S. bases, and they hit Fujairah because that was their way they're going to skirt the Hormuz closure. So they hit that on the eastern side. And they're hitting hotels and things full of Mossad and CIA. But they're not just like targeting random civilians. They wanted to do that. They wanted to hit the desalination plants. If they wanted to knock out skyscrapers, no problem. Because their defense is having trouble with drones. And it really can't do anything to ballistic missiles, especially at that distance. You can hit them with cruise missiles.
And just to let you know, guys, huge hits on Tel Aviv right now. Major, major hits. Tel Aviv is getting obliterated. It's getting hit very hard. And this is just from the images we get. Never mind the images we don't get. Because there is extreme censorship in Israel. More so in Tel Aviv and Haifa and Elia. That's why we get less images from that. But you saw, the only time they hit Arad, we got the images. The few times they've hit the Dimona, we've got the images. So that clearly demonstrates that there is censorship. What's your thoughts on that, Ryan?
Yeah, they didn't know Arad was coming, and some people filmed it and got out. Tel Aviv, Haifa, and Eilat are where the ports are. They knew they'd be targets. They had censorship. They're ready for lockdown. 5 years in jail if you say anything, show anything. But it's getting out anyway. But what I heard is Israel's own interceptors are falling down back on their own town, that they're actually shooting themselves. Very inaccurate, you know. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard actually all the hits are from Israelis' own. No, it was not even the interceptors, Ryan. They're launching missiles, and those missiles are hitting their own.
Yeah, their own missiles fell on them. That's what happened.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the thing. Even when they show something that used to be in a building that looks like a parking lot, they're like, "Oh, this is debris from some of the missiles we shot down. Like we shot down the missile, but then like the tube fell and it did all this damage."
Yeah, because the tube is like some kind of like nuclear explosive device that basically manufactures more, and the entropy level on it is just totally different to a normal missile. It doesn't follow the normal laws of physics.
It killed like 6 million.
Exactly.
Just real quick, just to say about that, it just shows how. But then that makes them look bad. These lies are still ridiculous. But anyway, I just want to say again, just plugging it in, guys, if you want to go to the link that is above Suleiman, Beatrix, and Hussein's picture, that is the link to Suleiman's channel, guys. Make sure you subscribe to Suleiman's channel on YouTube and hit the notification bell so we can beat that algorithm suppression and keep the channel moving throughout YouTube, where you're going to get conversations like this, full reality and full truth. Back to you, Suleiman.
I'm Ryan. I'm just watching this video, which I'm about to post on this hit. They had about 10 interceptor missiles trying to stop 1 or 2 Iranian missile, and then that failed as well. We had Larry Johnson on earlier today, and he was.
You mean 10? You need about 10 interceptors to try and hit one of their own returning missiles, right?
Exactly. I do mean that. Yeah. But we had Larry Johnson on earlier, and he was basically explaining that the total number of defense interceptor missiles they could have even produced was probably about 4,000, and that's throughout the world. And so when you're so he said, look, that means they can deal with like 2,000 missiles, because normally you need 2 defense interceptor missiles to deal with 1 attacking missile. But the problem here is Israel in a lot of situations aren't just using 2, right? They're using a lot more. I'm just about to post a video where it's 10. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and they're using them